Jiang Yan had just transferred to a prestigious private academy when she found herself tormented by a pretentious fake heiress. She responded with a resounding retort. Goodness, don't be fooled by that sycophant's handsome exterior. His interests are indeed quite perverse. He has an unusual penchant for sniffing girls' armpits, and his lifelong ambition is to drink soda that Jiang Lian has washed with her underarm. How revolting! The entire class 22 was at a loss for words as they turned their gazes toward him. Who would have thought you were such a person? What crime did the soda commit? The boy's face turned crimson. Observing her exuberantly smiling deskmate, Jiang Yan felt a twinge of sympathy. And here you are, still chuckling. Your fiancé is busy pinning the transfer student against the wall, and the situation is quite dire, my dear. Her deskmate's smile vanished, shifting to the faces of other classmates. Mid-lecture, Jiang Yan's internal monologue resumed. Goodness! The school bully is being cornered by the academic genius next door. Teacher, intervene if we can keep the genius in our class and turn a blind eye to their escapades. Wouldn't that draw him over here? Your year-end bonus will be secure. A hush fell over the class. They recalled that the school bully was indeed male. As days passed, Jiang Yan discovered her popularity in class blossoming. Her peers were eager to indulge her whims. She stroked her chin, pondering. Had she unwittingly stepped into the role of the beloved pet of the group? The class collectively affirmed, Indeed, you are absolutely right. Chapter 1. His Peculiar Preference. This is our new student, Jiang Yan, who has just transferred today. I hope everyone will get along well. The young class teacher stood at the podium, gazing down at the students. Even though few were paying heed to his words, he remained unfazed, speaking as if seasoned by experience. As the teacher introduced the new student, Jiang Yan paid little mind to his speech. Her attention was entirely captivated by a minuscule translucent screen that was invisible to others. A green progress bar adorned the screen, now at 100. In an instant, electronic fireworks erupted, and the phrase "Independence, Successful" appeared. For a fleeting moment, the screen seemed to flicker, disappearing too rapidly for Jiang Yan to discern whether it was a mere illusion. Hooray! She could indulge in gossip once more. One can only imagine the tedium she endured during the past month without the gossip app. This translucent screen was a gift from a system she had assisted. Dubbed the Gossip Compendium, it served its purpose splendidly, allowing her to glean the latest tidbits. Similar to other short video applications, she could collect coins by browsing videos. The conversion rate was a generous 1:100, greatly alleviating her financial concerns. While her savings paled in comparison to those of wealthy heirs, it would at least afford her a comfortable university experience. Of course, the coins were not the crux of the matter, it was the gossip that mattered. After all, who doesn't relish a good piece of gossip? There's a saying, one can forego a meal, but one must partake in the latest scoop. To facilitate her usage, the system had designed the Gossip Compendium as an app, easily accessible at her fingertips. The coins earned through gossip typically ranged from 1 to 10, and she had yet to decipher the patterns of coin distribution, but she was determined to continue her efforts. Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan. It's your turn for self-introduction. The teacher cleared his throat, prompting her to speak. Oh, Jiang Yan acquiesced, turning her attention to her classmates. Her gaze lingered on the second seat in the last row by the window for a few moments before she continued. My name is Jiang Yan. I look forward to your guidance. Her voice resonated clearly, capturing the attention of every student in the room. As their gazes swept over her face, they hesitated before turning in unison toward the individual she had just regarded. What's this? The newcomer resembles Jiang Yu so much. Jiang Yu, it's more than a resemblance. I thought Jiang Go was in disguise as a girl. Me too. I was startled enough to glance at Jiang Yu. Is Jiang Go not going to clarify the situation? She's my sister, after all. The group fell into a brief silence. Isn't it said in the forum that the new girl is a distant relative of the Jiang family staying with us? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu scoffed disdainfully. Observing his amusement, Su Xingji, seated across the aisle from Jiang Yu, was intrigued. Fools abound. Some eavesdroppers exchanged glances, curiosity piqued. The monotony of academic life had been momentarily disrupted, igniting excitement among the students. It seemed there were deeper currents within the Jiang family. A country bumpkin should have known better than to enroll in our school. In the now silent classroom, this remark rang out with undeniable clarity. Everyone's eyes turned toward the speaker. Gao Yuhua exhibited no intention of masking his animosity. openly displaying disdain for Jiang Yan. Meeting Jiang Yan's gaze, he showed no sign of restraint. Some people are nothing but ungrateful wretches, preying on the kind-hearted. Can we open a window? The air has grown stale. The onlookers silently gasped, their expressions eager for the unfolding drama. Jiang Yan narrowed her eyes. Who was this person? Though she had anticipated potential conflicts upon entering the school, she hadn't expected the hostility to manifest so swiftly. Indeed, Jiang Yan was acutely aware that trouble awaited her. Her parents had always mistreated her, resorting to physical punishment, making her feel more like an adversary than their daughter. Thus, when she received the gossip compendium, she eagerly sought information about her parents, only to discover the shocking truth. She was not their biological child. They had swapped her with their actual daughter, who now basked in the privileges of the affluent Jiang family. Upon learning this, Jiang Yan felt a sense of validation. She was indeed not their true offspring. Apart from revealing gossip, the compendium occasionally displayed glimpses of others' futures, albeit with a minuscule probability. Jiang Yan regarded these glimpses merely as possibilities, understanding that the future is ever-changing, influenced by countless variables. Perhaps due to her fortune, or perhaps because she was the owner of the compendium, her own future appeared when she sought her own gossip. In that future, she had been portrayed as a desperate fool, yearning for familial affection, only to meet a tragic end on a snowy night. Jiang Yan vehemently rejected the notion that such a future awaited her. Her mind was quite sound, and she had no inclination to subject herself to cruelty. It would be best for both the Jiang family and her foster parents to remain out of her life. Fortune favored her, as her foster parents perished in a car accident, granting her early freedom from their grasp. However, her newfound liberty was short-lived, as the Jiang family soon sought her out and unilaterally transferred her to this school. Reflecting on this, Jiang Yan felt a surge of anger. Without the hindrance of her foster parents, she had begun to enjoy a carefree life. The past cannot be reclaimed. With a sigh, she activated the Gossip Compendium app, forming a window with her hands as if framing a lens, a gesture familiar to her. This is a reference to the fox window of the country that Jiang Yan borrowed, which has allowed her to live quite well, even though the gestures of the two differ. The Gossip app not only features the ability to randomly browse gossip like short videos, but also allows one to actively search for gossip about a specific person. The conditions for active searching are twofold. One must have seen the person and know their name, or one can search without knowing their name by using the fox window. As everyone present looked on in confusion at Jiang Yan's sudden gestures, a voice rang in their ears. I didn't expect this guy, who looks so decent, actually enjoys sniffing girls' armpits. What? His lifelong wish is to drink the cola that Jiang Lian washed in her armpit? Ugh, I feel like throwing up. Chapter 2, A Grim Outcome. What? All the students of class 22 stared wide-eyed. What had they just heard? Gao Yuhua actually liked to sniff girls' armpits? And he wanted to drink cola washed by Jiang Lian's armpit? Ugh. A girl who appeared to be somewhat of a neat freak couldn't help but double over and dry heave. Others, especially those who enjoyed drinking cola, also turned pale, feeling slightly nauseous, but not to the point of vomiting, just an uncomfortable sensation lodged in their throats. Their minds were consumed by one thought: the cola is dirty. What wrong did the cola ever do to deserve this? Instantly, everyone turned their gaze toward Gao Yuhua, their eyes accusing him. Who would have thought you were this kind of person? Gao Yuhua's face turned crimson. His carefully hidden secret had been exposed in this manner. He wished he could flee to Mars right now. Girls really need to protect themselves. This guy even deliberately runs close to girls during gym class to sniff them. How disgusting. Upon hearing this, the girls in the class immediately confirmed its truth. Some shy girls felt both embarrassed and angry. After exercising, most people would have some odor as long as it wasn't body odor. The smell was usually negligible, so hardly anyone paid attention. Who would have thought a pervert would intentionally come to sniff? Gao Yuhua could no longer endure the gaze of everyone looking at him like a pervert. He stood up and shouted at Jiang Yan. Enough. Shut up. After shouting, he felt a deep sense of dread. How did Jiang Yan find out about his secret? Shut up? Jiang Yan looked at Gao Yuhua in confusion. What is this Jiang Lian sycophant saying? I haven't even spoken, have I? If you want to make a fuss, at least find a reasonable excuse. It's absurd. Indeed, Jiang Yan hadn't opened her mouth. Everyone's thoughts came to a sudden halt as they turned in unison to gaze at Jiang Yan. Do I have something on my face? Seeing that Jiang Yan truly had not spoken, they realized something was off. A classmate quickly set up a chat group without the class teacher and Jiang Yan. Is this Jiang Yan's? As soon as this message was sent, everyone lowered their heads to check their phones. Jiang Yan felt a bit uneasy upon seeing this. What was wrong with this class? Those who she perceived as strange were already fervently discussing in the group. What the heck? Can't be sent. Is that Jiang Yan's? She didn't even open her mouth. How fascinating. Is being blocked. Not only will messages be blocked, but even if one wishes to speak, some power will prevent it, probably some kind of rule.
Wow.
Is it that stimulating? In any case, we can indeed hear Jiang Yan's, but we can't express it in words or through other means. Let's pretend we don't know.
For now, it
seems we have no other choice. I mean, is no one curious why we can hear? Why does Jiang Yan know about Gao Yuhua? Resurgence of spiritual energy. Who knows? Perhaps it has something to do with her previous gestures. Everyone began to speculate and discuss the reasons, while Jiang Yu remained attached, still struggling to believe the situation. Clearly, she had never heard Jiang Yan's inner thoughts before. Why could she hear them now? Moreover, if others' gossip was fine, what if her own matters were exposed? For instance, what if it involved XP? That would be disastrous. With this thought, Jiang Yu could no longer sit still. She frequently cast glances at Jiang Yan. Is Jiang Yu's eye uncomfortable? Why does she keep blinking? Everyone put down their tasks and turned to Jiang Yu in unison. If this were nighttime, it might evoke a terrifying movie vibe. Buddy, what happened to the confidentiality we agreed upon? After all these years of friendship, Su Xingji knew exactly what Jiang Yu meant. He playfully hooked his arm around her neck and chuckled. Be careful not to become the class's public enemy. Upon hearing his words, nearby classmates shot her a knowing glance. Jiang Yu. Geez, it's like everyone is suddenly looking at someone at once. Is this class possessed or something? The whole class. Who do you think caused this? Ahem. The class teacher tried to conceal his astonishment and confusion. All right, Jiang Yan, please take your seat. Your position is next to Zhou Qingya. Gao Yuhua, please sit down quickly. Class is about to start. The teacher pointed to a beautiful girl sitting alone in the third-to-last row by the window and glanced at Gao Yuhua. Gao Yuhua wanted to say something, but the death stares from everyone locked onto him, so he could only sit down sullenly. It seemed the teacher could hear it too. However, knowing was one thing. They had no intention of adding the teacher to the new group, as that would hinder their communication. I should have said this earlier. My legs are almost numb from standing. The teacher. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yan, who was unaware of the teacher's inner turmoil, she quickly made her way to her seat and greeted the pretty girl beside her. Hello, I'm Jiang Yan. Zhou Qingya curiously scanned Jiang Yan's pretty eyes and then smiled. Hello. Wow, my deskmate is so beautiful. She has cute dimples when she smiles. I just want to poke her dimples. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingya's cheeks flushed slightly, torn between the desire to poke Jiang Yan's dimples or not. But they weren't that familiar, so would it be too forward to ask Jiang Yan to poke her dimples? Although I really want to poke her dimples, I still haven't finished reading the gossip about Jiang Lian's sycophant. Gao Yuhua felt restless upon hearing this. What other gossip could he possibly have? Forget it, he considered his biggest gossip to be his little hobby. That had already been exposed, while everything else was trivial in comparison. Moreover, could they please stop calling him a sycophant? Although he indeed was Jiang Lian's sycophant, he didn't want to be labeled as such by others. Seeing that Jiang Yan was about to unveil more gossip, everyone perked up their ears, quietly watching Jiang Yan. I wonder what kind of luck this sycophant stumbled upon that searching for his gossip even revealed his future prospects. Searching for gossip? How does one do that? Everyone pondered, and they inquired in the group. Through collective brainstorming, they concluded that it was likely some system-like entity. Isn't it more astonishing that we can see an individual's future rather than just searching for gossip? That is indeed true, but who knows if it's real or not?
Yeah, the
future is too ethereal. I don't think so. Judging by Gao Yuhua's demeanor, Jiang Yan's inner thoughts are likely true, making the future highly plausible. Let's hear what it is first. After a quick exchange, everyone held their breath in anticipation. Piaske, no wonder the old saying goes, a sycophant ends up with nothing in the end. Haha, you brought this upon yourself for the sake of Jiang Lian, the false heiress. You deserve the tragic end that awaits you.
Ha ha ha.
Faux heiress. Is it really that thrilling in the Jiang family? Jiang Yu, when fiction mirrors reality, if she's the genuine heiress, Then why is Jiang Yan referred to as the child of a relative? Chapter 3. He peeks at his aunt while she bathes. Jiang Yu's silence led everyone to grasp the truth, exchanging incredulous glances, filled with confusion. Could it be true? The thoughts of Jiang Lian's parents baffled many. In stark contrast to the collective bewilderment, Gao Yuhua felt a mix of anger at Jiang Yan for exposing Jiang Lian's false identity and a desperate curiosity about the dire fate that awaited him. Simultaneously, he was infuriated by Jiang Yan's apparent delight in his grim prospects. Indeed, as the goddess had foretold, Jiang Yan possessed a truly abominable character. Yet it appears Gao Yuhua is genuinely devoted to Jiang Lian. Gao Yuhua finally raised his head, pride shimmering in his eyes. Of course. Remarkably, he took the blame for her during a major cheating scandal. Though he merely faced a reprimand, the illegitimate son of his father spread the news widely, tarnishing his reputation. Consequently, his father forsook him, sending him abroad to fend for himself, ultimately succumbing to addiction and perishing in a foreign park. How pitiable to die alone in a foreign park. Gao Yuhua's smile vanished, his pride shattered. His complexion turned pale, and a tremor coursed through his body. No, this cannot be true. It must be a lie. All this talk of heartache and future is false. How could he sacrifice his future for her? More importantly, how could the goddess engage in cheating? Absolutely false. Others shared his disbelief despite limited interactions with Jiang Lian. Her reputation was evident through the words of others. Surely, someone like her would not cheat? Curious minds wondered about the nature of the examination midterms? Finals? Sigh. Should I shed a few crocodile tears to express my sympathy? Huh? Jiang Yan looked at Zhou Qingya with confusion. Zhou Qingya quickly replied, I just thought of a joke. Why can't a little lamb sleep after being sheared? Why? Jiang Yan asked, intrigued. Because it has lost its wool. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yan. How cold. Someone please call the disciplinary officer. Zhou Qingya. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. This confirmed yet again that smiles do not vanish, they merely shift. Indeed, this class has taken a strange turn. Moments ago, everyone was anxiously glancing around, and now they are laughing nonsensically. The laughter in the classroom suddenly froze, leaving smiles plastered on their faces. Goodness, how terrifying. Could it be the feng shui is off? Jiang Yan rubbed her arms. Human sorrow and joy are seldom shared, at least in this classroom. Gao Yuhua's emotional turmoil remained disconnected from his peers. He lingered in doubt about the credibility of his grim future. Emotionally, he resisted believing it, yet reason compelled him to acquiesce, for after all, his secret had been exposed, had it not? The more he pondered, the more his head felt ready to explode. Hey, Gao Yuhua. A female classmate, Wang Ziji, quietly handed him a pamphlet. Gao Yuhua. Take a look, it might be enlightening. Wang Ziji patted his shoulder. The pamphlet read, Cherish life. Stay away from Japan. Gao Yuhua. I truly thank you, classmate. Do your parents know how much you care? As the class bell rang, the homeroom teacher had no choice but to leave. He cast a profound glance at Jiang Yan, his expression one of shock as he vacated the room with unsteady steps. The English teacher, arriving for class, regarded him with puzzled glances, her mind swirling with questions. What had old Sue encountered that left him so disoriented? The English teacher, concerned, entered the classroom to find everyone present, albeit not particularly respectful towards her. Yet they continued with their own activities, remaining quiet enough not to disrupt the class, which was a relief. Perhaps old Sue was preoccupied with other matters. The English teacher pondered, caring little for whether the students were attentive, and began her lesson. You still don't have a textbook, do you? Here, use mine for now. Zhou Qingya placed a brand new English book in front of Jiang Yan. Though she rarely paid attention, what if Jiang Yan actually wanted to learn? Building a good rapport with this somewhat peculiar desk-mate could be beneficial. Thank you. Jiang Yan politely expressed her gratitude, flipping through the English book and noting that it indeed belonged to a group of privileged individuals lacking academic diligence. The new semester had begun 2 months ago, yet the book remained pristine. However, her desk-mate seemed quite decent, which lifted Jiang Yan's spirits. Speaking of which, now that I know such a big secret about Gao Yuhua, should I expose it? After all, he dared to trouble me. Jiang Yan displayed a mischievous smile. Gao Yuhua felt a chill run down his spine, trembling involuntarily. If the entire school discovered this, Or if that illegitimate son learned of it, his reputation would be utterly destroyed. Perhaps Jiang Yan's musings would indeed come to fruition. The other classmates, witnessing this, felt an involuntary tightening in their chests, silently cautioning themselves against provoking Jiang Yan. They certainly did not wish for any unpleasant gossip to surface. Am not a devil. If he dares to trouble me again, I shall expose him. Not only revealing his penchant for sniffing girls' armpits, but also his childhood indiscretion of peeking at the neighbor's aunt while she bathed. Wow, the eyes of the entire class sparkled with intrigue. Is this gossip not more tantalizing than mere armpit tales? They were but mere mortals, drawn to such sensational stories. Faced with the gazes of his classmates, Gao Yuhua wished he could vanish beneath his desk. How could such childhood secrets resurface after nearly 8 years? Besides, he had merely stumbled upon it. It wasn't as though he had intentionally sought it out. That aunt hadn't even closed her window while bathing. It's not like that, Gao Yuhua attempted to clarify, glancing around at his peers. It was an accident. It was that aunt. I understand. We all comprehend. His classmates nodded in agreement, their expressions conveying we sympathize with you. Boys will be boys during such ages. Gao Yuhua felt tears welling up in his eyes. He could accept the armpit incident, but the bathing aunt was truly not his fault. Now he regretted seeking trouble with Jiang Yan. If only he could relive that moment, he would certainly choose to remain silent and not utter a word. It seems the English teacher is oblivious to the commotion. With this thought, everyone turned their gazes back to the English teacher. The teacher on stage froze under their collective gaze, nearly mispronouncing a word. What was happening? The English teacher's heart raced. What mischief were these little rascals up to? Seeing the English teacher's bewilderment, the students confirmed she was unaware and resumed their chatter. At that moment, Jiang Yan's thoughts echoed once more. How dreadfully dull. Let's see what other classmates are gossiping about. The entire class. Huh? Chapter 4. He is not his father's son. The entire class instinctively straightened their postures, silently praying that Jiang Yan would not select them. Yet a flicker of curiosity lingered about their potential futures. Although Jiang Yan had suggested that the future would not unveil itself easily, they clung to a thread of hope. Let us just focus on the lovesick classmate. It is said that like attracts like, perhaps there would be some explosive gossip to uncover. A chill ran down the spine of those around Gao Yuhua, who inwardly cursed. Especially Lin Lu, the classmate who had been named, gazed at Gao Yuhua with an intense look. Despite not believing he had any scandalous secrets, the possibility loomed that he might in the future. Gao Yuhua, feeling a mix of schadenfreude and embarrassment, absent-mindedly touched his nose. What is that classmate's name? Never mind. Let us just refer to it as the fox window. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, those who had been stealing glances at her noticed that she had made the same gesture as earlier on the podium. Was the gesture of the fox window not different? Perhaps Jiang Yan had simply coined the term for convenience, as using hand signals was more practical than referring to a lens directly. Indeed, it made sense that this gesture could lead to the discovery of others' gossip. It implied that knowing a name was a prerequisite for digging up gossip, while utilizing the fox window was not necessary. A group of unconscionable peers did not spare a thought for him. I personally view you as an honest individual, unlike Gao Yuhua. Surely, you are not shameful enough to desire an escape from the gossip of earth. I truly appreciate your trust, he thought, eyes slightly squinted as he picked his nose. What? Is it that thrilling? Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled suddenly, darting toward Lin Lu. The others, sensing this, felt a rising anticipation. What could be so stimulating? As they pondered, their gazes fell upon Lin Lu. There was a major revelation. Meanwhile, Lin Lu trembled subtly, reciting prayers for protection. He is actually not his father's child. What? Lin Li's thoughts abruptly ceased. He recognized each word Jiang Yan uttered, yet the combination eluded his comprehension. The other classmates were equally bewildered. The declaration that Lin Lu was not his father's child knocked them off their feet. This gossip was simply too sensational. Of course, they wished it were not about a classmate, given their year-long acquaintance. Oh, I see. What happened? The others, anxious, urged her on. Could she not deliver the entire story in one breath? His father and mother entered into a marriage of convenience, and after 3 years of wedlock without a child, the family pressured them relentlessly, even resorting to various remedies for conception. His mother underwent tests which revealed no issues, leading them to believe it was simply a matter of fate. Eventually, overwhelmed by the pressure, she fainted her husband and took him for a medical examination. To their astonishment, it was his father who had the problem. His father was infertile, hence they would never have children. To preserve his father's dignity, his mother hinted discreetly that the fault lay with him. However, his father remained oblivious, convinced that the implications were regarding his wife's health, and thus became increasingly reckless, seeking extramarital affairs. After all, if he was incapable of fathering children, why not let someone else? Lin Lo, having regained his cognitive faculties, felt utterly numb. He was torn between the shock of not being his father's son and the revelation of his father's infertility. As for his parents' infidelity, well, their marriage was devoid of affection from the start, merely a business arrangement with both parties pursuing their own interests. Nevertheless, he longed to inquire about the truth of this matter from his mother, who unfortunately had passed away the previous year, leaving him to seek paternity testing alone. The classmates, having consumed such a hefty piece of gossip, expressed feelings of being overwhelmed. Suddenly, they understood why older women eagerly gathered to share gossip. Indulging in such revelations was indeed a delightful experience. It seemed they ought to attend more social gatherings in the future. Who knew what delectable tidbits awaited them? Many reflected on the plethora of gossip within their circles, previously unnoticed yet vaguely heard, be it the emergence of a CEO's illegitimate child or a married woman's secret rendezvous with male models. Such thoughts led to a sense of regret for not delving deeper into those stories. Was this the life of the affluent? A curious thought. Although such occurrences were not uncommon, they were not universal. Not every wealthy individual led a scandalous life. My parents are very affectionate. They have never engaged in affairs. My parents, too. My family's butler is quite ordinary. Stop reading so many novels. It gets awkward when you echo their lines, really. I might want to read some. Unaware of the discussions brewing around her, Jiang Yan gazed at the information on the gossip chart, her eyes reflecting a hint of pity. This young man is indeed a tragic figure. The others halted their conversations, attentively listening. Although slightly overwhelmed, they could bear a bit more. Am I mistaken? Perhaps Class 12 possesses exceptional fortune? I have only searched for gossip on 2 individuals, and both revealed grim futures. It is unfortunate that even Lin Lu, who seems like a decent fellow, faces a dismal fate. Gao Yuhua, is he doomed? Enough about him. Lin Lu, unable to restrain himself, straightened up, his mind in a whirlwind. What? Doomed? Was it true that his status as not being his father's child had been exposed, leading to his expulsion from home? Others pondered this possibility with growing conviction. Jiang Yan looked at Lin Lu with sympathy. Ultimately, under the influence of his mistress, Lin Lu found himself cast out by his father, who had long maintained a tenuous relationship with him. Regrettably, Lin Li's maternal grandfather had relocated abroad, leaving him without refuge. However, his fortunes worsened when he encountered his former rival, who relentlessly harassed him, even falsely accusing him, resulting in overwhelming debt and humiliation until finally, Lin Lu, unable to endure the disgrace, took his own life by jumping from a building. This revelation prompted a complex array of expressions among Lin Li's peers. How tragic! Lin Lu, at a loss for words, found himself engulfed in profound doubt. The good news was that his secret of not being his father's son remained undisclosed. The bad news was that he had still been cast out. What heinous deeds had he committed in a past life to deserve such a fate? Wait a minute. What is amiss? The others quickly reined in their complex emotions, eager to hear more. Isn't Lin Li's father infertile? So what about the child of the mistress? Jiang Yan appeared to have uncovered a significant secret, her demeanor radiating excitement. His father has been cuckolded. Goodness. The mistress is audacious enough to have Lin Lu's father take responsibility. It's a pity Lin Lu's father isn't here, otherwise we could directly search for his gossip. Jiang Yan lamented. The others resonated with this sentiment. Lin Lu, suppressing his emotions, turned to Wang Jiji, who tearfully offered him a pack of spicy snacks. Eat more, you might not have the chance later. Lin Lu, caught in a whirlwind of emotions, felt a complex desire to laugh and cry simultaneously. Thank you. Don't mention it, Wang Jiji sniffed. As long as you can keep your eyes closed. That's what matters. Lin Lu, I'm still alive. Please do not look at me as if I have already departed. At this moment, he genuinely felt like crying. If he were to fall to his end, would anyone even come to retrieve his body? He feared he might have to trouble the uncles in hats. The more he thought about it, the more miserable he felt. However, compared to the fate of the lovesick classmate, Lin Lu seemed to fare better. They have already told me to leave. I truly will not trouble you again. Gao Yuhua covered his face. Yet he could not help but wonder how Lin Lu's fate could be any better than his. After Gao Yuhua's death, everything of value he possessed, even his clothing, was stolen, leaving him bare on the roadside. He was later hastily collected, cremated, and his ashes discarded into the sewer. Gao Yuhua felt tears welling up. It was indeed a tragic end. What sins had he committed to deserve such a fate? Thank you, I find solace in your words. Lin Lu's death by suicide was exceedingly tragic, rendering his identity unrecognizable by his features. Ultimately, his biological father was located, who arranged for his burial and sought vengeance for the injustices Lin Lu had suffered at the hands of his adversary. Lin Lu was momentarily stunned, feeling a warmth in his eyes. If it were his father, he would likely feel shame and merely instruct an assistant to handle the aftermath, never personally intervening or avenging him. Wang Jiji wiped her tears with one hand while patting Lin Lu's back with the other, as if soothing a child. Go ahead and cry. It is not a sin for a man to shed tears. A flicker of emotion passed over Lin Lu's face, and his sorrowful feelings dissipated in an instant. Chapter 5. Jiang Lian, perhaps an opportunity will arise to see Fu Lisen. A sudden alertness spread among the students in the classroom. Everyone discreetly cast glances at the individual. The classmate seated behind him could not resist nudging his back and whispered, Chuju, does Jiang Yan wish to hear gossip about your uncle? Chuju pursed his lips and shook his head. He was uncertain. His uncle had always maintained a pristine reputation, so there should not be any particularly scandalous gossip. I swear on the honor of a top-notch gossip enthusiast, there is definitely something amiss between Lin Lu and Fu Lisen's mother. The classroom erupted in excitement. The individual long regarded as the golden bachelor, Fu Lisen, who had never married and was rumored to have tendencies towards same-sex relationships, was linked to Lin Lu's mother. Wait, wasn't Lin Lu's mother involved with a younger man? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Could the younger man be Fu Lisen? No. Isn't this the way affluent families operate? Even among the wealthy, there are distinctions. The Fu family is among the elite, and many influential classmates in their school might not even have access to that upper echelon. However, there were indeed classmates from such families, like Chuju, who was also from a well-off family and was Fu Lisen's nephew. Lin Lu was caught off guard by this revelation. His father was Fu Lisen? Lin Lu opened his mouth, desperate to argue that Jiang Yan might have been mistaken, yet no words escaped his lips. Meanwhile, Chuju's emotions were also quite complex. What was this? The gossip had turned personal? His gaze shifted towards Lin Lu. No wonder he always felt Lin Lu bore a resemblance to his uncle. He simply hadn't thought much of it since Lin Lu had both parents. The situation was still uncertain, so please keep it confidential. Chuju noticed his phone vibrating and, upon checking, saw a message from Lin Lu, which complicated his feelings further. Nonetheless, he understood the necessity of clarifying such matters. By the way, could it be that his uncle had remained unmarried due to Lin Lu's mother? Upon seeing this, Lin Lu exhaled in relief. Although he believed Jiang Yan's words to be true, he still wished to confirm. Just then, the bell rang to signal the end of class. Time spent gossiping had flown by quickly. Some students lamented this, and others echoed their sentiments. The two exchanged glances, both wearing expressions full of intrigue. Indeed, They had consumed a significant amount of gossip, yet their appetite for more remained unquenched. As the bell rang, moments later, the homeroom teacher appeared at the door, beckoning to Gao Yuhua. "Come with me to the office." In the past, Gao Yuhua would have likely ignored the teacher entirely. However, unable to bear the curious gazes of his classmates, he hastily followed the teacher. Jiang Yan observed the scene, feeling slightly curious, but not compelled to know further. So he glanced at the time, estimated it was nearly time, and stood up. "Where are you going?" Zhou Qingya asked, intrigued. "To the restroom." Jiang Yan hesitated before asking, "Would you like to join me?" Zhou Qingya quickly stood and linked her arm with Jiang Yan's, smiling as she replied, "Let us go." The two girls chatted and laughed as they headed to the restroom, though they ultimately failed to reach a conclusion in their discussions. "Mr. Su, why did you call for me?" Gao Yuhua inquired. The homeroom teacher pulled out a stack of materials from his drawer and handed them to Gao Yuhua. Upon looking down, Gao Yuhua's confusion deepened. The first item was a set of exam papers. Gao Yuhua felt perplexed. Did Mr. Su believe he possessed extraordinary talent, thus motivating him with this? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed, as he regarded Mr. Su with an expression of disbelief, his face clearly conveying, "Are you all right?" The teacher cleared his throat and said, "Take a look at what's beneath those exam papers." Following instructions, Gao Yuhua flipped through the stack and turned pale. Beneath the exam papers lay an anti-drug pamphlet previously given to him by Wang Jiji. Further down were numerous pamphlets detailing the dangers and consequences of drug use. Young people are often unable to resist temptation, yet some temptations must never be entertained, the teacher said sternly. We must not forget the indelible scars that these drugs have left on us. Nor can we betray the sacrifices made by the heroes fighting on the front lines against drugs. Gao Yuhua felt utterly despondent. He had never wished to engage with such perilous substances. Truly, he had never felt as much disdain as he did today. I understand. Gao Yuhua could only respond, feeling a heavy gloom settle over him. The teacher, seeing his reaction, sighed in relief, a hint of appreciation in his eyes. These children are still moldable. It is not too late. Take the time to read these pamphlets. Gao Yuhua nodded numbly, clutching the stack of anti-drug materials as he exited the office. Gao Yuhua, a remarkably beautiful girl, called out to him. She possessed a mane of lustrous black hair, her eyes sparkling like a doe's, and her lips, reminiscent of jelly, bore a soft pink hue. Even in the same standard school uniform, she exuded an ethereal grace. Overall, she radiated a fresh, elegant, and gentle aura, evoking a sense of first love. Her bright doe-like eyes conveyed a hint of bewilderment when gazing at others, appearing dazed yet not foolish, but rather adorably enigmatic. She was Jiang Lian. "Are you all right?" Jiang Lian stepped closer, her eyes filled with a kind of perplexity. Yet she gazed at him with utmost sincerity, as if containing his entire being within her gaze. "I called out to you several times, but you didn't respond." Jiang Lian lowered her eyes, revealing her delicate profile and the soft pink of her earlobes, looking rather pitiful. I didn't mean to blame you." She realized something and lifted her eyes to meet Gao Yuhua's, flustered. "I was just a bit worried when I saw you looking so troubled. Perhaps I was being overly sentimental." "No, it has nothing to do with you," Gao Yuhua quickly exclaimed, speaking nervously. "It's merely a small matter I encountered." He regretted becoming so absorbed in future concerns that he had overlooked the presence of his goddess passing by. In the past, he would have certainly noticed her before she saw him. Regarding Jiang Yan's claim of guilt, how could the goddess be someone who would cheat? There must be some misunderstanding. "It is not because I am too good." Jiang Lian revealed a relieved smile, but soon remembered something, her smile faltering as she cautiously inquired. "Did my sister do something? Please do not hold it against her. She is new here and naturally might feel out of place. After all, I have already apologized on her behalf. I am truly sorry." Of course, her inquiry was not without merit. She was well aware of how much Gao Yuhua cherished her. Hence her certainty that upon learning Jiang Yan had bullied her, Gao Yuhua would undoubtedly confront Jiang Yan. Thus, she had no choice but to approach herself. But to her surprise, Gao Yuhua, who would typically greet her first, completely disregarded her and walked past. How could this be? Only she had the privilege to ignore a devoted follower. A devoted follower should never ignore her. Consequently, she called out to Gao Yuhua. Seeing that Gao Yuhua's gaze was still fixated on her, still displaying that devoted demeanor, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Jiang Lian, you need not apologize. It has nothing to do with you, Gao Yuhua quickly replied, fearing that if he delayed even a moment longer, Jiang Lian might feel disheartened. Yet, Jiang Lian was not entirely mistaken. His behavior indeed stemmed from Jiang Yan. It was as if hearing Jiang Yan's inner thoughts had thrown everything into disarray. However, considering his own gossip, Gao Yuhua dared not oppose Jiang Yan and simply stated, "It has nothing to do with her." Oh! Jiang Lian was taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Yuhua begrudgingly added, She is quite nice." Jiang Lian was left dumbfounded. How is this so different from her expectations? Chapter 6. An unbreakable bond. You really need not endure for my sake. Jiang Lian maintained a composed expression, feigning concern as she said, "I will not vent my frustration over such matters. I am not that kind of person. If my sister makes a mistake, it should be corrected. Otherwise, her ingrained habits from a young age will be difficult to change." It truly has nothing to do with Jiang Yan, Gao Yuhua said, reluctantly agreeing. After all, it was he who instigated the conflict, prompting Jiang Yan to reveal his gossip. Though it was termed revealing, it was merely Jiang Yan's inner voice that was heard. Had they not been able to hear Jiang Yan's thoughts, others would not have known his secrets. Ultimately, it was he who initiated the conflict with Jiang Yan. Yet Jiang Yan had not made things difficult for him. Thus, this matter genuinely had nothing to do with Jiang Yan. Oh, is that so? Jiang Lian forced a smile, feeling relieved that her sister could get along with everyone. Rest assured, Jiang Yan interacts well with everyone. How could it not be? If not, who knows what gossip might surface? Gao Yuhua mused. Jiang Lian felt as though her teeth might shatter from the tension, yet she could not display her displeasure, as that would jeopardize the persona she had cultivated for years. How could they possibly be amicable with that wretched Jiang Yan? Were they not all a group of troublesome, uneducated, useless rich second-generation individuals? Logically, someone like Jiang Yan should have been bullied and tormented in their class. Jiang Lian could not fathom it and could only silently curse this group of imbeciles. Oh, look, isn't that the devoted follower and her goddess? What a radiant smile. Keep smiling. Enjoy it while you can. Soon enough, you won't be able to smile at all. No, it's not that you won't be able to smile. It will only be under the influence of medication that you might manage a smile. Gao Yuhua felt as though he was nearing his limit. Jiang Lian probably never expected that this devoted follower before her would yearn to sip the cola that had touched her armpits, stealthily picking it up. Ah! Gao Yuhua suddenly exclaimed, startling Jiang Lian. She looked at him in confusion. Gao Yuhua, his face flushed, stammered, I have something to attend to. I must be going." Without waiting for Jiang Lian to respond, he hurriedly left. Jiang Lian was left bewildered. Zhou Qingya, intrigued by the latter part of Jiang Yan's words, smiled and remarked to Jiang Yan, "Gao Yuhua truly likes Jiang Lian, doesn't he?" "Oh, Gao Yuhua. He is the one who confronted you this morning. You might not know, but he is utterly infatuated with Jiang Lian, a true devoted follower." Jiang Yan nodded in acknowledgement while perusing the gossip that randomly appeared in the gossip encyclopedia, thinking to herself, of course, I am aware. And I know much more than you do. Not to mention his peculiar penchant for the scent of girls' armpits. He even quietly retrieved a discarded milk teacup of Jiang Lian's, savoring the aroma as if in rapture. The funniest part was that an elderly woman witnessing him gave him 15 yuan to buy milk tea, advising him not to sniff discarded drinks anymore. Just as Gao Yuhua reached the stairwell, he nearly stumbled, noticing the teasing glances from classmates passing by, causing him to quicken his pace. Upon entering the classroom, however, he was met with the intense gazes of his classmates. As expected, the gossip regarding him had circulated in the group chat. Gao Yuhua's mind went blank. Heavens, what have I done wrong? From now on, he would definitely avoid Jiang Yan. Gao Yuhua, what are you holding? Lin Lu, having calmed his complex emotions, curiously eyed the stack of pamphlets in Gao Yuhua's hands. Lin Lu quickly grabbed it and, upon discovering it was a stack of anti-drug brochures, lost his smile and shared it in the group chat. The class erupted in laughter, sending Gao Yuhua a flurry of links. Gao Yuhua's phone vibrated incessantly and reluctantly. He opened the messages. Seeing numerous links sent by his classmates, he curiously clicked on one. The screen transitioned to a video of a narcotics officer apprehending drug dealers. Gao Yuhua quickly exited and tried another classmate's message, only to find that they were all related to anti-drug campaigns. Gao Yuhua felt overwhelmed. He vowed never to associate with drugs again. Thus, Gao Yuhua picked up the top anti-drug pamphlet and began solving problems. Lin Lu, witnessing this, was taken aback. Are you alright? You didn't get traumatized, did you? I'm fine. I just have a goal now. What goal? To attend the police academy and become a narcotics officer, Gao Yuhua declared before immersing himself in the exercises once more. Lin Lu widened his eyes, thinking that he truly must have been affected. Wang Jiji, who also heard his words, smiled in appreciation, recognizing his resolve. We need determined individuals like you in our party, she concluded with a reminder. Since you have set your sights on the police academy, be sure not to leave any criminal records in your file. Avoid romantic distractions as well. Gao Yuhua clenched his teeth. I will ensure that such a thing will never occur. I will also not let Jiang Lian get entangled in this. She must have been wrongfully accused. Wang Jiji sighed and shook her head. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. She appears like a mountain lotus. Yet who knows the bones beneath her skirt? It's difficult to explain to you all, Gao Yuhua remarked before losing himself in the sea of exercises once more. Wang Jiji and Lin Lu exchanged glances, both shrugging in resignation. Jiang Yan scanned the classroom, her gaze meeting Jiang Yu's, who had been watching her intently, causing her to squint slightly. Why is Jiang Yu staring at me? Is she still upset about last night? The students around them, engrossed in their own tasks, collectively slowed their movements, discreetly avoiding glancing at Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu, straining to eavesdrop for further details. Had something occurred in the Jiang family last night? Some well-informed individuals quickly deduced the matter, their fingers dancing across their devices as they relayed the details to the group chat. I don't think Jiang Yan is that kind of person. Opinions varied. Some agreed while others disagreed, for they had only just met Jiang Yan, and her true character remained elusive. Naturally, some remained neutral, choosing to be mere spectators. Truly blind. With Jiang Lian's lackluster acting skills, only you bunch of fools would believe she would harm herself just to frame Jiang Yan. As a devoted follower, Gao Yuhua longed to refute the notion that Jiang Lian would orchestrate such a self-inflicted injury to implicate Jiang Yan, convinced that there was a misunderstanding. Yet, in an effort to conceal their ability to hear her thoughts and fearing further exposure of embarrassing gossip by Jiang Yan, Gao Yuhua lowered his head once more, pretending to have heard nothing. The protagonist, Jiang Yu, glared at Jiang Yan, clenching his fists. If looks could kill, Jiang Yan would surely be pierced with arrows. Humph. How can you not believe me, being from the same womb? Let's see what dirt you have. Once I have leverage over you, you won't be able to escape. Dare to oppose me for Jiang Lian again, and I'll spread your secrets far and wide, leading to your social demise. As Jiang Yan spoke, he mentally typed Jiang Yu's name into the search bar and clicked search. Dear stinky little brother, prepare to become the devoted servant of your beautiful and lovely sister. Chapter 7. I will never tell anyone at this moment. Jiang Yu could no longer sit still. He intended to stand and prevent Jiang Yan from exposing his secrets, but was restrained by Su Xingji, who sat in the next aisle. Hey buddy, don't reveal anything. Su Xingji's cheerful demeanor made Jiang Yu want to punch him. Calm down, Jiang Ge, it was bound to happen eventually, urged his classmate, Song Chengzhou. Sitting in front of him, grinning. The sooner the better. Indeed, everyone was in agreement. Jiang Yu's secret would likely be fully revealed by now. Frustrated, he swatted Su Xingji's hand away and buried his face on the desk, covering his ears. As long as he couldn't hear it, it wouldn't matter if others did. However, contrary to his expectations, Jiang Yan's thoughts were eerily silent. The class exchanged puzzled glances and subtly directed their gazes toward Jiang Yan. Those seated nearby could see more clearly, noticing the redness around Jiang Yan's eyes and the tears threatening to spill. Huh? Is he watching gossip? Isn't gossip supposed to be amusing? Could Jiang Yu's secrets be toxic? The uncertainty only fueled their curiosity further. Jiang Yan's thoughts struck the hearts of everyone like a heavy hammer. Jiang Yan was likely to meet an untimely end, probably due to someone else's malice, while Jiang Yu would perish avenging him. In a mere half-day, their class had reached a grim conclusion. Was it truly as Jiang Yan had surmised before, that the class's fate was cursed? For a moment, anxiety loomed over the group. Don't worry, Xiaoyu, I want to end up like that ghostly figure in the future. I won't freeze to death, nor will I let anyone harm you. As your sister, I will protect you. The phrase freeze to death felt like a heavy weight on Jiang Yu's shoulders. His gaze turned solemn and fierce. I will absolutely protect you, he vowed to himself. Since these events had yet to unfold and they were already aware, he would ensure they never occurred. Jiang Yan exhaled deeply, his mood gradually stabilizing. Xiaoyu, I promise to treat you well in the future. If I have a bag of spicy snacks, I will definitely share half with you. Thanks a lot, Jiang Yu replied dryly. I want to use your secrets to blackmail you into servitude. I will keep your secrets safe. I will never tell anyone that you dressed as a girl for a self-portrait when you couldn't find a model, nor that you panicked for a month after losing that painting, terrified of being discovered. I will also keep it to myself that you are afraid of ghosts. Although you often watch horror films with friends, appearing brave, you are terrified every time, too scared to go to the bathroom alone at night. Even if it's just in the dormitory, needing Gu Hichi to accompany you. I will certainly not disclose that one time you forgot to close the window, and the wind blew in, making you think a ghost was touching your feet, prompting you to sleep with Gu Hichi instead. To hide your fear, you even fabricated a story about your bed being wet and unchangeable, waking up early the next day to dampen the bed for credibility. All eyes were suddenly on Jiang Yu, who turned crimson and buried his face in his hands. Stop. You all know now. Su Xingji, ever loyal, suppressed his laughter, saying, Xiaoyu, if you're scared, just admit it. None of us will mock you. Look at the trouble you cause for Hichi every time. Jiang Ge, come on. What's the big deal? Everyone fears ghosts, even the little emperor. It's nothing to be ashamed of, Song Chengzhou comforted. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes internally, thinking this consolation was rather unhelpful. Don't worry, I'll be here for you, chimed in Zhongli Jiaza, known as the Little Emperor, patting Jiang Yu's arm earnestly. Even if Su Xingji insists on telling ghost stories and watching horror films, we can go to the bathroom together. Seeing Jiang Yu's lack of response, Zhongli Jiaza shrugged, assuming he was too shy. He'll be fine in a moment, he smiled. I never expected you to be so cute, Jiang Yu. Lying awake at night and waking early to validate your story. But I do have one question. If your bed was inexplicably wet, wouldn't you think it was a case of bedwetting? You think so, Gu Hichi? Bedwetting? Laughter erupted as everyone chimed in. Come on, Jiang Ge. We've all been trained. We can usually suppress our laughter. Jiang Yu, sensing the warmth of camaraderie, murmured, Thank you all, for you have warmed the 4 seasons. In no time, the chat group was flooded with laughter. Even without glancing at his phone, Jiang Yu could feel the vibrations, knowing his friends were enjoying themselves immensely. A sense of relief washed over him for not having adopted the persona of a school bully back then, Otherwise, he would have faced even greater embarrassment now. Indeed, he had once considered becoming a school tyrant, relishing the freedom to act without restraint, but ultimately decided against it. Doubting his ability to maintain such a facade for 3 years, especially with many familiar faces from his past. Jiang Yu, his deskmate, leaned in, whispering, "Do you know Ultraman?" "Who doesn't?" Jiang Yu replied, puzzled as to why Gu Hichi brought this up. Ultraman is powerful enough to defeat many monsters, yet he too fears cold environments. Even someone like Ultraman has fears. It's not shameful to be afraid of ghosts. Every person has something they fear. And it's precisely because of these emotions that we are so vibrant. Do you believe that? If you were to ask everyone if they feared ghosts, I bet half would fall silent. And you? Jiang Yi turned to Gu Hichi. Do you have fears too? Though Gu Hichi's long hair obscured his eyes, Jiang Yu felt his earnest gaze. Yes, he replied simply. What is it? Jiang Yu inquired, curious. Gu Hichi merely smiled. Jiang Yu pouted. Yet couldn't he deny that Gu Hichi's words alleviated some of his embarrassment. He picked up his phone and entered the chat group. Seeing that everyone was still discussing his fear of ghosts, and with a smirk, he said, "Oh, it seems everyone is having a good time. Aren't you all afraid of ghosts?" The group fell silent for a moment before erupting with activity. Are you kidding? Ghosts? As the heirs of socialism, we can't be afraid. Is that so? Then don't cover up with blankets at night. Covering up is merely for warmth, not because blankets are protective. If a ghost comes for me, I'll break into a song and dance with her. To be honest, I'm scared too. Me too. All right. I shouldn't mock Jiang Yu. I'm scared too. Come on, Wang Zhongyi, aren't you scared as well? Thus, the topic was successfully dropped, and the chatter continued. They always felt that if they continued discussing, a group of people might be too afraid to go to the restroom that evening. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Yu instantly felt invigorated. He turned to Gu Hichi and said, "You are absolutely right." Gu Hichi merely smiled in response, remaining silent. Chapter 8. The poor English teacher, for instance. The dean had long since gone bald and now wore a custom-made wig, leaving no one the wiser about his hairpiece. Take the physical education teacher of Class 1, who, due to his robust physique, was often harassed by a few mischievous students, causing him to develop a distaste for males. Consequently, he constantly surrounded himself with girls, leading the female students to label him a flamboyant scoundrel, while in reality, he was nearly 30 and still a virgin. Then there was a man named Wang Jiqiang, who overslept one day and, in an effort to avoid tardiness, hastily threw on some clothes, only to discover that he had mistakenly worn his wife's underwear. The most mortifying part was when the company janitor accidentally splashed him with a bucket of water, drenching him completely. To make matters worse, he was wearing white pants. In short, they were bombarded with gossip about both familiar and unfamiliar faces, leaving them stuffed with intrigue. If not for the fear of exposure, they would have wished for Jiang Yan to focus on his studies instead of indulging in gossip. Alas, Jiang Yan was oblivious to their mental waves, lost in his enjoyment of the drama unfolding around him. This led to a cacophony of laughter, with Jiang Yan alternating between snorting like a pig and quacking like a duck, causing their writing to devolve into mere ha scribbles. Some even accidentally sent strings of laughter to their friends, leaving the recipients utterly perplexed. Fortunately, when the class bell rang, Jiang Yan finally quieted down, granting them a moment of respite. They fervently wished for the break to be extended, but alas, the time was fixed, and their hopes were dashed. As the Chinese teacher entered, Jiang Yan's inner voice predictably chimed in, "Wow, what a handsome teacher, but he is so disheveled." Indeed, while the Chinese teacher was quite attractive, he was also rather untidy, emanating a rather peculiar odor, reminiscent of someone who hadn't bathed in a while. Although some forthright students had previously suggested he pay attention to his appearance, the teacher remained stubborn, persisting in his unkempt ways. Over time, the students grew weary of mentioning it. After all, it had been over a year and they had all become accustomed to it. Seeing Jiang Yan frowning at the teacher, Zhou Qingyao remarked, "Mr. Zhang has always been like this. You'll get used to it." Jiang Yan rubbed his nose. attempting to ignore the strange scent that seemed to mingle with foot odor, and nodded. Let me see if there's a reason behind Mr. Zhang's demeanor, or if it's simply due to laziness. Not knowing the teacher's name, Jiang Yan resorted to using the fox window technique. The Chinese teacher noticed her actions with a puzzled expression, but made no effort to intervene, knowing that in class 12, any attempt to stop her would be futile. Thus, he continued with his lesson, while the other students eagerly awaited any juicy tidbits from him. As for their overflowing curiosity, there was still space for more gossip. Huh? Mr. Zhang's future isn't appearing this time, Jiang Yan exclaimed in surprise. Previously, after hearing the gossip about 3 individuals, their futures emerged. I thought it was a good omen for class 12, but it seems it was merely coincidence. Mr. Zhang, due to his striking good looks, attracted the attention of some overly enthusiastic female students at his former school, prompting him to resign and transfer here. To avoid a repeat of such incidents, he deliberately dressed in a shabby manner, transforming himself into a disheveled uncle. Yet, despite his efforts, he still finds himself the object of someone else's affection. Jiang Yan shook her head, casting a sympathetic glance at Mr. Zhang. Noticing Jiang Yan's gaze, Mr. Zhang raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Meanwhile, the other students were intensely focused, their eagerness palpable as they yearned to uncover who had a crush on their teacher. Although they were aware of Mr. Zhang's disheveled act, it was hard to believe anyone could be so bold as to pursue him in such a state. Not long after, that student seemed to realize Mr. Zhang would reject her, so she devised a plan to coerce him into compliance, only to be met with a firm refusal. He spent an entire night imparting moral lessons, leaving her terrified of him and keeping her distance. As Jiang Yan paused, the others felt the itch of curiosity, desperate to shake her shoulders and demand to know the identity of the student in question. However, they refrained from doing so. Thus, they engaged in animated discussions, yet failed to pinpoint the suspect. Nonetheless, they acknowledged that if that student acted carelessly, it could spell disaster for Mr. Zhang. Everyone agreed. While the student's actions might only lead to heartbreak for her, any exposure could jeopardize Mr. Zhang's future. If, by some malicious intent, the matter were to surface online, it could ruin him for life. Though it hadn't happened yet, they agreed to remain vigilant. Mr. Zhang was, after all, a decent person. Just to clarify, this student isn't from our class, is she? I find some of our classmates to be rather eccentric, one of them remarked. What do you think? Sigh, Mr. Zhang is fortunate. Another teacher in a few years won't be so lucky. Reflecting on that teacher's situation, Jiang Yan sighed. Let us make a note of that incident and see if we can prevent it from occurring. Determined, Jiang Yan retrieved her phone from her backpack and opened her notes to record everything. Speaking of which, I learned about this incident while searching for gossip about a little girl in the same neighborhood. It's astounding how someone who appeared so well-behaved as a child could end up so misguided as an adult. Well, here's how it went. The little girl entered high school, and her English teacher was exceptionally handsome, kind, and gentle, easily connecting with the students. Despite her excellent grades in all subjects, her English was lacking, so she sought help from her teacher. The English teacher, being a good man, decided to tutor her for half an hour each day to secure her future. Can you blame a young girl for developing feelings for a charming teacher who was so understanding and encouraging? The answer is yes. She became infatuated with him and, dissatisfied with their student-teacher relationship, confessed her feelings. Naturally, the teacher viewed her solely as a student and rejected her, trying to reason with her. However, rather than coming to her senses, she became increasingly obsessive, even stalking him and threatening him with poor performance and declining grades. She even went as far as to intimidate any female student who got close to him. The English teacher, feeling helpless, attempted to talk to her, but she was resolute in her desire to be with him. Ultimately, he submitted his resignation, hoping to leave once the term ended. Unbeknownst to him, the girl discovered his intentions, and her affection morphed into hatred. She falsely accused him of taking advantage of her under the guise of tutoring. Although the police investigation proved his innocence, the girl had indeed suffered trauma, but not at the hands of the English teacher. Rather, she had been victimized by a group of delinquents. Her family eventually learned of the truth, but out of a desire to preserve their reputation and avoid scrutiny, they collectively decided to falsely accuse the English teacher. They took to the internet, and even without funds to secure trending status, the incident gained traction due to its sensational aspects. Coupled with the sensationalism of various media outlets, the situation spiraled out of control. The girl's family, witnessing this, became even more fearful of revealing the truth and doubled down on their accusations against the teacher. The deceived netizens of justice, despite having the police's validation, remained skeptical of their claims and insisted on pursuing what they deemed righteous. The unfortunate outcome was that the English teacher faced utter devastation, resulting in the suicides of his parents. In a fit of rage, the English teacher sought an explanation but was brutally beaten by the girl's family and cast out into the streets, only to be further assaulted by others. No one came to his defense, as he had become a pariah, loathed by all. After that incident, the English teacher vanished from the little girl's life entirely. Upon hearing this, the audience could no longer contain their outrage. Had the victim been present, they would have eagerly confronted her. Chapter 9: A Shocking Revelation. The English teacher was actually 7 years later. The girl's family faced relentless misfortune, culminating in a catastrophic car accident that left them all incapacitated. At that moment, the English teacher reappeared. It turned out that all the calamities, including the accident, were orchestrated by him. A sense of justice was finally served. Jiang Yan found immense satisfaction in this conclusion. Although uncertain of the teacher's ultimate fate, she hoped for a favorable outcome. As the crowd discussed the unfolding events, they expressed their incredulity at the teacher's plight. How could someone so unfortunate be targeted for merely being handsome? The thought of enduring such a fate was suffocating. Would the English teacher's actions come to light? That depended on how discreetly he had operated. They all hoped he would be safe. But who was this English teacher? Jiang Yan pondered if revealing his identity could allow them to take preventive measures or even bring him to their school, potentially averting such tragedies. Indeed. Did no one consider this? Jiang Yan pointed out that 8 years had passed, suggesting that the current English teacher could still be a university student or perhaps even a high school peer. Regardless, she had documented the matter, determined to keep the English teacher's situation in check. By the way, what was the English teacher's name? Someone mused. I was quite astonished when I first heard it. It resembled that of a male protagonist from a novel. Oh, right. Zhongli Jiaja, the one who shares a surname with the emperor. A gasp echoed through the room as everyone was taken aback, inadvertently knocking books from the table. Zhongli Jiaja. Could it be? The unfortunate English teacher was indeed Zhongli Jiaja. Jiang Yan, oblivious to their shock, scanned the crowd, noticing their astonishment despite their attempts to conceal it. This only solidified her belief that her classmates were under some curse. Should we seek a talisman for peace? Someone suggested. Zhongli Jiaja, your book. Song Chengzhou shouted, slamming the book onto Zhongli Jiaja's desk. He simply pressed his lips together and thanked him quietly, aware that Song Chengzhou was trying to discern if he was the English teacher Jiang Yan had described. What? Zhongli Jiaja. Jiang Yan exclaimed, her attention sharply focused on him. She eagerly peered through her window of insight. Goodness, it really is him. How could the wretched English teacher be my classmate? This is an unprecedented twist of fate. It was confirmed. Zhongli Jiaja was indeed the teacher in question. The classmates furrowed their brows, a simmering anger brewing within them. Zhongli Jiaja had consistently been the top student in their class. Although being the best in class 12 did not carry much weight at Fujizi Academy, Zhongli Jiaja lacked the arrogance often seen in high-achieving students. He was approachable, always willing to explain concepts and lend his homework to others. Thus, he was generally well-liked. It was infuriating to think that such a good person was being slandered. And they felt frustration not only towards the girl who had initiated this, but also towards their future selves for their inaction. Similarly, Jiang Yu, who shared the same sentiments, pondered why their future selves had remained silent. Zhongli Jiaja was his close friend, and he understood his character well. So why did their future selves not come to his aid? After much contemplation, Jiang Yu could only arrive at a grim conclusion. He had perished. With a sigh, Jiang Yu lamented the situation. For Zhongli Jiaja, the revelation of his grim fate weighed heavily on his heart. Learning about his tragic future was disheartening. But the greater sorrow stemmed from the impact it would have on his parents. Their family was of decent standing, yet still far from the wealth of Jiang Yu and his peers. His admission to Fujizi Academy had come from an exceptional performance in the entrance exams. He had entered the school with high aspirations, only to be taught a harsh lesson about the difference between brilliance and mediocrity, leading to a significant decline in his academic performance, ultimately resulting in his placement in Class 12. His parents had never blamed him for his declining grades, but expressed concern over the possibility of him being bullied in such a school. They had even suggested transferring to a regular school. However, he had developed strong friendships and was reluctant to leave, especially given the excellent educational facilities at Fujizi Academy. They respected his decision, assuring him that he could inform them if he ever felt uncomfortable and they would facilitate a transfer. Such loving and respectful parents had tragically lost their lives. Zhongli Jiaja felt a chill run through him. Let me see what happened after Zhongli Jiaja was attacked, someone proposed. The group stifled their unrest, awaiting the continuation of the story. After being beaten by passers-by, Zhongli Jiaja was discarded in a rural garbage dump. It was a terrible fate. Indeed, it was. Many emotional female classmates felt tears welling in their eyes. That day, it rained heavily, even more than the night when Yiping went to borrow money. The group responded, there was no need for such a comparison. The tension they had built up dissipated. Zhongli Jiaja thought he would die that way. But then Gu Hichi found him. Wait, isn't Gu Hichi Xiaoyu's roommate? Unbelievable, it was Gu Hichi again. Never mind, that's not important. What matters is that Gu Hichi saved Zhongli Jiaja and took him abroad. Later, the police investigated Zhongli Jiaja, but he was never implicated in the accident, as there was no evidence linking him to it. Upon reading this, Jiang Yan exhaled in relief. Thank goodness Zhongli Jiaja was safe. The others felt similarly relieved. However, it seems the situation in Class 12 is rather ominous, someone remarked. Including me, we have achieved 5 fatalities, and with Zhongli Jiaja, who is essentially indistinguishable from the deceased, we have a serious problem. Jiang Yan felt a sense of dread, contemplating whether she and Jiang Yu should switch classes. Others chimed in, how can there be 5? There are only 4 of us, Jiang Yan, Jiang Yu, Gao Yuhua, and Lin Lo. Did you miscount? Is it possible that the 5th is Gu Hichi? Huh? The person Jiang Yan mentioned, excluding Xiao Dijun, leaves only Gu Hichi. That makes sense. But how did Gu Hichi die? I don't know. Perhaps we'll find out later. That could be true. When Jiang Yan investigates Gu Hichi's gossip, she might uncover the truth. If it weren't for Gu Hichi, Zhongli Jiaja might have met his end in that dump. That wasn't me, Gu Hichi said softly. Regardless, I appreciate your help. Gu Hichi fell silent. Chapter 10. Let's get a rabbit. The morning slipped away in this manner. Class 22 learned from Jiang Yan's inner voice that she possessed the ability to search for others' gossip through something called the Gossip Compendium. They discovered that they could only hear Jiang Yan's inner voice when the compendium was open, though the reason for this eluded them. I'll take you to the cafeteria, said Jiang Yu as she swiftly approached Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan smiled. Thank you, Xiao Yu. Jiang Yu frowned, her dissatisfaction evident. Don't call me Xiao Yu. All right, Xiao Yu. Jiang Yan replied playfully. Hurry up. The cafeteria is where the real school experience lies, Jiang Yan urged. Jiang Yu rolled her eyes in exasperation. There's no need for that. The cafeteria is spacious and well-stocked. Even if it weren't, we could always order from the small cafeteria or go off campus to eat without waiting in line. Oh! Jiang Yan replied disinterestedly. This is so boring. The old school was far more amusing, with familiar friends to accompany each other. One queuing for rice while the other queued for vegetables. Let us go together, suggested Shou Qingya to Jiang Yan. We are desk mates. so it's perfect for getting to know each other. Sure, the more, the merrier, Jiang Yan agreed without hesitation. Seeing Jiang Yan's willingness, Jiang Yu also expressed her consent, inquiring whether they would eat at the main cafeteria or the smaller one. The main cafeteria is fine. However, if it doesn't meet our expectations, the smaller one is also an option. Fortunately, the food at the cafeteria was already quite delectable, far superior to that of her previous school's cafeteria, especially the sweet and sour ribs that she adored. Most importantly, the cafeteria staff served generous portions, making her smile even sweeter in response to their warm demeanor. After filling their plates, Jiang Yan followed Jiang Yu and Zhou Qingya towards the two boys waving at them. Hello, Jiang Yan. I'm Su Xingji, a good friend of Xiao Yu, greeted Su Xingji, who sported a streak of red in his hair. If anyone bullies you, just come to me. Xiao Yu's sister is like my sister. Get lost. Who do you think you are? Jiang Yu kicked Su Xingji's chair. Hello. Jiang Yan smiled and nodded, though she mused internally. Others also call you Xiao Yu. Why can't I? I shall call you Xiao Yu. Little fish. Xiao Yu. As the playful teasing continued, especially with the three piercing gazes upon her, Jiang Yu felt increasingly uncomfortable. Just eat, she grumbled, pouring all her sweet and sour ribs onto Jiang Yan's plate. Jiang Yan looked at Jiang Yu, bemused, but couldn't he complain, given that the latter had shared her favorite dish. Noticing that Jiang Yan had ceased her inner monologue, Jiang Yu sighed in relief and took a seat, placing a braised chicken leg onto the plate of her deskmate, Gu Hichi. Eat more. You always have so little. No wonder you're so skinny. Ah, what a biased little fish. Why didn't you give me a big chicken leg? Su Xingji teased with a grin. All you do is eat, Jiang Yu retorted, tossing the remaining piece of chicken leg onto Su Xingji's plate without considering his own size. Su Xingji chuckled, I eat more precisely because I'm bigger. Jiang Yan savored the sweet and sour ribs, watching the antics between the two, unable to suppress her laughter. Having friends to playfully banter with was a rare treasure, especially since some individuals were unable to appreciate humor, of the benign sort, of course. However, the cheerful atmosphere momentarily fell silent. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yan, her thoughts wandered. After all, as soon as he shows any talent, Jiang Lian will covertly target him, causing the Jiang family to harbor grievances against him. According to the gossip, Xiao Yu excelled in his studies as a child. His remarkable grades led Jiang Lian to wail in despair, unable to cope with the comparison. The Jiang family, unable to console Jiang Lian, blamed Xiao Yu for his excellence. Additionally, Jiang Lian wished to be the cherished little princess, prompting the Jiang family to allow Xiao Yu, who should have been the younger brother, to assume the role of an older brother. What a dysfunctional family! How terrifying it is to be associated with them, lest I, too, succumb to their inexplicable madness. Perhaps in the future, I might become as foolish as they are simply by being around them. The more Jiang Yan pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Otherwise, how could she engage in such demeaning behavior? She was no masochist. Ah, my poor Xiao Yu. With an elder sister around, I shall ensure you are never bullied. If they dare to trouble us, we shall leave the Jiang family. I have the means to support us. By the way, let us buy a cat plushie after school. The gossip mentioned that Xiao Yu once received an adorable cat plushie for his birthday, which Jiang Lian promptly snatched away. The Jiang family not only failed to reprimand Jiang Lian, but also admonished Xiao Yu to be more generous, insisting that Jiang Lian was still young and needed a little leeway. How absurd! Who truly needs to be the more accommodating one? It is because of them that Xiao Yu must conceal his brilliance. Blind and foolish mortals. Jiang Yan's frustration mounted, and she stabbed a chicken leg forcefully before placing it onto Jiang Yu's plate, her eyes reddening as she urged, Eat more, look at how thin you are. Jiang Yu gazed at Jiang Yan's tear-brightened eyes and opened his mouth to utter a simple thank you, though the wounds of the past had been reopened. Warmth filled his heart. He was cared for and cherished. From the moment the cat plushie was taken, He had come to realize that anything he cherished would be taken by Jiang Lian, leading him to master the art of concealment. To this day, even the Jiang family remained ignorant of his true passions and talents. Most importantly, he would protect Jiang Yan. He would never allow her to face the chilling fate of being frozen to death. Jiang Yu silently reaffirmed this vow in his heart. Beside them, Su Xingji glanced at Jiang Yu, who was lost in thought, feeling a surge of anger for his friend's plight. He knew Jiang Yu was not fond of discussing his family and seemed to harbor a disdain for it. Yet he never imagined Jiang Yu endured such hardships within the Jiang household. After all, Jiang Yu was a lively person, often engaging in playful banter with their circle of friends. The image of him as a silent, emotionless puppet was utterly unfathomable. Su Xingji felt a pang of regret. Despite their years of friendship, he had been oblivious to this side of Jiang Yu. It's not your fault. I simply haven't shared anything. If the Jiang family bullies you, my home is always open to you. You underestimate me. How could I allow them to bully you? Jiang Yu's lips curled slightly upward. He would play the role of a quiet, emotionless puppet in the Jiang household, a mere avoidance of conflict. Engaging them head-on was not something he feared. He simply found it unworthy of his time and energy. To him, they were not deserving of such efforts. Thus, he chose the most pragmatic approach. Here, Gu Hechi, who had been quietly observing like a transparent figure, placed a piece of candy into Jiang Yu's hand. It was his favorite blueberry flavor. Why are you giving me candy again? Jiang Yu's mood brightened considerably. Are you trying to comfort me like a child? Gu Hechi shook his head earnestly. I gave it to you because you enjoy it. Thanks, Jiang Yu nudged Gu Hechi playfully with his foot. Gu Hechi lowered his head, murmuring, no need to mention it. The Jiang family was indeed a perplexing one. Zhou Qingya, beside Jiang Yan, was utterly astonished. They were all of a similar social standing, and she had encountered Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu's parents at various events alongside her own. She had never anticipated that beneath their seemingly warm and harmonious facade lay such a tumultuous reality. Due to Jiang Lian's discontent, she blames others for their excellence. Truly a case of judging a book by its cover. No wonder she disowns her biological daughter, insisting on a foster child instead. Chapter 11. Is this school owned by my family? Can I sit here, sister? A gentle voice inquired from the side, tinged with a hint of timidity. Even without glancing over, Jiang Yan recognized the owner of that sweet voice. Turning her head, she confirmed it was indeed Jiang Lian. At that moment, Jiang Lian stood nearby, her eyes slightly reddened, glistening with unshed tears, and a faint sorrow lingered in her gaze. Anyone witnessing this would assume that the stoic Jiang Yan had bullied Jiang Lian. The two girls beside Jiang Lian shot her disdainful glances, as if she were the villain. Observers drawn by Jiang Lian's popularity furrowed their brows, their eyes on Jiang Yan filled with understanding and distaste. It seemed that this scene only reinforced their impressions of Jiang Yan from the school forum. Crazy. Jiang Yan's warm lips uttered such frigid words. This school isn't mine. Sit wherever you wish. It's not like we're sharing the same table. There's a gap of 2 seats between us, and yet you still ask me. Who knows if there's something wrong with you? Classmates who could hear Jiang Yan's thoughts nodded in agreement. Indeed, their gazes toward Jiang Lian grew more profound. It appeared that the prior tales regarding Jiang Lian's character were considerably embellished. Why are you cursing? Jiang Lian's friend, a girl with a simple ponytail and light makeup, retorted in discontent. Xiao Lian, ignore this kind of person. Just being in the same space as her taints the air. Exactly, another girl chimed in. She's merely a relative borrowing from your family. You need not lower yourself to her level. Xia, Rui, it's all right. Mom and Dad instructed me to care for my sister well. It's just that. Jiang Lian's voice trailed off as she glanced at the large red mark on the back of her hand, quickly forcing a smile and shaking her head. No, it's nothing. As long as my sister is happy. TSK, such talent for acting. Even an award-winning actress would feel ashamed in your presence, another voice teased. You're just too kind. Which is why you're always bullied, and Xia remarked, exasperated, turning her gaze toward Jiang Yan. She slammed her hand on the table, fixing Jiang Yan with a fierce glare. You better recognize your place. You're just a guest at Xiao Lian's home, and yet you dare to bully her. Xiao Lian's kindness is not a reason for you to mistreat her. Let us not even mention how you burned her yesterday. If you dare to bully her again, don't blame us for being rude. We aren't as forgiving as Xiao Lian. Exactly, the other girl, Zhang Jiarue, agreed. Yes. You're all absolutely right. Your Xiao Lian could pass gas, and it would smell sweet. Heaven knows I merely spoke a single word. And I was met with cruelty for bullying Jiang Lian. The classmates in the cafeteria who heard Jiang Yan's inner thoughts nearly burst into laughter, but stifled it, their expressions turning comically odd. Those around them, seeing their peculiar behavior, hurriedly distanced themselves. Noticing the scene, many understood the reality of the situation. As in Xia and Zhang Jiarue took turns targeting Jiang Yan, Jiang Yu calmly interjected. Jiang Lian tightened her grip on her tray momentarily before relaxing, concealing her vulnerability. Wow, how fascinating! Even a child from a relative's family resembles someone more like twins than Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu, Su Xingji interjected. This remark turned the attention of the gossipers toward Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu, and upon closer inspection, their resemblance was striking, an 80 similarity. With a little grooming, they could easily pass for one another. Anyone could see they shared a familial bond. For a moment, the cafeteria grew quieter. Some onlookers exchanged knowing glances at the distinctly different Jiang Lian. Despite her internal fury, Jiang Lian maintained her delicate, gentle facade, appearing blissfully unaware of the remarks around her. Reminiscent of a naive beauty. Perhaps she is merely playing the role of a naive beauty? Jiang Yan pondered. But such a stark contrast in appearance. Amidst the crowd, someone muttered, Jiang Lian can't possibly endure this. Even with her thick skin, she was still just a teenage girl, and keeping her expression unchanged was quite an achievement. What are you all talking about? Jiang Lian feigned ignorance. The food is getting cold. Since my sister doesn't welcome us, we shall not intrude. With a quiver in her voice, she added, Rest assured, sister, I want to ride in the same car as you. The crowd's expressions shifted once again. Some who had doubted Jiang Lian wished to exclaim, How could I have suspected such a lovely and gentle girl? It must be said, Jiang Lian's face, reminiscent of one's first love, was a significant advantage, explaining her multitude of admirers. Based on my understanding of Jiang Lian, things are certainly not as simple as they seem. Consider her thought process. Right, she would undoubtedly fall and say, Sister, it's not your fault. It's my clumsiness. Not related to you at all. Yes, I should keep my distance from her. Then, with a loud crash, Jiang Lian fell to the ground, her tray flying from her hands, scattering food everywhere. Sister, it's not your fault. It's my clumsiness. Not related to you at all, Jiang Lian exclaimed, feigning strength amidst her distress. However, the atmosphere turned eerily silent. This reaction felt out of place. Jiang Lian looked up to see everyone exchanging glances, even her two companions hesitating to speak. Realizing something was amiss, Jiang Lian glanced at Jiang Yan, who stood at least 5 meters away. Surely, my sister lacks the ability to teleport, Jiang Yu remarked, calmly taking a bite of her food. Jiang Lian, do watch where you're going, Su Xingji chuckled, his hand under the table quickly typing on his phone, relaying the events to their group chat. Others, including Shou Qiya and other classmates present, contributed to the narrative. By this point, even those not present in Class 22 understood the unfolding drama. See, I told you so. Su Xingji and the others nodded in agreement. Sister, be more careful in the future. They say every grain of rice comes from hard work. It's shameful to waste food. Jiang Yan's eyes glistened. During her difficult times, there were soldiers who struggled to fill their bellies. I can't believe Jiang Lian is truly remarkable. Her tears flow so easily. While I have to think of sad memories just to redden my eyes. Sigh, there's no contest. No wonder she has so many people wrapped around her finger. The cafeteria buzzed with chatter once more. Jiang Lian could no longer bear it, covering her face as she ran away. As she fled, she cursed inwardly. Damn that vicious woman. Why didn't she die with those two? And that Jiang Yu. What a wretched creature. Previously mute at home. Now she finds her voice. Curse her, curse her, curse her. Jiang Lian was infuriated, her face contorted, losing all semblance of the first love aura. She kicked a large tree in frustration, only to hurt her toe and hop in pain, muttering angrily, Jiang Yan, we shall see. Chapter 12. Jiang Yan's inner thoughts are genuine. After lunch, Jiang Yan approached her homeroom teacher to finalize her boarding arrangements. Living on campus was far more comfortable than residing in the Jiang household, where she need not endure the ghastly faces of her family daily, nor remain vigilant against Jiang Lian's schemes, allowing her to relish in peace and tranquility. Twinge Academy, recognized as one of the nation's prestigious elite institutions, boasted exceptional dormitory arrangements, offering single, double, and quad rooms. Most students from affluent families opted for single or double rooms, while those from average backgrounds settled for quad accommodations. After contemplation, Jiang Yan chose a single room. With her savings, she could comfortably afford the fees for a single dormitory. Rather than choosing to share a dormitory with a multitude of individuals, which would disrupt the established camaraderie, it would be far more convenient to reside alone, thus avoiding a plethora of complications. As soon as the school bell rang, she eagerly grasped Jiang Yu's hand, pulling him away from the school premises. With an array of essentials to procure, bedding, toiletries, and various household items, Jiang Yan naturally required an extra pair of hands. After successfully acquiring everything noted in the memorandum, as well as a few additional miscellaneous items, the duo returned home laden with their purchases. Since Jiang Yu could not manage such a heavy load alone, he summoned all his close friends from the dormitory to assist him. Once everything was organized, Jiang Yan waved his hand generously, treating everyone to a meal. The group then ventured outside the campus together. Upon stepping through the front door, he was greeted by the sight of an elegant woman lounging on his family's sofa, casually holding a water-drenched green grape, poised to pop it into her mouth. Hearing the commotion, the woman turned her attention towards him. Recognizing Lin Lu, her gaze shifted slightly, and she set down the grape, rising to approach him. Hello, my name is Jiang Yan, but you may call me Sister Yan, she said with a charming smile, reminiscent of a resplendent rose in full bloom. Lin Lu remained silent, his lips pressed together. Sensing his reticence, a flicker of displeasure crossed Jiang Yan's eyes, but she quickly masked it, betraying not a hint of dissatisfaction. Instead, she stood awkwardly to the side, appearing somewhat flustered. What are you doing, Lin Lu? Lin Yang descended the stairs with a furrowed brow, expressing his discontent. Aunt Zhang is greeting you. Did you not notice? How impolite of you. From Lin Yang's vantage point, Jiang Yan tightened her fingers, her expression momentarily contorted. Aunt Zhang? The thought nearly crushed her spirit. Yet, she merely contemplated, as her future happiness depended on Lin Yang. Mr. Lin, Jiang Yan hesitated, glancing at Lin Lu. Lele is still young and likely did not mean any offense. Please do not hold it against him. I am a stranger who has suddenly appeared in his home. He must be feeling quite unsteady. Still young? Huh. Nearly of age yet still considered a child. Do not speak in his defense. I know my son all too well. As Lin Yang spoke, he maneuvered past Lin Lu to join Jiang Yan, taking her arm and guiding her toward the sofa. You're pregnant. Do not overexert yourself. Please have a seat. You're incorrigible. What are you doing in front of the child? Jiang Yan playfully scolded, her cheeks flushing slightly as she laughed and sat down. From now on, we are family. And he must become accustomed to this, Lin Yang stated solemnly. Observing the two, Lin Lu suddenly felt like an extraneous presence, not merely a third wheel, but rather an inconsequential entity within this household. This is your Aunt Zhang. I have already registered our marriage and she is now your elder. You must show her the respect she deserves, unlike your earlier display of rudeness, Lin Yang commanded Lin Lu. Our wedding is scheduled for the 15th of next month, and your attendance is mandatory. This announcement further solidified Jiang Yan's inner turmoil. Does anyone have connections for a paternity test? Lin Lu inquired within a group chat. If he were to procure the sample himself, given his father's influence, it would not be long before his father became aware of it. Send it to me by tomorrow. I have a hospital under my family's name that can conduct the test. Thank you. Today had proven to be far more eventful than all his previous experiences combined. After a moment's pause, Lin Lu picked up his phone and searched for Fu Li's hen on Baidu, staring blankly at his photograph. Although the image was somewhat blurry, he could discern a resemblance. Unfortunately, his parents were still at work, leaving him no choice but to set down his backpack and pace near the entrance. Glancing periodically at the elevator, disheartened as no one appeared on their floor. Ding! The crisp chime of the elevator arriving broke his reverie. He glanced over to see his mother emerging, and a wave of emotion surged within him as he rushed forward to embrace her. I'm sorry, he murmured softly. His mother, taken aback, did not immediately inquire about the reason, but gently patted his back. His father exchanged puzzled looks with his mother, who shrugged in bemusement, equally clueless about the situation. It was only after dinner that they finally broached the subject, asking Lin Lu if anything had occurred at school. No. I just missed you both, he replied with a smile. Everyone in class has been very kind to me, you need not worry. The couple scrutinized Lin Li's expression, reassured by his demeanor that all was well. Zhang's mother's sharp voice pierced through the phone, causing Jiang Yan to abruptly end the call. Initially stunned, Zhang's mother soon erupted with anger. Her years of refinement did not lead her to curse, but her frustration escalated to the point of regret. Jiang Lian, overhearing the conversation, felt a surge of joy but feigned concern, gently shaking her mother's arm. Mom, please refrain from such remarks. It wouldn't be good if my sister overheard. My matters are truly insignificant. I am merely waiting. You dear, Zhang's mother said, lightly tapping Jiang Lian's nose with exasperation. This is why you are so often taken advantage of. What do you mean waiting? You have waited over an hour, yet she has disappeared who knows where. Clearly, she is oblivious to the situation. Mom, I'm genuinely fine. After all, my sister is your biological daughter. Give her some time, and she will adjust. As long as she is well, I can remain close to both you and Dad, and that would suffice for me. Sweet child, Zhang's mother affectionately ruffled Jiang Lian's hair. She compared the two in her mind, growing increasingly dissatisfied with Jiang Yan. After chatting for a while, Zhang's mother was cheered by Jiang Lian's lightheartedness, and her earlier anger dissipated. Jiang Lian giggled, skipping happily upstairs. Be careful, don't trip, Zhang's mother cautioned fondly, her heart swelling with pride for Jiang Lian, hoping that Jiang Yan would not let down her expectations. With this thought, Zhang's mother glanced at the clock, her brow furrowed. Chapter 13. Madness. Zhang's mother dialed Jiang Yan's number once more. Just as he was finishing a meal with friends, Jiang Yan casually answered the phone. Is there something you need? He asked indifferently, treating his mother's words as mere background noise. Zhang's mother felt a lump in her throat, her previously extinguished anger reignited. What are you laughing about? She queried, her brows knitted tightly as though she could crush a fly. You seem to forget many things, dear mother, Jiang Yan retorted. What? Since when did your family wait for me to have dinner? Share your thoughts. I'd love to hear them. What? You can't articulate your response? Jiang Yan's tone dripped with sarcasm, clearly conveyed through the phone. How shameless can you be? Jiang Yan dismissed the conversation, demanding, Now, what is it that you want? After a brief pause, Zhang's mother, unwilling to engage in further arguments, stated, Why are you bullying Jiang Lian? I understand that you feel aggrieved. But what wrong has she done? Her parents made mistakes, and she should not have to bear the consequences. Her biological parents are such people. She is more pained and guilty than anyone else. In an attempt to make amends, she has given you her most cherished room. What more could you possibly want? Can you not be a little more considerate to ease my and your father's concerns? Jiang Yan let out a cold laugh, muttering, "Just wait and see," before hanging up. Jiang Yu, feeling uneasy, decided to accompany him. The two walked in silence until they arrived at the community. With Jiang Yu's face recognition, their taxi smoothly entered the premises and halted before the Jiang residence. As they entered, the individuals in the living room, engaged in laughter, turned their attention towards them. Before they could utter a word, Jiang Yan swiftly approached them, raised his hand, and struck Jiang Lian across the face. Jiang father, Jiang mother, and Jiang Lian were all taken aback by Jiang Yan's sudden action. Seizing the moment of their astonishment, Jiang Yan retrieved a self-defense baton purchased from the store and without hesitation began to swing it at them. In an instant, the Jiang family erupted in cries of distress. "What are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" Jiang father protested, attempting to resist while seizing the baton, only to be met with the jolt of Jiang Yan's electric self-defense weapon, causing him to release his grip in shock. Jiang Yan, while wielding the dog-whipping stick method, laughed maniacally. "Hee, what am I doing? As you all say, bullying Jiang Lian. Not only shall I bully Jiang Lian, but I shall also bully you. Do you truly think I am a dog that can be summoned and dismissed at will, to be scolded and beaten as you please? Do you believe I cherish your presence? Were it not for your meddling, my life would be carefree and joyful." The thought of her lost carefree days only fueled Jiang Yan's aggression. She struck with greater force, aiming for the hidden areas where her strikes would cause maximum discomfort, all while inciting cries for help from the servants. Naturally, Jiang Yu could not stand idly by as the servants attempted to restrain Jiang Yan, so she intervened, kicking a few members of the Jiang family in the process. Jiang Yan, not content with merely hitting people, surveyed the room, and her gaze landed on the cake atop the coffee table. Narrowing her eyes, she suddenly pressed down on Jiang father, shoving the cake into his mouth. "You dare say the whole family is waiting for me to eat? Is this what waiting looks like? Where's the meal? I see only dessert here. Come. As your dutiful daughter, I shall feed you." She stuffed a generous portion of the cake into Jiang father's mouth and then turned her attention to Jiang mother, forcing the rest of the cake into her mouth until it was completely gone. Finally, her gaze fell upon Jiang Lian, who was hiding behind the sofa. Upon making eye contact, Jiang Yan revealed a devilish grin, causing Jiang Lian to tremble in fear. "Sister, what? You too shall eat." Jiang Yan yanked Jiang Lian by her hair and dragged her into the kitchen, where she swiftly grabbed a handful of grapes from the refrigerator, shoving them into Jiang Lian's mouth. Jiang parents, having regained their composure, watched helplessly, feeling pity for Jiang Lian but too fearful of the crazed Jiang Yan to intervene. They averted their eyes, pretending not to see. After feeding Jiang Lian a plate of grapes, Jiang Yan released her grip on her hair and, as if nothing had happened, turned on the faucet to wash her hands. "Oh dear, I slipped earlier and accidentally touched some dog droppings," she chuckled, covering her mouth. "I trust you won't mind an extra helping, will you?" "What?" The three of them stared in wide-eyed disbelief. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but they faintly detected a foul odor, causing their stomachs to churn as they rushed to the bathroom to vomit. Jiang Yan blinked innocently at Jiang Yu. "I was just joking. They wouldn't really believe me, would they?" Jiang Yu nodded with a smile. After all, they aren't particularly clever. The servants who had attempted to restrain Jiang Yan had long since retreated, fearing for their own safety. Disregarding everyone else, Jiang Yan ascended the stairs to her room, retrieving the suitcase she had placed in the corner, preparing to leave. 1 week had passed since her arrival at the Jiang family, and this suitcase was all she had brought, making it convenient for her to depart. As she approached the desk, she accidentally bumped into it, causing a vase on the edge to crash to the floor, shattering and scattering the beautiful champagne-colored roses that emitted a rich fragrance. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, knowing precisely who had placed the flowers there. She clicked her tongue, thinking she should have indeed touched some dog droppings before entering. As she stepped out of the room, Jiang Yu took the suitcase from her hands, carrying one of his own. Perhaps his sorrow had long been worn away by countless instances of favoritism. "I welcome you," Jiang Yan said, standing on her tiptoes to embrace Jiang Yu. "Once we graduate high school, we shall attend the same university in the same city, and there we will buy a home of our own." Jiang Yu listened, the smile in his eyes deepening. "All right," he replied. Jiang Yan grinned, feeling invigorated. Not long after, the two of them exited the Jiang household. Having vented her frustrations, Jiang Yan felt refreshed and radiant. She tidied her disheveled hair and mused, the madness of literature. However, her joy was short-lived. Just before they could leave the neighborhood, a sleek black luxury car blocked their path. A tall, handsome man stepped out of the vehicle, his striking features marred by a menacing scowl, his cold eyes seemingly harboring boundless fury. This was Jiang Shen, the eldest brother of the Jiang family. Noticing the murderous intent in his gaze, Jiang Yan deduced that Jiang Lian must have called him to complain. "Is there something you need?" Jiang Yan replied, mirroring his cold demeanor, devoid of any emotion in her gaze, her hand instinctively gripping the retractable baton hidden in her sleeve. Of all the individuals Jiang Yan despised, apart from Jiang Lian, Jiang Shen ranked high on that list. After all, he was one of the culprits behind her suffering. Jiang Yu, upon hearing Jiang Yan's silent thoughts, could hardly believe his ears. He had speculated on the identity of the person who might cause Jiang Yan harm, and naturally, Jiang Lian topped the list, followed closely by her sycophants. He had relegated the Jiang family to the bottom tier, for despite their disdain for Jiang Yan, they were still blood relatives. Yet, Jiang Yan's inner voice struck him like a slap. He had overestimated the Jiang family. Jiang Yu's gaze turned towards Jiang Shen, now filled with scrutiny and disdain. He had never felt such aversion towards anyone besides Jiang Lian. Did Jiang Shen truly favor Jiang Lian so much that he could remain indifferent to the plight of his own sister? Jiang Lian sought to drag the future version of Jiang Yan down with her, hoping to humiliate her. In a reflexive response, the future Jiang Yan grabbed Jiang Lian, inadvertently pulling her down with her. As a group rushed to rescue Jiang Lian, the future Jiang Yan managed to rise. The Jiang Lian, who was rescued first, wept pitifully, her eyes brimming with tears, prompting Jiang Shen to believe Jiang Lian's one-sided narrative that the future Jiang Yan had pushed her out of jealousy. During winter, with snow falling in the city, it was inevitable that Jiang Lian would fall ill. In his fury, Jiang Shen had ordered the bodyguards to make the future Jiang Yan kneel on the grass in the garden, while their parents stated they would allow her to rise once Jiang Lian regained consciousness. Thus, the future Jiang Yan succumbed to the cold. Just the thought sent a chill down Jiang Yu's spine. Jiang Yu released the suitcase and grasped Jiang Yan's hand, wishing to share his warmth with her. Yet, he pondered if perhaps what Jiang Yan needed was not warmth, but rather a cold embrace. They say those who freeze to death feel warmth in their final moments. Coughing, Jiang Yu nearly choked on his own saliva, his heartache dissipating like bubbles. "You are a girl. Be more graceful," he admonished. Jiang Yan rolled her eyes at him, her gaze drifting back to the gossip magazine that had just been opened, revealing Jiang Shen's scandal. What a juicy tidbit. I wonder how Jiang parents would react upon discovering this? Oh no, given their level of insanity, they might just break down in tears of joy and celebrate. Jiang Yu, intrigued by her words, glanced at Jiang Shen, now curious about the nature of the scandal. Jiang Shen, the subject of the gossip, had been observing Jiang Yan. Upon hearing that she had struck their parents and Jiang Lian, he genuinely believed that Jiang Yan had lost her mind. "Speak quickly, if you have something to say. Don't hold back." A good dog does not block the path. Jiang Shen's expression darkened further. Indeed, he saw Jiang Yan as an uncouth ruffian. "Haha. You hit the nail on the head, brother Jiang." Jiang Yan smiled sweetly. "After all, I was born but not raised, so naturally I lack refinement." Jiang Yan, "You are truly out of control." Jiang Shen emitted a chilling aura, his presence exuding authority, his gaze sharp as a sword. With hands in pockets and chin raised, Jiang Yan smirked, I am but a humble being, reigning supreme above all. Jiang Yan narrowed his eyes, threateningly stating, Jiang Yu, do not get involved. Or do not blame your older brother for showing no mercy and freezing your card. Whatever, Jiang Yu retorted fearlessly. Did he really think he had no preparations? Did he truly consider him a mindless puppet? He is not foolish. He understands the importance of being prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan regarded Jiang Yu with a newfound scrutiny and unfamiliarity, as if he were meeting her for the very first time. Apologize? Why should I apologize? Jiang Yan spoke earnestly yet absurdly, referring to a method called chaos wind therapy, which is intended to relax muscles and invigorate one's energy. As soon as I entered the house, I overheard Director Jiang and Madame Jiang discussing their recent stiffness and feeling of stagnant energy. This prompted me to employ my utmost skills to show filial piety to Director Jiang, Madame Jiang, and to care for my sister. Jiang Yan was keenly interested in prying open Jiang Yan's mind to comprehend the absurdity that flowed from her lips, as if she required no prior contemplation. As if an apology would somehow assist me, Jiang Yu nodded in agreement. Precisely, that is the truth. It is quite possible that instead of offering assistance, they would mock you and revel in your misfortune. Jiang Yan rolled her eyes and remarked, Director Jiang, I must correct you on one point. Now, immediately, and at once, these phrases are synonymous, and your statement is redundant. Jiang Yan noted with irritation that Jiang Yu was stifling laughter beside him. Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan clenched his jaw. I can hear you. I am not her father, Jiang Yan retorted, digging into her ear. Family disputes are meant to be handled by the community. Physically assaulting parents and siblings and coercing them into eating, is this truly a family dispute? Jiang Yan blinked innocently, isn't it? If only Director Jiang would spend a moment online, he would realize that even if one were rendered paralyzed, it would still be classified as a family dispute. Furthermore, I have stated repeatedly that I did not strike anyone, I merely assisted in relieving their muscle tension. As for compelling them to eat, how am I guilty of that? I merely noticed they hadn't had enough for dinner and suggested they have a little extra. Jiang Yan's temples throbbed with barely contained rage. Was that merely extra food? Jiang Yan, emboldened, responded, I was worried they might go hungry. Is it wrong to offer them food? After all, being well-fed reduces the risk of stomach issues. Oh, how filial I am. How fortunate the world is to have a daughter or sister as dutiful as I. Were you offering them anything normal? The word stuck in Jiang Yan's throat, his pale face and queasy expression revealing his acute awareness of Jiang Yan's actions. Jiang Yan, seemingly oblivious to his impending nausea, clapped her hands in realization. I understand. Director Jiang is angry with me for not inviting you to eat, right? Oh dear, that is my fault. If you would like to dine with us, I can certainly extend an invitation. Look, there is so much food over there. Jiang Yan pointed to the items laid out on the grass, smiling cheerfully. Jiang Yan could no longer suppress his retching, his gaze toward Jiang Yan now tinged with fear. How can you be so disgusting? Disgusting? Jiang Yan's gentle demeanor vanished, replaced by a cold stare directed at the retching Jiang Yan, her lips curling into a derisive smile. Who is truly disgusting here? One must wonder who harbors inappropriate thoughts about Jiang Lian and who has been furtively kissing her. What you perceive as restraint is merely unacknowledged harassment. Tell me, Director Jiang, does this not seem vile? Jiang Yan found himself chilled to the bone by the lack of warmth in Jiang Yan's eyes. He muttered a nonsensical remark before hastily departing, abandoning his vehicle in his flight. Jiang Yu, witnessing Jiang Yan's tirade, was left in shock. She had not anticipated that the impeccably dressed elder brother would engage in such behavior. Truly, one must not judge by appearances. Knowing a person's face does not reveal the heart. Who knows if he is not a wolf in sheep's clothing? No wonder Jiang Yan dotes on Jiang Lian so much. Even when she and the second brother share a moment of closeness, he is quick to intervene. This indeed explains much. Jiang Yu nodded, gathering her luggage as she prepared to leave. After tidying her dormitory, she took over an hour. Jiang Yan, lacking the energy to indulge in gossip, hurriedly bathed and crawled into bed. In her drowsiness, she realized she had forgotten to check for gossip about Jiang Lian. It would be delightful to glimpse her future. However, she chided herself for being greedy. Merely possessing gossip about Jiang Lian would suffice, as it would unveil many secrets and possibly avert her schemes. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she drifted into slumber. Chapter 15: A Concert? The protagonist is already in custody. After a restful night, Jiang Yan awoke refreshed and headed to the cafeteria for breakfast, subsequently arriving at the classroom with renewed vigor. As she stepped into class 22 of the second year, she was suddenly drained of energy, as if some unseen force had siphoned her vitality, and she slumped onto her desk. Good morning, Jiang Yan. Good morning, Jiang Yan. Hello. Hello. Good morning. Hello, hello. After another classmate greeted her and walked away, Jiang Yan was left bewildered. Is class 22 overly enthusiastic? Hadn't they all agreed to disdain her under Jiang Lian's influence, bullying her and treating her poorly? The entire class quickly shook their heads in unison. Not me. I didn't say anything. Jiang Yan scratched her head in confusion. Though she did not fully comprehend the situation, the camaraderie among her classmates left her without complaint. With some idle time, Jiang Yan casually opened a gossip app. Just as she glanced at a random piece of gossip, she heard a chorus of gasps. Turning her attention, she noticed a girl with bangs leaning against a desk, clutching what appeared to be a concert ticket. The two girls before her, filled with envy, exclaimed, "Xing Xing. You actually managed to get a ticket. I rallied my friends last night but couldn't snag one. It infuriates me." The girl with curly brown hair, He Ying, remarked, "Maybe I can buy a scalper ticket." The other girl, with short hair, nodded in agreement. "I can't even imagine scalper prices. A ticket for Wang Han's concert is going for tens of thousands. My little savings can only afford a distant seat." Don't be disheartened. Brother Wang Han isn't holding just one concert. There's another in the summer. You'll have another chance, the girl named Hao Xing Xing reassured her. He Ying nodded, holding on to hope. There might not be a next time, though. To be precise, this concert is likely in jeopardy. Huh? The three exchanged anxious glances, their hearts racing. What happened to their brother? Why might he not hold the concert? Could there be an accident? In an instant, their spirits plummeted. While other classmates eagerly prepared to devour gossip about Wang Han. This guy just got caught in a vice, ha ha ha. He's currently behind bars. Jiang Yan's thoughts struck like a thunderclap, shattering their hearts. How could this be possible? The brother, who seemed as untouchable as a distant star, could he really? Regardless of their emotional disbelief, Jiang Yan's thoughts were undeniably real, especially given Lin Li's recent experiences that corroborated this. They exchanged worried glances once more. Could their brother truly have fallen from grace? Indeed. I have connections inside, I inquired, and he is indeed still in custody. You would never guess. He was with 2 women. This is unsurprising for a repressed type. He certainly embodies restraint. Ha ha ha. I was never fond of him, pretending to be noble. My sister adores him and insists on investing resources in him. Once his scandal comes to light, let's see how she boasts about her brother's greatness. This brother's resentment was palpable. Damn. I almost liked him. I was so close, just a hair's breadth away. Thank goodness I found a new crush. What the hell? I've fallen for another one. Am I a magnet for scoundrels? Every time I like someone, they fall from grace. This is the 5th time. I swore to my best friend that this time would be different. If there is another scandal, I might just eat my keyboard, sobbing. By the way, could I live stream while eating the keyboard? Are you still human? This guy not only solicits prostitutes, but also sleeps with fans, playing multiple fields. Those fans he has been with, entranced by his sweet words, believe themselves to be his girlfriends, only to discover they are merely tools for his desires. I truly wonder what he was thinking initially while establishing such a chastity persona. What I see is not chastity, but an overwhelming lust. The sound of hearts shattering echoes. Unbeknownst to this, Jiang Yan casts a sympathetic glance at Hao Xingxing and her companions. I hope you young ladies can withstand the blow of your idol's downfall. How Xingxing and her friends silently clasp each other's hands, offering warmth. By the way, he also evades taxes. I wonder if he will be caught. Surely, he should be, right? Given all this, it would make sense for further investigation. The hearts of those who admire Wang Han are already in tatters. Some mischievous individuals texted those connected to the situation, immediately revealing a satisfied grin. They believe results will surface soon. While pondering this, they hear Jiang Yan's laughter ringing in their ears. Ha ha ha, I can't believe Wang Han's real name is Wang Pig Man. Ha ha, his parents are truly clever name givers. Non-fans of Wang Han. This is hilarious. Fans of Wang Han. Some classmates expressed sympathy for those who idolized Wang Han. Yet reflecting on their own circumstances, they feared their idols might also fall. Thus, someone chimed in, "Hey, have you seen this episode of Let Us Go on an Adventure?" The female guest spotted a cluster of beautiful flowers and wanted to take a picture, but Jiang Yan accidentally stepped on them, ruining the flowers. The expression on the female guest's face was utterly hilarious. Then, Jiang Yan asked if she was tired from walking and suggested she rest before continuing. The guest was nearly overwhelmed. Watching this unfold, one could only say that Jiang Yan continues to deliver his usual stable performance. He's confirmed as a typical straight man. Jiang Yan overheard the name and found it somewhat familiar. After a moment's thought, she recalled that, like Wang Han's gossip, Jiang Yanshan's rumors also surfaced randomly. Otherwise, how would she know their gossip if she weren't a fan? Reflecting on the gossip about Jiang Yanshan, her sympathetic gaze fell upon them. Upon realizing the implication, her classmates felt disheartened. Could it be that Jiang Yanshan is also facing a scandal? Jiang Yanshan, if he is a typical straight man, then there are no straight men left in the world. Oh, wait, I should say, Jiang Yanshan is merely straight towards women. If he were paired with a tall, handsome male guest, he would transform into a different person, being warm and considerate. Fans of Jiang Yanshan, huh? He's gay? He seems so imposing, exuding a sense of security, even ranking among the top 10 most secure male stars. Are you saying he is gay? Fans of Jiang Yanshan were on the verge of tears. They viewed him as their boyfriend, only to discover he would compete for men with them. Sob, love is gone. Observers of other idols, upon witnessing this, felt their enthusiasm wane. However, what if they uncovered some explosive gossip about their idols? Those classmates pondered, feeling a stir of excitement. Regarding Goddess Fong, pure, she plays hard behind the scenes. The number of young men she has seduced could form a football team. Fanqing, she is already married and her partner is from her family. Best actor Jiang Say, never heard of him, never seen him, no idea. Wei Xiao is impressive. He has been both lovers to a couple without being discovered, a true master of time management. Those who have devoured many entertainment industry scandals proclaimed that they were no longer who they once were. If more gossip like this comes their way, they could still indulge. The biology teacher arrived. The biology teacher? Oh, I just saw her gossip. Yesterday, she dressed as a spirited girl for a blind date, only to find her date handsome and charming, perfectly matching her preferences. The biology teacher was filled with regret. The gazes of the others towards the biology teacher carried a hint of sympathy. Biology teacher? Yet the male party did not mind. He even called her cute, which delighted the biology teacher. Well then, sympathy was premature. Everyone sincerely wished for the biology teacher to find a partner she truly liked. However, the biology teacher was too early in her joy. Her date is a good-for-nothing scoundrel. Their meeting was meticulously arranged to exploit the biology teacher's family's assets, which had been calculated meticulously even before they met. What? The crowd's eyes widened. What kind of scoundrel dares to mistreat such a lovely girl as our biology teacher? The crowd rolled up their sleeves. Let's see if we can gather some information about that scoundrel and discreetly inform the biology teacher, helping her escape before she becomes too ensnared. Count us in. They were eager to investigate and bring the scoundrel to justice. Sighs. Let us not end up like that CEO Zhou from Shuoyang Group who spoke at my previous school, whose wife lost everything, her daughter died, and she went mad. Crash. A glass cup shattered on the floor, splattering everywhere. Chapter 16. Perhaps the feng shui is truly for everyone, including Jiang Yan. Turned towards the source of the sound. It was one of the three girls who had just been discussing Wang Han's concert tickets, Bai Lu. Bai Lu seemed oblivious to the gazes of her classmates, staring blankly ahead, her face pale. Her hands resting on the desk trembled slightly, as if she had suffered a tremendous blow. What happened to this girl? Did she find out her brother is in trouble with the law? And the shock is too much? The others exchanged glances with Jiang Yan, who appeared confused, but they could only sigh inwardly. Lulu, are you all right? Yinging beside her and Hao Xingxing from the back quickly stood up, anxiously inquiring and checking if Bai Lu had been burned or cut by the glass shards. Once they confirmed she was unharmed, they felt a bit relieved. After all, it was Bai Lu's lack of response that truly worried them. The two exchanged glances, steeling themselves, and said, Lulu, are you worried about our weekend trip to the amusement park? Uncle Zhou Ru disagrees, right? Bai Lu finally reacted, suppressing the urge to avoid Jiang Yan's gaze, biting her lip and nodding. Don't worry. Uncle Zhou Ru dotes on you. He will surely agree, Hao Xingxing reassured her. Oh no! You can't be serious? Uncle Zhou Ru? Is it the same Zhou Ru I know? Jiang Yan's radar was activated. That's wonderful, Bai Lu. You're going to the amusement park this weekend. Yes, Hao Xingxing replied. We decided a few days ago. We just haven't told our families yet. Bai Lu. Yes. That's the daughter of Zhou Ru, the general manager of Shuoyang Group. Oh my goodness, the feng shui in our class is truly problematic. It's a disaster. All of us have a tragic fate. Jiang Yu, Lin Lu, and Gao Yuhua, who belong to the tragic fate group, looked at Bai Lu with a mix of complex emotions and sympathy. While contemplating, Jiang Yan searched for Bai Lu's gossip online. So, is the feng shui in our class good or bad? What's wrong? The crowd was curious. If you say it's good, excluding me, of 5 individuals. All 5 faced tragic ends. Of 7 individuals, 7 are gone. If you say it's bad, looking at 5 individuals, all 5 have bright futures. Huh? The crowd was puzzled. 5 individuals faced tragic ends, yet 7 are gone? Did Jiang Yan miscalculate? Excluding Jiang Yan, Jiang Yu, Lin Lu, Gao Yuhua, Bai Lu, Zhongli Jiaza, and omitting the still-living Little Emperor, along with Gu Hichi who perished in the future of the Little Emperor, there are only 5 individuals, correct? Is it possible that in Bai Lu's future, there are records indicating that others from our class have also met their demise? This statement cast a shadow of silence over everyone. After all, they might very well be among the 2 individuals who similarly perished in Bai Lu's future. Perhaps, indeed, there is something amiss with our class's fortune. The notion of fortune is inconsequential. Jiang Yan, however, was not particularly concerned with such superstitions, as she was no master of metaphysics, incapable of comprehending these enigmatic matters. Her focus once again returned to the watermelon. I never expected that this classmate Bai Lu is indeed the tragically unfortunate daughter of Zhou Ru. As the dust settled, Bai Lu's heart ached with a sharp pang. It truly was her father. Bai Lu found herself lost in confusion. How could the father who doted on her so dearly harbor such intentions towards her mother? With her future extinguished, and her mother descending into madness, Bai Lu's mind was a whirlwind of chaos. Too frightened to contemplate whether her demise and her mother's insanity bore any connection to her father. Merely considering such a possibility sent chills coursing through her, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Ying, noticing Bai Lu's shivers, gripped her hand tightly, attempting to transfer her strength to her. Although Bai Lu remained unable to quell her trembling, she felt a sense of warmth in her heart, and her chaotic thoughts began to settle slightly. Bai Lu, your father is undoubtedly a scheming scoundrel. Initially, your grandfather deceived your mother to keep her away from those with ulterior motives by limiting her allowance, forcing her to live as if she hailed from a humble background. However, the truth eventually surfaced when your mother was spotted in your family's luxurious car by your father. After persistent observation and investigation, he confirmed her identity as the sole heiress of the Shuoyang group, leading to a meticulously orchestrated first meeting with her. Thereafter, he took calculated steps to win her heart, ultimately leading her to the altar and gaining entry into the Shuoyang group. To curry favor with your grandfather, he even proclaimed that their first child would bear the Bai surname, while subsequent children could take his surname, which somewhat appeased your grandfather, who had never been entirely satisfied with him, granting him a modicum of power within the company. So, does he truly not care? I wager that Zhou Ru is indeed very concerned. He is exceedingly invested. So much so that upon seeing you, he might wish to strangle you. Simply because you bear the Bai name rather than the Zhou. Your existence serves as a constant reminder that he is merely a son-in-law of the Bai family, living a life akin to that of an adopted son without the formal title, with many in his circle and among colleagues claiming he is a fortune seeker reliant on your mother for his current status. The truth is undeniable, and even if he wished to refute it, he could not. Yet, he insists that all this is a result of his own efforts and capabilities, which perhaps it is to some extent. Nevertheless, the rumors and mockery have trampled his dignity, leading him to blame your mother for it all. Often, when he faced a woman as radiant and beautiful as your mother, he felt a sense of inferiority, fully aware of the wretched person he truly was. The greater the disparity between them, the more he cared. Thus, he began to stifle your mother, turning her into a mere puppet, obedient to his every command, and raised you to be a second version of her. Your mother's subservience gave him a psychological thrill. Many affluent classmates fell silent. Within their circles, tales of men like him were not uncommon, but witnessing it unfold among their peers stirred a complex array of emotions. They would typically revel in gossip about their classmates' misfortunes, laughing heartily at any embarrassing incidents. However, the revelation surrounding Bai Lu was simply too grave to provoke mirth. Bai Lu's father was indeed an extraordinary case. How could such a person exist? A dual role as both a father and a sponge. Did he not anticipate such outcomes? Blaming Bai Lu's mother for her wealth? How chilling. Once again, this thought extinguished any lingering desire for marriage in the future. What? I lack wealth? That is of no consequence. One should not judge an entire gender based on the actions of a single individual. Extreme viewpoints are unacceptable. I once felt a twinge of envy towards the wealthy, but now it has dwindled to a mere flicker, as I suspect I would be sold out and left to count the profits. The bitter smile is no longer so terrifying. The discussions within the group bore no relevance to Bai Lu, who felt her spirit drifting away, utterly flustered. She had always believed her father, who had shown her much affection, harbored hatred towards her simply because she bore the Bai name. The pain in her heart was profound, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Just as Jiang Yan proclaimed, she had indeed been rendered helpless. Faced with such a situation, she felt utterly at a loss, even entertaining the foolish notion of seeking her father's counsel. Yet, without her father to make decisions, what was she to do? Lu, do not fear. We will find a way together. He Ying held Bai Lu's hand tightly, while in the back seat, Hao Xingxing exchanged seats with her desk mate Su Tu. Seizing Bai Lu's other hand, even if we cannot devise a solution, there are many classmates here with us. You are not alone. Do not be afraid. Just point me in the direction where I can be of assistance. The classmates surrounding Bai Lu responded in unison. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu felt as though she had found a source of strength, her panic subsiding significantly. She gazed at the two and nodded earnestly, expressing her gratitude to those around her. Ying and Hao Xingxing, relieved by her reaction, produced tissues to dry Bai Lu's tears. Meanwhile, their biology teacher, who had been a silent observer of their interaction, began to tremble slightly. She silently thought, as the English teacher suggested, this class is indeed peculiar. As if under a curse. No. I must believe in science. Jiang Yan, equally perplexed by their behavior, was bewildered as to why Bai Lu had suddenly burst into tears. Could it truly be related to Wang Han's predicament? After all, this group of wealthy heirs was well informed. The crowd responded, "This has nothing to do with Wang Han." At that moment, Gao Yuhua felt an unexpected sense of relief. How wonderful! The target of ridicule was no longer me. Chapter 17. The other two. Alas, if I cannot endure the collapse of my idol. How could you withstand the revelation of your father's true nature? Jiang Yan had been contemplating whether to discreetly gather information on Zhou Ru to provide Bai Lu with some forewarning, enabling her to prepare in advance, thus preventing any tragic outcomes. However, upon witnessing her current state, she feared that the revelation might be too much for her to bear. And she worried that Bai Lu would foolishly approach Zhou Ru with this information, which would be disastrous. The others were touched to learn that Jiang Yan intended to assist Bai Lu, their hearts warming. Having only been classmates for a day, Jiang Yan's concern for them revealed her to be a kind and warm-hearted spirit. The Jiang family, who had been battered and force-fed food the previous night, were left perplexed. Questioning, "Do you wish to know what you were talking about?" Bai Lu was equally touched, her anxious heart finding solace. Just as Xingxing said, she was not alone. She had the entirety of Class 12 behind her. "Lu, you must find the strength to protect your mother," Bai Lu silently urged herself. Alas, Jiang Yan shook her head once more, sighing. Eventually, the person you trust most will become the one who wields power within the Shuoyang group. This is indeed how the story unfolds, and it marks the beginning of your tragic fate. However, she is a beautiful daughter, utterly incapable of anything. And you, Zhou Ru, have altered your surname, now calling yourself Zhou Lu, yet you still harbor disdain for her. To him, you are merely the most conspicuous symbol of disgrace. Your half-brother, resentful of you for having monopolized Zhou Ru for many years, harbors intense jealousy. Once he comprehends Zhou Ru's indifference towards you, he begins to torment you, later even enlisting his dubious companions to assault you. You resolutely refuse to submit, ultimately meeting a tragic end at their hands. Upon learning of this incident, your mother descends into madness. At this point, Jiang Yan cannot help but exhale a long sigh. Alas, your fate is indeed tragic. Bai Lu's tears flow uncontrollably, mourning her own dismal destiny while empathizing with her mother. "Father, no, Zhou Ru, how dare he? How can he be such a person? Are both my mother and I blind, or have our hearts been obscured? How could we fail to recognize such a heartless wretch? What am I to do?" Bai Lu inquires within the group. First and foremost, how is the health of old Master Bai? He is currently in good health. Thus, you have but two tasks. First, conceal critical information, such as that concerning the future, while informing your grandfather about Zhou Ru's intentions and his illegitimate child. Then, after school, everyone should remain behind. Treat us as your grandfather and attempt to narrate this matter to us, and we shall assist you in refining your account. Second, you must learn from your grandfather. Acquire strength, for only through your own empowerment can you safeguard those you cherish. I understand now. Thank you all. No need for thanks. Perhaps in the future, we too may find ourselves in dire straits and require everyone's counsel. The group nods in agreement, acknowledging that, given the current circumstances, the fates of their classmates do not appear promising. Jiang Yan's subsequent thoughts further affirm this notion. Setting aside your dismal future, even your close friends face grim destinies. Shortly after graduating high school, your dear friend Hao Xingxing disappears, and you never find her before your own demise. Another close friend, He Yingying, tragically takes her own life during her second year of university. At that time, you are overwhelmed by the death of your grandfather and your father's transformation, leaving you oblivious to He Yingying's plight. It is only when you receive a call from her parents that you learn of her tragic end. As the heiress of the Shuoyang group, you find yourself powerless to avenge your friend, escaping from her home in shame and despair. Indeed, two classmates meet their untimely ends in the future, leaving the atmosphere even more complex. This seems to further corroborate that their class's fortunes are decidedly bleak, each member facing a grim fate. As for Hao Xingxing and He Yingying, their outcomes feel almost preordained. After all, those who appear in Bai Lu's future and capture her concern seem to be solely them. I'm so sorry, Ying. I feel utterly useless, unable to avenge you. Bai Lu's tears, which she had finally managed to suppress, cascade down once more, only halting after he Ying comforts her for a while. Noticing that Bai Lu has ceased her weeping, he Ying and Hao Xingxing breathe a sigh of relief, exchanging bitter smiles. They then discreetly glance at Jiang Yan, who is lost in thought, hoping he might shed light on their futures so they can avoid calamity. Jiang Yan does not disappoint their expectations. Speaking of which, he Ying and Hao Xingxing are in the same class, correct? They must be those two girls who were just discussing the predicament with Bai Lu. Bai Lu and her companions exclaim, "Please, let's not mention Wang Han, that scoundrel. He is no longer their idol." Indeed, that's the sentiment, Gao Yuhua remarks, a smirk of schadenfreude gracing his features. As long as he is not the one facing retribution, he is pleased with any outcome. Regardless of Gao Yuhua's thoughts, Jiang Yan searches for the names he Ying and Hao Xingxing, inevitably uncovering gossip alongside their futures. It seems that like attracts like. These two girls are rather foolish. The group leans in, eager to hear more. What makes them foolish? Well, it's typical to be oblivious to someone like Wang Han. The three cover their faces in exasperation. All right, enough. They truly will never like him again and will certainly not idolize anyone else. Chapter 18, A Night of White Hair. Let us begin with classmate Hao Xingxing. Hao Xingxing instinctively clutches her notebook, nervously rolling its corner. Bai Lu and he Ying watch her with concern. One day after the college entrance examination, while shopping, Hao Xingxing encounters a crying little girl. Being a kind-hearted person, she approaches the girl to inquire about her distress. The little girl explains that she has lost her mother and asks if Hao Xingxing can help her find her. Without hesitation, Hao Xingxing agrees. Hao Xingxing furrows her brow, puzzled. What is wrong with that? A child is crying. It's perfectly normal to inquire. Isn't it? Helping her find her mother is not a mistake, is it? Bai Lu and he Ying hesitate to counter, as they too feel that they would likely make the same choice in such a scenario. Others in the group engage in discussion as Jiang Yan's thoughts surface, with some believing that helping others is commendable while others caution against potential deceit. Ultimately, there is no consensus. However, this is to be expected. Human nature is multifaceted, and people possess diverse personalities and perspectives. The act of helping others is not inherently wrong, it is a matter of approach. Yet, Jiang Yan's words remain unspoken, leaving the group in anticipation. The little girl leads Hao Xingxing astray, wandering further away. Any vigilant individual would sense something amiss, yet Hao Xingxing is utterly oblivious. Convinced that the girl has merely remembered where her mother is, feeling elated at her apparent confidence. Eventually, they arrive at a secluded alley, where she is rendered unconscious. The classroom falls into silence. Some students, having harbored suspicions, find their fears confirmed, while others who sensed something awry earlier are unsurprised. Those who had not anticipated such a turn of events are left dumbfounded. How could this happen? Hao Xingxing is equally bewildered. She was merely helping a little girl. How did this lead to her being incapacitated? That depends on whether the kidnapper is professional. Bai Lu frets. If the kidnapper is skilled, the little girl may suffer consequences, while an amateur might not concern themselves with her. He Ying, listening to their conversation, feels a torrent of unspoken words welling within her. Coming to understand why Jiang Yan deemed them foolish, it seems evident that the little girl is in cahoots with the kidnapper. What? Hao Xingxing and Bai Lu exclaim in shock. Hao Xingxing, coming to her senses, feels frustrated. How are we to guard against this? Should we ignore anyone in need of help from now on? What if they are in dire need of assistance? Indeed. Bai Lu nods, cradling her head, overwhelmed by the day's revelations. She feels her mind is clouded. I don't know, he Ying echoes, equally perplexed, sensing the world around her growing increasingly menacing. The surrounding classmates, having overheard their exchange, share a look of silent understanding, each nodding in agreement. Indeed, as Jiang Yan pointed out, the three of them exhibit a degree of naivety. In such situations, lacking sufficient self-defense capabilities, the safest course of action is to report to the authorities, entrusting it to the police. Exactly so. Moreover, numerous short videos abound, cautioning young women against accompanying strangers to secluded locations when alone. Xingxing's actions were decidedly inappropriate. Could it be that she was taken by that individual, leading to her disappearance? This seems plausible. The group fell silent for a few moments. Some bewildered classmates, grappling with the implications, inquired, "What do you mean? Are you suggesting rape?" "Surely not. I suspect it might be abduction, followed by a grim fate." If she were truly kidnapped, Jiang Yan would not have stated that she vanished after the college entrance examination. Instead, she would have mentioned that she was abducted. At that time, Bai Lu's family had not yet undergone any turmoil, so Bai Lu would certainly be aware if her close friend had been taken. How could I have overlooked this? Some classmates suddenly grasped the situation. I understand. She must have been sold for her organs. That makes sense. It's possible they didn't stop at just that. Human organs are exceedingly valuable. No wonder she went missing. Her remains could be in pieces, and locating them would be a daunting task. Xingxing's future appears bleak. At least others had their bodies intact, whereas she... There is a saying that may not need to be spoken aloud, so perhaps it is best left unsaid. If she were merely coveted for her organs, at least that would imply she is passed on. Upon reading this, one particular classmate was left even more perplexed. When Hao Xingxing awoke, she found herself in a van, traversing a desolate road flanked by towering mountains. Even the most naive of individuals would realize the gravity of her predicament. Indeed, she had been abducted by traffickers, who were transporting her to the mountains for sale. As a youth of the new era, Hao Xingxing was acutely aware of the dire consequences of human trafficking. Overwhelmed with fear, she began to panic in the vehicle, inadvertently opening the door and tumbling out, ultimately plummeting down a cliff to her demise. It was not until a decade later that an intrepid blogger discovered her remains at the base of the cliff and alerted the authorities. Following her disappearance, her parents aged overnight, spending 10 long years in search of her. They had speculated about her being trafficked and visited numerous locations associated with the trade of women, rescuing several victims, yet their daughter remained elusive. They could only continue their quest, traversing every possible place in search of her. Regrettably, after 10 years, they were met with the grim discovery of their daughter's bones. Hao Xingxing let out a choked sob and succumbed to tears. She could not fathom the sight of her parents, aged and weary, nor could she envision the hardships they endured in their relentless search for her, wandering through treacherous areas day after day. Many documentaries have depicted the horrific nature of human trafficking locales, where even the police face peril. Her parents, lacking the training and resources of law enforcement, would undoubtedly suffer greatly. In this moment, she yearned to see her mother and father, disregarding her friend's attempts to console her, and stepped outside. Bai Lu and He Yingying quickly followed. The sudden turn of events left Jiang Yan bewildered, a sentiment mirrored by the biology teacher. The teacher nodded, instructing Jiang Zhua to inform the homeroom teacher of the situation, which Jiang Zhua promptly agreed to do. Jiang Yan, upon hearing this, nodded in confusion. So that's it. I thought Hao Xingxing could hear my thoughts and was distressed about her parents' situation. Upon hearing this, the classmates felt a surge of anxiety. But how could mind reading exist? This isn't a world grounded in mysticism. Indeed, there is no such thing as mind reading. Everyone spoke nonsensically. But what? The system exists. Chapter 19. His art is invaluable. The mention of a system brightened the eyes of several male classmates. This was, after all, a system. The famed golden finger from male-oriented novels. They quickly understood why Jiang Yan possessed the gossip compendium. It was a gift from the system. They were astonished to learn that their world had a system. The male students expressed their desire to know more about it, pondering whether they too might acquire one. They were not particular, even a cultivation system would suffice. Although the system has departed from our world, who knows if others still possess one? Wait, it has already left? The male students instantly looked deflated, yet some with a spark of hope thought, what if there are still others? Speaking of which, when I found the system, It mentioned that the magnetic field of our world seemed off. It didn't elaborate, leaving us in the dark about what was amiss, or if it would affect us. I certainly do not wish to wake one day to find it is the end of the world or that some malevolent energy has awakened. That would be dreadful. Leaving no room for complacency. Right, but what if the energy did awaken and it wasn't just a matter of cultivation? Let's not harbor such expectations. Even if such a scenario arose, there is no guarantee one would be able to cultivate. Moreover, if it were a resurgence of malevolent energy, we would merely become prey to the evil spirits. Doused in cold water, the excitement of the group began to wane. Upon reflection, it was indeed a valid point. Setting aside the notions of energy resurgence, the mere idea of the apocalypse was daunting enough. For now, life was sufficiently satisfactory. However, Jiang Yan's mention of a system observing the magnetic field of their world raised concerns. What if something else emerges? That would be quite catastrophic. Anxiety rippled through the group. Some pessimists even contemplated all the ways they could meet their demise, scaring themselves senseless. Even if there were an impact, it should be minimal, otherwise the system would have alerted Jiang Yan. After all, it seemed she had aided that system. While the system may not be human, it still recognizes gratitude, thus bestowing upon Jiang Yan the gossip compendium. The benefits of the compendium were already understood. Indeed, let us refrain from scaring ourselves. Seeing this, the group felt reassured. Well, regardless, even if something were to happen, we have tall individuals to shield us. As a minor, what can I do? In any case, mind reading does not exist. Hao Xingxing is genuinely unwell, and we hope she is safe. Yes, let's document this matter, and when the day comes that something occurs to Hao Xingxing, we can seek her out to prevent further incidents. Catching the traffickers would be even better. Perhaps we could save more people and spare others from suffering. Jiang Yan swiftly documented the matter on her phone, uploading the information to the cloud. Others followed suit, recording and saving the details, while some in the group suggested, "Let us gather various trafficking strategies to share with Hao Xingxing, raising her awareness." The response was enthusiastic. There was also talk of anti-drug advocacy. Gao Yuhua felt a pang in his heart. Even without mentioning him, it seemed that any reference to drugs would evoke thoughts of him among the classmates. Gritting his teeth, Gao Yuhua silently retrieved his exam papers. Time to study. Aim for the police academy. Noted. Jiang Yan set her phone down, her gaze returning to the gossip compendium. Enviously reflecting, Hao Xingxing's parents are truly wonderful. If it were my adoptive parents or Mr. and Mrs. Jiang, they might not even remember me after 10 years of disappearance. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu clenched and then relaxed his fists. He pulled out his phone, locating Jiang Yan's WeChat, and sent her a message. Huh? Why did Xiaoyu send me a red envelope? Ah. The shrill sound compelled everyone to cover their ears, casting exasperated glances at the gleaming-eyed Jiang Yan. Xiaoyu, I adore you. You sent me 10,000 yuan to buy milk tea. Jiang Yan was ecstatic, although she wasn't too short on money. Who wouldn't he appreciate a little extra? Originally, Jiangshan had paused Xiaoyu's card, and I worried he wouldn't have enough for living expenses. I intended to transfer him a bit, only to forget that Xiaoyu's artwork could be quite valuable. As the crowd absorbed the first half of the statement, they fell silent for a moment, glancing incredulously at Jiang Yu. Wasn't Jiangshan the eldest of the Jiang family? How could he have suddenly suspended Jiang Yu's card? While everyone remained puzzled, the latter half of the statement plunged them deeper into confusion. What painting? How could it be so valuable? Suddenly, they felt as if they were meeting Jiang Yu for the first time. Hadn't Jiang Yan mentioned just yesterday that Jiang Yu struggled to find models for his art and resorted to cross-dressing? So, was Jiang Yu's painting truly remarkable? It was astonishing that they had never realized this before. Indeed, little fish, you have concealed your talents quite profoundly. Su Xingji cast a sidelong glance at him. Little fish. Your performance was impressive. Shuiji, seated in front, recalled a previous art class where the teacher assigned them to draw a bird. And Jiang, you had produced a piece that was barely distinguishable from a chicken. The teacher had remarked that he should never pursue a career in art lest he starve. It was unfathomable that all of this had been an act. "Brother Jiang, you've deceived us terribly," Song Chengzhou lamented, filled with regret. Had he known of Jiang Yu's artistic prowess earlier, they would have enlisted his help for the group project instead of spending 2,000 to hire a particularly talented classmate, only to be caught for ghostwriting and criticized by the entire school. "You owe me a reparative feast for my wounded spirit." Seeing that his friends were not upset about his concealment of his artistic abilities, Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He shot a glare at the pretentious Song Chengzhou and said, "Can you at least treat us to a meal?" "Consider it done," Song Chengzhou replied enthusiastically, raising his eyebrows at Su Xingji and others before they began discussing how to treat Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes in exasperation. At that moment, Jiang Yan's voice echoed again in his mind. "Speaking of which, it seems little fish has two alter egos." Jiang Yu's body tensed immediately, his eyes fixated on Jiang Yan, wishing he could rush over and cover his mouth, even though he hadn't uttered a word. However, he felt the gaze of Su Xingji and the others upon him, as if they would pounce and restrain him if he made a move. Jiang Yu silently gritted his teeth, thinking, "Just wait until your curiosity surfaces. I shall relish mocking you then." Meanwhile, the others perked up with keen interest, casting curious glances at Jiang Yu. They relished such secrets. The alter ego known as Qi Zhongyu has illustrations that fetch several tens of thousands. If I earn 10 coins for a single gossip, I would need to churn out 10 such gossips to make 1,000. If I only get 1 coin, I would have to produce 100 gossips to earn 1,000. So, gossiping could be profitable. No wonder Jiang Yan always claimed to be wealthy. The crowd realized the implications. "What?" a girl exclaimed, her disbelief evident as she pressed down on Shuiji, leaning toward Jiang Yu. With wide eyes, she scrutinized him in astonishment, her trembling voice betraying her shock. You are actually Qi Zhongyu." Jiang Yu and his classmates turned to the speaker, Li Shiryao. "Yes," Jiang Yu conceded, resigning himself to the revelation. Li Shiryao perked up, casting aside her shyness as her mind raced with the realization, "Oh my god. My idol is my classmate. This is Qi Zhongyu, renowned for his stunning artwork." The others, unfamiliar with this realm, quickly searched for the name Jiang Yu Qi Zhongyu and were awestruck by the exquisite illustrations, realizing why they commanded such high prices. As they marveled, they began to follow Jiang Yu's work, and his close friends showered him with likes and comments on each piece. Jiang Yu felt a mix of exasperation and warmth at this unexpected attention. And his other alter ego sells artworks for hundreds of thousands. So it seems he is not lacking in funds, someone remarked. The crowd's curiosity about Jiang Yu's other persona intensified. Even the affluent students, unconcerned about money, were intrigued. While they found a few tens of thousands acceptable, the prospect of artworks commanding hundreds of thousands was genuinely captivating. Some students whose relatives appreciated various art forms were particularly eager to discover Jiang Yu's other alter ego, hoping that if the style resonated with their elders, they could commission him for a piece. The crowd murmured in impatience, "Come on, what is his other alter ego? You can't just tease us like this." Although they felt a bit guilty towards He Yingying, their sole desire was to uncover Jiang Yu's secret identity. Jiang Yu, observing their eagerness, felt relieved. As long as his other persona remained undisclosed, he was content. It wasn't that he was ashamed of it, rather, revealing it would lead to complications. And he simply wished to navigate his high school years in peace. Chapter 20. Bullying this girl is somewhat naive. She believed that not all wealthy students in this class were the type to bully others or form cliques. It was only after entering university that she truly suffered. Jiang Yan reflected, shaking his head with a sigh as he contemplated He Yingying's future. While He Yingying may have been somewhat foolish, she was genuinely a good girl. Some astute classmates, grasping the implications of Jiang Yan's words, could foresee the challenges He Yingying might face, though others remained puzzled. Even if He Yingying wasn't particularly close to them, she had been friends with Bai Lu and Hao Xingxing. If what Jiang Yan suggested was true, Bai Lu's family had not yet faced any upheaval, and even if Hao Xingxing had gone missing, the fact that they had been friends would not change. Surely, If she had just spoken up, such misfortunes could have been avoided. One of He Yingying's university roommates is a wealthy student, arrogant and disdainful of the less fortunate. The other two roommates are sycophantic, while one merely follows the crowd. The two others fawn over the wealthy student, and the lone voice of dissent is He Yingying, who remains indifferent. After all, in her high school environment, she was accustomed to the presence of many rich students, including those from prestigious families, so she did not pay them much mind. However, this was intolerable to the wealthy student, who felt slighted by He Yingying's indifference. Consequently, she instructed her followers to isolate He Yingying. The poor girl was oblivious to the growing hostility, mistakenly believing that everyone was simply preoccupied with their own affairs. After all, in high school, her classmates had acted in a similar manner, and her focus, like Bai Lu's, was on the disappearance of Hao Xingxing. Whenever a break came, even on weekends, He Yingying and Bai Lu would search for Hao Xingxing together, leaving little room in her mind to notice the subtle cruelty directed at her. However, as the instigator, the wealthy student grew increasingly vindictive, resorting to extreme measures, such as locking Hao Xingxing outside in the frigid winter, feigning sleep and claiming she hadn't heard the commotion. She even soaked He Yingying's clothes in bedding, forcing her to sleep hunched over her desk, and, more egregiously, tossed her personal items out the window for the boys to see. By this point, even He Yingying, though slow to catch on, recognized that she was being bullied. However, at that time, Bai Lu's family was preoccupied with her grandfather's ill health, and Bai Lu's attention was consumed by that concern. To spare her friend from further worry, He Yingying chose to remain silent about her plight. Upon hearing this, those who had guessed the identity of the culprit sighed in silence. What sort of people were they? Although there were certainly individuals in their school who looked down on others, it had never escalated to outright bullying. At most, there was indifference or avoidance. Even the notorious bully, Xia Qi, had never been known to viciously torment anyone. He merely intimidated others, prompting them to keep their distance. As long as one did not provoke him, he would not cause trouble in return. Thus, the dishonorable behavior within their school seemed relatively minimal. It is indeed possible that they are misinformed, thus unaware of these matters. After all, there are many individuals who present a facade of propriety while harboring the hearts of beasts, a veritable collection of cultured rogues. However, it is certain that such incidents do not occur within their class. The most outrageous episode was merely yesterday when Jiang Yan had just arrived, and Gao Yuhua stirred up trouble for his goddess. They believe that the level of bullying experience pales in comparison to a truly tragic outcome. Currently, the most tragic figure appears to be the sole survivor, Zhongli Jiaja, who is genuinely unfortunate. Compared to him, the others fare relatively well. At this juncture, the bullying by the wealthy second-generation individuals towards He Yingying was limited to this. Until, of course, the group said, "All right, perhaps we spoke too soon." Meanwhile, He Yingying, who was seated alongside Bai Lu and Hao Xingxing on their way to Hao's family company, checked her phone and was stunned by the messages circulating in the group. She had never imagined that bullying would one day befall her. When she initially received the admission invitation from Tingji Academy, she had worried about this very issue. But the allure of the school's educational resources had compelled her to enroll without hesitation. Fortunately, her apprehensions turned out to be unfounded. She had made two sincere friends. Although her academic performance did not soar, she was generally satisfied. Thus, the thought of being bullied had long since been cast aside. Who would have guessed that such a fate awaited her in college? He Yingying, like several others aware of the future, felt an overwhelming sense of complexity, particularly as she realized that the bullying was not merely superficial, but rather escalated in severity. Her heart quivered. That group of individuals had rummaged through her belongings and discovered the gifts given to her by Bai Lu and Hao Xingxing for her coming-of-age celebration. Out of consideration for He Yingying, Bai Lu and Hao Xingxing had always chosen gifts within her financial means so that she would not feel burdened when wanting to reciprocate. However, they deemed the coming-of-age ceremony exceptional and thus presented her with lavish gifts. How Xingxing gifted her a gemstone necklace, while Bai Lu bestowed matching gemstone earrings. Given He Yingying's financial background, she could hardly afford even one of those items without depleting her savings. Consequently, when that group found the necklace and earrings, they accused her of theft. Bai Lu, also observing the messages in the group, furrowed her brow. Even though He Yingying's 18th birthday was still some time away, she and Xingxing had discussed the intention of giving her precious gifts on that special day, as a coming-of-age celebration is a singular event in life. They aspired to present their dear friend with the most splendid birthday gifts. Who would have thought that the gifts would become weapons for others to attack He Yingying? The fault lay not with the gifts themselves. He Yingying could discern Bai Lu's thoughts and, holding her hand with a gentle smile, reassured her that even without the gifts, they would find other means to target her, and if none were available, they would fabricate accusations. Bai Lu nodded, contemplating engraving He Yingying's name on the gifts, determined to see who would dare to provoke her. In the absence of clarity regarding the truth from a layperson's perspective, the appearance of an item that someone from a modest background could not afford raises suspicions. He Yingying, feeling defiant yet unable to prove her innocence, decided to report the incident to the authorities, who subsequently confirmed the items belonged to her. Although her innocence was validated, the wealthy second-generation individual lost face. Whether it was the exposure of their slander or the acquisition of the necklace and earrings, she would have to plead with her parents for a considerable time just to afford one of those items, while the impoverished girl she had looked down upon possessed them. As the wealthy second-generation individuals seethed with indignation, they spread rumors that He Yingying was being kept by an older man, acting as his mistress, and shamelessly being a third party. Every conceivable derogatory accusation was hurled at her. He Yingying became a figure of notoriety within their school, with even teachers casting disparaging glances her way and her counselor advising her to be more self-respecting. Despite He Yingying asserting that the rumors were unfounded and intentionally propagated by the wealthy second-generation individual, the counselor remained unconvinced, scrutinizing her through a biased lens, questioning why the wealthy second generation only targeted her, insinuating that there must be something wrong with her. He Yingying felt on the verge of collapse, ensnared in a vortex of needing to prove her innocence, yet no one would listen. Some even brazenly inquired how much she charged for her services. At that moment, He Yingying yearned to confide in Bai Lu, but Bai Lu was also facing difficulties at home, and did not wish to burden her friend, thus she remained silent. Damn, I knew there would be a scandal brewing. As a fellow female, it was disheartening to witness such malice from some individuals. Ironically, it was precisely because they were all women that they understood how to drag another girl into despair. Yingying, at times like this, it is not about proving your innocence. Rather, they must be made to present evidence. If they cannot, they will naturally refrain from further fabricating rumors. Should they produce any baseless evidence, you could easily take legal action against them. Although He Yingying was infuriated, she remained open to the suggestions from the group, expressing her gratitude for their concern and assistance, even though these events had yet to transpire. Observing the flurry of messages in the group, He Yingying felt her anger dissipate, and a smile began to form on her lips. Despite Jiang Yan's arrival being so recent, the atmosphere in the class had shifted. She relished this change, hoping it would endure. I'm furious. I bet this is far from over. Upon reading this statement, He Yingying's smile faltered, replaced by concern. Could it be more? As it turned out, there was indeed more. Did you think the bullying would cease here? The group collectively thought, no, indeed not. It was as they suspected. There is also a campus heartthrob at their school. However, in He Yingying's eyes, he is rather ordinary. After all, she had spent 3 years among handsome boys and beautiful girls. What had she not seen? Yet, the wealthy second-generation individual was infatuated with him and pursued him relentlessly. The heartthrob, however, showed no interest in her and instead treated He Yingying with kindness. When everyone around you bullies you and views you through a tainted lens, and yet one person stands apart, showing you warmth and care, how would you feel? He Yingying, who had initially been indifferent, gradually fell in love. Each time they met, The heartthrob would express concern for her, drawing her deeper into infatuation. Yet, the more affection he showed, the harsher the bullying from the wealthy second generation became. Eventually, Jiang discovered that they had tampered with her phone. In her navet, she deleted all her classmates to avoid causing trouble. Jiang Yan felt the urge to strangle someone as he spoke. Oh dear, if only you had allowed them to see your social media. Do you think they would still dare to bully you? Which of your wealthy classmates would not easily outshine them? You deleted contacts that many would envy. It was foolish of you. You are not using their names to deceive anyone or engage in criminal activities, merely seeking to shield yourself from bullying. They would not care. The wealthy second-generation individuals present nodded in agreement. Indeed, such trivial matters did not concern them. Do you think some parents go to great lengths to enroll their children in this school for the advanced facilities? Perhaps. But the primary reason is undoubtedly the connections forged with fellow students. These are valuable networks. Many who had been admitted for this reason silently concurred. Thus, Jiang endured a year of bullying. Nevertheless, she remained a resilient child, believing that everything would eventually pass. With the heartthrob's comfort, her outlook remained relatively stable. Though many recognized that a turning point was likely on the horizon, once again, perhaps involving the heartthrob. The astute classmates are well aware that from the moment the school heartthrob made his appearance, they sensed something amiss. They merely awaited Jiang Yan to provide irrefutable evidence. Meanwhile, some oblivious students speculated about what might have transpired. Chapter 21. Thankfully, it's not a lovesick mindset. She discovered the heartthrob's secret. What? Some students who believed the heartthrob to be a good person widened their eyes in disbelief. Is this somehow related to the heartthrob? A secret about him? What could it possibly be? Their minds raced, conjecturing what the heartthrob's secret might entail. Could it be that he is in cahoots with the wealthy heir, conspiring to torment Jiang, relishing the sight of her emotional collapse? Or perhaps the heartthrob secretly harbors feelings for the rich heir while concealing this from Jiang. Alternatively, could he actually be gay, dating Jiang merely to mask his true orientation? As the speculations swirled, Jiang Yan pondered, the heartthrob is a pervert. What? How so? The others were perplexed. He enjoys tormenting others and relishes the attachment of those he has tormented. His approach to Jiang stems from his awareness of the wealthy heir's character. He sought to maintain his faade while witnessing the spectacle he desired. As anticipated, Jiang faced brutal bullying, and under his feigned concern, she grew attached to him. Upon realizing this, Jiang felt despondent, yet she was not love-struck. She decisively severed all contact with the heartthrob. However, humans can be quite foolish. Seeing that Jiang no longer acknowledged him sparked the heartthrob's interest, prompting him to pursue her relentlessly, employing various tactics to win her back. Naturally, Jiang was not easily swayed. Goodness, witnessing this, the heartthrob experienced a fervent awakening. He realized he genuinely liked Jiang. Jiang Yan grimaced, mimicking a retching motion. How utterly revolting. The others agreed, their expressions filled with disdain, further advising the female classmates to be discerning when choosing boyfriends. Some even tagged Zhou Qingya. A lovesick mindset is to be avoided. Look at Jiang, who is quite admirable, free from such folly. Zhou Qingya, feeling disgruntled, pouted and thought to herself, I am not love-struck. Moreover, Jiang Yi is not that kind of person. Noticing the heartthrob's growing earnestness, who wouldn't he feel envious? Who wouldn't he be moved? Upon hearing this, the classmates felt their hearts race, secretly thinking, could it be that Jiang is developing feelings for him again? Fortunately, Jiang remained resolute, utterly unconcerned about him. Well done, Jiang. Just the thought of being enamored and entangled with that heartthrob sent shivers down her spine, making her feel utterly nauseated. Away with evil spirits. As she contemplated this, she found a talisman wallpaper to replace her current one, which finally brought her some peace. However, this series of events undoubtedly incited further ire from the wealthy heir. Thus, the final straw that would crush Jiang arrived. Just as her heart had settled, it soared again. Everyone speculated about what this final straw might be. The wealthy heir entrapped He Ying, orchestrating a brutal assault against her, while filming numerous videos and taking photographs. Upon hearing this, He Ying fell into complete despair and subsequently took her own life by jumping from a building. Damn! A low curse escaped. Some sensitive souls felt their eyes welling with tears. It was clear that He Ying had endured bullying and deceit yet prevailed. But such individuals only tarnish the reputation of the wealthy heirs, portraying them as a group of uncouth and arrogant individuals who believed themselves untouchable, acting as if they could do as they pleased. Who is this despicable person? I cannot swallow this indignation. Indeed, everything requires contrast. I now perceive our classmates as exceptionally admirable. Yes, I apologize for my previous disparagement of you. He Ying trembled as she observed the unfolding narrative. Bai Lu embraced her. Such occurrences will not repeat. He Ying took a deep breath and nodded. Speaking of which, I believe I encountered this wealthy heir's future once. Let me think. The classmates perked up, urging, hurry, hurry. Think carefully. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yan remarked, I recall. It's definitely this person. I encountered her during my summer visit to the city. She carried herself with an air of superiority, looking down on others. Thus, I delved into her gossip and uncovered her future. Her family produces clothing using harmful materials and sells them under the Gu Yuan Group's name. At that time, I thought, huh? What happened? The classmates were on edge, urging her to continue. Meanwhile, the wealthy heirs pondered which Gu Yuan group it was, having never heard of it. Could it be from some obscure locale? Some proactive individuals immediately searched online, but found no information about the group, leaving them even more perplexed. Until, wow! It's the little emperor. Dongli Jiaza inherited Gu Hichi's company, thus becoming the president of Gu Yuan Group. He was investigating whether the enterprises under his name were compliant and free of illegal activities, which led him to discover issues with her family's clothing. Without a hint of fear, Zhongli Jiaza publicly exposed the matter, and the media, catching wind of it, rushed to report, resulting in her family's downfall. Consequently, some unscrupulous companies that knowingly sold her problematic clothing also faced repercussions, suffering significant losses to rectify the situation. Following her family's bankruptcy, her quality of life plummeted, ultimately leading her to a fate akin to He Ying and Huang Yao. In the end, due to her reckless behavior, she contracted a contagious disease and perished. A heartwarming sense of justice prevails. Indeed, yet this grievance lingers. Why hasn't Jiang Yan revealed her name? Such unscrupulous companies deserve to collapse. Using toxic materials is tantamount to murder. Indeed. Should we inquire? Am I the only one who is following the little CEO's transformation into a true president? I am following. I never anticipated Gu Hichi would pass his company to the little CEO. Wow, how utterly amusing. Haha, I had the same thought. I knew it. You scholarly individuals would catch on. Jiang Yu, observing this, cast a suspicious glance at Gu Hichi, yet could see nothing beyond his hair. She could only turn her gaze to Zhongli Jiaza. Zhongli Jiaza fidgeted, feeling that Gu Hichi was excessively kind to him. He saved him, sent him abroad to evade scrutiny, and allowed him to inherit his company. Does this resemble a friend's attitude? Could it be that they are right, and Gu Hichi holds feelings for him? However, it's entirely unnoticeable. It shouldn't be, right? It's completely imperceptible. Very well. Someone voiced their doubts. It is indeed not apparent. Perhaps feelings may develop in the future? After all, the little emperor is quite handsome, only slightly inferior to me. Wang Zongyi. Do not indulge in self-admiration here. What do you mean by self-admiration? I'm merely speaking the truth. Gu Hichi could never possibly like the little CEO. The group fell silent for a few seconds before someone inquired. Do you know any insider information, Li Shiyao? Someone asked, while others glanced at Li Shiyao, whose face was flushed, seemingly furious. Li Shiyao, oblivious to their gazes, was engrossed in her phone, her fingers flying across the screen. In any case, he wouldn't like the little CEO. Don't spread rumors. I see. One person typed rapidly. Haha. You and Gu Hichi must be dating. Which is why you're so convinced, right? Li Shirao's eyes widened at this. Stop spreading rumors. He and I are merely ordinary classmates. Then how can you be so certain? Li Shirao was not easily swayed. Don't think you can trick me. With that, she raised her head to look at Gu Hichi. As Gu Hichi turned to gaze at her, despite the obscurity of his face, she nodded earnestly and patted her chest, signifying her vow, I shall never betray your secret. Hey, you've fled. Jiang Yu could no longer bear to watch and firmly pressed down on his hand to halt his self-destructive behavior. Gu Hichi observed Jiang Yu as she wiped away the blood and applied a bandage, slowly uttering, thank you. After a moment's contemplation, he added, I do not harbor any fondness for Jiaza. Jiang Yu fixed her gaze upon him for a while before responding with a smile, understood. Do not take it to heart. Everyone was merely jesting. You know how both the young and the elderly delight in such gossip. Gu Hichi merely murmured in response, his voice so soft that Jiang Yu might have missed it had they not been so close. Goodness, he is exceedingly shy, Jiang Yu mused, pondering how to subtly encourage others to be less intimidating to Gu Hichi when he was not around. It serves him right. Sun Yunlan's downfall is quite satisfying. Indeed. This sentiment resonated with the group. Yet, regarding Sun Yulan, a flicker of intrigue passed through their eyes. The weather had turned chilly, and it seemed the Sun family was destined for ruin. Speaking of which, Gu Hichi is Xiaoyu's roommate and deskmate. After appearing so frequently, I wonder what scandals he might be hiding. With the prospect of a potential romantic intrigue on the horizon, the group's interest peaked. All sat upright, their gazes fixated on Jiang Yan as if desperate to extract the secrets from her. Meanwhile, Gu Hichi felt increasingly uneasy, wishing to rise and deter the attention, but was ensnared by the penetrating stares of his peers, immobilized by their scrutiny. Just then, the school bell rang. Class is over. Let's head to the restroom, Jiang Yan declared, dismissing Gu Hichi from her thoughts as she stood to leave. No, wait. The collective yearning of her classmates was palpable, akin to fledglings begging for food, their hearts silently pleading, don't leave. Can't you finish speaking first? Alas. Jiang Yan merely offered them a cold shoulder as she departed. This fellow was incredibly fortunate. They found themselves inexplicably captivated by the presence of their usually unassuming and elusive classmate, whose appearance remained a mystery. Jiang Yu, too, felt a twinge of regret but mustered a smile, patting Gu Hichi on the shoulder, reassuring him, fear not. Everyone experiences this. It's nothing to fret over. Gu Hichi pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Observing this, Jiang Yu pondered if there truly was an undisclosed scandal at hand. Chapter 22. Wake up and get excited. Everyone's spirits surged with anticipation. No. Where's the gossip? What about Gu Hichi's secrets? They clamored inwardly, urging Jiang Yan to awaken from her slumber. Their eyes were glued to her, their unspoken cries echoing in the air. Jiang Yan, blissfully unaware, felt her drowsiness envelop her, nearly drifting into a delightful dream when the class bell rang, jolting her to full alertness. After a moment's hesitation, she straightened her posture and turned her attention to the entering mathematics teacher, their homeroom instructor, Su Lin. The students, who had been watching Jiang Yan closely, felt their earlier excitement reignite. Class 12 buzzed with restlessness. Su Lin, fully aware of the source of their agitation, felt his own composure falter slightly as he silently prayed that Jiang Yan would refrain from probing into his secrets. He certainly did not wish for his personal matters to be revealed to his students. This unspoken clash ultimately ended in victory for the homeroom teacher. Since Su Lin's entrance, Jiang Yan had been lost in thought, fixating on him. The students, witnessing her inaction, felt a pang of frustration. Jiang Yan, where's your fighting spirit? Whatever happened to your enthusiasm for gossip yesterday? Despite their anxious fidgeting, Jiang Yan remained unperturbed. Gu Hichi, shall we play basketball together this afternoon? A class clown bellowed. Cheers erupted from the classmates, who raised their thumbs in approval, exclaiming, well done. Jiang Yu instinctively glanced at Gu Hichi, who remained unfazed. as if the call had not been directed at him. A strange feeling welled up within Jiang Yu, silently mourning for the class clown. Good luck. I'm not seeing you off. Wow, that young lady moves gracefully, murmured the students nearby. What video could possibly be more intriguing than gossip? Others lamented their inability to uncover Gu Hichi's secrets, each one expressing their disappointment. Meanwhile, He Yingying and her companions had parked their car beneath the Hao Corporation building. The disheveled Hao Xingxing was eager to exit the vehicle, struggling to free herself from her seatbelt. Bai Lu and He Yingying could no longer stand idly by and assisted her. Hao Xingxing mumbled her thanks, hurrying toward the building. He Yingying and Bai Lu exchanged glances before quickly following, ensuring she didn't stumble in her distracted state. As the daughter of the Hao Corporation, the receptionist recognized Hao Xingxing, allowing the trio to easily access the exclusive elevator to the president's office. The brief seconds felt like an eternity for Hao Xingxing. Ding! The elevator arrived. She bolted out. He Yingying and Bai Lu had no choice but to follow suit. The secretary, upon spotting Hao Xingxing, was about to greet her when she had already burst through the door. Hao Xingxing's father, caught off guard while handling paperwork, initially felt anger rise within him, but soon quelled it upon recognizing his beloved daughter, replaced by concern and worry. Before he could inquire, his little princess rushed over with red-rimmed eyes, sobbing uncontrollably. He set aside his other matters and comforted her gently, casting an inquiring glance at He Yingying and Bai Lu, who had entered behind her. Though he sensed something was amiss, his heart ached for her. My dear girl, look at you crying so much. You're turning into a little raccoon. It was just a dream. There's nothing to fear. Your father and mother are here. He caressed Hao Xingxing's head and sent a message to her mother, requesting her to come at once. Seeing her in such a state, he knew he couldn't provide adequate comfort alone. Hao Xingxing could only cry, unable to articulate her thoughts, her heart insisting, this is not a dream. It is a future that will truly unfold. She wished to confide in her father, but knew she couldn't, which only intensified her sorrow. Her father, recognizing her distress, remained patient in his attempts to soothe her, his mind racing with thoughts of her dream. If such an event were to occur, he and his wife would indeed react in that manner. A glimmer of resolve flickered in his eyes. This dream felt too vivid, too plausible. By the time her mother arrived, both parents had exhausted their efforts to console Hao Xingxing. Observing her swollen eyes, they granted her a half-day leave. After school, Jiang Yan swiftly gathered her belongings and glanced over at Jiang Yu, who remained motionless. This left Jiang Yan perplexed. Why linger after school? Pondering this, she messaged Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu then recalled that someone had asked Gu Hichi earlier if he wanted to play basketball, likely indicating their intent to go together. Shall I bring you some water? Jiang Yan smiled brightly, secretly considering whether delivering water to Jiang Yu might lead to misunderstandings with Jiang Yu's admirers, only to be met with a swift retort, leaving them embarrassed. How amusing! Even if Xiaoyu forbade her from bringing water, she resolved to join them. The gossip grapevine remained active, and those who could hear Jiang Yan's thoughts remarked, all right, that does sound quite entertaining. Jiang Yan, upon noticing this, cheerfully hummed a tune as she departed. What shall we do? Are we truly playing basketball later? Why not? Let us go all in. Fine, the others agreed, promptly engrossing themselves in their phones. Some classmates passing by class 12, usually devoid of life, were taken aback to find it bustling with activity, nearly believing class had yet to be dismissed. They quickly checked the time, confirming that school had indeed ended, leaving them utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Some even took to the campus forum to share the peculiar occurrence. Soon, this post overshadowed today's trending topic concerning Jiang Xiaohua's leave of absence, presumably linked to a resident of the Jiang family. Has the group from class 12 transformed? Do they possess some insider information, perhaps regarding a visit from school leadership today? To the one above, do you truly believe they seek praise from the administration? I just passed by their classroom, and they were all engrossed in their phones, likely engaged in a game, making it inconvenient for them to leave just yet. A whole class gaming together? Not entirely impossible. Who knows what these young elites are thinking? But they weren't on their phones. I stood outside their classroom, and they were all focused on a classmate speaking. As for the content of the discussion, they were staring at me, so I felt too shy to listen. Is there anyone in the know who can shed some light? None. I took a glance. Not everyone was present. The new student wasn't he there, probably ostracized. Which new student? There have been quite a few newcomers lately. The one who bullied Jiang Xiaohua, forcing her to take a week off. Surely they were shunned due to poor character. Is calling someone a parasite too harsh? Who is the saint here? If you think it's excessive, why not invite her to stay with you? The conversation quickly shifted. Meanwhile, the second-year students from Class 22 had crafted a response for Bai Lu's situation. Although it had its flaws, it was unlikely to attract significant attention. With Bai Lu's matter resolved, they turned their focus to investigating the biology teacher's prospective partner, discussing how to collaborate on this endeavor. Su Lin, bewildered, remarked, "Huh?" The teachers enthusiastically recounted the situation in Class 12 to him. Despite feeling equally astonished, Su Lin sensed a connection to Jiang Yan, and thus he provided a cover. Well, they're probably just discussing where to hang out. You know how these wealthy second-generation students are. For a birthday or such, they tend to go all out. After sitting for a while, Su Lin remained uneasy and decided to head to Class 12. By the time he arrived, the classroom was already deserted. Su Lin, where is everyone? Weren't they supposed to be in class? Chapter 23, I'm not interested in your gossip. As Jiang Yan brought water, Jiang Yu and her friends were on a break. Scanning the group playing ball, Jiang Yan noticed none of them were familiar faces. They were likely from other classes. The crowd surrounding them consisted of both boys and girls, though the latter were in greater numbers. Had this been a campus idol drama, countless girls would have been cheering and screaming around Jiang Yu, who was among the so-called four. Jiang Yu's friends, in a light-hearted manner, began to tease, inevitably drawing numerous curious glances. Jiang Yu shot an exasperated look at the instigators, accepted the water from Jiang Yan, and expressed her gratitude. At that moment, as Jiang Yu took the water, Jiang Yan felt a multitude of scrutinizing gazes piercing her, akin to swords. Oh, are they coming? Jiang Yan could hardly contain her excitement. Unfortunately, those piercing looks only lingered for a moment before dissipating, with no one approaching her. Jiang Yan, what's wrong with the script? Jiang Yan sighed in disappointment. Indeed. Novels are merely fiction. They diverge from reality. Contemplating this, she pulled out her phone, intending to illuminate the screen, only to catch a glimpse of her own beautiful face reflected back. Anyone mistaking her for Jiang Yu's admirer must be utterly blind. What a blunder. Lacking any thrilling encounters, Jiang Yan quickly lost interest. Just as she hesitated about leaving, Zhou Qingya approached her, conspiratorially tugging at her sleeve, saying, "Quick, look. Our school's bully has arrived. You should keep your distance." Following Zhou Qingya's gaze, Jiang Yan immediately spotted the person she referred to amidst the throng. He sported flamboyant red hair, sharp features, and an intimidating demeanor, appearing both fierce and unruly, certainly not someone to provoke. However, his handsome face softened the harshness of his features, rendering him less intimidating overall. In summary, while he might seem a bit fearsome and hard to approach, he was quite the striking young man. Who is he? The bully, Xia Qi, the pampered young master of the Xia family, who is notoriously unruly. Zhou Qingya eagerly divulged everything she knew about Xia Qi to Jiang Yan. If she hadn't known better, she would have been tempted to share even the style of Xia Qi's undergarments. Jiang Yan nodded while asking, "Why do you want me to stay away from him?" Zhou Qingya raised her eyebrows and replied, "He likes Jiang Lian." Jiang Yan scrutinized Zhou Qingya's face, thinking that indeed, she was a beauty, even making silly faces. She still looked appealing. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Yan narrowed her eyes upon hearing Zhou Qingya's words. If he likes Jiang Lian, does that mean he is one of her devoted admirers? Jiang Yan casually opened the gossip index and listened as Zhou Qingya continued, "Everyone is saying you bullied Jiang Lian. which led to her taking a week off. I firmly believe you are innocent, but others, like the bully, may not think so. You should be cautious of him causing trouble. My little deskmate is quite trusting, huh? Zhou Qingya beamed with a twinkle in her eye. However, it's true that Jiang Lian and the Jiang family were indeed beaten by me, or rather, I simply helped them loosen their muscles and improve their blood circulation, which resulted in her taking time off. Zhou Qingya's smile froze. Meanwhile, the other students' eyes lit up. They had anticipated Jiang Yan to be the type to endure, but she turned out to be quite the fierce character. Wow, well done. One person exclaimed as others nodded in agreement. But do you like Jiang Lian? Let me see what gossip you have. If you really come looking for trouble, I won't hold back. The crowd immediately perked up. Here it comes. The bully's gossip, how delightful. After confirming Xiaoqi was indeed the name of the bully, Jiang Yan searched for his gossip. Upon reading the displayed information, her smile quickly faded. What? Xiaoqi doesn't he actually like Jiang Lian at all? What? He doesn't he like her? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, as the rumor of the bully's affection for Jiang Lian had been widely circulated, and there were still fervent discussions about the two on the forum. Most importantly, the parties involved had never denied it. They hadn't denied it, but they hadn't confirmed it either, right? Isn't it generally assumed? Confused, Jiang Yan continued reading. Chuckling softly, the onlookers, eager to know what Jiang Yan had discovered, leaned in closer. Haha, the reason Xiaoqi hasn't clarified the rumors is that he believes, as a bully, having a crush on a school beauty enhances his reputation, so he simply allows it to be assumed. What's even more surprising is that his bully persona was initially propagated by hired individuals on the school forum after his enrollment. In reality, he is a particularly kind-hearted and gentle plushie enthusiast. Don't let his fierce appearance fool you. Every day after school, he goes to Huayang Street to feed stray cats and dogs, rain or shine. While petting the cats and dogs, he even makes the cutest high-pitched sounds, transforming him into an unexpectedly adorable character. What? The crowd was filled with questions. Who is adorable? Who makes high-pitched sounds? Who is kind-hearted and gentle? Xiaoqi? The undeniably fierce and intimidating Xiaoqi? The crowd, like synchronized robots, turned their heads toward the striking figure with red hair. No matter how they looked at it, they couldn't reconcile that person with the image of someone who would make cute sounds. Wait, Huayang Street, are we going? Many decided to stake out Huayang Street to observe whether the bully was indeed such a delightful character. Some female classmates seemed to have realized something. Commenting in the group, I previously had no feelings for Xiaoqi, but after hearing Jiang Yan, my inner girl is stirred. What a delightful character he must be. The mere thought of the school bully, with a fierce demeanor yet displaying a tender smile towards kittens and puppies, nearly sends me soaring to the heavens. Such delightful contrasts. Xiaoqiren is quite admirable as well. He always goes above and beyond to assist his friends and juniors in times of need. Alas, what is to become of him? Are we destined to witness Xiaoqiren's future unfold as tragically as his classmates? Everyone has become somewhat accustomed to the notion of a grim fate awaiting them, and in due time we might even find humor in it. His friends and juniors seem to be around him solely for his wealth, privately mocking him for being a naive sweetheart while exploiting his name for their own mischievous endeavors. The reputation of the school bully is bolstered by the misdeeds of these so-called friends, yet he remains blissfully unaware, believing it to be the result of his own influence. Jiang Yan shook his head, harboring doubts. Logically speaking, given the Xia family's stature, even a pampered heir should not be so blissfully ignorant, right? It's not as if they are raising him like Bai Lu, intentionally fostering such ignorance, is it? Suddenly, Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. Is there a scandal involving the Xia family? Peers from ordinary backgrounds glanced at the wealthy second-generation students in the class, silently inquiring. We are not privy to the details. But as far as we know, the Xia family has no hidden agendas. They genuinely treat Xiaoqiren well, although they may be overly indulgent. We speculate it's because Xiaoqiren has an elder brother to shoulder responsibilities, allowing such pampering to occur. What a pity that we couldn't glean Xiaoqiren's future. Otherwise, we would have known for certain. Everyone shared in the sense of regret. While the Xia family appears straightforward, who can say for sure? Just like Bai Lu's father, who outwardly seems untroubled but is truly concealing much. Alas, Jiang Yan sighed deeply, casting a disapproving glance at the oblivious Xia Qiren. It's unfortunate that we couldn't foresee the future, but why is there so little gossip? I have no interest in knowing that you can play hide-and-seek with children all day. Nor do I wish to hear about how you mistakenly jumped onto someone else's back yesterday, causing them to fall, only to realize they were not the person you thought and awkwardly fled, resulting in a tumble that led to a child's lollipop being devoured, leaving the child in tears. While onlookers admonished you for snatching candy from children, with someone even giving you 50 cents to buy more candy. The crowd turned to a classmate who quickly covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Jiang Yan glanced over. The classmate laughed. Apologies, I just recalled something amusing. Yesterday, my cousin was catching chickens, and it turned into a chaotic scene, with a chicken landing on his head and leaving a mess. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yan couldn't help but chuckle. Right? Quite humorous, isn't it? The classmate asked. Jiang Yan nodded vigorously. Seeing the topic had shifted, she signaled to everyone, who promptly gave her a thumbs up. The gossip about her cousin elicited admiration. You are so refined. Truly remarkable. Upon hearing this, everyone was somewhat taken aback. This gossip was not just a one-time affair? Naturally. Life is long, and gossip will continue to proliferate. That makes sense. I suppose I shall need to be more observant in the future. Let the past gossip be bygones. But the future should be kept to a minimum. Everyone found this reasoning quite compelling. By the way, last time we mentioned searching for gossip about Jiang Lian. How did we forget? Let's search now. Haha, let me see what dirt you have that might fall into my hands. Jiang Lian's gossip. The crowd erupted with excitement. Who wouldn't want to know the secrets of a prominent figure? They were all particularly eager, urging one another silently. Hurry up. Some mischief makers relayed the events to the group chat, not forgetting to tag the absent Gao Yuhua. Look, we're about to unveil your goddess's gossip. Gao Yuhua. Gao Yuhua. Chapter 24. The world has transformed into something unrecognizable to me. Just then, a commotion erupted from next door. Jiang Yan's gossip radar activated, instantly casting aside thoughts of Jiang Lian, charging forth like a wild stallion. The onlookers gaped in astonishment at the scene, quickly regaining their senses and squeezing into the crowd. Jiang Yan dashed swiftly, finding herself at the heart of the chaos. On the field, a group of boys were embroiled in a scuffle, while others attempted to separate them. But the situation was utterly chaotic, leaving the peacemakers at a loss. Beside them stood a distressed girl, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, "Please, stop fighting. Don't continue." Observing this, Jiang Yan, ever sociable, inquired with those nearby about the unfolding events. Everyone was eager to share. And soon the entire story came to light through a cacophony of voices. It turned out that students from 2 classes had gathered to play basketball. While they were having a great time, one boy caught sight of the girl passing by and executed a stunning 3-point shot. The crowd erupted with cheers, and the boy boasted that his girlfriend was passing by. Upon hearing this, another boy from the opposing team retorted, "You're full of it. She's clearly my girlfriend." This led to a heated argument, and as others witnessed the scene, they quickly pulled the girl away. Alas, pulling her away only escalated matters as more onlookers emerged, claiming the girl was their girlfriend, resulting in the chaotic brawl now witnessed. Jiang Yan listened intently, feeling satisfied with her gossip radar's accuracy, an absolute spectacle of a love triangle gone awry. As she observed the sobbing girl, her tear-streaked face resembled a beautifully tragic painting. No wonder she attracted a throng of suitors. Indeed, the brave are the ones who truly experience the world. Even though she could not push her way into the fray, her classmates, having gleaned the gist of the situation from Jiang Yan, felt well-informed and were left at a loss for words. Is the brave are the ones who enjoy the world first intended to be applied in such a manner? I recognize her. She is a senior named El Muron. While her popularity may not rival Jiang Lian's, She is certainly a notable figure. Some classmates whispered, recalling how she often walked with different boys, initially believing they were merely friends or classmates, only to discover they were actually in romantic relationships. Her time management skills are impressive, managing to juggle multiple relationships until now without incident. Miran, could you please say something? A classmate beside Miran exclaimed, anxious for her to stop crying. The situation was becoming troublesome. Miran nodded, approaching her entangled boyfriends with tearful eyes. Please stop fighting. I cherish each of you equally. You are all my wings. Without one of you, I am incomplete. You wouldn't want to see me hurt, would you? The boyfriends paused their brawl, gazing at the tearful Miran, several of their anger dissipating as they took in her red-rimmed eyes with concern. Some boys seemed conflicted, torn between their desire to comfort their girlfriend and their frustration toward others claiming the same affection. A few, unable to contain themselves, bluntly remarked, "You need help. Have you seen a doctor?" What? Miran staggered back a few steps, appearing as if she might shatter. Her tears poised to fall as she looked at those who spoke, her voice quivering and choked. How could you say such cold-hearted words with such warm lips? The other boyfriends, witnessing her distress, felt their hearts break, rushing to surround her, offering comfort and concern, their empathy nearly overflowing. Yet, Miran seemed unfazed, instead gazing past them at the boys who had spoken. Is it so intolerable that I embrace a bit of love? My tears fall just right, she said, watching the boys' hearts constrict in regret for their hasty words. All right, Miran, do not be sad anymore. A young man stepped forward and suggested, let us change the location. We shouldn't cause too much of a scene here and trouble ran. Naturally, the group of boyfriends did not wish to be mere spectators and readily agreed, surrounding Miran as they departed together. The onlookers were left utterly astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief, captivated by the spectacle. Was that truly all there was to it? Shouldn't they at least receive some resolution? A collective sense of regret swept through the crowd for the lack of a follow-up. Jiang Yan shared in this disappointment, feeling as if they were abruptly yanked from the climax of a film to wash dishes instead. Was this a case of a Mary Sue manifesting in reality? Or perhaps a heartthrob was right beside them? Surely, you felt the same way? It was overwhelming, leaving one at a loss for words, so explosive was the scene. A testament to the playful antics of the upperclassmen. They were adults, after all. Jiang Yan, unable to quell her curiosity about the incomplete narrative, inquired the name of the girl beside her and began her search in the gossip compendium. In critical moments, one must rely on the gossip compendium. The classmate who intended to leave slowed her pace. Miran has dated 9 boyfriends. It seems she has indeed collected enough to summon a Dragon Ball. But who will be next? What? She genuinely loves each boyfriend? Isn't it merely to placate them? Jiang Yan's mouth fell open in astonishment. Her classmates shared her disbelief. They too had assumed Miran's words were merely for calming her suitors, only to discover the truth was far more profound. Such a generous spirit she possessed. Her classmates expressed their amazement. What? She is even pursuing the school bully, Xiaoqi. The crowd was left speechless, unsure how to react to such news. 9 boyfriends, and she still craved more? It appears that Liu's entourage lacks a school bully, which is why she secretly pursues him. Could it be that she has a collection obsession for boyfriends? I have seen card, watch, and figurine collectors, but never one who collects boyfriends. She must have one of each type. Jiang Yan struggled to articulate her feelings in that moment, ultimately concluding, the upperclassman was remarkable. Incredible. The group echoed her sentiments. They had never encountered anything like this before. Is this what city dwellers are like? Jiang Yan mused. While others are busy collecting various types of boyfriends in virtual games, city folk are already engaging in real-life boyfriend collecting. We are not like that. Do not generalize. The crowd retorted. City dwellers are not defined by a few anomalies. This should not tarnish the reputation of all. Indeed, the world has transformed into one I no longer recognize. No, it is not. Just because a few peculiar individuals stand out, it does not mean everyone is the same. The group silently protested. Are you all going to continue with this? Jiang Yan, oblivious to their outcry, glanced at Jiang Yu. No, Jiang Yu replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. I'm off to shower and eat. Shall we go together? Yes, Jiang Yan agreed. The two departed, prompting others to disperse as well. Meanwhile, at the Chu residence, yes, I understand, Chu Qianyu said, holding a phone in one hand and a document in the other as he instructed the person on the other end. Follow Xiao Ju's lead, keep a close watch. But there's no need to finalize things for him. After hanging up, Fu Liyue, who entered with a glass of milk, overheard and inquired curiously. What is Xiao Ju up to? Chu Qianyu took a sip of milk and smiled. Xiao Ju is investigating a man who is set up to date their biology teacher. I've asked Uncle Chen to keep an eye on it. Although Fu Liyue was curious about Xiao Ju's motives, she could sense her partner's thoughts and felt a twinge of concern. Will this discourage Xiao Ju? Chu Qianyu sighed. You spoil him too much. If he cannot handle minor setbacks, how will he face significant challenges at work in the future? Moreover, he added with a smile, although Xiao Ju's efforts may be lacking in some areas, they are commendable for his age and experience. These shortcomings will not have a substantial impact on him, which is why I prefer not to have Uncle Chen tidy things up. We can use this as a teaching moment. Fu Liyue felt reassured and asked, do you have some free time? I've been working tirelessly and have finally carved out some time, he replied. Oh dear, my precious one has worked so hard. Fu Liyue affectionately kissed Chu Qianyu on the lips, sitting on his lap and cuddling his neck. Let us plan a surprise for Xiao Ju, but you mustn't spoil it. Agreed. Meanwhile, similar scenes unfolded in other households as parents keenly observed their children's behavior. They were less concerned with the motivations behind their children's actions and more focused on their methods, strategizing for educational moments post factum. After all, it was rare for their little ones to take something seriously, and they certainly did not want to miss the opportunity for guidance. Chapter 25, Is the academic overly fond of plush toys? At the same time, on Huayong Street, some students from Class 12 who had not secured any tasks stood by the roadside, each clutching a cup of milk tea, idly playing on their phones while keeping an eye on their surroundings. Soon, their target appeared. The school bully, Xia Qi, approached, his backpack bulging. The students, not attempting to hide, wore their Tsingzi Academy uniforms, making it impossible for Xia Qi to miss them as he walked by. To preserve his image, he strolled past them nonchalantly, then turned down another path towards a location to feed stray cats and dogs. As the Class 12 students pondered whether Jiang Yan's intuition was mistaken, another classmate who happened to be near the feeding spot sent a location pin, excitedly urging them to hurry over and sharing a photo of Xia Qi. This classmate, also a cat lover, had been captivated by the strays upon arrival and had followed them, unable to resist their charm. Once at the location, he found even more cats, his excitement akin to winning the lottery. After lavishing attention on the resting felines, he lamented having forgotten to bring food. Just then, he saw the lounging cats suddenly spring to life and dash in one direction. Curiously, he turned to see Xia Qi approaching. Xia Qi wore an expression of tender, almost palpable affection, petting each cat in turn. He set down his backpack and retrieved a bag of cat food along with several cans, methodically pouring them into plastic containers on the ground before opening the cans and placing them nearby. The cats meowed eagerly, nuzzling Xia Qi's legs, and as soon as the food was laid out, they rushed to feast. Xia Qi squatted beside them, affectionately stroking this one and that one, his gentle laughter punctuated by a sweet, endearing tone. Truly, the Xia Qi in this moment was a stark contrast to the one they typically encountered. Of course, all of this was captured and shared in their group chat. Indeed, one should not judge a book by its cover, a classmate remarked. Goodness, how am I supposed to look at the school bully the same way again? Another added, he is so cute. I just want to rush over and shower him with affection. Ahem, the girls in the group exclaimed, our hearts are racing. Oh my, do you all realize who we are witnessing? Who? The crowd buzzed with curiosity. Huo Yan. Huo Yan? Is he the one I think he is? Indeed. the academic prodigy from the neighboring school. He consistently ranks first, overshadowing countless other geniuses. The classmates stood in awe as they gazed at the handsome youth squatting beside Xiaoqi, affectionately petting the cats, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Encountering the neighboring school's academic darling was entirely beyond their expectations. They had never anticipated that the ethereal, aloof scholar, who resembled a delicate flower blooming on a high peak and seemed indifferent to all worldly matters, was, in fact, a fervent admirer of plush toys. Suddenly, they felt that the scholar was not as unattainable as they had once thought. Observing the cheerful interaction between the scholar and Xiaoqi, they mused, could this be the essence of a cat-loving bond? Meanwhile, in the Bai family study, Bai Zhenhua set down his phone and glanced at the documents sprawled across his desk, letting out a deep sigh. An old friend had just called, inviting him to go fishing. Unfortunately, unlike his friends who, upon reaching a certain age, relinquished their responsibilities and entrusted the company to the next generation to indulge in a leisurely life, he could not afford to do the same. It wasn't that he was unwilling to surrender his authority. Rather, his daughter and granddaughter were not yet ready to shoulder such weighty responsibilities. The sprawling company still relied on his steady guidance. As for his son-in-law, Bai Zhenhua narrowed his eyes, deeming further evaluation necessary. If it came to it, he would hand the company over to someone else for management. After all, his daughter and granddaughter held shares. As long as the company did not falter, they would be secure for life. Lost in thought, Bai Zhenhua was interrupted by a knock on the study door. After responding, a figure darted past the butler, Wang, who had opened the door. Grandfather. Upon seeing Bai Zhenhua, Bai Lu could no longer contain the repressed sorrow and frustration, bursting into tears as she embraced him. Bai Zhenhua gestured to Wang, who quietly exited the study and closed the door, sealing away the noise. Why are you crying? Have you been wronged? Bai Zhenhua gently patted Bai Lu's back, his previously stern tone softening. Hearing his voice, Bai Lu felt an overwhelming urge to divulge everything, yet rationality prevailed. And she said through her sobs, Grandfather, I suspect Dad is having an affair. In their after-school discussions, the initial narrative had diverged significantly. Bai Lu had spun several versions, attempting to conceal the source of her information from Jiang Yan. However, the inconsistencies were glaring, and a cunning elder like Bai Zhenhua would surely see through them. For instance, Bai Lu had omitted any mention of Jiang Yan and claimed that Zhou Ru had a love child. If the existence of a love child could be easily uncovered, that was one thing, but if it required extensive investigation, how would a high school student like her have come by such information? When she stated that a classmate had told her, the inevitable question arose, which classmate, and how did they know? After much deliberation, they had settled on the pretext of infidelity. Who told you this? Bai Zhenhua's smile remained. Yet it did not reach his eyes as he handed Bai Lu a tissue to wipe her tears. Sniffling, Bai Lu replied, Xingxing had a nightmare about her parents today. I empathized and thought I would surprise Dad after school. I didn't tell anyone and even instructed the company staff to keep it secret, intending to visit him alone. But then, her tears began to flow uncontrollably again as she recalled the painful future she envisioned for herself and her mother, compounded by the heartbreak of discovering that her beloved father could be such a person. Bai Zhenhua did not rush her, he simply listened attentively. Grandfather. Bai Lu grasped his arm, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Please help me investigate. If I don't clarify this, it will feel like a thorn in my heart. And I will feel uneasy seeing Dad. Very well, I will help you, Bai Zhenhua replied, gently tapping her forehead. You, my dear, just love to overthink. Bai Lu pouted, expressing her discontent with a soft huff. Why do you sulk when I say a few words? Bai Zhenhua inquired with a grin. I am not petty like that, Bai Lu retorted, loosening her grip on his arm, her eyes darting as she hesitated to voice her thoughts. Bai Zhenhua, intrigued, encouraged her, speak your mind. What is there that you cannot share with your grandfather? Upon hearing this, Bai Lu straightened her posture and said earnestly, Grandfather, I want to learn from you. This was her second motive for visiting. To protect what she held dear, she knew she must grow stronger. Bai Zhenhua's smile remained. But an inexplicable pressure began to permeate the study, a subtle yet powerful aura. "Have you thought this through?" he asked, his demeanor still cheerful. "Once you commit, it will be arduous. I will not go easy on you simply because you are my granddaughter. If anything, I may be even stricter." Taking a deep breath, contemplating the future she envisioned for herself and her mother, Bai Lu nodded firmly. "I have thought it through." "Very well," Bai Zhenhua declared. "Starting tomorrow, come to me after school and study for 2 hours each day." Bai Lu was taken aback by the smoothness of the agreement, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. "Grandfather, are you not curious why I wish to do this?" Bai Zhenhua sighed. "Silly girl, if you could learn even a fraction of my abilities, you wouldn't need to ask that." "What?" Bai Lu mumbled, perplexed. Bai Zhenhua chuckled and indulged her curiosity. "What made you want to learn from this old fool? You used to resist it so vehemently." Bai Lu's expression brightened as she replied, "I want to become strong to protect my mother and you." Bai Zhenhua's smile deepened as he affectionately ruffled her hair. "I hope that when you tell me this again in the future, it will be in the context of desire, not mere aspiration." Bai Lu responded with a puzzled expression. Bai Zhenhua offered no further explanation, simply sending her out to play and inviting her to stay the night. Bai Lu readily agreed, knowing that with her limited acting skills, encountering Zhou Ru would likely expose her intentions. It was better to avoid a meeting for now. Once Bai Lu left the study, Bai Zhenhua's smile vanished, his demeanor transforming into one of quiet authority, reminiscent of a regal lion. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Once the call connected, he instructed, "Investigate where Lu went today. Additionally, look into Zhou Ru, every detail, down to his ancestry." There was a brief pause on the other end before the voice responded promptly, "Understood." After hanging up, Bai Zhenhua stared out the window, his expression inscrutable. Chapter 26. A world awaits in this modern age. Who among us does not scroll through videos or novels while dining? Jiang Yan was certainly one of them. While waiting for her fried noodles, she skillfully opened Douyin, grinning as she perused the videos. One by one, she swiped through clips, some humorous, others sentimental or absurd, until a marketing video caught her attention. The content revealed that a certain popular singer, known by the surname Wang, had been arrested. "Oh dear," Jiang Yan exclaimed, momentarily slipping into her native accent. "It seems countless hearts will shatter over this." As she spoke, she deftly exited Douyin and opened Weibo, checking the trending topics. Sure enough, the search results were dominated by terms related to Wang Han. Clicking on a trending topic about Wang Han, she was met with a flurry of comments, reminiscent of a martial arts battle unfolding in the comment section. The official statements had been released, yet some die-hard fans refused to believe their idol could be implicated, insisting it was all a conspiracy, claiming it was merely a case of mistaken identity. The extent of their delusions was a remarkable feat in itself. As Jiang Yan scrolled further, she noticed that these discussions often led to mentions of other celebrities. Scanning the comments, she quickly spotted Jiang Sei's name. A fan who supported both Jiang Sei and Wang Han expressed that after Wang Han's fall from grace, she would only trust Jiang Sei. If Jiang Sei were to falter as well, she would abandon fandoms altogether. This comment garnered a wave of agreement. Others chimed in, asserting that Jiang Sei appeared gentle and amiable, always smiling, and could never engage in such behavior. Some also remarked that with Jiang Sei's handsome looks, there were likely many eager to pursue him without resorting to solicitation. Then, this statement was met with a unanimous attack from Jiang Sei's fans, who believed that Jiang Sei was not the kind of person to engage in reckless behavior. However, some countered that Jiang Sei was not a saint, devoid of human emotions, and others suggested that perhaps the brother they adored was lying in another man's embrace. Instantly, the comment section erupted into chaos, skyrocketing to the top of trending discussions. Jiang Yan watched with great interest and couldn't help but turn her gaze towards Jiang Yu. "Little fish, what kind of person do you think second brother is?" In her understanding of the future, her impression of Jiang was that of a warm smile, appearing approachable and gentle, yet for her future self, Jiang was merely a passerby. Yes, a mere passerby. Jiang neither bullied her nor paid her any attention, much like how she regarded him as someone insignificant. Someone who did not warrant her focus. In this light, the claims of Jiang being approachable and gentle seemed quite questionable. Jiang Yu. Uncertain why Jiang Yan suddenly inquired about Jiang organized her thoughts and replied, "Second brother has a rather aloof disposition, as if he was born without emotions." Well, that might be too absolute. He does have feelings, albeit very faint ones. Jiang Yan nodded, beginning to understand why her future self would describe Jiang as a stranger. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yu added, "Second brother treats everyone this way, Jiang Lian included, so don't feel disheartened by his indifference." "All right." Jiang Yan responded with a smile. The only person she cared about at present was Little Fish. She was attentive to Jiang primarily because she had just seen his name and also because, in the future, after her passing, it was Jiang who draped his warm coat over her cold body and managed her affairs, even preventing others from taking Little Fish's body away. Jiang allowed Gu Hichi to take away Little Fish's body? Jiang Yan blinked, filled with confusion. Why would Gu Hichi take Little Fish's body? She had been so preoccupied with thoughts of Little Fish that she had overlooked this matter. Jiang Yan scrutinized Jiang Yu. Her instincts told her there was something amiss. Jiang Yu felt uneasy under Jiang Yan's gaze. Just then, the fried noodles arrived, and she decided to drop the topic, burying herself in her meal while casually asking Jiang Yan how she became concerned about Jiang. As she stirred the noodles, Jiang Yan, intent on checking the gossip encyclopedia for information about Gu Hichi, chuckled. "Didn't you see? That top singer, Wang Han, got arrested. It's all over Weibo's trending topics." Jiang Yu was somewhat surprised that it had already become public knowledge, but also somewhat expected it. After all, there were those in their class with close ties to the entertainment industry, even the scions of entertainment moguls, and Wang Han wasn't part of their company. They didn't care about the fallout. Releasing this information swiftly might even allow them to profit from it. "Why aren't you surprised at all?" Jiang Yan asked suspiciously. Jiang Yu's heart tightened, but her expression remained calm. "I don't really pay attention to these matters, whether it's Wang Han or Wei Xiao. It has nothing to do with me." Jiang Yu, hearing this, pouted and said, "Little Fish, you truly lack the qualities of a gossip enthusiast." Jiang Yu continued, "Once you've tasted a melon, eating it again loses its novelty, thank you." However, she added, that Wei Xiao wouldn't engage in such activities. He is happily married. Jiang Yan grinned mischievously. "How do you know?" Jiang Yu raised her eyebrows, turning the tables. Jiang Yan's expression stiffened momentarily, then she chuckled awkwardly. "I'm just well informed, you know. Don't underestimate the spirit of a gossip enthusiast." In the comments section, Jiang Yan twirled a strand of noodles and continued. In the trending comments, several celebrities were called out, and some even mentioned Jiang. They will be disappointed. Second brother is not that kind of person, Jiang Yu confidently asserted. Jiang Yan understood Jiang Yu's unwavering trust. After all, Jiang was emotionally reserved. Thus, she replied, "Indeed. Thankfully, he isn't like that, otherwise he would end up like Wang Han, with everyone knowing in an instant." The mere thought of being approached by strangers asking, "Hey, is it true your brother Jiang is in trouble? Has he gotten out of jail yet? I heard he was sick," made her feel suffocated. Jiang Yu imagined this scenario and shuddered. Although she felt it was unlikely, she couldn't help but pull out her phone. Finding Jiang's WeChat and sending him a message, "Second brother, a moment of pleasure can lead to tears from loved ones. Please don't." Perhaps Jiang wasn't busy at the moment, as he promptly sent a 10,000 yuan transfer along with a message, "Go see a neurologist. Be good." Jiang Yu, displaying a perplexed expression, caught Jiang Yan's attention. "What's wrong?" Jiang Yu placed her phone in front of her, hoping Jiang Yan would join her in confronting Jiang's. However, upon seeing it, Jiang Yan's eyes widened, and she quickly asked, Jiang's, second brother, is he really this generous? Quickly, give me his contact details. No, I'll do it myself. Jiang Yu, ignoring Jiang Yan's complex emotions, Jiang Yan eagerly operated her phone, sharing her WeChat with Jiang's and successfully adding him as a friend before hastily sending a message, second brother, hello. Have you seen the trending topic? Don't repeat the past, or you might end up like Wang Han with everyone knowing. Be cautious. Meanwhile, Jiang's, who was checking his phone, squinted and glanced at his agent, who was drinking water. Chinga, do you think I'm the kind of person who would do that? Chinga sputtered, spitting out his drink in shock as he stared at Jiang's. What are you talking about? You? Chinga pulled back the curtains and looked outside. There's no red rain. Jiang's lightly tapped his chin, lowering his gaze to his phone. His long fingers gently traced the edge of the device before lifting his gaze to his assistant, who was playing on his phone, asking, Xiaodu, what do you think? The assistant named Xiaodu looked over at the sound, meeting Jiang's eyes filled with a gentle smile, yet he felt an inexplicable chill down his spine. Jianga wouldn't do such a thing, he quickly asserted. Oh, really? Jiang's responded nonchalantly, his fingers swiftly moving across the screen. Jiang's transferred 10,000 yuan to her, instructing her to buy some cognitive supplements for herself and Jiang Yu to share. Second brother is truly a good person. I declare that from today onward, I am his loyal fan. Jiang Yan exclaimed. Jiang Yu added, since you're so interested, should we visit him on the weekend? Second brother is filming in the next city. Let's go. Jiang Yan replied eagerly. Of course, her motivation wasn't merely to indulge in the entertainment gossip up close, but to meet the second brother who had taken care of her remains. Really, look into my sincere eyes and believe me. Chapter 27, Paternity Test Friday. What do you wish to investigate? If it's general information, casual inquiries will suffice, but for more detailed information, the household registration system is your best bet. I can handle this topic. I wanted to investigate my ex-husband, and through a friend's introduction, I met some relevant individuals who were quite professional. As you can see, my husband became my ex-husband. A detective agency. We should have those in our country, right? I have connections. I can get you on board for 50. As long as you have the money, there are plenty of people willing to help you investigate. Don't even get me started on emotional histories. They can find out when he was weaned and whether he's still wet the bed. Professional investigations into extramarital affairs, catching cheating spouses, locating individuals, etc. For details, please contact 135. Jiang Yan looked around, contemplating that it might be better to spend some money hiring professionals. As a student, although she had a gossip encyclopedia, it only provided vague future insights and couldn't detail an individual's circumstances. Furthermore, even if the gossip encyclopedia could reveal the dating history of the biology teacher's partner, it couldn't replicate his thoughts or conversations with family members. To convince the biology teacher, she needed substantial evidence that could decisively undermine his suitor. Thus, she decided to leave it to the professionals. Regrettably, the 10,000 yuan she had just received would soon take flight like a bird. Jiang Yan, while lamenting, searched for reliable professionals and contemplated asking Jiang Yu to accompany her in the afternoon. After all, as a young woman, personal safety should be a priority. As she mulled over her thoughts, Song Chungzhou, who had just entered the classroom, approached Lin Lu and Chuju. The results of the paternity test are out. Will you accompany me this afternoon, or shall I bring them to you? Lin Lu and Chuju exchanged glances and replied in unison, please bring them to us. They feared that by the time they retrieved the results, their family members would block them at the hospital entrance. All right, I appreciate it, Chuju said with a smile. Next time, dinner is on me. As Song Chungzhou sat down, Jiang Yu inquired, are there results? Yes, Song Chungzhou turned to Jiang Yu. Although I haven't seen the results yet, given our sister's uncanny abilities, it's safe to say the outcome is a definitive 99.99. Jiang Yu nodded, suggesting, "How about a cycling trip this weekend? Let's invite our sister too. The weather is quite pleasant." "No," Jiang Yu shook her head. "Jiang Yan and I have other plans this weekend. Perhaps next week we can cycle out to that camping barbecue spot in the countryside." "Sounds good," Song Chengzhou agreed, casting questioning glances at Su Xingji, Zhongli Jiaja, Gu Hichi, Shui Ji, and Qin Shuyan, all of whom readily affirmed. "Let's see if Zhou Qingya wants to join," Shui Ji suggested. "Otherwise, Jiang Yan will be the only girl, and she might feel uncomfortable." He then turned to Li Shiyao beside him. "Are you coming?" Li Shiyao, glancing at Gu Hichi and Jiang Yu, eagerly nodded. "Absolutely." "Great. I'll check with Zhou Qingya." The class bell rang, and the biology teacher, appearing haggard and melancholic, entered the room. Upon seeing the students, the teacher composed herself, forcing a smile. Observing the teacher's demeanor, Jiang Yan sensed that something must have transpired. She opened her gossip app, contemplating whether it could provide insights when her phone vibrated. Upon checking, she saw messages from the class group. After reading the messages, Jiang Yan was enlightened. Apparently, a classmate had inadvertently encountered the biology teacher with her blind date and overheard him mentioning that he was interested in the teacher mainly for her family's property, leading them to conclude he was not a good person. Since the biology teacher was well-liked, the classmates decided to investigate the blind date thoroughly and subsequently sent the findings to the teacher. Upon learning the truth, the biology teacher broke off the relationship. No wonder she appeared so worn and despondent. It was undoubtedly disheartening to realize that the person she had hoped for was a scoundrel. "Everyone is quite impressive," Jiang Yan marveled. She had only just begun to act, yet they had already resolved the matter. With such initiative and efficiency, who would dare to claim you are aimless and unskilled? I, for one, would not accept such a label. They exchanged thoughts, their smiles betraying their pride. This buoyant mood lasted throughout the day, leaving the arriving teachers intrigued and curious about the source of the students' elation. They inquired with the homeroom teacher, Su Lin, who was equally perplexed and unable to provide an explanation, leaving the rest to depart with a sense of disappointment. After school, Song Chengzhou, along with Lin Lu and Chu Ju, headed to the hospital. However, Lin Lu and Chu Ju opted not to enter, choosing instead to wait at a nearby milk tea shop. Shortly after, Song Chengzhou returned with 2 file folders. As soon as they had the documents in hand, they eagerly tore them open. Lin Li's report indicated a lack of biological paternity support, while Chu Ju's indicated support, though they had anticipated this outcome. Receiving the official results provided a sense of closure. After a prolonged silence, Song Chengzhou broke it, asking, "What are your thoughts? Will you choose to remain ignorant? Or will you acknowledge this?" Given that it wasn't his personal matter, Chu Ju felt unable to decide and looked to Lin Lu, saying, "This is your personal affair. It's your choice. However, I can assure you that the Fu family will welcome you. Not just welcome. If my grandparents and uncle knew they had such a significant grandson, they might celebrate for 3 days and nights with firecrackers." I don't know," Lin Lu replied, his mind in turmoil. After closing his eyes to gather his thoughts, he finally said, "Let's leave it at that for now." Although his father had never treated him well, he had always held him in reverence. To simply walk away after so many years of connection was something he could not bring himself to do. "I understand," Chu Ju said, feeling regretful but refraining from further comments. "As long as you don't mention it, we, along with the other classmates, will keep this between us." Song Chengzhou nodded in agreement. "Thank you," Lin Li said, handing the documents to Song Chengzhou for safekeeping. Since his name was not on the report, even if Song Chengzhou's family saw it, no one would know unless he spoke up. Considering this, Chu Ju also entrusted his paternity report to Song Chengzhou. Afterward, the 3 parted ways. Lin Li frowned and walked past her into the house. Zhang Wen, sitting up, let her shawl slip, revealing her smooth, fair shoulders. Lin Lu, maintaining a stern expression, coldly remarked, "No need." Zhang Wenwen's eyes instantly reddened. I'm sorry for making you angry again. I truly didn't mean to," She turned away, covering her face, presenting only her delicate, slender back. Uninformed observers might mistakenly believe Lin Lu was bullying her. Lin Lu furrowed his brow, unwilling to engage, and turned to leave, only to find Lin Yang standing behind him, glaring coldly. Lin Li's heart raced under such scrutiny. He opened his mouth to speak. But Lin Yang ignored him, stepping past to comfort Jiang Lian. At the Chu residence, in the study, Chu Qianyu sat in a chair. Noticing that Chu Ju remained standing, he gestured towards the chair opposite his desk, indicating for him to sit. Chu Ju quickly complied, anxiously gazing at Chu Qianyu. How do you think you handled the investigation into your biology teacher's blind date? Chu Qianyu inquired. Chu Ju, momentarily taken aback, responded. Chu Qianyu frowned, tapping his fingers on the desk. Be serious. As he posed questions, Chu Ju felt his resolve wavering. But it was undeniable that each inquiry from Chu Qianyu pierced to the heart of the matter, illuminating numerous flaws in his approach. Recognizing that Chu Qianyu intended to use this incident as a teachable moment, Chu Ju focused intently, analyzing and reflecting. Such scenes unfolded in multiple households. Chapter 28. On set on Saturday, Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu did not awaken early for their trip to the neighboring city, but instead rose at their leisure. By the time they arrived in the neighboring city, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. After searching online for recommendations, they found a restaurant that received good reviews. While hailing a taxi, they happened upon a street vendor selling food similar to that of the recommended restaurant. Jiang Yan purchased a serving, and they shared it. Indeed, the local delicacies often thrive in unassuming street stalls. Jiang Yan wiped her mouth, reflecting that while the recommended restaurant was decent, they had been somewhat naughty. Jiang Yu nodded in agreement, disposing of the trash. Soon after, their taxi arrived, and they set off towards their destination. Unfamiliar with the entertainment industry, Jiang Yan conducted a brief online search before their departure, discovering that fiancé was filming a martial arts drama. It was no wonder they were shooting in a scenic area rather than in Hengdian, given the extensive outdoor scenes required for this production. Though unfamiliar with this production, I am inclined to lend my support simply because it employs real locations rather than relying on special effects, even if it turns out to be subpar. Just a token gesture. Are the younger siblings also here to chase after stars? The driver is quite talkative. As soon as they enter the vehicle, he chatters incessantly. I've already transported several groups to the scenic area today, all in pursuit of their idols. I fail to grasp the mindset of you youngsters. You can't even see the stars, and the scenic area is inaccessible. Merely loitering there, what is the point? Isn't it exhausting? Love can transcend all difficulties and obstacles. Jiang Yan speaks with ease, asserting that when one truly cherishes another, the wait is sweet. Even if all one receives in the end is a glance or a greeting, the journey is worthwhile. The driver pauses momentarily before bursting into laughter. All right. I still don't understand you, but I respect it. Yes, respect. By the way, the area you mentioned is off limits? Jiang Yan expresses surprise, wondering if the production team is being overly domineering. Not at all. Once rented to the production team, it is no longer open to the public. The driver explains that it was previously accessible, but due to some fans' extreme behaviors, the scenic area and the production team decided to close it during filming. After all, without the crew, there wouldn't be many visitors. I see, I misjudged you. Jiang Yan silently apologizes to the crew in her mind. The scenic area is not far from the city center, and after more than half an hour, the car halts at the entrance. The younger siblings have arrived. Thank you, brother, Jiang Yan says, pausing for a moment before adding, you should buy more vegetables. They are both healthy and appealing. Haha, even though I prefer meat. Hearing you say that, I might just grab some vegetables later. Jiang Yan nods, her thoughts unspoken, as she and Jiang Yu exit the car. Both casting complicated glances at the driver. A quick glance reveals a throng of people. Some sit on small stools they've brought, while others huddle on the ground, shielding themselves with umbrellas as they fixate on their phones. Hearing the car, they glance up briefly, only to return to their screens upon realizing the newcomers are not familiar faces. The second brother mentions that his assistant is here to pick them up. After waiting for a while, Jiang Yu receives a call from assistant Du following his instructions. They circumvent the fans at the entrance and enter the scenic area through a discreet staff passage. Soon, they spot a bespectacled man waving at them. You must be Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan, Assistant Du inquires with a smile, his gaze curiously appraising them. He has been with Jiang for a while but has never met her family, only hearing from her manager, Brother Chen, that she has an older brother, a younger brother, and a younger sister. Initially, he had been curious about what her siblings would be like, wondering if they shared her good looks. Upon seeing them today, he is not disappointed. They are indeed striking. Yes, Jiang Yu replies, thank you, Brother Du, under the gaze of Jiang Yan, who bears an uncanny resemblance to Jiang. Assistant Du's heart skips a beat, and he instinctively looks away, responding, it's my duty. Let us go. The filming location is quite far from here. By the way, can you ride a bike? Following Assistant Du's gaze, Jiang Yan notices a row of bicycles and small electric scooters. They come fully equipped? She thinks. Sensing her curiosity, Assistant Du laughs. They operate like shared bikes. Just scan to pay for the rental. Understood, Jiang Yan replies. She can ride, but doesn't he wish to exert herself? Casting a hopeful glance at Jiang Yu. I'll ride, Jiang Yu says, understanding her intent. After a moment, he adds, but next week when we go biking. No slacking off. All right, Jiang Yan smiles, her eyes curving like crescent moons. Assistant Du, noticing her smile, is reminded of Jiang. When she smiles, her eyes also curve in that gentle, inviting manner. Although both have the same smile, each exudes a different aura. One appears innocent and easy to manage, while the other, though gentle, radiates an undeniable strength. As Assistant Du reflects, his gaze sweeps over their faces. At first glance, there seems to be little resemblance to Jiang, but upon closer inspection, aside from their identical eyes, their features share a striking similarity. In short, when the three stand together, their familial bonds are evident. Yet when viewed separately, the strong connection fades, leaving merely a sense of familiarity attributed to the notion that all beautiful people resemble one another. The electric scooter glides forward. November is not particularly cold, yet the wind that sweeps by brings a slight chill, prompting Jiang Yan to tuck her hands into her sleeves. You can warm your hands in my pockets, Jiang Yu offers. All right, Jiang Yan replies with a sweet smile, unhesitatingly slipping her hands into Jiang Yu's coat pocket, instantly feeling warmer. Assistant Du notices their exchange and can't help but smile knowingly. After a brief ride, they finally arrive at the filming location. After parking, Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu follow Assistant Du past the security line and into the shooting area. Their arrival captures the attention of the crew. Although the crew recognizes Assistant Du as Jiang's assistant, they do not know Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu. However, upon seeing their beautiful faces, they speculate that they might be new actors in the production, curious about which roles might be vacant. As they proceed to Jiang's dressing room, her manager, Brother Chen, is already waiting at the door. Upon seeing Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu, his eyes immediately brighten, but then he seems to remember something, his expression tinged with regret. Xiao Yu, it's been a while. You've grown up so much. Brother Chen greets with a smile. Jiang Yu, having previously met Brother Chen when he came to their home to retrieve items for Jiang, responds with a smile, Brother Chen. Brother Chen nods, his gaze falling on Jiang Yan, who is curiously surveying her surroundings. This must be your sister, he deduces. I'm the older sister. Jiang Yan quickly turns to Brother Chen, introducing herself. I'm Jiang Yan. Nice to meet you. So you're the older sister. My apologies, Brother Chen replies, hello. Xiao Yan, I'm Chenja. Just call me Brother Chen like everyone else. Do you want to rest a bit, or would you like to watch Jiang filming? She has prepared quite a few snacks and ordered milk tea for you, which should arrive shortly. Jiang Yu is indifferent, mainly waiting to see what Jiang Yan wishes to do, thus he looks to her. I've never seen the second brother. I want to see what filming is like. Jiang Yan says excitedly, her mind racing with thoughts of observing the industry firsthand. Even without a gossip guide, the entertainment world offers a plethora of intriguing stories. However, she does not closely follow the industry and lacks connections, so she is not indulged in many celebrity tales, aside from the random snippets she stumbles upon. Now that she has the opportunity, her excitement is palpable. Let us go. Brother Chen leads the way, explaining, you can take photos. But please don't leak them until after the premiere, understood? Yes, I understand. Jiang Yan responds absently, her focus already captivated by the unfolding drama. Brother Chen notices her gesture and wonders, didn't I say you could take photos? What is she doing? Jiang Yu, aware of Jiang Yan's intention, steadies himself. Ears perked, and retrieves his phone, ready to capture and share the latest scoop. Chapter 29. What? Jiang is actually. The striking twins quickly draw attention as they appear on set. Some resting actors, upon learning they are associated with Jiang, grow curious, speculating that they might be the next rising stars under Huajing Entertainment, leading them to take a closer look. Observers watching Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu notice her mimicking camera poses and are perplexed, wondering what she is up to. After much deliberation, they conclude that she is simply seeking attention. However, it must be said, these twins are indeed stunning. Placed within the entertainment industry, they could easily overshadow many others. Many onlookers express concern, fearing it might detract from their own star's popularity. Unaware of the brewing storm, Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu were enjoying the gossip. This individual had a peculiar fascination with attractive feet, spending his days admiring actresses' feet and fantasizing about being trampled by such exquisite toes. TSK? Such obsessions can only lead to one's downfall. Isn't this person rather perverse? Every day, he slowly tidies up, waiting for everyone to leave so he can sniff the costumes worn by actresses. What a pity that those with significant roles have dedicated personnel to handle their costumes, making it impossible for him to indulge his whims. How has he not been dismissed yet? Just wait, I'll report you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu shot a look at the man Jiang Yan had mentioned and stepped forward to shield Jiang Yan's view. Such a man should not be looked at. His gaze is tainted. This young lady seems rather refined, yet she's also a pervert? Stealthily collecting items used by male actors and reminding her brother to be cautious? Thankfully, my sister holds some influence, and the costumes are managed by professionals. Otherwise, it would be utterly revolting. Indeed, this world is filled with all sorts of people. Is this production team toxic? So many deviants. What if my sister Jiang's belongings were to fall into her hands? Jiang Yu, keep an eye on her. Only 2 items? How is that not many? It's akin to discovering one cockroach in your home, only to realize that there are actually thousands lurking within. Aren't you curious about how Jiang Yu and Jiang Yan ended up on the set of Beiming Qilu? I was just about to ask that. The investors of Beiming Qilu are not from the Jiang family. The lively group fell silent. Noticing this, Jiang Yu felt a jolt of anxiety. He had been so focused on sharing that he had forgotten this crucial detail. Jiang had never revealed his background, thus the public knew very little about him, aside from the fact that he was not an only child. Consequently, his classmates were unaware that Jiang was Jiang Yu's older brother. Jiang Lian, on the other hand, wished to disclose this information, but considering Jiang's cold demeanor toward her, she lacked the courage to do so. Had Jiang shown her any warmth, the news of her being his sister would have spread like wildfire. Moreover, the fans in Class 12 did not connect Jiang to the Jiang family, primarily because he bore little resemblance to Jiang Shen. Jiang inherited traits from their late grandmother, while Jiang Yu, as previously mentioned, resembled him vaguely enough that one would simply think they were familiar. Jiang Yu, are you Jiang's brother? The fans held their breath in anticipation. Yes. I hope you can keep this a secret. What have I missed? Jiang Yu, brother, what is our relationship? Don't be so distant. How old is Seiji? No offense, just inquiring for the sake of the sisters. Please, Jiang's photos. I don't need stills from the drama. Just some candid shots of his private life. Woe is me, my brother seldom shares photos. I can only capture screenshots from the show. The girl in front. Please adjust your pants. Photos or not, it doesn't matter. But if you have them, a signature from Seiji would be fantastic. Please, please. As Jiang Yan scanned the messages in the group, he felt a sense of foreboding. He had anticipated that revealing he was Jiang Yan's brother would lead to such chaos. While a signature was feasible, acquiring private photographs would require consulting his brother. As for measurements, Jiang Yan's face flushed slightly. He was Jiang Yan's brother. Not his intimate confidant, he wouldn't divulge such details. These girls are unbelievable. They should just wear pants. Jiang Yan set his phone down and rubbed his ears, while Jiang Yan continued to chatter about other scandals. Did you hear? This person has a modest size, yet numerous lovers. Jiang Yan felt like covering his ears. Isn't that so and so? Wow, she plans to knock on Seiji's door tonight. It seems the young heartthrobs no longer satisfy her. And now she has her sights set on Seiji. Who? Jiang Yan peered through Jiang Yan's curious gaze and saw a beautiful woman. However, he was not well versed in the entertainment industry and did not recognize her. I recall someone in our class idolizes her, calling her a goddess. If they found out Fong Siyuan had been with a young heartthrob from a football team, I wonder how they'd react. Oh, Fong Siyuan. Jiang Yan suddenly recalled who she was. Jiang Yan had previously mentioned her gossip regarding young actors. As he glanced at the group, Jiang Yan saw Jiang Yan's fans erupting in excitement. Jiang Yan, sleep with Seiji tonight. His virtue will be in your hands. Please, don't let those older women near him. Even if they didn't say it, he wouldn't allow Fong Siyuan to succeed. Besides, with his brother's aloofness, even if a beauty were to lay bare on his bed, he would calmly dress her and send her on her way. Jiang Yan thought about this while observing Jiang Yan, who was clad in an elegant dark costume for Baimingqilu. Jiang Yan portrayed a refined yet villainous character, one who could smile and play music while simultaneously plunging a dagger into your heart. Undoubtedly, this role suited Jiang Yan well. His versatility allowed him to embody any character seamlessly, garnering widespread acclaim and even prompting directors to declare that he was born for this profession. Despite Jiang Yan and Jiang Yan's presence, Jiang Yan remained unaffected. In this scene, he was engaged in a strategic chess match with a seasoned actor. Even without special effects, Jiang Yan could almost hear the clash of swords in the air. This was his first time witnessing Jiang Yan act. Previously, he had only seen the final products. He found himself captivated, nearly overlooking Jiang Yan's inner musings until Jiang Yan exclaimed, "I can't believe Seiji is about to have a scandal." Chapter 30, Shock. The popular leading man is involved with a married actress? Who? Who's in trouble? Seiji? What has he done? Is he involved with drugs or tax evasion? Tax evasion seems unlikely given his status. As for drugs, he doesn't appear to be in that state. Jiang Yan was perplexed. Yet he skillfully restrained his fingers from sharing this gossip in the group. Tomorrow, scandalous photos of Seiji and a married actress will be leaked, causing him to fall from grace and become a universally despised homewrecker. Jiang Yan? A homewrecker? Seiji Jiang Yan? This can't be right. He, with his aloof demeanor? Jiang Yan's mouth fell open in disbelief as he stared at the strikingly composed Jiang Yan. It was hard to reconcile Jiang Yan with the notion of being involved with a married actress. It wasn't that he disbelieved Jiang Yan's words, rather. He knew Jiang Yan's true nature. Truly, despite his gentle and warm faade, it was merely a faade. He was emotionally detached and could not comprehend what love or passion entailed. The idea that such a person could engage in an improper relationship with a married actress was utterly inconceivable. Eventually, Seiji proved his innocence, but his reputation was tarnished. Even after clearing his name, it merely reinforced what his fans knew. To the public, he would always be seen as the homewrecker. I know he was the male mistress, but what was he even thinking? Consequently, Seiji withdrew from the industry. Jiang Yan exhaled deeply. He knew Seiji was not that kind of person. How despicable. Who had set him up? Jiang Yu clenched his fists, seething with anger. Although Jiang Se is indifferent to everyone, he is the only one in the family who sends him blessings and gifts on his birthday. After all, his birthday coincides with Jiang Lian's, so everyone revolves around Jiang Lian, leaving him forgotten like a weed in the corner. Therefore, Jiang Se holds a special place in his heart. Jiang Yu, filled with indignation, noticed Jiang Yan aiming the fox window at Assistant Du, and he was puzzled until he heard Jiang Yan say, "I didn't see this coming. You, with your thick brows and big eyes, look like an honest person, yet you conspired with others to frame second brother. I must see why." Jiang Yu was taken aback and abruptly turned to Assistant Du. Was it he who framed second brother, turning him into a laughingstock and tarnishing his reputation, ultimately leading him to retreat from the scene? If it weren't for the fear of exposure, he would have liked to confront Assistant Du with a solid punch. He knows second brother's character. While he may be cold, he would never bully anyone. Thus, he cannot fathom why Assistant Du would betray Jiang Se. Was he truly so ungrateful? This guy actually enjoys gambling and has accumulated a mountain of debt. The repayment deadline is approaching, and when he couldn't produce the money, someone approached him with an offer. If he helped with the little task, he would receive a substantial sum that would cover his debts and leave him with plenty to spare. Initially hesitant, he became increasingly distressed with the debt collector's calls, which even threatened to contact his company. Fearing the exposure of his gambling habits and losing his job, he ultimately agreed after much deliberation. So tonight is bustling. Jiang Yu, amidst his anger, couldn't help but chuckle at Jiang Yan's words. Indeed, tonight was lively. One person intended to knock on second brother's door to sleep with him, while another sought to frame him. Was second brother experiencing a streak of bad luck, or was it merely a series of unfortunate events? Yes. Tonight Assistant Du will give second brother a drugged drink and then help a married actress into his room, recording the video as she enters. Of course, that's not the main point. The focus is to have second brother, under the influence of the drug, engage with that actress, capturing it on video. Unfortunately, they underestimated second brother's willpower. Even under the drug's effects, he remained quite lucid, even attempting to throw the married actress, who was trying to seduce him, down the stairs. The actress was so frightened that she nearly screamed, trembling in fear. Seizing the moment, Assistant Du knocked second brother unconscious to save the actress, preventing him from bearing the burden of a life taken. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu felt a weight lift from his heart. Although he remained furious at Assistant Du's actions, he had indeed prevented second brother from getting entangled in a grave situation, which could be considered a good deed. Regardless, he would not forgive Assistant Du for betraying second brother. The married actress, terrified of being thrown down, dared not linger and hastily took a few suggestive and inappropriate photos before leaving. The next day, these photos were leaked, and second brother, just as they wished, became embroiled in scandal, his reputation tarnished. Indeed, the country was right. One must steer clear of gambling and drugs. Jiang Yan sighed. For someone like second brother, whom she had never met but who treated her and Jiang Lian equally, she genuinely wished for his success. Most importantly, he had gifted her a sum of 100,000 yuan. For the sake of this money, for dear second brother, she and Xiaoyu decided to guard his door tonight, ensuring no one dared to enter his room. Yes, indeed. Jiang Yu listened to Jiang Yan's thoughts, nodding in agreement. However, the actions of these people ignited his anger, transforming him into a furious pufferfish, nearly ready to explode. What kind of people were these? As Jiang Yan had said, gambling and drugs were unacceptable. Regardless of the reasons, Assistant Du's actions were despicable. One is not obligated to pay for another's mistakes. Jiang Yu huffed a few times and shared the incident in their group chat. Instantly, Jiang Se's fans erupted in outrage. This infuriates me. Why must all sorts of people try to take advantage of our brother? How can someone be so disgusting? What has Jiang Se done to deserve this treatment? Although I don't follow him, he truly has had a rough time. I want to destroy these people. Why did Sega retreat from the scene? Didn't he prove his innocence? Just as Jiang Yan said, even with a clarification, he would still be subjected to gossip, much like those girls who were wrongfully accused. Even when proven innocent, they would still be looked at with disdain. Just the thought of Sega retreating from the scene breaks my heart. Sega rarely posts updates. As fans, we can only screenshot from his dramas and advertisements. If he retreats, where will we find his photos or updates? Whoa. Tell me the name of that actress so I can blacklist her. Calm down for a moment. From my experience, this matter will not be simple. There is a high probability that someone is targeting Jiang Say or his agency, Jiang Entertainment. The speaker was Jiang Zhuang, their class monitor, whose family belonged to one of the leading companies in the entertainment industry, lending credibility to his words. Whoever it is, if they have touched Sega, this matter is far from over. Enjoy yourselves. Jiang Yu observed the messages in the group while anticipating Jiang Yan's thoughts. He too wanted to know which actress was involved and who was targeting Jiang Say. Unfortunately, Jiang Yan scanned the area with the fox window, but found no target. Regretfully, she had to let it go. It seemed this person was not present for the moment, but surely they were within the production team. As long as they were in this crew, they would eventually be found. Jiang Yan quietly noted this and turned her gaze to Jiang Say. After watching him for a while, she mused, "No wonder he is my brother. He is as handsome as I am." Jiang Yu remarked, "Indeed, his temperament is similar." "What do you mean by that?" Jiang Yu questioned. He found Jiang Yan somewhat foolish, easily deceived by a piece of candy. In contrast, Jiang Say appeared to be someone who seemed easy to deceive, yet in reality, he was quite formidable. One might find themselves sold out by him while counting their own money. As for falling into this trap, it was likely due to trusting assistant Du, as one should not doubt those they employ. Who would have thought this person would resort to betrayal? Really? Jiang Yu gave Jiang Yan a sidelong glance. Wasn't it Gao Yuhua last time? Just as he pondered, Jiang Yan remarked, "Of course, it's not absolute. Take Gao Yuhua, for instance. Even though he provoked me by saying a few unkind words, it was not a significant issue. Being criticized like that doesn't cost me anything. So I gave him a chance. As the saying goes, one incident doesn't warrant a second. If there's a second time, I certainly won't show mercy." Well, Jiang Yu thought, this makes sense. However, such trivial matters don't warrant revenge. Jiang Yu's tactical alertness was piqued. Could it be that second brother will take some action? His doubts were soon clarified. Having suffered such a significant loss, second brother, with his vengeful nature, will not let this slide so easily. After investigating the matter thoroughly and proving his innocence, he will begin to retaliate against that actress and assistant Du. This will leave the actress and the assistant regretting their decision to provoke Jiang Say. They never anticipated he could be so ruthless. Wait, hold on. Jiang Yu, who had been feeling elated, noticed Jiang Yan's sudden agitation, causing his heart to rise. Was there another twist? Had they reported second brother to the authorities? After all, second brother had not harmed them. Rather, he had offered a helping hand when they were at their lowest. How could this be viewed as anything but benevolent? Song Manyu, afflicted with a myriad of ailments, found herself in a state of despair, pleading before Jiang Say for the release of death, only to be met with Jiang Say's unyielding rejection. Could it be that Song Manyu harbors such afflictions? Jiang Yan's eyes widened in astonishment, a glimmer of admiration surfacing in his gaze towards Jiang Say. Thank heaven for my elder brother's steadfast resolve. Had he fallen into that trap, he too might have succumbed to a similar fate. What? Jiang Yu echoed, her eyes equally wide in disbelief. If Jiang Yan's insinuations were to be believed, they had indeed contemplated a more intimate encounter. How could that starlet be unaware of her condition? If she was aware, her actions seemed to suggest a malicious intent to tarnish Jiang Say's reputation while also ensnaring him in her plight. What grudge could possibly fuel such animosity? Jiang Yu found herself momentarily at a loss for words, a wave of apprehension washing over her. She felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude that Jiang Say was emotionally distant. The thought of him contracting such afflictions was suffocating. Jiang Yan shared similar sentiments, lamenting the absence of Song Manyu, for it would have provided insight into the depths of their enmity. What a repugnant creature! Merely the thought of her associating with Brother Say sends shivers down my spine, as if I were entangled with her myself. Song Manyu, keep your distance from my brother. Wasn't Song Manyu supposed to be deeply in love with her husband? What compelled her to ensnare Jiang Say? Their interactions had been limited to a few film projects. Was there a hidden narrative unbeknownst to us? Stay away, please. Brother Say has worked with numerous actresses. Must they all harbor dark secrets? Perhaps, but it would be unwise to underestimate the resilience of any fanbase. The revelation of Song Manyu's condition shattered the illusion of her seemingly tranquil existence. One could only speculate about her lifestyle and whether her husband was privy to her indiscretions. Her husband? Hardly a paragon of virtue. Do you know why his ex-wife sought divorce? They claimed it was due to incompatible values, but the truth lay elsewhere. He smirked. He was abusive. Each time he drank, he unleashed his wrath upon his wife, leading her to leave with their child to shield them from further suffering. Despite the facade of their on-screen romance, Song Manyu often bore the marks of his violence. One glance at her conservative attire reveals a body marred by injuries. Is she not a tragic figure? Someone mused. Why not report him or seek a divorce? Who could fathom her reasoning? Her plight, while disheartening, did not justify her attempts to malign others. Her suffering does not grant her the right to seek vengeance upon society by spreading her afflictions. Empathy suddenly surged for those who had shared her bed. How many of them could genuinely be deemed virtuous? It was lamentable for the unsuspecting souls who might unwittingly carry her burdens. The entertainment industry, indeed, harbors such terrors. As the group continued to deliberate, Jiang Say's loyal fans began their digital crusade, unearthing the dirt on Song Manyu, intent on dismantling her reputation. Who masterminded the scheme against Jiang Say? Their ire would not be directed solely at Song Manyu. Assistant Du must also bear the brunt of their wrath. The orchestrator of this debacle was none other than Zhuang Yu, a rival of Shenli, the current president of Huajing Entertainment and a close acquaintance of Jiang Say's elder brother. Wang Yu had long held animosity toward Shenli, and upon learning that Shenli had not followed in the family business, but instead founded an entertainment company, he sought to establish his own with the intent of usurping Huajing Entertainment's prominence. Initially, he aimed to exploit Jiang Say's rumored scandals, only to discover that Jiang Say was pristine in reputation. Left with no recourse, Zhuang Yu resorted to fabricating slander, successfully crippling Huajing Entertainment and promoting his own company at its expense. Jiang Yu and Jiang Say's fans etched Zhuang Yu's name into their minds, sharpening their metaphorical knives for retribution. The psychological torment inflicted upon Jiang Say was far more devastating than physical suffering. Even if Zhuang Yu were to change his approach, Jiang Say would remain vigilant, poised to counter any of his endeavors. The most amusing aspect was that Jiang Say would deliberately allow Shenli to invest in Zhuang Yu's company, subjecting him to the constant reminder of his adversary's presence. Eventually, Zhuang Yu, overwhelmed by the pressure, capitulated and sought an audience with Jiang Say, offering an apology in hopes of amnesty. What a satisfying turn of events! Jiang Yu felt her anger dissipate slightly. But Jiang Yan continued, "Do you believe this is the conclusion?" Jiang Yu's thoughts raced. Surely it cannot be over. Indeed. Jiang Yan's voice echoed once more. From that day forth, Zhuang Yu pursued Jiang Say with great fervor, professing his affections. Jiang Yu was taken aback. Is he not unwell? What could possibly possess him? The absurdity of Zhuang Yu's intentions baffled her. What is he aiming for? Who would seek a relationship with someone who has destroyed their reputation? This is quite suffocating. Must he not give Brother Say some space? Jiang Yu felt a pang of dread. I hope Brother Say does not fall for his sweet talk. He is the architect of your suffering. Observing the fervent discussions among Jiang Say's fans, Jiang Yu found herself at a loss for words. Jiang Say had successfully maintained his facade, leading many to believe he was the one being pursued. Even without the subsequent developments, she could foresee the outcome. Who would dare pursue affection from someone so emotionally detached? As her thoughts wandered, someone in the group interjected. I understand. Jiang, you blinked in confusion. Understand what? What have you figured out? To her surprise, the question was met with wide eyes from her classmates. Could it be possible? Indeed, it is quite cunning. Fortunately, Brother Say is not one to be swayed by emotions, or he could find himself ensnared. But Jiang Yu pondered. How could Jiang Yu genuinely develop feelings for Jiang Say after failing to win his forgiveness? Unless he harbored peculiar inclinations, it seemed improbable. Human emotions are indeed complex. To ruin someone's reputation and career, only to manipulate their affections, how naive I was. The realization struck her. He truly is a scoundrel. Jiang Yu's teeth clenched in indignation. If Wang Yu were present, she would not hesitate to confront him, even at the risk of revealing her insight into Jiang Yan's thoughts. Rest assured, Brother Say is not oblivious to Jiang Yu's schemes. He is well aware of his intentions. Moreover, his emotional detachment renders any romantic overtures futile. It is akin to playing a lute to a cow. Wang Yu's calculations have all gone awry, and he has unwittingly developed genuine feelings for Brother Say, resulting in his complete downfall. The unforeseen twist left Jiang Yu momentarily stunned. It took her several seconds to process the information. What? Are you telling me that Jiang Yu, that despicable cad, has genuinely developed feelings for Brother Say? This cannot be a jest. Yet, there may be a hint of pity for Jiang Yu amidst the disdain. Is he truly pitiful? What he lost was merely love, while Ergo lost his career and reputation. When others see him, they immediately think of him as the third party who interfered in someone else's marriage. Jiang Yu doesn't feel sorry for him at all. Rather, she believes that Jiang Yu deserves his fate and secretly sighs that Jiang Yan is simply too kind-hearted and soft. This future is one I adore. Jiang Say's fans are practically setting off firecrackers in celebration. I do not follow any celebrities, but suddenly I find Jiang Say to be incredibly cool. How fitting. He's just so handsome. Does no one feel that Jiang Say is different from his usual demeanor? Such words seem utterly out of character for him. Upon reading this, Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat. The messages he sent to everyone had been modified, obscuring Jiang Say's true nature. After all, only their family knows his true self. He has disguised it perfectly in public. As Jiang Say's younger brother, he naturally cannot reveal his essence. Now, seeing others discuss this matter, he couldn't help but worry about exposure. Most stars have their own personas. The Jiang Say you see may simply be a crafted image, undoubtedly differing from reality. Perhaps his temperament changed due to such a great misfortune. Please, our Sega is merely gentle, not a pejorative saint. Able to maintain a pleasant demeanor even towards those who have wronged him. Quietly murmuring, Jiang fans, don't you find this version of Sega even more handsome and charming? Or am I the only one who thinks so? No, I too think he is incredibly handsome. I could sing his praises endlessly. Exuding a gentle exterior while being cold and ruthless beneath, how captivating is that? Indeed, it's thrilling. Observing the fervor of Jiang fans, Jiang Yu felt reassured, even believing that if Erji's true nature were exposed, a legion of admirers would still cheer for him. Of course, it is better not to reveal it. He does not wish for Jiang Say's fans to know that the person they adore cannot comprehend their love, nor understand it. Jiang Yu sighed quietly, lamenting that there was nothing to be done. After all, Erji's nature is innate, and he wondered if it could ever change. After playing so many roles, has Erga gained any understanding of emotions? But speaking of it, is Erga not destined to remain a lifelong singleton? Jiang Yan's inner thoughts nearly made Jiang Yu choke on his own saliva. Why, all of a sudden, is he concerned about Erji's major life decisions? However, it is a reasonable question. Surely Erga won't remain single forever? Let me see. Jiang Yan scrolled to the bottom of the screen, quickly glanced through, and after some clicks, he looked at Jiang Say with pity. As expected, he will die single. This was anticipated. Jiang Yu silently thought, rest assured, Erga, my descendants will care for you in your old age. What? Erg's regret is that he never comprehended that intense kind of love until his dying breath. What kind of intense love? Did I miss something? Chapter 33. Jiang can be adorable to Jiang Yan, with a mental nudge, advanced the progress bar. Skimming over some unremarkable features, his gaze soon fixating on a particular overview. Later. There was an occasion when Ergo was seeking inspiration in the countryside and encountered a gravely injured person on the verge of death. This individual was a fan of Erg's. At that moment, the fan expressed joy in seeing Ergo as their last sight, although Ergo immediately called for help. It was too late. The fan perished. As the first witness, Ergo learned during his statement that the fan had been kidnapped and executed. After the incident, although it was against protocol, the police ultimately returned the fan's diary, which they had carried. The diary was filled with fervent love for Ergo. This burning passion left Ergo bewildered. It was then that he realized the emotions he had mastered through acting were but a fragile facade, glamorous on the surface, yet easily shattered. He had never felt such a desperate need to understand a kind of love. Regrettably, Ergo never managed to fathom this emotion throughout his life. Alas. Jiang Yan sighed deeply. While it is somewhat regrettable, for someone who deeply loves Jiang, being remembered by him may also be a form of happiness. Jiang Yan pondered this while silently mourning for that unknown fan. May they rest in peace. The unknown fan roared, I am not dead yet. Jiang Yu felt a similar sense of regret, but could not resist casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Yan. Why not mention how long it was afterward? Perhaps by then, a life could be saved. Jiang Yu considered this, refraining from impulsive actions, instead jotting down this matter to revisit at an opportune moment, hoping to uncover the location. If all else fails, he could simply ask Jiang where he prefers to seek inspiration and eliminate options one by one. The group agreed. But they still hoped to glean specifics from Jiang Yan, otherwise, sifting through options would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, especially since they were unaware of the exact timing. Speaking of which, wasn't Jiang supposed to have retired? What inspiration could he be seeking in the countryside? Jiang Yu shared the same confusion when he noticed Jiang Yan's gaze settling on him. Jiang Yu, little fish and Ergo truly are brothers. How so? Both have alter egos, while I have none. Ergo has an alter ego too? Jiang Yu's eyes widened slightly as his gaze returned to Jiang. What alter ego does Ergo possess? However, I never expected that Ergo is the elusive Mr. Me, the most celebrated figure in the fashion industry that I occasionally come across on Douyin. What? Ergo is that Mr. Me? The Mr. Me who is currently revered in the circle? Even those from the highest echelons find it difficult to book an appointment for a piece? Jiang Yu was rendered speechless with shock, even allowing his thoughts to drift slightly. Could it be that Mr. Me is hard to book because he is too busy with his primary work, with his schedule as a top star consuming most of his time, leaving little for designing and producing clothing? Moreover, much of that schedule is dictated by your company or the film projects you choose. It is hard to say. Ergo is truly impressive. He is Mr. Me yet has never worn his own designs. Is he trying to separate himself from his alter ego? While Jiang Yu was amazed, he also understood Erg's mindset. He too wished to distance himself from his alter ego. However, with Jiang Yan's inner thoughts, this was merely a wishful thought, and it remained uncertain how long he could keep his other identity concealed. By the way, should Jiang Yu reveal Erg's alter ego? He felt conflicted but ultimately decided against exposing it. If Jiang Yan reveals it later, they can address it then. Alas, Ergo truly embodies an emotionally detached individual. There seems to be little gossip surrounding him. The last person with so little gossip was the school bully. Oh, do enlighten us with the gossip you have. Jiang Yu shot Jiang Yan a look of exasperation. Perhaps it was a twin connection. Jiang Yan sensed Jiang Yu's urgency and thought, I never expected that Ergo had such an adorable side as a child. He saw others saying cats were cute, which he could not comprehend. So he began observing cats and even mimicked a cute gesture of a cat washing its face, asking the nearby child if he was cute. It cracks me up. It's hard to imagine what that scene was like. What a pity, the gossip compendium only has a written version, without video, otherwise, we could witness the grand scene. Ah? Erga did something like that? Jiang Yu was left dumbfounded, even starting to question whether he had ever lived with Ergo at all, as he was completely unaware. The child beside him was equally stunned, unable to utter a word for a long time. Of course, the elder brother did not feel embarrassed. He merely thought that he might have startled the child. Thus, he treated the little one to an ice cream. Amusingly, as they parted, the child blushed and said, "Brother, you're very cute," before shyly running away. Unfortunately, the elder brother, being emotionally indifferent, did not feel bashful upon hearing such words. Instead, he calmly pondered, is it truly possible to be cute in such a manner? He found himself unable to comprehend the intricacies of human emotions, even though it did not concern her directly. The mere recollection of that scene made Jiang Yu's face flush with warmth. It was fortunate that the elder brother was so emotionally detached. Otherwise, such a situation would have been impossible for him to create. He would never have been able to act in such a manner, even if his life depended on it. The following day, the elder brother encountered the child again. The little one inquired if he would continue to play the role of a cat. The elder brother replied that he could not, which disappointed the child greatly. Observing this, he asked if the child liked cats, to which the little one affirmed. The elder brother then asked why, if it was due to their cuteness, and the child responded that yes, but the brother was even cuter. Anyone else would likely have blushed profusely, but not the elder brother. He remained expressionless, unable to grasp the child's perspective. Nevertheless, he noted these observations for future reference when discussing cuteness. Jiang Yan rubbed her face, which had nearly frozen into a smile, and continued reading. At this point, the elder brother had begun to experience and express emotions through acting, prompting him to use the child as a reference. He mimicked the sorrowful expressions he had seen in dramas, tears streaming down his face, his eyes brimming with sadness. He asked the child if he would feel sad, and the little one merely stared at him, tears cascading down his cheeks, eventually bursting into loud cries. Despite saying nothing, the elder brother understood and recorded this experience, contemplating that sadness could manifest in such a manner. Later, he learned that sadness came in many forms, some loud and others silent. To comfort the child, the elder brother took him to an amusement park. The child had a splendid time and, as they parted, expressed his fondness for the elder brother, declaring he would marry him in the future. Alas, the elder brother soon became busy and did not return to the park. If this were a novel, surely a tale of reunion, love, and companionship would ensue. Jiang Yan shook her head in mild regret. Jiang Yu remarked, "This is the real world. My sincerest apologies." After a few teasing comments, she edited and shared the gossip in their group chat. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Fan erupted with excitement. In Chapter 34, "This elder brother is odd." A glance at the group chat confirmed her expectations. Jiang Yu shook her head, setting her phone aside to look at Jiang Se. At that moment, the director approached, and upon seeing the exquisite features of Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu, his gaze lingered upon them. He caught up with Jiang Se and inquired, "Who are they?" "Newcomers from Huajing Entertainment?" Jiang Se replied with a smile, "These are my younger siblings." So they are siblings, the director thought, slightly disappointed but still hopeful as he asked, "Are they entering the entertainment industry?" Jiang Se pondered, "I'm not sure." He turned to Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu, asking, "What do you both think?" "Absolutely not. I'm not suited for it at all," Jiang Yan quickly interjected, waving her hands. She preferred to be a bystander, enjoying life with minimal concerns, and indulging in the entertainment of gossip. "I have my own aspirations and am not interested in the entertainment industry," Jiang Yu echoed Jiang Yan's sentiments. The director, sensing their disinterest, felt a twinge of regret but dismissed it, focusing on organizing the next scene. Once the director departed, Jiang Se's gaze settled on Jiang Yan, and he smiled gently. "Nice to meet you. I am your elder brother, Jiang Se. If you need anything, feel free to let me know." As he spoke, He took the phone from Assistant Du and operated it for a moment. Jiang Yan felt her phone vibrate and, upon checking, her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Jiang Say. He had just transferred her 200,000 yuan. Goodness, to a wealthy person, such sums are mere trifles. Yet why was he doing this? This scenario had not been part of her expectations. Although her visit with Jiang Yu was unexpected, even if they were to visit, Jiang Say's indifferent nature would not lead him to behave this way, she thought, utterly perplexed. Jiang Say, noticing her bewilderment, explained, "It's a welcome gift." This only deepened her confusion. Although they had encountered each other a few times subsequently, Jiang Say remained distant, instilling a sense of apprehension in Jiang Yan regarding him. Despite her sadness over the lack of closeness with her family, she hesitated to approach Jiang Say, maintaining a stranger-like distance for a long time. Perhaps for her future self. The only source of warmth was Jiang Say's impartiality toward Jiang Lian, treating them both equally. With this thought, Jiang Yan couldn't help but mentally berate her future self, exclaiming, "Fool! Xiao Yu genuinely cares about you. Are you blind or heart-blind? Wake up! The Jiang family is not worth it. Not at all." No matter how many times she viewed her future, she sincerely questioned whether her future self had been bewitched, as to why she would seek affection from the Jiang family. Jiang Yan remained vigilant. Jiang Yu, who had absorbed Jiang Yan's thoughts throughout, also found Jiang Say somewhat peculiar. Could it be that he was merely putting on an act due to the presence of others? Jiang Yu, puzzled, decided to observe closely. Though the elder brother is indeed odd, oh dear, Jiang Yu sighed, rubbing her ears as they began to ache. She shot a resentful glance at Jiang Yan, unsure of her whims. "Brother, you are truly my biological brother." She stepped closer and clung to Jiang Say's arm, her tone almost sycophantic as she declared, "From this day forth, I am your #1 fan." After all, that was 200,000 yuan, an amount one could only dream of accumulating through endless gossip. Jiang Yu chuckled internally, thinking, "Are you truly that money-hungry?" With this thought, he also contemplated whether he should send her a few more red envelopes in the future. Money was not a concern for him, especially as he recalled Jiang Yan's earlier thoughts about how valuable one of his artworks was. Observing Jiang Yan's exuberant demeanor, Jiang Say mused, it was undoubtedly wise to suggest she take some brain-boosting supplements last time. "I have several more scenes to shoot. If you find yourselves bored, let Brother Chin or Xiaodu take you around." "Sure, you go ahead and be busy," Jiang Yan said, her eyes bright with the novelty of being on set. "These melons are delicious," she added silently in her mind. "Then do share," Jiang Yu interjected. "Please ensure Brother Chin and Xiaodu keep a close watch on them." Jiang Say instructed Chenja and Assistant Du as he noticed the director calling for him. He signaled to them before heading off to shoot the next scene. "What would you like to do?" Chenja asked the two, suggesting a stroll around the scenic area. Although it was a new location, the scenery was still quite lovely. "That won't do. Since Jiang Say entrusted you to me, I must keep a close eye on you," Chenja insisted. "Although there are only crew members here, it isn't entirely safe." "That's true. Since we arrived, that man has been casting particularly inappropriate glances at me and Xiao Yu. It seems he has only restrained himself because we are Jiang Say's sisters," Jiang Yan noted, her tone turning serious. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu immediately became alert, scanning their surroundings until her gaze met that of a man holding a script. The unexpected eye contact caused him to freeze for a few seconds before he flashed a self-proclaimed charming and friendly smile, though the desire in his eyes was evident and unrestrained. Jiang Yu frowned, positioning herself in front of Jiang Yan to shield her from the man's gaze. "What are you doing, Xiao Yu?" Jiang Yan asked, puzzled by her sudden protective stance. Realizing something, she leaned over to glimpse the man and understood immediately. "Xiao Yu has noticed his disgusting gaze, hasn't she? Is she trying to protect me?" "Alas, truly my dear brother. Fear not, for I shall protect you as well. The self-defense techniques learned from the system are no mere jest." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu was taken aback. Jiang Yan, appearing so delicate, could she really possess such skills? One could only wonder if they were lethal techniques. Jiang Yu couldn't help but recall the stories she had read, where even a hint of extraordinary power led to rampant violence. It seems she must now be cautious. As another person to watch out for was added to her list, Jiang Yan. The other individual, of course, was Jiang Say. Let me see if he has any scandalous secrets. A man with such repulsive eyes is certainly no upstanding citizen. Just wait for my report. Jiang Yan surreptitiously observed the man through the window. Chenja, engaged in a conversation about the scenic spots of the area, was bewildered by this. Why was Jiang Yan striking such a pose? The age difference between them wasn't substantial, yet a gap seemed to exist. Pondering this, he followed Jiang Yan's gaze and spotted the man who was ostentatiously posing. He stroked his chin, contemplating whether Jiang Yan might be a fan of Hu Haobai. You like Hu Haobai? Jiang Yan, incredulous, turned to Chenja, thinking, are you blind? She felt a wave of nausea wash over her. No, I do not. Were it not for your words, I wouldn't even know his name. Chenja, relieved, replied. I saw you observing him intently and thought you were a fan. Although it might sound offensive, he is not a good person. You two should keep your distance. Jiang Yan hastily fabricated an excuse, while internally she was in turmoil. How disgusting. This guy has no boundaries, often indulging in group activities. It's revolting. Oh no. Having stared at him for so long, I fear I might develop a sty. Jiang Yan quickly averted her gaze and tugged at Jiang Yu's sleeve, whispering, Don't look at him, he's filthy. Jiang Yu promptly complied, turning her head obediently, her fingers dancing across the phone screen as she hurriedly reported the matter. This is unacceptable. I must report him immediately. Wang Han may be involved with multiple partners, but he does not stoop to such depravity, preferring adults. This man, however, has a penchant for attractive minors, having already deceived numerous naive youths. It's utterly revolting. Report, report, report. Jiang Yan's eyes blazed with fury as she filed her complaint. He has filmed numerous obscene videos, indulging in his creations during his leisure. I can't breathe. Even sharing the same space feels like being smeared with filth. Jiang Yu noted in Chapter 35 that such descriptions were unnecessary. However, the man was indeed repugnant. She glanced at the group chat, where others similarly condemned Hu Haobai. Thankfully, no one in their class was a fan of his. Damn, Baiming Qilu is produced by my family. I had my concerns about Jiang Sei's future, but with your support, it can be resolved smoothly. But what about Hu Haobai? Who is the fool that selected him for the role? I must contact my father immediately to have Hu Haobai replaced. Fortunately, filming has only just begun. Hu Haobai is from the rival company, and now their firm will suffer a significant setback. I must go arrange this matter. Jiang Yu, Jiang Yan, take care of yourselves. You are both so attractive. Should he try to take advantage of you, it would be utterly nauseating for weeks. I've already contacted the relevant parties. Results will follow shortly. With a classmate's assurance, Jiang Yu felt completely at ease. This classmate had connections to the military district, so his intervention would likely yield positive results. Finally some relief. Jiang Yan glared at Hu Haobai with indignation. Just wait for your downfall. Phew, let us divert our attention to other gossip to cleanse our eyes. Director Chiu is under the thumb of his wife, utterly afraid to stray. Recently, someone knocked on his door in the middle of the night, causing him to hastily summon his assistant to share a bed. When spotted, people assumed he was fond of men. The next night, a young male star knocked on his door and he panicked, informing the entire crew the following morning that he was getting old and had trouble sleeping, requesting everyone to keep noise to a minimum. Ha ha ha, won't that suggest something to certain individuals? This assistant is no saint either, often taking advantage of lesser-known actresses during rehearsals, even hinting at midnight rendezvous. How ridiculous. He often brags about his prowess. Does he not realize how foolish he appears? Cough. Jiang Yu nearly choked on her own saliva. Jiang Yan looked at her in confusion. Jiang Yu waved her hand, indicating she was fine. Wow, do these two know that their benefactor is the same? This person enjoys role-playing, engaging in themed games with his wife. Today's theme involves him masquerading as a stranger to seduce her. Haha, just a few days ago. He went to confess to a goddess he had chatted with online for a long time, only to discover she was a burly man. Ha ha, his world shattered. He hasn't recovered since, and now every time he sees a burly man, he mourns for his lost youth. This guy felt unwell and went to see a doctor. The hospital was too crowded, so he diverted to a small clinic where only a traditional Chinese doctor was available. After examining him, the doctor advised him to refrain from such stimulating activities, reminding him that novels and reality are quite different. Everyone present stared at him in disbelief, and I felt second-hand embarrassment. Ha ha ha, I cannot breathe. I'm about to die laughing. My family is looking at me as if I've lost my mind. I feel the same way. I went out with my girlfriends today, but my attention was solely on the group chat. My friends suspect I'm in a relationship. This is hilarious. How can love compare to juicy gossip? I am so eager to be there in person to witness the spectacle. How infuriating. Why did I agree to climb a mountain with my parents? I want to go. Unfortunately, I have no connections. I have a way, but I cannot go. Our joy depends on you, Jiang Yu. Leave it to me. There will be several action scenes filmed here, Twinge said while leading the way. Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu surveyed the bamboo forest, nodding at his words. The bamboo grove is indeed a fitting backdrop for action scenes, and the scenery is breathtaking. If it were to rain, creating a mist, the ambience would be exquisite. Jiang Yu mused, her hands itching to sketch. Such beauty would be perfect for an essay. Twinge suddenly chimed in. Jiang Yan fixed her gaze on him. If you hadn't mentioned that, we could have remained friends. Twinge was taken aback, then chuckled. Haha, I've been through that age, I understand. I must have been a killjoy. Good to know. Jiang Yan wasn't shy about it, and then asked Jiang Yu beside her, do we have homework? Probably. I wasn't paying attention. It's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. That's true. With that, the two resumed their sightseeing, occasionally snapping beautiful photos. Meanwhile, Twinge questioned whether he had a generational gap with today's youth. Is it now acceptable to forego homework altogether, even if one struggles academically? Shouldn't they at least attempt to copy some assignments? Twinge shook his head as he observed the two taking pictures together. In the evening, after finishing filming, Fiancé treated them to a lavish meal. Finally, she asked Twinge to take them to an amusement park. The night sessions of this amusement park are quite renowned, and tourists often partake. Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu hesitated initially, considering the day's events, but upon hearing Fiancé mention she had another night shoot, they readily agreed. Upon arriving at the amusement park, Jiang Yu was momentarily frozen in place. The sign of the dreamlike paradise emitted an eerie green glow, and the pathway lights cast a similar hue, making it feel as if they had stepped into the underworld. Not far away, the streetlights emitted a warm orange glow, flickering intermittently, casting shadows of trees that appeared and disappeared, evoking an indescribable sense of terror. Has little fish never searched for Dreamland Amusement Park? Jiang Yan remarked with a smile. The reason Dreamland can stand out among numerous amusement parks and has become a must-visit destination is due to its uniqueness. You know how everything is competitive these days, even amusement parks. Thus, Dreamland introduced a night mode, embracing a ghostly theme. The nighttime version of Dreamland is quite famous. You must have come across videos about it on Douyin. Hearing Jiang Yan's words, Jiang Yu felt a sudden realization that he might have indeed scrolled past similar videos, though he always hurriedly brushed them aside, too fearful to linger. With this thought, a hint of sorrow crept into his gaze towards Jiang Yan. Weren't you supposed to take care of me? You know I fear these things, yet you didn't warn me. Let's go. We'll have a great time together. I heard the haunted house here is the best, Jiang Yan said, linking arms with Jiang Yu as they made their way to the entrance. The haunted house is renowned because everything that isn't a haunted house is more frightening, right? Jiang Yu wished he could root his feet to the ground like a tree. Yet he was still dragged along by the surprisingly strong Jiang Yan. As they walked, he noticed another guy being similarly pulled along by a girl. They exchanged a glance. Instantly feeling a bond, wishing they could become sworn brothers on the spot. In the past, Jiang Yu would have pretended to be unafraid. But now that his fear was already exposed, why bother pretending? Sister, how about I wait for you outside? Jiang Yu proposed. What? Jiang Yan looked at him in shock, as if he had uttered an unthinkable statement. You would leave a delicate and fragile girl to wander around in such a place? Jiang Yu retorted, with your strength. And with the self-defense techniques you learned from the system, are you really that delicate? Little you, are you afraid of these things? Twinge, who had bought his ticket, asked in surprise. Who is afraid? Only kids get scared. I'm just meeting up with my buddies for a ranked match, and time is running out. As soon as Jiang Yu saw an outsider, he immediately put on an act. He regretted his hasty words. Why did he have to be so quick to speak? Jiang Yu felt exasperated with himself. It's fine. You can still play inside, and there are more seats than outside, Twinge said, placing a hand on Jiang Yu's shoulder and leading him inside, with Jiang Yan grinning widely beside them. Jiang Yu felt tears welling up inside, especially when he heard Twinge say, but do keep an eye on your surroundings while gaming, lest someone appears silently beside you. Thanks for the reminder. But please refrain from reminding me in the future. Jiang Yu thought he might die from embarrassment. Who on earth came up with the idea of an amusement park with a ghostly theme? Chapter 36. Who is plotting against her? It was impossible to focus on gaming. Jiang Yu feared that if he became engrossed in the game, he might inadvertently turn and find someone beside him. That would surely give him a heart attack. Thus, he could only follow Jiang Yan as they wandered about. This situation was not much better than waiting for someone to suddenly appear beside him. Surprises lurked in unexpected places, ready to startle him into a frenzy. There were also many pranksters, disguising themselves to join in the frightful ambience. Wasn't it risky to mingle with the truly terrifying? Jiang Yu trembled at the thought and glanced at the large clock in the rest area, his pupils dilating. It was 9:30. Jiang Yan followed his gaze and felt his heart skip a beat. Oh no, we got so caught up in the fun that we lost track of time. What if second brother's virtue has already been compromised? Can we hurry? Jiang Yan glanced outside, urging them to move faster. Do you need to use the restroom? Twinge, puzzled by Jiang Yan's urgency, speculated it might be an emergency and suggested there's a public restroom nearby. While that was certainly an option, how would she explain it later? So troublesome. Jiang Yan scratched his head, contemplating whether he should just come clean. If asked how he knew, he could simply say it was a secret. Good idea, little fish. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up, eagerly looking at Twinge. Twinge frowned. It should be wrapped up by now. Even if something unexpected happened, if Jiang called, his phone is with Xiaodu, who would inform Jiang. No one is answering. Twinge pondered for a moment before dialing Jiang's number. No one picked up. He then called Assistant Du, but again, no response. Twinge's frown deepened. He called the director and learned that Jiang had finished filming, a wave of unease washing over him. You all better hold on tight. The more he thought about it on the road, the more something felt amiss. Logically, even if Jiang wanted to take his siblings to the amusement park, he wouldn't be looking for him. It would make more sense to contact Xiaodu. After all, he was the assistant. Jiang was intentionally keeping him away. Realizing this, Twinge grew even more anxious. What was Jiang planning? Until they could see Jiang safe and sound, they couldn't rest easy. As he opened his phone, he complained that the gossip guide was utterly useless, failing to provide clear timing, only noting it was tonight. Jiang Yan sighed deeply. Entering Weibo and inadvertently clicking on trending topics, instantly taken aback. She stared blankly for a few seconds, rubbing her eyes in disbelief, and upon confirming she hadn't misread, her mouth dropped open wide enough to fit an egg. What on earth? Why is Song Manju trending? Hadn't she seen this scenario in Jiang's future? Or perhaps Jiang deemed it unimportant, which is why it wasn't included in the future. Observing Jiang Yan's reaction, Jiang Yu curiously glanced at her phone, his keen eyesight catching sight of the trending topics related to Song Manju's infidelity, domestic violence, and sexually transmitted diseases. Jiang Yu's heart raced. Could it be that second brother had fallen victim? He regretted coming to the amusement park as he quickly opened the trending words, relieved to find they had nothing to do with Jiang Say. But who was behind this? Could it be his classmates? Were they that swift? Jiang Yu hurriedly opened the class group chat. The group was abuzz with discussions about the incident, with some suspecting it was a classmate's doing. But Jiang Fan insisted they hadn't even gotten their hands on any dirt about Song Manju yet. If it wasn't Jiang Fan from the class, then who could it be? Jiang Yan pondered, but ultimately concluded that the gossip guide had gone rogue after separating from the system. Gossip guide, Twinge, observing their expressions in the rearview mirror, inquired, "What's going on?" "Song Manju is trending," Jiang Yan replied. "I remember she's part of the cast, right? I not only know she's in the cast, but I also suspect she might be scheming against second brother in his room right now." "She is indeed in the cast. What is she trending for?" Twinge asked, unable to check his phone at the moment. Upon hearing Twinge's question, Jiang Yan eagerly shared the details. Twinge immediately began to ponder whether anyone in their company was suitable for a role that Song Manju might play, and swiftly made a call, suggesting they consider the script and prepare for an audition. Watching Twinge's series of actions, Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu were left dumbfounded. Was this what it meant to be a part of society? While they were busy enjoying the gossip, he was strategizing on how to seize the role portrayed by Song Manju. Noticing their expressions, Twinge chuckled. "As a manager, I must always consider my artists' interests. When opportunities arise, it's only natural to position our talents for greater exposure, increasing their chances of becoming memorable and achieving stardom." "Does your company have someone suitable for Hu Haobai's role?" Upon hearing the news, Jiang Yan instinctively inquired. It was only after the words escaped her lips that she realized the gravity of her statement, leaving her quite flustered. Twinge glanced at her through the rearview mirror. Curiosity piqued. "Do you possess some insider information?" Well, he is almost going to be apprehended," Jiang Yu interjected. Jiang Yan swiftly turned her head to face Jiang Yu, both intrigued and perplexed. Under the intensity of their gaze, Jiang Yu maintained her composure. "There's a classmate of ours whose family wields a bit of influence. So, I gleaned a snippet of information from him." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan promptly opened the class group chat and, indeed, saw a message from a classmate stating that Hu Haobai was being accused of luring a minor and would soon face legal consequences. Further questioning if there were any fans in the class, reassuring them that such a person was not worth mourning over. No wonder they're so well informed. They are indeed the second generation, Jiang Yan mused. Observing this, Jiang Yu discreetly gave a thumbs up to that classmate in a smaller group chat, which included only herself, Jiang Yan, and the homeroom teacher. Realizing the potential trouble Jiang Yan had stirred, he hastily tagged that classmate, requesting him to clarify in the main group chat, allowing Jiang Yan to escape unscathed. One could truly commend the decisive execution of the offspring from military and political families. Now, Jiang Yan felt utterly relaxed discussing Hu Haobai. Knowing someone had her back, he lured a minor and was caught. Twinge, surprisingly unfazed, began contemplating if their company had anyone suitable for this role. He subsequently made a phone call to have the script analyzed. "Do your classmates have any other news?" he inquired. "None," Jiang Yu replied, shaking her head. Although Jiang Yan was aware of more information, she deemed it unnecessary to divulge, believing it wouldn't result in any changes. Twinge felt a tinge of regret but acknowledged that having 2 slots was already commendable. Whether they could secure those slots would depend on their capabilities, provided the investors didn't interfere. Soon, they arrived at the hotel. As they disembarked from the vehicle, they immediately noticed a police car parked not far away. The trio's hearts skipped a beat, anxiety coursing through them. What are the police doing here? Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu simultaneously thought. Could something have gone awry? Did Erga throw Song Manju off the building? Chapter 37, Has He Been Reborn? With trepidation, they made their way to the floor where Jiang Sei's room was located. To their astonishment, the police were indeed present. A crowd of onlookers had gathered around. Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu's hearts raced, nearly leaping from their throats. Upon spotting Jiang Say conversing with the police, their minds began to spiral with dark thoughts. Had they arrived too late? Had an incident already transpired? Had Erga harmed Song Manyu? Was he facing imprisonment? Yet, they hadn't seen any traces of blood when they ascended. Perhaps their visible concern caught Jiang Say's attention. As his gaze lingered on them for a moment, his previously mild smile now tinged with sincerity. He gently reassured them, "It's nothing serious. There's no need for concern." His words only heightened their anxiety. This demeanor was too unusual. It felt as if Jiang Say cared for them. Yet, that contradicted his aloof persona. Noticing their skepticism, Jiang Say requested the police to clarify the situation for them, even mentioning that they were still young. The officers, understanding his implication, smiled at the duo. "As your brother mentioned, it's not a serious matter. Your brother is not a perpetrator but a victim, merely assisting us with a statement." With that, their worries dissipated. Thankfully, Ergo wasn't a murderer. Twinge subtly gestured to Jiang Say, who quietly replied, "Let's discuss this later. Some matters aren't suitable for children. It would tarnish their innocence. Children understand much more than you think. It's just that Song Manyu and assistant do conspired to drug you," Jiang Yan thought, feeling a warmth blossom within her. Although reluctant to admit it, she found herself slightly enamored with this feeling. It was not out of the question to include Ergo among those she cared for. As Jiang Say completed his statement and was about to discuss the matter with Twinge, Jiang Yu eagerly gazed at him. "Ergo, may I sleep with you tonight?" Of course, her intention was to prevent anyone from disturbing Jiang Say again, not for any fanciful notions. Indeed, that was precisely her reasoning. Jiang Yan shot a sidelong glance at Jiang Yu, a knowing look passing between them. Jiang Yu feigned ignorance, simply looking at Jiang Say with anticipation. "Sure," Jiang Say acquiesced. Jiang Yu's heart soared, a smile gracing her face. Jiang Yan, however, felt a pang of regret for being a girl, otherwise, she could have joined them. Jiang Say observed their expressions, a hint of amusement dancing at the corners of his lips. Sensing something, he cast his gaze towards the onlookers. Upon meeting Jiang Say's smiling eyes, Hu Haobai flinched, hastily averting his gaze, the chilling apprehension dissipating. Jiang Say was not someone to provoke. He recognized this clearly and begrudgingly shelved his unsavory thoughts. Believing the spectacle had reached its conclusion, Hu Haobai intended to leave, but just as he lifted a foot, he was halted. "Mr. Hu Haobai, is it?" Hu Haobai turned to face the officer who had called him, perplexed, but nodded, "Yes. Please accompany us." "What?" The crowd of onlookers turned their attention toward him, eyes wide with intrigue. Under such scrutiny, Hu Haobai felt a flicker of irritation, but stifled it, stating, "I know nothing about this matter. It has nothing to do with Mr. Jiang Say." The officers produced an arrest warrant, declaring, "You are suspected of enticing a minor. The evidence is irrefutable. Please come with us." Feeling his legs weaken, Hu Haobai collapsed to the ground, utterly dumbfounded. A single thought raced through his mind. How could this have been exposed? Had those individuals reported him? Were they not afraid he would leak the video? The spectators relished the unfolding drama, their expressions reflecting satisfaction. Seizing the moment, Jiang Yan began searching for gossip regarding Song Manyu. Song Manyu's infidelity? I already knew that. Next. Song Manyu has an STD? Understood. Next. Song Manyu is keeping a young lover? Oh, this is new. Due to frequent domestic abuse from her husband, she became twisted and took to keeping a young lover, often engaging in painful activities with him, only to later transform into a gentle big sister to console him. Once comforted, she would torment him anew. Is this a case of split personality? Jiang Yan was left speechless and continued to scroll, seeking the motive behind Song Manyu's scheme against Jiang Say. Apparently, when Song Manyu first met Erge, she fell deeply in love with him. What does deeply in love even mean? Isn't it merely lust at first sight? Exactly, Jiang Yu concurred. It sounds romantic to say it was love at first sight, but at its core, it's just desire. Although constrained by her celebrity status from openly pursuing him, she secretly sought Erge's affection. However, her advances were consistently rebuffed. Frustrated by her unrequited feelings, she concocted a malicious scheme similar to this one, intending to drug him to ensure he would succumb to her. Unfortunately, her plan was foiled, and she was dismissed. Erga handled that splendidly, Jiang Yan remarked, casting a thumbs up in Jiang Sei's direction. Song Manyu was ruthless as well. She ingested the drug herself, claiming she had also been drugged when the incident came to light. Sadly, Ergi's indifference rendered her elaborate plans futile, and the drug's effects inadvertently benefited her current husband. Afterward, she married him, only to find herself subjected to domestic violence, often left battered and bruised. Consequently, her love turned to hatred, blaming Erga for her suffering. But wait, what kind of twisted logic is that? Erga never slept with her. How is this his fault? It was not as though the second brother had coerced you into taking the drug, nor did he compel you to marry your husband. Blaming him for your predicament is rather akin to the afflictions of the Jiang family. The second brother is indeed a pitiable figure, caught in a calamity that is entirely unwarranted. Jiang Yan cast a sympathetic glance at Jiang Sei. Recently, someone from Wang Yu's circle approached her, proposing that if she could entangle the second brother in scandals, they would assist her in obtaining a divorce and reward her handsomely. With her already twisted psyche, Song Manyu readily acquiesced to this tempting offer, devising a malicious scheme to ensnare the second brother. Fortunately, he remained unscathed. Indeed, Jiang Yu silently echoed in agreement. However, something felt amiss. As she pondered, her thoughts shifted to the future of Jiang Sei, her eyes widening in realization. Wait, wasn't the second brother ensnared in his future? Yet the current trajectory seemed to diverge entirely. Jiang Yan too recognized this anomaly. Although the gossip guide served merely as a reference, the events surrounding the second brother deviated significantly from the original forecast. How could this be? It was the first time the gossip guide had faltered in its predictions. Could it be that without the system, the gossip guide truly faltered? The gossip guide retorted, "Are you being polite?" Jiang Yan sensed a deeper intrigue and stealthily approached Jiang Sei, who was engrossed in conversation with Chenja, straining to listen intently. After absorbing the details, Jiang Yan found herself even more perplexed. What? The second brother actually noticed the impropriety of Assistant Du and Song Manyu, and so he remained vigilant, installing a camera to capture Assistant Du administering the drug, forcing him to drink the tainted water, and recording a video of Song Manyu's nefarious intentions. Subsequently, the second brother subdued them and contacted the authorities. Jiang Yan fell into a prolonged silence. Jiang Yu, observing her, felt a surge of impatience. What on earth was going on? After much urging, Jiang Yan finally articulated, upon reflection, the initial premise was flawed. The second brother orchestrated our trip to the amusement park solely to distract us, thereby allowing Song Manyu and her cohorts to proceed with their plans unimpeded by our presence. Furthermore, the revelations attributed to Song Manyu were likely instigated by the second brother. Jiang Yan stroked her chin, deep in thought. Moreover, the second brother's demeanor towards me and Xiaoyu, which diverged from his usual aloof persona, suggests that he— What about him? Jiang Yu was on the edge of her seat with anticipation. Could it be that he has been reborn? Reborn? Jiang Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. She suddenly felt as though she had never encountered those words before. What did it mean to be reborn? I have been reborn. Back to a time before Song Manyu and Assistant Du conspired against me. In this lifetime, I shall ensure they do not succeed. And I will make them suffer as they did in the past. Jiang Yu mused, if the system exists, then a rebirth seems entirely plausible. But where's the logic in that? Jiang Yu thought, and when she shared this with the group, an overwhelming majority agreed with her. After all, Jiang Yan had encountered the system and possessed a gossip guide, so it was not altogether shocking that Jiang Sei was reborn. This also elucidated why events unfolded differently in the absence of their interference. So, was that trending topic indeed orchestrated by Jiang Sei? If rebirth were the case, there was an 80% chance it was him. How infuriating. I too desire a system or even a rebirth. Let us not be discontent. The opportunity to hear Jiang Yan and thus alter the future is already a rare gift. Everyone nodded in agreement. The Jiang fans were indifferent to whether Jiang Say was reborn. Regardless, he would not become entangled in scandalous rumors, and thus he would not retreat from the limelight. Why should they concern themselves with such matters? As long as the second brother was unharmed, what did it matter if he was reborn? Chapter 38. Seeking an opportunity to present her gift the following day, Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu accompanied Jiang Say to the scenic area once more. Upon arriving at the filming location, they observed clusters of individuals gathered, chattering animatedly. Jiang Yan stealthily inched closer, astonished to find such distasteful individuals within their crew. "Just the thought of him gives me chills," one of them remarked, rubbing their arms. "My heart goes out to those young ladies. I can only imagine how uncomfortable they must feel in those outfits, especially since they have to endure filming today. Word has it that someone reported him, and last night, an opportunistic individual caught him in the act. Indeed, we owe our gratitude to this anonymous benefactor." Jiang Yan, modestly concealing her contribution, passed by them, silently commending herself for being such a helpful and benevolent soul. Observing Jiang Yan's almost buoyant spirit, Jiang Yu understood her delight and chuckled along. As they ventured forward, they overheard discussions regarding the previous night's events and the apprehension of who how by. However, upon sighting the principal party, the gossipers hastily fell silent, pretending to admire the scenery. Jiang Yan felt a twinge of disappointment. Despite their chatter about last night, such discussions often meandered into other juicy gossip. Perhaps she might glean additional tidbits. The morning passed without incident. Just before their departure, Jiang Say handed a key to Jiang Yan. Puzzled, Jiang Yan gazed at him. Observing Jiang Say's earnest expression, she mused, the probability of the second brother being reborn has increased significantly. After all, Jiang Say exhibited no concern for their affairs within the Jiang family. If he were indeed reborn, it might be that he felt pity for their dismal future and thus extended them additional kindness. Upon entering her home, Jiang Yan was met with the sight of her parents, who appeared as though they were in the throes of a passionate romance, seated on the sofa and watching television. Her heart ached at the thought. It was difficult to fathom that such a father could merely be a faade. Upon hearing her entrance, both turned to her, each wearing a gentle smile. Bai Lu quickly masked her emotions, gripping her handbag tightly to suppress the turmoil within. Bai Zhenhua had uncovered the existence of Zhou Ru's illegitimate child abroad, even locating Zhou Ru's parents. Initially, Zhou Ru had claimed that his parents were deceased. Yet they were indeed alive and thriving, having become affluent in the village through Zhou Ru's clandestine financial support. Consequently, they harbored resentment towards her mother, often gossiping about how they would ensure Zhou Ru would abandon Bai Ning'an, frequently derogating Bai Ning'an as a barren hen, solely because she had only one daughter. Fortunately, Zhou Ru retained a modicum of pride, refraining from disclosing that he bore the Bai surname, lest their animosity towards her and her mother intensify. Bai Lu contemplated this. Although Bai Zhenhua had not yet unraveled the complete truth, his investigation would not cease here. After all, it was all too easy for Zhou Ru to placate them with a few flattering words, thereby winning their forgiveness. She wished she could reveal her future to her mother. Yet the future felt so nebulous, lacking any persuasive weight. "Why have you been at your grandfather's for so long? Your mother and I have missed you," Zhou Ru said with a warm smile, affectionately ruffling Bai Lu's hair. "Without you here, it feels as though something is amiss. The tranquility is particularly unsettling." Bai Lu suppressed the urge to recoil from Zhou Ru's hand, closing her eyes to rein in her tumultuous emotions. Forcing a smile as she clung to Zhou Ru's arm in a playful manner, "You missed me? I doubt that's the case. Without my interference, you might be blissfully enjoying your time together." Humph. As Bai Lu pondered over Bai Zhenhua's teachings, she endeavored to conceal her thoughts. "What are you saying, my dear?" Bai Ning'an's cheeks flushed slightly as she cast a reproachful glance at Bai Lu. Upon hearing Bai Lu's words, Zhou Ru's earlier doubts about her residing with Bai Zhenhua dissipated. And he chuckled, "You speak such nonsense. You haven't noticed how your mother worries every meal about whether you're eating well. In the evening, she frets over whether you're properly tucked in. Haha, I know that mom loves me most. Bai Lu embraced Bai Ning'an, contemplating their future. And despite her efforts to maintain composure, tears welled in her eyes. I love mom the most. This time, I will protect you, Bai Lu vowed silently. Just love mom? Zhou Ru approached, feigning jealousy. Bai Lu suppressed her discomfort, pouting and retorting, Dad, didn't he even say to call me? I dislike you the most. All right. It's my fault, Zhou Ru laughed as he embraced both of them. See? I told you to call yourself instead of relying on my phone. You wouldn't listen. Bai Ning'an teased Zhou Ru. It's because I didn't want to disturb Lulu. Nowadays, children dislike being interrupted when doing other things. I don't want Lulu to dislike me, Zhou Ru replied. In the future, Dad will definitely call Lulu every day. Please don't. I don't want my friends to think I'm Daddy's girl, Bai Lu quickly waved her hands. You said it. So you can't use this against Dad next time. Indeed, it was news from their class group. Jiang Yan was once again gossiping. Bai Lu scrolled up and quickly found the message relayed by Jiang Yu. In our train compartment, a man occupied a young lady's seat. When she asked him to let her sit, he was particularly rude, even threatening to expose her if she persisted. The lady, unfazed, politely asked to see his ticket. And after doing so, she fell silent. Once the train started, she turned to him and said, Sir, your seat number is correct, but you boarded the wrong train, initially. He didn't believe her until he checked his ticket and realized the truth, leaving him utterly devastated while the lady comfortably settled into her rightful place. The group erupted in applause, yet lamented that such occurrences were rare, as dealing with seat hogs remained a challenge. Bai Lu found their sentiments valid, silently approving and scrolling down. In the same compartment, a girl sued her dream lover for assault after an inappropriate dream, making headlines among them. She could no longer stay and felt forced to leave her hometown. Bai Lu stared at this piece of gossip, her mind momentarily blank as she processed the absurdity. What? Such peculiarities exist in this world? The classmates appeared equally astonished, some even searching for the story, confirming its authenticity. Many jested that this girl's antics could easily qualify her for this year's list of bizarre behaviors. Bai Lu read several more gossip items relayed by Jiang Yu, her spirits lifting as the discomfort caused by Zhou Ru faded. Jiang Yan truly was a source of joy. Should she consider gifting her something? While she was uncertain, she recognized that Jiang Yan had indeed helped her. Unfortunately, they weren't close. A direct monetary gift would certainly startle her. Perhaps she could find an opportunity to present some other valuable gift. Chapter 39. You have captivated my interest on Monday. As Jiang Yan arrived at the teaching building, she spotted Jiang Lian surrounded by a crowd. Were it not for the sheer number of people, she would have relished the chance to play the antagonist. Stepping forward with a sarcastic quip, "Oh, feeling better so soon? Should another bout of discomfort strike, do seek me out for my secret remedies. I assure you satisfaction. By the way, since I saw you all enjoying your meal so much last time, I'll treat you to some fresh, warm grapes later." What a pity. Jiang Yan shook her head. The onlookers regarded her with confusion, speculating if she might be slightly unhinged. Jiang Yan has arrived. Someone in the crowd called out. Jiang Lian looked up, recognizing Jiang Yan, and involuntarily shivered. Upon meeting Jiang Yan's gaze, she instinctively averted her eyes, unable to hold her stare. The crowd around Jiang Lian grew, increasingly convinced that her absence was linked to Jiang Yan, casting furious glances in her direction. Some, unable to swallow their dissatisfaction on behalf of their goddess, silently plotted against Jiang Yan. Please don't look at me like that. My absence truly had nothing to do with my sister. Jiang Lian bit her lip, striving to appear strong, though her fleeting glances at Jiang Yan revealed confusion and sadness. This only intensified the crowd's ire. Jiang Lian's follower, Zhang Jiarue, approached, glaring at Jiang Yan before coldly scoffing and deliberately bumping into her, aware of her intent. Someone tossed a banana peel at Jiang Yan's feet. Snap. The sound of a camera shutter echoed. The perpetrator stared in disbelief at Jiang Yan, who merely smiled at him, gracefully sidestepping Zhang Jiarui's charge. Zhang Jiarui, missing her target, stumbled and landed unceremoniously, thanks to the banana peel. Fortunately, the cooler weather had her wearing thin leggings, otherwise, she would have faced quite the wardrobe malfunction. Oh dear, how unsteady you are at such a young age. Be careful, you might end up with Parkinson's, Zhang. Take good care of yourself and exercise to reach 99. Jiang Yan remarked sweetly, eliciting Zhang Jiarui's seething frustration. Humiliated before so many, Zhang Jiarui wished she could vanish. And you, my dear classmate, Jiang Yan raised her phone. Littering will cost your class 5 points, and I will report it school-wide. The offender went pale. Whether or not he lost points was inconsequential, but the thought of his competitive mother finding out about a public reprimand sent chills down his spine. Contemplating this, he gritted his teeth and lunged at Jiang Yan, aiming for her phone. Jiang Yan, agile and quick, easily evaded him, smiling as she dodged. Dear classmate, I've already reported this to the disciplinary committee. Even if you snatch my phone, it won't help you. That's right. Someone echoed Jiang Yan. To her surprise, it was the unfortunate senior, Miran, who had suffered a previous mishap. Upon noticing Jiang Yan's gaze, she smiled and added, My boyfriend is actually on the disciplinary committee and is on his way here. The assailant felt hopeless. Jiang Yan, intrigued, inquired, if I may ask, has your romantic situation resolved? Absolutely. Miran replied with a grin, I am sincere with everyone, and they all understand. Jiang Yan marveled inwardly, thoroughly impressed by Miran. Soon, Miran's boyfriend arrived, took note of the troublemaker, and they departed in jovial spirits. Halfway down the hall, another boy joined them, evidently Miran's boyfriend as well. How impressive! Jiang Yan couldn't help but feel envious. She began to grasp the essence of the male-oriented harem narratives. Upon entering the classroom, she found her desk adorned with steamed buns and soy milk purchased by her little brother, as she had been too lazy to rise early. After exchanging warm greetings with her friendly classmates, Jiang Yan opened her book and began to study. Little Fish excelled academically, currently playing the part of a cunning underachiever. If Jiang Yan wished to attend the same school in their city, she would need to step up her efforts. After all, Little Fish undoubtedly aimed for the finest art academy. She couldn't allow herself to hinder his progress, risking that he settle for less due to her shortcomings. After a while of studying, her mind began to wander. Why is it that, despite being from the same litter, Little Fish is so clever while she is merely average? Could it be that Little Fish absorbed all the nutrients for brain development? Jiang Yan sighed heavily. What's wrong with you, Jiang Yan? Zhou Qingya asked curiously. Noticing Jiang Yan, who had been studying quietly, suddenly starting to sigh and frown after just 2 minutes took her by surprise. Jiang Yan turned to Zhou Qingya and expressed her frustration. I was just thinking how different people can be, even if they are from the same litter. Oh, it's nothing. Jiang Yan shook her head, contemplating whether to let Little Fish tutor her. After all, Little Fish could also reinforce her knowledge. All right, it's decided. Jiang Yan promptly sent a message to Jiang Yu. Feeling satisfied with her decision, Jiang Yan smiled. Now that she had sorted that out, she turned her attention to some gossip to lift her spirits. Which classmate should she investigate? As she opened the gossip chart, she scanned her surroundings. Let us be straightforward and call out names. Whoever gets picked, gets picked. The crowd reacted with curiosity. The astute among them immediately realized Jiang Yan's intentions and began to chatter in the group. Here we go. Jiang Yan's gossip time. At this, everyone instinctively lowered their heads, attempting to diminish their presence, hoping Jiang Yan wouldn't choose them. Meanwhile, those who had already been the subject of gossip watched eagerly, as if anticipating a spectacle. Jiang Yan murmured to herself and pointed to the first student in the 3rd row, near the corridor. Realizing it was him who had been chosen, the student shrank back in his seat. Please, let it not be something too embarrassing. He fervently prayed, hoping for a favorable outcome. The students who had not been chosen let out a collective sigh of relief, their faces lighting up as they awaited the gossip about their unfortunate classmate. It turns out this student is named Yang Xingqing. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yan couldn't laugh openly for fear of being seen as eccentric, so she stifled her amusement, letting out pig-like snorts instead. Even without hearing her thoughts, it was evident from her nearly disappearing eyes just how delighted she was. The others endured Jiang Yan's cacophony of laughter, their curiosity piqued about what gossip could possibly elicit such joy. Xingqing, what do you think your gossip might be? Chu Ju raised an eyebrow and inquired of his deskmate, Yang Xingqing. Yang Xingqing chose to ignore him, offering only the back of his head in response. Chu Ju was undeterred, smiling as he glanced at Jiang Yan, eagerly awaiting the next revelation. Yang Xingqing once felt unwell and, after searching on Baidu, thought he was on the brink of death. Ha ha ha, who doesn't know that searching for ailments on Baidu usually leads to a terminal diagnosis? The group's teasing gazes fell upon the quail-like Yang Xingqing. They were astonished to discover that this usually serious individual had such a silly side. Laughter erupted suddenly. Including Jiang Yan, everyone turned to the source of the laughter, the notorious Little Grim Reaper, Li Kanan. His name stemmed from his parents' love for the anime series Detective Conan, but that was of little consequence. What mattered was that this guy, despite being the center of attention, continued to laugh uncontrollably. His deskmate, Jean Danwe, attempted to silence him through frantic squeezing of his thigh, but to no avail. She could only display a helpless expression to the rest of the class. Ha ha ha, Xingqing, you actually wrote that. Chu Ju delivered a punch to Li Kanan's stomach, successfully silencing him. He gestured to the others, signaling that the situation was under control. The class responded with applause. Meanwhile, Li Kanan, rubbing his pained belly, was caught in a twisted expression that might lead onlookers to suspect he was suffering from some ailment. What's wrong with that student? His sudden laughter is quite alarming. Could he be possessed? Don't mind him. Li Kanan has a particularly low threshold for humor. It's always like this, Zhou Qingya explained. Oh, I see. Jiang Yan nodded, then smacked her lips, sensing something amiss. Wait? Li Kanan? Conan? How could he have such a name? Are his parents die-hard fans of Conan? The class nodded in agreement. Interesting, Jiang Yan smirked. You've captured my interest, young man. Coughs erupted among the students as they choked on water. This class's atmosphere is indeed bizarre. It feels like something is amiss. The class murmured in agreement. At that moment, Li Kanan could no longer contain his laughter. Family, who understands? I just laughed a few times and got chosen, oh no. Chapter 40. The first to become single is the villain. Let's just talk about Conan's situation directly. Yang Xingqing raged internally. Unfortunately, his hopes were dashed. Ha 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 ha. The class was once again overwhelmed by Jiang Yan's laughter, causing them slight headaches while they pondered what other amusing gossip Yang Xingqing might possess. In the past, Yang Xingqing believed a certain girl had feelings for him, so he stayed up all night researching how to write a rejection letter that wouldn't hurt her feelings, all the while waiting for her to confess. In reality, she only wanted to ask him where he bought the keychain on his backpack, but hesitated out of fear of being too forward. Ha ha ha. Many students covered their mouths, heads bowed, shoulders shaking with laughter, revealing just how amused they were. Yang Xingqing's face turned crimson. He thought, my entire reputation is ruined. Yet, he realized that such a misunderstanding was not uncommon. About 90% of people likely experienced similar situations. He was merely one insignificant dandelion seed among many. Suddenly, Jiang Yan's infectious laughter ceased abruptly. The class exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what had just happened. I apologize. I laughed too loudly just now. Jiang Yan looked apologetically at Yang Xingqing. A chill ran down Yang Xingqing's spine. He thought, here it comes, that familiar sensation signaling my fate. Having witnessed the experiences of the previous few students, he was mentally prepared, even if it meant confronting a dismal future. Your future looks pretty bleak too. Jiang Yan sighed and shook her head. Although I have only glimpsed a few classmates' futures, I must express that the atmosphere in this class is troubling. Everyone's futures seem grim. We should simply rename Class 22 to Class Tragic instead. The class exchanged glances. Surely, it was unnecessary to generalize based on a few individuals. Besides, there were only 9 of them, so it couldn't be that dire. Had it not been for that individual, Yang Xingqing's life would have been smooth sailing. Unfortunately, fate was cruel. Just as he was about to marry his longtime girlfriend, he encountered that wretched person. Upon hearing this, Yang Xingqing felt shy at the mention of his girlfriend while simultaneously troubled by the words wretched person. His friends intended to tease him about the marriage, but upon hearing the latter remark, they lost all inclination to do so. If Jiang Yan labeled someone as a wretched person, they must not be of good character. Speaking of that wretched person, Yang Xingqing's girlfriend is in our class, right? No? What's up with that wretched person? Why only speak halfway? The class felt restless. But upon hearing the next comment, they immediately forgot about the wretched person, their eyes fixated on Yang Xingqing with eager anticipation. Indeed, gossip about romance was the most captivating. Hey, you've been hiding your relationship from us. Li Kainan jabbed Yang Xingqing in the back, filled with resentment. We agreed to stay single together. The first to find a partner is a villain. Chu also stared intently at Yang Xingqing. Yang Xingqing felt utterly wronged. I didn't. He protested. I spend all my time hanging out with you guys. When would I have time to date? Besides, if I dared to date in high school, my parents would tear me apart. Upon hearing the words, Chu and Li Kainan pondered for a moment and felt it was indeed plausible. It must be that in the future, Yang Xingqing would find himself in a romantic relationship with a female classmate. With this thought in mind, all the boys in the class, except Yang Xingqing, turned their gazes toward their female classmates. The girls, unexpectedly caught in the crossfire, were equally curious about the identity of the individual involved. Bai Lu, He Yingying, and Hao Xingxing, who already knew their futures, could distinctly exclude themselves. Thus they maintained a carefree demeanor, unbothered by the potential implications. Typically, Yang Xingqing had not been seen in close proximity to any girl. The only one he conversed with more frequently was likely Jian Danwei, Li Kainan's deskmate. However, it was 99% unlikely to be her. Jian Danyue's ambiguous relationship with her childhood friend from class 2 further complicated matters. Who could it possibly be? Is that Lu Yunyun? She is incredibly strong-willed, determined to save Yang Xingqing until the very end. What a pity. The entire class turned in unison to the third student from the left in the front row. Caught off guard, Lu Yunyun was momentarily stunned. Realizing everyone was staring at her, her cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head, wishing she could disappear into her desk. As Yang Xingqing finally looked up, his gaze landing on Lu Yunyun, Li Kainan couldn't help but tease, why not play the quail any longer? Is your wife beautiful? Don't be ridiculous, Yang Xingqing retorted, smacking Li Kainan's arm, though his ears burned with embarrassment. So, it was her? Yang Xingqing mused, suddenly locking eyes with Lu Yunyun. Both were startled and instinctively averted their gazes, their faces ablaze. The others found it astonishing. These two had never exchanged a word until now. Yet fate had intertwined their paths in such a remarkable manner. Yunyun, do you understand this problem? The teacher explained it yesterday, but I didn't quite grasp it. Called Lu Yunyun's deskmate. Lu Yunyun shot her a glare and pretended to explain the problem. Is she Lu Yunyun? Jiang Yan observed through the window, confirming her identity. Alas, though you two could not become a couple in life, you are united in death. Lu Yunyun's pen drew a long, dark line on the blank sheet of paper. Her desk mate looked at her with concern. 10 kills achieved. Could it be that our class's fortune is truly poor? Should we consider changing classrooms? Some were inadvertently becoming superstitious. There's no need for such worries. Since we already know the future, it will undoubtedly not unfold as it did before, the class monitor declared. We need not engage in a battle of wits with fate. We simply need to alter our trajectories at pivotal moments to forge a brighter future. Upon hearing this, The anxious hearts of the students began to calm. There was still ample time to change the course before the future arrived. There was no need for unfounded fears. Lu Yunyun, too, noticed the messages in the group chat, her panicked emotions gradually settling. She thought, indeed, there is no need for concern. Once I learned of the future, it had already been altered. As for my feelings for Yang Xingqing, I shall let them unfold naturally. If we are meant to be together in the future, we will cross that bridge when we come to it. There is no reason to fret ahead of time and create unnecessary troubles for myself. I'm fine now. Lu Yunyun smiled at her deskmate, who felt reassured upon seeing this. Yang Xingqing, noticing Lu Yunyun's smile, breathed a sigh of relief. Although he remained uncertain about what awaited them in the future, it was likely that her tragic fate was tied to the troublesome individual she would entangle with. He felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Yang Xingqing's mind raced, desperately wanting to know the identity of that troublesome person. He vowed to keep his distance from them in the future. Yang Xingqing and Lu Yunyun, despite being in the same class, ultimately reunited in their third year of university. Having been high school classmates, they exchanged contact information, and through various interactions, they began to develop feelings for each other, eventually getting together. Though life inevitably threw them a few hurdles, they overcame them together. After 5 years of being together, they decided to marry and happily went to try on wedding dresses. However, things took a turn for the worse during the dress fitting. Being two young individuals who had never experienced romance before, hearing that they were to marry made them both blush profusely, their faces burning with embarrassment. Yet, before they could bask in their shyness for long, they heard Jiang Yan's subsequent remarks, causing their embarrassment to dissipate. Looks like that troublesome person is about to make an appearance. Everyone grasped this implication, an unsettling feeling forming in their throats. It was disheartening that during such a joyous occasion as trying on wedding dresses, a figure would emerge to shatter their happiness. It was akin to joyfully purchasing a small cake, only to find a cockroach inside after taking a bite. Chapter 41. Very well, half a story at that time. A certain influential figure's car broke down, and while waiting for a ride at the wedding dress store, he happened to see Yang Xingqing and Lu Yunyun trying on dresses. Upon seeing them, he was taken aback. Yang Xingqing bore a striking resemblance to his unattainable ideal. This stirred something within the influential figure, prompting him to seek a substitute for his unrequited love to alleviate his longing. He sifted through many candidates, yet none matched the stunning impression Yang Xingqing left on him. Consequently, he approached Yang Xingqing and proposed a romantic relationship. Yang Xingqing's feelings at that moment were incredibly complicated. Setting aside the fact that he was a staunch heterosexual, he was also deeply in love with his girlfriend, who was about to marry him. There was no way he could accept a man's proposal. Thus, he resolutely declined without a second thought. To avoid further entanglement with the influential figure, he even discussed advancing his wedding plans with Lu Yunyun. However, that influential figure was a troublesome person. Rejected, he grew increasingly convinced that Yang Xingqing resembled his ideal. He even began to hallucinate, seeing shadows of his unattainable love in Yang Xingqing. Thus, he resorted to kidnapping Yang Xingqing, subjecting him to imprisonment and forced affection. At this moment, Yang Xingqing felt utterly despondent. Was that influential figure mentally unwell? While he held no prejudice against homosexuals, it did not give anyone the right to impose themselves upon him. Just the thought of intimate contact with a man made him feel unsettled. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's mention of being imprisoned and subjected to forced affection, Yang Xingqing felt utterly devastated. Could it be this dire? He would rather die or become disabled than face such a fate. Kidnapping and imprisonment? Surely that was a criminal offense? Li Keenan murmured, sharing a sympathetic pat on Yang Xingqing's shoulder. Brother, sigh. Let us see if Jiang Yan reveals the name of that troublesome person. Avoid him at all costs. I need you to tell me. As long as that troublesome figure is around, I will immediately relocate to another city. I will bid farewell to that troublesome person myself. Meanwhile, Chuju was lost in thought, pondering why he had not intervened to assist Yang Xingqing. Even if he was unaware of the circumstances, surely those within their circle should recognize Yang Xingqing as his friend and tread carefully. Had they parted ways later on? Or Chu bit his lip, temporarily suppressing that speculation as he contemplated the identity of the troublesome, influential figure. To be referred to as an influential figure, one must possess considerable power and achievements. However, the number of such individuals with unattainable ideals was vast, making it challenging to discern. After much contemplation, he found himself relying on Jiang Yan's insights. What era is this? How can such lawlessness persist? Yang Xingqing is truly unfortunate. This person must have committed numerous illegal acts. We must look into him. First, let us see what Jiang Yan has to say. Without certainty, one risks drawing attention and making a mess of things. Indeed, there's no need to rush. The troublesome figure is growing displeased. If the substitute is just a tad stubborn and resembles the original too closely, it may ruin the character entirely. To compel Yang Xingqing to yield, he threatened Yang Xingqing's family as well as Lu Yunyun and her family. Yang Xingqing, unwilling to let them suffer because of him, had no choice but to agree to become the troublesome influential figure's substitute for his unattainable ideal. Yang Xingqing's face turned pale upon hearing the news. What in the world was this absurd situation? Damn it! Such a despicable and shameless villain! He unleashed a torrent of curses that had accumulated over the past decade, wishing he could unearth the grave of that scoundrel. The others couldn't help but click their tongues, their gazes filled with pity for Yang Xingqing. How could he have encountered such a wretched person who played the role of a white moonlight substitute? Happiness was so close, yet so far. Many emotional individuals were on the verge of tears, grinding their teeth in anger at that villain. Feeling sullied, Yang Xingqing didn't want to burden Lu Yunyun. So under the watchful eye of that scoundrel, he broke up with her. Afterward, he locked himself in his room and cried bitterly. His tears invoked the ire of the villain, who harbored a strong possessiveness, thinking to himself, "You are mine, and yet you weep for someone else? How dare you?" Thus, he severely punished and humiliated Yang Xingqing. Yang Xingqing felt an overwhelming despair, but the villain warned that if he dared to end his own life, the ones he cared about would suffer. Consequently, he was forced to suppress his disgust and be dressed up as the white moonlight by the villain. Damn! Why didn't that scoundrel just go out and meet his end? Jiang Yan felt an intense rage just by reading the description. If that villain were before her, she would not hesitate to unleash a flurry of punches, bringing him to tears, ensuring he would be rendered incapable of ever rising again. As Yang Xingqing's friend, Chu also felt a deep sense of unease. Where had he disappeared to? Why hadn't he helped his good friend? Could it be that he had truly met his demise? If only the prominent family of Chu were still around. That villain would not dare to act so brazenly against his friend, knowing full well the consequences. The dust settled. He had indeed passed away. Chu was not surprised but rather curious about how it had happened. His two friends, Yang Xingqing and Li Kenan, looked at him with concern. Chu smiled reassuringly, signaling for them to relax. Alas, during his sophomore year, isn't sophomore now? Oh no! The future is so near. When exactly is it? Including Chu. Everyone was astonished. It turned out that the one who would meet an untimely fate was Chu. They were now in the second semester of their sophomore year. Any incident during this time could only occur in the next 2 to 3 months. It was alarmingly close. What could have happened? What could they change about this future? Everyone's hearts raced, for it concerned their ability to alter their destinies. Jiang Yan scrolled through the screen, quickly identifying the critical moment in Yang Xingqing's future. Ah, it was on Chu's birthday. This poor student would lose his parents that day, and not only would he be crippled, but he would also fall into a vegetative state. How unfortunate. Truly, this class had no happy endings. Had they been heinous individuals in a past life? Jiang Yan sighed deeply, filled with dread. She pondered whether this class's misfortune was due to bad luck. Should she transfer? No. The future can be changed. It must be changed. Without you, how could we continue to live? They all silently shouted in their hearts. What to do? Isn't your birthday on the 25th of this month? Just a few days away. At this moment, Yang Xingqing, anxious about his future, grabbed Chuju's arm. Since it was an accident, then on that day, you and your parents should just stay indoors, right? Li Kenan suggested. Chuju looked at his two friends, unsure of how to express his thoughts. If it were merely an ordinary accident, then staying indoors would suffice. However, if it were not, even if they remained inside on the 25th, something unfortunate could still occur. But to alleviate their worries, Chuju suppressed these complicated thoughts and smiled, saying, Kenan is right. I can use the excuse of throwing a birthday party to keep my parents home, preventing any need for them or me to go out. That's good. Yang Xingqing and Li Kenan nodded in agreement. Some astute individuals also thought of the same plan, and upon seeing Chuju mention a birthday party in the group chat, they refrained from pointing out the potential pitfalls and readily agreed. Jiang Yan contemplated whether they could prevent them from going out on Chuju's birthday. Just then, her phone vibrated, and upon checking, she saw a message from Chuju, feeling as though fortune had smiled upon her at the perfect moment. She had been worried about how to prevent his family from going out, and now an opportunity had presented itself. Seeing Jiang Yan researching his background, Chuju felt a bit more at ease. Understanding the circumstances was certainly better than remaining in the dark. Chapter 42, The Return of the White Moonlight. After adding Chuju to her search list, Jiang Yan continued scrolling. While she had previously checked Lu Yunyan's future, she had also uncovered details about her life. Lu Yunyan was a strong and rational girl, even after being dumped by her fiancé. She didn't let sadness and anger cloud her judgment. After years of companionship, she deeply understood Yang Xingqing's character and knew he wouldn't end things without reason. Thus, Lu Yunyan began her investigation, eventually uncovering Yang Xingqing's predicament. However, being powerless and insignificant, rescuing him from the villain was a mere fantasy. Nonetheless, she did not give up and started gathering evidence of the villain's illegal activities. Alas, once she began her investigation, her fate was sealed. Lu Yunyan was indeed capable. She had found the evidence. Unfortunately, she was merely a step away from success when the villain discovered her efforts. How frustrating! Why hadn't that villain met his end yet? Let us find an opportunity to take a look at that villain and see if we can uncover something through the gossip directory, then report him with a comprehensive service. The second-generation individuals resolved in their hearts. Yunyan, you are so impressive, Lu Yunyan's deskmate exclaimed. If it were me, I would only know how to cry and curse Yang Xingqing as a scoundrel, never considering whether he had any hardships or taking the initiative to investigate. Lu Yunyan also felt proud of her future self, but she believed she couldn't accept such praise and quickly waved her hands, saying, The current me cannot accomplish such feats. But the future you is still you. Don't be shy, accept the compliment boldly. Lu Yunyan. No, I'm not shy. However, she lamented that she was so close to successfully delivering the evidence to Yi Bi, only to have it abruptly interrupted. She glanced at the small group chat. Indeed, everyone was lamenting the failure to succeed, allowing that villain to continue his carefree life. Some expressed their eagerness to witness the villain's downfall when he was eventually caught, even tagging Yi Bi to notify him in advance. Yi Bi wore a helpless smile. If only it were possible to apprehend that villain without him receiving news of the operation, it would surely be a covert endeavor. Not to mention whether he would learn of this plan. Even if he did, it could not be disclosed, as that would reveal sensitive information. Xingqing, your girlfriend is amazing. Li Kenan teased with a grin. I told you not to joke around, Yang Xingqing replied irritably. We're not even in a relationship yet. Speaking like that can confuse the girl. If you were a girl and someone called you someone else's girlfriend without any connection, would you be happy? Hey, I was just joking with you. Of course, I wouldn't say it in front of others. I still have some sense of propriety, Li Kenan quickly clarified, fearing Yang Xingqing would misunderstand. Even joking is unacceptable. Yang Xingqing shot him a sideways glance. Li Kenan raised his hands in surrender. All right, all right. The despicable individual was acutely aware that if Yang Xingqing learned of Lu Yunyan's demise, he would undoubtedly seek to end his own life. Thus he concealed the news with utmost secrecy. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Xingqing simultaneously wished for Lu Yunyun to find happiness anew and forget about this wretched individual, while enduring the presence of the vile overlord. The white moonlight, cognizant of the overlord's affection for his substitute, was thoroughly displeased and sought to create trouble for Yang Xingqing. To his surprise, Yang Xingqing did not react with anger, but rather with elation, believing he would soon escape from this torment. However, the outcome was far from favorable. Jiang Yan wore a look of disdain. Some scholars immediately recognized the potential implications, incredulously commenting in the group chat, "Could it be that the scoundrel has truly developed feelings for Yang Xingqing? No way, right? He is a despicable person after all. Nothing would surprise me. Ugh, does he even realize who he is disgusting?" Upon witnessing the discussions, Yang Xingqing's spirits plummeted. "No way, no way, no way. Please, do not target me again. I beseech you, may the scoundrel and your white moonlight remain locked away." The vile overlord soon discovered that he harbored some feelings for Yang Xingqing, making it difficult to let him go. Consequently, he outwardly acquiesced to the white moonlight's demands while secretly imprisoning Yang Xingqing in one of his villas, hiring bodyguards to ensure he could not escape. How utterly revolting! Could he not distance himself from Yang Xingqing? To be liked by you is indeed a stroke of misfortune for Yang Xingqing. As Butterfly Ninja would say, the wicked should be consigned to hell. Yang Xingqing felt nauseated. Indeed, it was appalling. It led to his future separation from his beloved and ultimately her demise, only for the scoundrel to profess his affection. Are you even aware of what you are saying? Is that human language? Oh, he is a despicable person, devoid of understanding. Right, may you descend into hell, you vile pervert. The more Yang Xingqing pondered, the angrier he became, wishing to confront that individual immediately, to stuff him into a sack and beat him, then strip him bare and hang him at the entrance of his company, ensuring he would never show his face again. Despite being kept in secret, Yang Xingqing was eventually discovered by the white moonlight. Enraged, the white moonlight sought to confront Yang Xingqing, but this time, Yang Xingqing did not allow himself to be bullied. Instead, he persuaded the white moonlight to assist him in escaping. Naturally, the white moonlight desired to monopolize the affections of the vile overlord, thus he agreed. Did it succeed? Everyone pondered, filled with anticipation for a favorable outcome. The odds of success were a mere 1%. How could this be explained? Had it succeeded, Jiang Yan's tone would have been far more animated than it was now. The group sighed in regret, wondering if the scoundrel possessed some mystical luck. Indeed, Jiang Yan recounted, unfortunately, he was ultimately uncovered by the vile overlord, leading to failure. Consequently, the overlord grew distant from the white moonlight, his heart now solely focused on Yang Xingqing. Please, I implore you, do not fixate on me. Would it not be better to remain with your beloved white moonlight? Yang Xingqing was utterly speechless. He felt an overwhelming urge to unleash every curse he had accumulated over the years. However, Jiang Yan's tone lifted. The group's eyes brightened. It seemed a twist was imminent. Yang Xingqing finally learned of Lu Yunyun's passing. The vile overlord had taken him to an elite social gathering, where he encountered Lackey Mian, a high school classmate who had also been supported by his benefactor. Lackey Mian revealed to him the news of Lu Yunyun's death, disclosing that it was the vile overlord's doing. Damn, one person exclaimed. Everyone turned to look at him. Lackey Mian's face darkened, his eyes ablaze with fury. He was filled with rage, but could not vent it freely, so he resorted to his phone to express his frustrations in the group. This must be a mistake. Do I really need someone else to support me? Is my family's wealth, measured in billions, a mere jest? Who would dare to support me? Haha. What if your family goes bankrupt in the future? Or suffers some other misfortune? Lackey Mian's expression shifted, ultimately concluding, damn, that makes too much sense. Chapter 43. I indeed celebrated too soon. Jiang Yan had initially been puzzled as to why this classmate had shouted, but upon seeing his animated gestures, she speculated it was likely a result of a gaming mishap. She redirected her focus to the gossip chronicles. After that day, Yang Xingqing altered his demeanor. feigning compliance with the vile overlord. Seizing the opportunity when the overlord let his guard down, he resolved to bring them both to ruin. Finally, he would no longer be entangled with the scoundrel. Yang Xingqing felt a surge of joy and contemplated opening a bottle of soda to celebrate. Some classmates congratulated him on finally escaping this torment. Yet, certain classmates interjected, "Do not get ahead of yourself. Qizhang, make a note of this. I will undoubtedly strip you bare of all dignity. The orange welcomes you." Jiang Yan diligently recorded the name of the vile overlord. What? It is him, the current head of the Qiji group. After he took over, the company rapidly ascended, overshadowing many established enterprises. My father indeed suggested I learn from him, but now it seems I should bid him farewell directly. Qizhang, I see you. What about your white moonlight? Who is she? Can we not lock them away now to prevent further harm to others? I have some insider information, or rather, I heard from my mother that Qizhang has been entangled with a dance student from an art university. I wonder if she is the white moonlight. Hurry and investigate. Our happiness depends on you, Jiang Yan. All right, next. Jiang Yan noted it down, smiling at Li Conan. Li Conan instantly felt apprehensive. What to do? I have far too many embarrassing stories. Li Conan was in a state of panic, wishing desperately to retreat into a shell. With such a name, I wonder if it has been influenced by the law of causality, as numerous incidents seem to occur around me. How could that be? This is not a comic. If incidents truly happened around me, I would have been monitored by the authorities long ago and wouldn't still be your classmate, Li Conan retorted, rolling his eyes. As a child, my father was Shinichi, and my mother was Ran, naming me Conan, and we would attend comic conventions together. What a delightful family. Haha. Now that Li Conan has grown up, his parents constantly sigh in disappointment, lamenting that they can no longer be a spy family, blaming the spies for arriving too late. They are even considering whether to create a side account for a future spy family. Witnessing them discuss this in front of him, Li Conan could no longer tolerate it. Exclaiming, "So, does love fade away?" His parents replied, "No. Love, much like a smile, only shifts but never disappears. Ha ha ha, what a charming family they are." The crowd couldn't help but nod, their eyes glimmering with joy. Some students, who came from less happy households, gazed at Li Conan with envy. Such a cheerful family must be incredibly fortunate. Influenced by his parents, Li Conan developed a fondness for detectives, aspiring to become one himself from a young age. He would organize detective games with the children of his village, even preparing a magnifying glass to emulate the detectives from anime while searching for clues. Unfortunately, a chicken they used as a prop was accidentally suffocated, leading to a meal of bamboo shoots and pork, causing the children to abandon detective games altogether. As he grew older, Li Conan learned that detectives were illegal in the country, leading him to weep for several days. After much reflection, he decided to change his path and write detective novels. Ironically, he unwittingly included a ghost story in his work, which he read without knowledge of its content, scaring himself to death. At that moment, his father, the Chainsaw Man, unexpectedly entered his room, startling him so badly that he nearly wet himself. Ha ha. Forgive me for not wanting to laugh, but I simply cannot help it. Li Conan covered his face, wishing to rush over and silence Jiang Yan, but then realized that the remarks were merely in her thoughts, rendering any attempt futile and leaving him in despair. Why must these ancient tales be brought to light? Especially the embarrassment of being scared to the point of wetting oneself. It would be better to say that he was first cast as a female character by his parents, and then confessed to, which left him terrified and reluctant to attend comic conventions for several years. No, that won't do either. It's simply too mortifying. Cross-dressing? He would never. Furthermore, his first experience as a female character involved being cornered and confessed to, which left him so frightened that he avoided comic conventions for years. Li Conan, what you fear will indeed come to pass. Oh, Chuchu may not be well versed in the realm of the second dimension, but he certainly knows about cross-dressing. And he gazes at Li Conan with a teasing glint. Li Conan turns away, wishing to ignore them, quietly opening his phone that is vibrating furiously. This is my most sincere request in life. Can I have kaching? Please familiarize yourself with Funina, Kafka, and you deserve to own Violet. Flillian. Tushan Yaya. Magical girls, understand? Lee Conan, filled with indignation, retorts, I am not a female character. Then, what about Chiyu? Please. Come on, brother knife. Lee Conan, fine. He knows that once the things he plays with are exposed, he will encounter such situations. As long as you take a photo with Jiang Yan, I'll cover all your meals in high school. This is terrible. How enticing. Is this why everyone is so fond of wealthy women? Lee Conan's fingers twitch. On the verge of typing out a response. Utilizing cash power, how despicable. All's fair in love and war. Woman, do you think I can be so easily deceived? May I ask when this will start, class Tang? On the weekend. Find a beautiful place to take pictures, and I'll contact you then. All right. Thus, a transaction is completed under the watchful eyes of many. Lee Conan's lips curl up in delight. Really, millet is so expensive. Look at you, what a disgrace. Yang Xingqing sneers. Lee Conan chuckles, you'll never be able to envy me. Once, while on the subway, Lee Conan spotted a young lady he wished to approach. But she turned and fled. He chased after her, and she ran swiftly, only to be stopped by a group of police officers at the corner, who demanded he confess what he intended to do. Flustered and aggrieved, he explained, I just wanted to ask her where she bought the millet on her bag. At that moment, silence enveloped the scene, followed by laughter. Afterward, the police officers educated him, and the young lady informed him of the millet's selling location, advising him to be straightforward in the future instead of being sneaky. Lee Conan's smile faltered. Enough. Truly enough. Can we stop with the gossip? Those painful memories are haunting me again. Do you know how long I've suffered because of this? The other students stifled their laughter, their shoulders shaking. Upon witnessing this, Lee Conan longed to be a person again. Such a cheerful person. Surely the future will be bright for him. Can I finally cheer? At last. There's someone who doesn't have a tragic ending. Everyone seemed to agree. After a while, they heard Jiang Yan say, I was wrong. I'll reflect again. I shouldn't have laughed so loudly. You're quite unfortunate too. Chapter 44. It's hard to be a good person. Lee Conan clutched his heart. His pulse raced. An indescribable sense of panic swept over him. How has he suffered? In just a few breaths, he imagined the tragic futures of several classmates as his own. It's truly difficult to be a good person. Sigh, with so many ungrateful individuals who exploit others' kindness. One must contemplate every action for fear of being taken advantage of. Have you been taken advantage of? Jian Zanyue whispered to Lee Conan. Lee Conan shrugged. How would I know? It's probably not that simple, Yang Xingqing remarked. Being taken advantage of is just misfortune. It's not that tragic. Of course, if it's a matter of hundreds of thousands or millions, that would indeed be tragic. Jian Zanyue nodded repeatedly. Although their families were well off, they were not rich second generation. They could not produce hundreds of thousands or millions at once. If someone were taken advantage of, those with a cruel heart might even drag the perpetrators to hell. He saved a girl who was nearly assaulted and kindly asked if she wanted to report it. The girl declined, stating she didn't want too many people to know, claiming she hadn't been truly violated. She requested Lee Conan not to speak of it, and he naturally agreed. Shall we bet? A bag of spicy strips. Little Conan's tragic future is definitely related to this girl. Isn't that obvious? How could it not be related to her? I'll wager 3 bags of spicy strips. 5 bags. I bet little Conan was retaliated against by that man. 2 bags. They are all connected. As long as one of them is involved, I win. What are you thinking? Lee Conan, witnessing everyone gambling over his misfortune, felt speechless, then retorted, 10 bags of spicy strips. It's related to that man. With the spicy strips at stake, how could he not be proactive? Oh, being supported by a wealthy woman is indeed different. You dare to wager 10 bags of spicy strips. I must correct your statement. We call that a mutually beneficial exchange, not being supported. I am providing a service. Understood. When are we getting kitching? Wow, it's that kitching enthusiast again. Please, no female characters. If you really need it, I can recommend someone. Without the right person. It wouldn't he feel the same? Dude, Nantong? Wow, Nantong is actually near me. Some people may appear to be kitching enthusiasts, but secretly they are kitching fans. Gender-swapped version. Stop spreading rumors, you bunch of know-it-alls. Indeed, we understand. You understand nothing. I get it now. This is what they mean by spreading rumors is easy, but refuting them takes effort. With that exchange, the tension caused by yet another classmate's tragic future dissipated, and everyone felt relaxed and cheerful. Little did they know that Jiang Yan, who was entangled in private matters, was still thinking. The next day, Lee Conan scrolled through Douyin and spotted that girl. The one who had claimed to fear too many people knowing and had looked at him with strange eyes. She had posted about the incident online, revealing the ambiguous marks left on her body and the report of the assault. Most importantly, the video showcased Lee Conan's photograph, stating that he had assaulted her. Due to the lack of surveillance in the dark alley, only footage of Lee Conan entering the alley with the girl was captured. She claimed that thanks to her boyfriend's comfort, she was able to overcome the ordeal, but regrettably, at that moment, she only wanted a shower. So no direct evidence could incriminate Lee Conan. Thus, she decided to post it online, hoping to bring the perpetrator to justice. Ironically, her boyfriend was the very thug that Lee Conan had chased away. What a farce! Lee Conan was dumbfounded, having done a good deed only to be smeared with filth and a foul stench that would accompany him for life. He had witnessed the horrors of online bullying, and the mere thought of it befalling him made him feel suffocated. How could he be so unfortunate? Was it not just ruining their fun? Was it necessary to push someone to the brink? Yet it was not his fault. He was innocent. The truth should come to light, right? Lee Conan thought, but hesitated. After all, Zhongli Jiaza's future was a living example. Even if his innocence was proven, it would still be futile. People would not believe it. Would his fate mirror that of Zhongli Jiaza? Lee Conan felt a deep sense of unease. Would his parents also be implicated? Yang Xingxing turned around and patted Lee Conan on the shoulder. Indeed, let's remain calm. Setting aside whether this incident has occurred or not, with so many of us in the class, as long as you are not responsible, the truth will surely come to light. Jiang Zhua, seated behind Lee Conan, echoed this sentiment. Lee Conan nodded, though his tightly clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. The expressions of his classmates were equally complex, as if they had been smeared with filth, a discomfort more unbearable than swallowing a fly. At least with a fly, one could convince oneself that it might not have hovered over excrement. However, the latter leaves no doubt about its nature. Such shamelessness has profoundly deepened my understanding of human depravity. I have always approached my compatriots with the worst possible assumptions, yet they continually manage to shatter my worldview. Where do these despicable individuals come from? The reputation of young women is tarnished by such actions, leading to the vilification of beautiful words. Damn those two. They are locked in disgrace alongside the previous scoundrels and their idealized figures. My fists clench tighter. How could they defame someone without a twinge of conscience? Those with a heart cannot commit such acts. At that moment, Lee Conan was taken aback. Just as he contemplated reporting the woman's slander, the police arrived. In the alley where there were no cameras, the woman lacked direct evidence pointing to Lee Conan as her assailant. All that existed were his fingerprints on her bag, acquired when he had merely helped her retrieve it. Jiang Yan's anger was palpable as he clenched his small fists. Both parties stood firm in their claims, and in an effort to avoid wronging anyone, the police commenced an investigation. However, the online community remained indifferent to the nuances of the inquiry, firmly believing what they wished to believe. Thus, before any resolution could be reached, Lee Conan became the target of doxing. Indeed, it had come to pass. Lee Conan was at a loss for how to react. The next step would surely be online harassment. After all, Zhongli Jiaja had experienced it too. This thought led him to glance at Zhongli Jiaja, feeling a kinship in their shared misfortune. We are both enduring this calamity. Chapter 45. Always some irregular minds netizens discovered that Lee Kanan was a popular author of mystery and detective novels, and they began to scrutinize his works, using elements from his stories to criticize him. His fans attempted to defend him, but were met with derision, accused of being just as vile as the author himself. Upon hearing this, Lee Kanan felt a mix of joy at realizing his dream and sorrow for his fans being maligned. He sighed deeply. The future felt bleak, and even a glance at it could induce heart palpitations. Yet Jiang Yan continued. One person dissected a novel, suggesting that Lee Kanan must have engaged in the acts depicted in his stories to write them so convincingly. They even unearthed photographs of him with his parents, branding them as disgusting otaku, fans of Japanese anime, and traitors to their country, implying they are the reason for his depravity. They went so far as to claim that if they had lived during the war, they would have been collaborators. I wish I could pierce them with Zhao's spear. But no, I cannot taint it. As the People's Daily has stated, true patriots, even those who are die-hard fans of island anime, will defend their nation's sovereignty and dignity when it matters. Conversely, those lacking backbone, even if uninterested in island matters, will eventually kneel before others, mocking everything about Huaxia, including its sovereignty and dignity. Yet, this isn't an absolute. Just as food can be good or bad, so too are people. Every circle has its share of individuals who taint the community. Thus, it is crucial not to generalize or blindly trust that everyone is virtuous. Why have we in the anime community wronged anyone? First and foremost, we have not provoked anyone. In fact, we have not instigated anyone at all. This is merely a hobby. Some enjoy films, others novels, and some comic books. We simply love anime. What have we done wrong? Jiang Yan is right. We must not generalize, nor can we always view things through a rosy lens. Every circle has its share of bad apples. In essence, we should avoid extreme perspectives, often. Such views lead us astray. Although I am not part of the anime community and do not understand it, I respect it. Such denunciations are excessive. Indeed, as fellow countrymen. How can one utter such insulting words? Lee Kanan, do not dwell on this. Surely, no one in our class thinks like that, right? Exactly. I am part of the film community and adore foreign films. Does that make me a sycophant of the West? Some individuals are simply too extreme. Thank you, Lee Kanan expressed sincerely. Observing the messages from his classmates, he felt somewhat more at ease. Yet, he worried about how this would affect his parents. Pressing his lips together, he fought back tears. In summary, a barrage of insults was directed at his family, with some even likening their home to a funeral parlor. Worse still, individuals came to their doorstep, defacing their property. This turmoil led Lee Kanan into a deep depression, and his parents sought out the woman, hoping she would clear their name. However, how could she clarify anything? She was profiting immensely from the situation, even live-streaming to capitalize on her newfound notoriety. Consequently, she coldly dismissed Lee Kanan's parents and then turned to the internet, claiming they were threatening her. Thus, Lee Kanan's family lost their jobs and faced harassment, with people throwing excrement and eggs at their home while spreading malicious rumors. Many, like sharks sensing blood, capitalized on their plight to gain fame and fortune through live streams. Ultimately, unable to bear the weight of their suffering, the family chose to end their lives one quiet night, leaving behind a blood-stained letter to prove their innocence. When their bodies were discovered, the public celebrated, proclaiming that the loathsome family had finally met their end, and they could rejoice. Even when the letter surfaced, those individuals stubbornly insisted that it was a last-ditch effort to defame others, asserting that Lee Kanan, as a mystery novelist, must understand human psychology. A poignant silence fell over the classroom as sensitive classmates, unable to contain their emotions, broke down in tears, biting their lips to avoid detection by Jiang Yan, burying their heads on their desks. The initial laughter and chatter had vanished. The last time such a heavy atmosphere enveloped the class was during Zhongli Jia's ordeal. One could only conclude that both were victims of incredible misfortune, falling prey to such individuals. Zhongli Jia empathized deeply and cast a distant glance at Lee Kanan. In truth, what pained them more than their own suffering was the thought of their loving parents being dragged into this chaos. Lian stared blankly at the desk, tears streaming down his face. His body trembled uncontrollably, and his heart ached as if gripped by an iron fist. All he had wanted was to help someone. So why had it come to this? Yang Xingqing and Chuju exchanged glances, and Chuju switched seats with Jian Danwei, each placing a hand on Lian's shoulders. Their broad, warm hands conveyed to him that his friends were there for him. Lian understood their intent, feeling a bittersweet warmth surge within him. The bonds of youth are always sincere. Jiang Yan, oblivious to the emotional storm brewing in the classroom, pulled out a tissue to wipe her wet eyes. How infuriating. I can no longer bear to witness such things as I grow older. The crowd, engulfed in sadness, pondered the implications of aging. What do those older than you have to say? One remarked, you might find yourself in quite a predicament. Yet, undeniably, her words offered a modicum of relief to their troubled hearts. At last, the truth had emerged. Many classmates exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate that they would not face reproach in their afterlives. It was rumored that some extreme individuals would tamper with gravestones. Now that the truth was unveiled, such occurrences should be averted. However, some astute classmates furrowed their brows. Jiang Yan, with a sardonic smile, remarked, "Do you really believe the one who released the video had a change of heart? If that were the case, the video would have been shared long ago." Instead, he capitalized on the situation, becoming an internet sensation by stepping over the Li family and that girl to amass wealth. Those who realized they had been manipulated directed their ire towards the girl. Although she and her boyfriend were ultimately penalized, the Li family could not be revived. This was a case of standing up for justice, albeit a misguided one, yet it resulted in such a tragic conclusion. Is it any wonder that people lament the diminishing number of good Samaritans online? It is not that good people have vanished, rather, they hesitate to assume that role. This very reality prevents many genuinely needy individuals from receiving assistance. Human kindness is not an infinite resource, it can be depleted over time. Indeed, the crowd silently agreed. Lian felt a tumultuous mix of emotions, akin to being thrust onto a dizzying ride. He could not fathom why the video was not released sooner, only to be unveiled when the situation spiraled out of control. Did human life hold no value? Did they not feel the weight of their ill-gotten gains? If Jiang Yan knew his thoughts, she would undoubtedly assert, no. If they felt the heat, they would not act in such a manner. The other classmates shared his complex sentiments, rendered speechless. The diversity of humanity was indeed staggering. They decided to open Douyin to seek uplifting stories to cleanse their spirits. At this rate, despair was becoming overwhelming. Was the taste of human suffering truly so delectable? Who could say? As rational beings, they simply could not comprehend it. It was reminiscent of the adage often heard online, in an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Jiang Yan retrieved her phone, typing furiously. I've noted this incident. When the time comes, I will lie in wait and live-stream it, ensuring your social demise. You despicable creatures. Count them in. They were eager to join. A significant number of students brimming with indignation. Throughout the entire debacle, only the Li family had suffered. Chapter 46. Uncle? The atmosphere in the classroom had turned somewhat somber. Upon entering, the teacher immediately sensed the tension, each step taken with trepidation. Wondering what mischief this group of students had concocted. The recent atmosphere had been decidedly peculiar, prompting thoughts of discussing it with Su Lin. After all, as the homeroom teacher, it was prudent to show concern for the class's affairs. Having witnessed such a sorrowful tale, Jiang Yan lost interest in further gossip. Yet recalling the recent troubles surrounding Chuju, she steeled herself to search for information about him. Like her classmates before her, she encountered glimpses of his future, which felt increasingly urgent. As they witnessed this, the group adjusted their mindsets, awaiting further developments. Compared to the distant future of Lian, Chuju's fate was imminent. Jiang Yan bypassed the gossip surrounding Chuju, heading directly for his future. Jiang Yan's eyes skimmed through the entirety of Chuju's prospective fate. She stroked her chin thoughtfully, nodding. I see. How should I convey this to Chuju? Hearing her mutterings, the others were filled with anxiety. Don't just keep it to yourself. Share it with us, and your troubles will cease to be troubles. They could hear her, and she need not rack her brain to find a way to inform him. If I were to approach him directly, saying that something would happen to your car on your birthday, resulting in calamity for your family, would that not make me seem deranged? Was this truly the case? Chuju found this outcome unsurprising. Other classmates who shared this sentiment nodded in agreement, while those who had not considered such possibilities stood in stunned silence. Did they truly inhabit the same world? Tampering with a vehicle was tantamount to murder. Even now, homicides were not uncommon, though they often remained concealed from public view. A simple search for case analyses would reveal the dark truths. Those who relish in violence are aware of their actions. Good evening, you perverse individuals, they might say. As we all know, a suitcase often contains either currency or human remains. It was inescapable. Once you encountered such content, it would invariably reappear. So, who was intent on bringing ruin to Chuju's family? Chuju, do you have any leads? Yang Xingqing and Li Conan turned their eyes upon Chuju. Could it be a business rival? Unlikely. Such disputes typically remained within the realm of commerce, seldom escalating to matters of life and death, unless one were particularly extreme. Regardless of the culprit, there surely existed a mole within their ranks. Let us see what Jiang Yan has to say and whether she can unearth the truth. I understand. Chuju thought, feeling a sense of helplessness regarding Jiang Yan's remarks. He was uncertain. If one day someone approached him, claiming that someone intended to sabotage their vehicle to bring about their demise, would he believe that person or consider them delusional? Yet, he would undoubtedly be on high alert, feeling uneasy in the car and insisting on a thorough inspection. However, should a problem indeed be discovered, how would Jiang Yan address the subsequent inquiries? After all, how could a complete outsider possess such knowledge? Such matters, if not handled delicately, could expose her peculiarities. If I encountered such a scenario, I might choose to err on the side of caution, but others might suspect I was cursing them. Ugh, how vexing. Jiang Yan lay her head on the desk, pen in hand, aimlessly doodling in her notebook. This situation is already complicated, and now I must inform him that the culprit is his uncle. Your uncle has bribed your family's servant, acquiring your itinerary, and has orchestrated an attack on your car for your birthday. Wouldn't that be perceived as a sinister plot to disrupt your family's harmony? Some imagined themselves in such a predicament and realized the truth in her words. Yet, Chuju remained bewildered. Huh? Uncle? Where did that come from? Isn't my father the only child in the Chu family? A wealthy classmate familiar with the family dynamics quietly exclaimed in the group chat, "It seems Chu's grandfather has some secrets." Huh? Why do you say that? To our knowledge, the Chu family has only one child, Chuju's father. So, you're suggesting that Chu's grandfather has an undisclosed illegitimate child? And this child, dissatisfied with their lot, seeks to undermine Chuju's family for inheritance? This theory appeared plausible. Chuju gazed at the ongoing discussion in the group, momentarily at a loss for words. His grandparents shared a deep love, at least in his memories. Their relationship had always been harmonious, devoid of any pretense. Influenced by this, his father had not followed the path of many wealthy heirs, instead remaining devoted in his relationships. Could it be a misunderstanding? Though unlikely, he could not suppress the thought. However, Jiang Yan's next words shattered his contemplations. Chuju instinctively covered his face. His cheeks burned with pain, and his blood felt like it was turning cold. The realization that the grandfather who had always treated him kindly could engage in such treachery was unfathomable, and this revelation obliterated his admiration for him. Clenching his teeth, Chuju endeavored to quell the tumult of anger within. His father once said that no matter what happens, the most crucial thing is to remain calm. Only through calmness can one think through numerous issues and uncover truths that elude one's perception when emotions run high. Chuju exhaled deeply and waved his hand dismissively at his concerned brother, assuring him, "I am fine." A slight smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he added, "Haven't I improved significantly?" In the future, he would become a vegetative state, oblivious to any sorrowful events that might occur. What a cold-hearted old man. Poor Chuju's family. His father had worked tirelessly, sacrificing his health to find enough time to celebrate Chuju's birthday, only for it all to end tragically, leaving the perpetrator to roam free and take over the company he had diligently managed. Was it truly to accompany him on his birthday? Chuju felt a pang of sorrow rise in his throat. How could they be so lawless? I am unclear about the specifics of the situation. Logically, there should have been traces of foul play in the car, which would have been investigated unless someone took the blame. While it may sound pessimistic, such cases are not unheard of. Should we let the wicked evade justice? Alas, one can only say that sometimes a person's luck is rather mysterious. How did he end up colliding with a drunk driver? Consequently, most people's attention was diverted to the drunkard, overlooking the issues with Chuju's vehicle. In response, the group erupted in curses, lamenting how it seemed that the villains always had the best luck. Indeed, there was a recent popular drama that showcased a protagonist who seemed to have fortune on his side, sailing through life effortlessly. There was another case I recalled during a crime analysis, where the police took years to apprehend a suspect who had evaded capture by hiding in a tree, despite the police dog circling it in vain. Such instances certainly indicate a stroke of luck. Yet, let's not be too disheartened. Look at how those fortunate ones eventually faced justice. The crowd nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it was indeed the case. He could not remain at large for long. Yang Xingxing reassured. Chuju rubbed his eyes and nodded in acknowledgement. Regardless of the circumstances, such a future would not come to pass. Yet, he pondered whether his father was aware of his grandfather's illegitimate child. How would he explain this to his father when the time came? Chapter 47. Almost mastered the sunflower manual initially. The Fu family believed it to be merely an accident, until old Master Chu presented his younger son as the heir to the Chu Corporation, at which point they sensed something amiss. Unfortunately, by then, there was no evidence to implicate the younger son, and the Fu family had to swallow their grievances. From that moment on, the Fu family severed ties with the Chu family, and Chuju was taken into their care, often adding to the younger son's troubles, though old Master Chu always resolved these matters. Fu Li's hen once jested to old Master Chu, "How long can you handle his affairs when you are already half buried in the ground?" This remark infuriated old Master Chu to no end. Ha ha ha, how satisfying that was. Linlu thought his real father was quite dashing. Suddenly, Linlu was struck dumb but couldn't help but agree with Jiang Yan's assertion that Fu Li's hen was indeed quite handsome. Chuju felt a softness in his heart. Despite being a vegetable and a cripple, his uncle and the others had not given up on him. If it were old Master Chu and his illegitimate child, they would likely have removed his life support. Chuju found this situation deeply ironic. Years later, a miraculous doctor emerged. Fu Li's hen sought out this physician, imploring her to treat Chuju. This doctor was indeed remarkable, having healed a patient in a vegetative state. Had he known who this miraculous doctor was and forged a connection with her, he would never have to worry about illness again. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Would such an extraordinary physician really appear in the future? Jiang Yan remarked that if they could establish a rapport with her, the advantages would be plentiful. However, they were destined for disappointment as Chuju's future did not reveal the name of this miraculous doctor. Under her care, Chuju awakened. In truth, he had not lost consciousness and was aware of everything happening around him, leading to a profound transformation in his character, dark and vengeful, akin to a candle burning itself out without leaving anything behind. Jiang Yan sighed. Yet, Chuju did not see it as a negative. He had successfully avenged his parents. Hadn't he? Yang Xingxing and Li Qimin exchanged glances and silently patted Chuju on the shoulder in a gesture of comfort. For reasons unknown, even though Chuju had avenged his parents, a sense of sorrow lingered within them. It felt unresolved, as if life, unlike fiction, rarely offers perfect endings. What a shame that the miraculous doctor's heartfelt efforts went unappreciated. Chuju, how could you disregard her feelings? Jiang Yan expressed his indignation, glaring at Chuju. Chuju? The others perked up, their eyes alight with curiosity. What? Was there gossip between the miraculous doctor and Chuju? Yang Xingqing and Li Qimin teased simultaneously. Chu rolled his eyes at them, turning away in silence, though his reddening ears betrayed his inner turmoil. The miraculous doctor must have been blind to pursue a romance with someone so consumed by vengeance. Wouldn't it be better if she had intervened to prevent misfortune from befalling Chu's family? Surely, she deserved someone far better. Chu, is that polite? Alas. Someone might lose their partner, another chimed in teasingly. Chu, that's not quite accurate. Now that everyone knows of the miraculous doctor's existence. Perhaps when she comes into the limelight, Chu might pursue her after all. Who knows, he might succeed. But what could the miraculous doctor possibly see in Chu? With no malice intended, just pure curiosity. After all, the Chu of that time had undergone a drastic change in temperament, which surely wasn't appealing. Who knows? Sometimes. Affection for someone may stem from the most trivial act, akin to how many feel an instant attraction to a strikingly beautiful person. I wonder what the miraculous doctor's criteria for a partner are? I hope they are not confined by gender norms. What do you intend to do? Someone's future spouse seems to be at risk. Chu, with a resigned expression, Chu rubbed his face in exasperation. He and the miraculous doctor were worlds apart, and it was uncertain whether they would even meet in the future, yet here they were, jesting about it. It seems the monotony of study has led to a thirst for gossip. Even a hint of romantic intrigue excites you all. Relationship matters can wait. He wasn't even of age yet. What he needed to contemplate were the implications of his grandfather's illegitimate child. Chu narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. He still had to figure out how to relay this news to Chu, yet he never expected this fellow to have engaged in such antics. Chu's train of thought was abruptly interrupted as he gazed at Jiang Yan, who had just shared a glimpse of his tragic future only to pivot to gossip. Such seamless transitions were not typical of him. The others, however, set aside their musings, eagerly listening. After all, this was gossip concerning the illustrious Chu family's heir. Chu had seen an exceptionally cool move online, practiced diligently, and eagerly sought out his friends to showcase it. Upon hearing this, Lackey and Yang Xingqing immediately recognized what Jiang Yan was referring to, hastily covering their mouths to stifle their laughter. Chu's face flushed as he hung his head. How embarrassing. He knew precisely what incident was being recounted. During his demonstration, he lost his footing and fell to his knees before Yang Xingqing and Lackey, both of whom were taken aback. Then Lackey quipped, "My dear subject, there's no need for such grand gestures. Please rise." Chu was utterly dumbfounded. Afterward, he vowed never to recklessly learn from the internet again. In his childhood, he had discovered that he looked different from his cousin, which led him to take scissors and attempt to cut himself. Fortunately, his mother came in just in time to stop him, and Chu lost the opportunity to master the sunflower scripture. Alas, what a pity! What a pity indeed, Chu thought, burying his head in his hands, too ashamed to lift it. Even without seeing their faces, he could feel the admiring gazes of those around him, as if he were a valiant warrior. Damn it! This was merely a foolish mistake of youth. Who among us has not committed a few silly acts in their adolescence? Chu was so embarrassed that he couldn't even bear to look at his phone, which was inundated with messages of astonishment. Clearly, everyone was entertained by his childhood antics. Who would have thought that Chu had such a past? It was utterly shocking, even more so than when I once ingested feces as a child. What? What are you all talking about? My account was hacked. Those messages weren't sent by me. No need to explain. We see through everything. I assure you. It was not me. It seems our class is indeed filled with talent. Everyone nodded silently in agreement. Indeed. Chapter 48. Your father will always be your father in his youth. When a friend's cat passed away, Chu, wishing to spare his friend pain, ventured outside his friend's room that night to mimic a cat's meow, inadvertently scaring the entire family into fleeing. If it were me, I would have been terrified. Thank you for being such a thoughtful friend. You truly warm my heart. Seeing this, everyone smiled at Chu, who was only showing the back of his head. His childhood life was indeed fascinating. Moreover, there was the time he broke his mother's cosmetics and quickly brought the family cat to take the blame. He was fortunate that his parents' room was not equipped with cameras, otherwise. Jiang Yan shook his head in disbelief. Chuju's parents forbade him from consuming junk food. Yet he often sneaked out with Li Kunan and Yang Xingqing to indulge. Once, while hiding in his room eating spicy strips, he was called by his father to make tea. In his nervousness, he forgot to wash his hands, and thus, with greasy fingers, he prepared tea for his father and Uncle Shurjia. Upon tasting it, Uncle Shurjia remarked how fragrant the tea was, with a hint of spiciness, finding it quite unique. His father, unfamiliar with spicy strips, also took a sip, agreeing with the assessment. Glancing at Chuju, who was internally panicking but maintained a serious facade, he claimed it was a new type of tea sent by his grandfather, skillfully shifting the blame. Quite impressive indeed. Listening to these tales, Chuju's eyes glazed over, his expression vacant. How long would they continue to recount his foolishness? It seemed that despite Li Kunan and Yang Xingqing sharing little, he was the sole target of their amusement. The others were likely reveling in their delight. He turned on his phone. Eventually, Uncle Shurjia searched high and low across China, but could not find the tea he had tasted at the Chu household until one day. His grandson offered him a spicy strip. Suddenly enlightened, he exclaimed, "That's it. That's the flavor." He must have thought it peculiar but couldn't articulate it, hence describing it as unique. Just a jest. It feels as though my perception of Chuju has been entirely transformed. I, too, had always pictured him as the aloof, cool character from a novel, only to discover he is quite the joker. Who knew he enjoyed spicy strips? It seems I am but a step away from a vast fortune. Previously, I felt a certain distance from Chuju, but now that feeling has vanished entirely. Indeed, I have gained a profound understanding of not judging a book by its cover. Seeing the reactions of those around him, Chuju thought, "I truly appreciate you all." Well, now everyone was aware of his comedic side. The day passed swiftly. As soon as school ended, Chuju hurried home. His two companions were in a similar state of mind, eager to be with their families after learning their futures. As he alighted from the car, his gaze swept over the garden, searching for the servant who had been bribed by his grandfather's illegitimate child. Jiang Yan had not mentioned this, so he would have to investigate slowly. With just a week until his birthday, he was uncertain if that illegitimate child had started to corrupt the servants, necessitating constant vigilance. Fu Liyue sat on the sofa, perusing documents, her brows furrowed, and she sighed softly. Chuju quickly approached and embraced her. Since growing up, he rarely displayed such affection towards his parents. However, the thought of their tireless efforts to free up time to be with him on his birthday, only to face tragedy, tugged painfully at his heart. Has the sun risen in the west? Fu Liyue noticed Chuju's gesture, her expression softening as she smiled while pretending to look out the window. Chuju remained silent, leaning against her shoulder. He feared that speaking would bring tears to his eyes. Fu Liyue sensed something was amiss and asked, "Are you facing difficulties?" Chuju shook his head. "Have you been possessed by Little Tiger?" She teased. Little Tiger was their cat, known for taking the blame for Chuju's misdeeds. Very clingy, it would always approach them, seeking affection. Chuju shook his head again. Chu Qianyu approached and ruffled Chuju's hair, teasing, "How old are you now?" Still acting like a child. He then patted Chuju's back and tossed the approaching Little Tiger onto him. "Hug Little Tiger, not someone else's wife." Fu Liyue shot a glare at Chu Qianyu. Holding Little Tiger, Chuju felt exasperated but couldn't resist leaning closer to Chu Qianyu. After all, he was still a minor. What harm was there in seeking a bit of affection? Why is everyone so affectionate today? Chu Qianyu feigned disgust, but did not push Chuju away, engaging in casual conversation instead. After a while, he remarked, "By the way, your grandfather called today to ask about your birthday plans. Are you going to the old residence? Or do you have other arrangements?" Upon hearing this, Chuju's expression subtly shifted. Chu Qianyu noticed and squinted slightly. "Not going to the old residence," he replied. He was not ready to face the old man. "I've invited some classmates over." As he spoke, He recalled how Chu Qianyu and Fu Liyue had cleared their schedules to accompany him, adding, "There will be a gathering in the evening. I'm not sure about the day yet. I'll probably just hang out at home." Upon hearing his response, both parents felt a wave of relief. Fu Liyue inquired, "Will it be the whole class?" "Yes," he confirmed, surprising them both. After all, Chuju had only invited Li Kunan and Yang Xingxing to his home before this year. He planned to invite everyone. Had something significant occurred in their class? Chu Qianyu pondered. "Since that's the case, do you need my assistance in organizing it?" Fu Liyue asked. "No need. I'll discuss arrangements with them tomorrow," Chu Ju replied. "I'm old enough to handle it myself. You can take it easy, Mom." Fu Liyue nodded with a smile. After chatting a bit longer, Chu Ju headed to his room. As he reached the staircase, he overheard them mention Fu Li Sen. "Little Shin is quite something. Mom arranged a blind date for him, and he stood her up. I wonder what he's really looking for. Such matters often depend on fate." Chu Ju mused silently. Little uncle's son is already my age, before bounding up the stairs. He indeed wished to share this matter with everyone, but Lin Lu was unwilling. Upon hearing the sound of a door closing from upstairs, the two discussing Fu Li's hen exchanged glances and immediately ceased their conversation. Chu Qianyu placed a comforting hand on Fu Liyue's shoulder, reassuring her, "Do not fret. I will have someone investigate." Nightfall enveloped the Chu family's study. Chu Qianyu's gaze fell upon the documents scattered across the desk, his fingers unconsciously tapping the surface. Had Chu Ju been present, he would have been astonished to discover that these documents meticulously detailed the peculiar behaviors exhibited by certain individuals in their class. Chu Qianyu extracted Hao Xingxing's file, his fingers caressing the edge of the paper as he murmured, "It appears that some events have transpired in Xiao Ju's class that remain unknown to others. However, are these occurrences beneficial or detrimental?" Chapter 49. The dim-witted cousin. She had just alighted from the vehicle when a girl, adorned in delicate pink like an exquisite porcelain doll, bounded in front of her, beaming with a charming smile and captivating eyes. Undeniably, she was exceptionally beautiful, albeit somewhat lacking in intellect. This was Jiang Yuan's cousin, Wei Yan. Wei Yan spoke in a soft and fragile tone. "Sister, you know I adore strawberries." "Get to the point," Jiang Yuan replied coolly. As she was eager to inquire about her mother's latest gossip involving a notorious figure, Jiang Yuan rolled her eyes. Was this all? If she craved strawberries, couldn't she simply procure them herself? Not wishing to engage further, Jiang Yuan responded faintly and moved past her. Wei Yan followed, sweetly exclaiming, "I knew you were the best." "Sister, Yuan, just finished school?" A handsome man, clad in athletic wear, cradling a basketball, stood outside her home, waving to them. "Xiaoshuge," Jiang Yuan replied with a smile. While Wei Yan's eyes sparkled, as she fluttered to Xiaoshu's side, exhibiting a bashful demeanor. Xiaoshu's voice was excessively sweet. Regardless of his thoughts, it was overwhelmingly nauseating to her. Xiaoshu gestured with a smile, prompting Wei Yan's grin to widen, though upon noticing the sweat on his face, her expression turned to one of concern. She retrieved a packet of mini wet wipes from her pocket, pulled one out, and began to dab it on Xiaoshu's face. At this moment, she cast a subtle glance at Jiang Yuan and said with a hint of affection, "I can only worry about my brother." Both Jiang Yuan and Xiaoshu shivered simultaneously. Terrifying. They thought in unison. I have something to attend to, so I will head inside first." "You two take your time," Jiang Yuan said hastily as she departed. Xiaoshu, in a moment of despair, silently pleaded, "Don't go. Don't leave me alone with Xiao Yan." Wei Yan, upon seeing this, teared up, looking as if she had been wronged. "Xiaoshu, have I done something wrong? I won't allow you to speak ill of yourself," she said, pouting. Xiaoshu responded, "So, I am just a pig then?" Jiang Yuan pondered briefly before replying, "Fine, give it to me." "Where's Mom?" "In the backyard," the butler replied. Nodding, Jiang Yuan accepted the cake from the butler and made her way to the garden. Just a few steps in, Wei Yan approached, her face flushed. "Finished chatting?" Jiang Yuan inquired. Wei Yan nodded shyly, then cautiously observed Jiang Yuan's expression. Sister, I spoke with Xiaoxiuge for quite a while. You aren't angry, are you? Please don't be upset. She hugged Jiang Yuan's arm and gently shook it, adding, I want to compete with you for Xiaoxiuge. Jiang Yuan thought to herself, utterly bemused by Wei Yan's misunderstanding that she harbored any feelings for Xiaoxiu. If not for the fact that her brother was good friends with him, they might not have even met. I'm not upset. Go entertain yourself, Jiang Yuan said, breaking free from Wei Yan's grasp as she entered the backyard. Spotting her mother, she approached, placing the cake on the table before sitting across from her. Curiously, Zhang's mother scrutinized her for a moment before asking, Didn't you go out to play with your friends today? A little something came up, Jiang Yuan replied with a smile, preparing to split the small cake in half when her mother stopped her. Keep it for yourself. I already had a portion from Yoshi. Now, speak up. What is the matter? Are you interested in a particular necklace? Jiang Yuan pursed her lips. Do you think my purpose in seeking you out is solely for that? I have something serious to discuss. Well, not entirely serious. Intrigued, Zhang's mother leaned in. Mom, do you remember the gossip you shared last time? I've shared quite a bit of gossip. Which one are you referring to? The scandal involving that scoundrel, Zhang. That was close. I nearly slipped and revealed his name. Zhang's mother regarded Jiang Yuan with suspicion. What's wrong? Jiang Yuan asked, puzzled by her mother's sudden interest in that gossip. Weren't you indifferent to my tales before? After pondering for a few seconds, Jiang Yuan replied earnestly, perhaps I've reached an age where my bloodline awakens. Zhang's mother, though unsure why Jiang Yuan was suddenly interested, was delighted that her daughter sought to share gossip with her. She proceeded to relay everything she had heard. It's confirmed. That dance student is indeed the scoundrel's White Moonlight. It's said that during a school event, the dancer performed exceptionally well, captivating the scoundrel, who became infatuated. Even now, he relentlessly pursues her. However, this dancer is proud and claims to aspire to higher dance realms, hence she continuously rebuffs him. Moreover, rumors suggest that she plans to study abroad post-graduation. The White Moonlight studying abroad, better late than never. The scoundrel's unrequited love leads to his fury. One might wonder, if he is so enamored, why not accompany her abroad? Money is no object. After all, his career is domestic. He could manage to travel back and forth. If one truly loves another, the fatigue is sweet. Who knows what the scoundrel thinks? But such desires may remain unfulfilled. I believe the dancer may have someone else she favors, and they subsequently ended up together and left for abroad. Thus, the scoundrel faces unrequited love. That makes sense. Many nodded in agreement. Jiang Yuan pondered the logic and considered ways to intertwine their fates. Given this context, numerous possibilities emerged. A smile crept onto Jiang Yuan's face as she shared her thoughts in the group chat, and everyone found it feasible, deciding to stay after school the next day to discuss further. Once the plans were set, Jiang Yuan set down her phone and moved to the window, admiring the beautiful scene outside. At that moment, a voice echoed from downstairs. Brother, will you play a game with me? I've been killed several times, and they keep calling me a noob. It was Wei Yan. I only play single-player games, came a deeper voice in response. Such a pity. Brother, would you like me to teach you? Then we could play together in the future. Ugh, seriously? When did this happen? Wei Yan asked, perplexed. Just now. Jiang Yuan thought to herself on behalf of Jiang Yoshi. A long time ago, Jiang Yoshi replied ambiguously, encouraging, why not play with Xiaoxiu? Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Wei Yan hesitated. Nothing inappropriate about it. Will sister be upset? She wouldn't be mad at all. Jiang Yuan overheard Jiang Yoshi's mumbling. What? Wei Yan inquired, confused. Nothing. Go ahead. Renren isn't that petty. Really? Truly. Only then did Wei Yan cheerfully message Xiaoxiu. Jiang Yuan closed the window, and at that moment, she heard Jiang Yoshi release a sigh of relief. Should I invite Jiang Yan over sometime to witness this dim-witted cousin? Is there still hope for her future? Jiang Yuan mused. Chapter 50. A glimpse. Meanwhile, In a secluded corner outside Twinge Academy, a group of unruly ruffians squatted, their eyes scanning the students exiting the school, occasionally comparing the images on their phones to avoid any misidentification. They waited and waited, even as the school gates closed and darkness enveloped the surroundings. Yet their target remained elusive. Did they miss something? Impossible. With a vision of 2020, how could that be? The ruffians exchanged glances, contemplating whether to remain in their crouched position. "I'll make an inquiry," the leader declared, dialing a number. "Stay put. We continue our vigil tomorrow. We will not cease until we achieve our objective," came the response from the other end. "What about us? Let's go eat. Today's funds have come in. We will resume our stakeout tomorrow." The group departed in a boisterous manner. On the opposite side, in the presidential office of the Jiang group, the president's brow furrowed. "Is there any instruction?" "None," came the reply. "Did I not instruct you to suspend their cards?" Jiang Yan queried. "And what of Jiang Yu?" "His card must be suspended." "Correct?" That scoundrel is not learning from his mistakes. Years of companionship with Xiao Lian have not equated to the brief time spent with Jiang Yan. Is blood relation truly that significant? Assistant Zhang remained silent, delivering the information in a flat tone. Young Master Jiang Yu's card has indeed been suspended. Has he made a mistake? Jiang Yan finally expressed satisfaction. No. Even with the card suspended, young Master Jiang Yu is thriving. They even visited young Master Jiang Say together over the weekend. It must be Jiang Say who provided them with assistance. Jiang Yan, pondering this, found Jiang Say's WeChat and sent a flurry of messages. "Did you give Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu money? Are you aware of how they bully Xiao Lian? Jiang Yan shows no respect for elders, beating up parents and sisters, blah blah blah. No more financial support for them. They need to learn a lesson, otherwise they will become lawless, and one day they will break through the heavens." Jiang Say replied with a simple, Jiang Yan was momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, he received a sudden transfer of 500,000 yuan from Jiang Say, causing Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu to exchange bewildered glances. "Has our second brother's account been hacked?" Just as Jiang Yan finished speaking, Jiang Say sent another message. "It's for living expenses. If it's insufficient, let me know. 50,000 a month. Becoming a millionaire is just around the corner. Perhaps I might even dream of being a wealthy woman," Jiang Yan mused, her gaze falling upon the gossip compendium. "Oh, little late, your ability to earn coins through gossip has lost its allure." Jiang Yan shook her head. The gossip compendium responded. "Do you recall the first time you received coins? When you called me little sweetheart? You ungrateful wretch." Jiang Yan only teased lightly, for the gossip compendium remained quite enticing. Setting aside the coins, the gossip itself was the most alluring, especially as it promised a glimpse into the future. Truly delightful. Do not let money cloud your vision. "The most crucial task now is to study," Jiang Yu tapped on the table. "I am already a millionaire. What more is there to learn?" Jiang Yan countered. Indeed. Her total savings had reached 1 million. Jiang Yu quietly placed her hand on her phone, intending to open Jiang Say's chat page. However, Jiang Yan restrained her hand. "Cough. What I mean is, having become a millionaire, I must study harder to reach even greater heights," she smiled. "So there's no need to inform our second brother about these trivial matters." She feared that if Jiang Say thought she had become complacent due to her newfound wealth, he might cut off her living expenses. How many gossips would she need to generate to earn enough to cover 500,000 yuan? Did you grasp the topic we just discussed? Jiang Yu tucked her phone away. Jiang Yan exhaled, looking around in confusion. Huh? Oh, the earlier problem? It fluttered away like a little butterfly after I mentally reviewed it, Jiang Yu exclaimed, flapping her hands comically. Jiang Yan sighed, contemplating that perhaps Jiang Yu had given all her brain power to her. "No worries, I will save more money and give it all to you, so you can become a billionaire. I will explain again and then present you with a modified version of the same question to solve." "Okay, sure," Jiang Yan replied absently. Subsequently, she followed Jiang Yu to study for a while, but soon felt dizzy, as though she had overexerted her brain. Reluctantly, she called a halt, reaffirming her belief that she was not cut out for studying. Why were the true heiresses in novels always exceptionally bright, ranking first in their classes and mercilessly putting the false heiresses to shame? Why was she not among them? Sighed Jiang Yan, lay her head on the table, lamenting. Let us indulge in some gossip as a reward. She opened the gossip compendium and clicked on a random piece of gossip. Wow! A couple is kissing in a small grove. The dean is on his way. I must go see. Instantly invigorated, Jiang Yan shot out of the classroom like a rocket. A few students who had trickled in for evening study froze for a moment before hastily pursuing her. This evening study is worth it. A dozen or so students from class 22 of the second year followed Jiang Yan's lead. Other classmates from different grades, puzzled by the commotion, ultimately suppressed their eagerness for study in favor of curiosity and followed suit. Thus, a throng of students surged towards the grove, failing to halt their momentum as they entered. There, the affectionate couple was caught in the act. Wow! A chorus of gasps erupted, followed by a cascade of awe. The couple, startled, quickly separated as they faced the crowd, their mouths agape in shock, momentarily at a loss for words. You two, come with me to the office. The crowd dispersed in an uproar, animatedly discussing the kissing couple. These youngsters are so creative. Their kiss was so intense, the sound made me blush. They even had strings attached. A classmate who could hear Jiang Yan's thoughts nearly choked on their saliva. The more bashful among them turned beet red, while those unperturbed unabashedly stared and conversed. The gossip shifted the crowd's focus elsewhere. The student caught in the act sighed, I wish I could faint. Fortunately, a teacher arrived just in time to rescue him. However, the thought of facing public reprimand for such an embarrassing incident made him want to escape the planet. Then, a student is dancing with a dog? Let us go see. The PE teacher from class 5 of the first year is cross-dressing? Let us go take a look. A student from class 9 of the third year drank fake alcohol and is now acting out with the teacher? Let us go check it out. Others inquired. How come you all look so thin? Do you have any secrets? They replied, we've been busy with gossip. Those who had skipped evening study watched the retelling with regret, lamenting that they had missed out on a fortune. Chapter 51. The unforeseen calamity of the Jiang family. The following day, Jiang Yan arrived at the classroom, brimming with vitality, only to find several classmates moving with great difficulty, each taking 3 steps for everyone. As she settled into her seat, she curiously inquired of her neighbor, Zhou Qingya. What has happened to them? Did they collectively tumble? The classmates who heard her question exchanged glances filled with unspoken sorrow, silently shedding tears in their hearts. It was the result of sudden exertion after a prolonged period of inactivity, manifesting as muscle soreness. Their classroom was located on the 2nd floor, and they had been running up and down all night. Those accustomed to regular exercise were unaffected, but the sedentary ones bore the brunt of it. No, it's just muscle soreness, Zhou Qingya chuckled. I heard they all dashed off last night for some gossip, which led to their current predicament. Jiang Yan nodded in understanding. Her interest piqued, and she animatedly recounted the events of the previous night. Although Zhou Qingya was already aware through their small group chat, she listened with rapt attention, thoroughly engrossed in Jiang Yan's vivid storytelling. Encouraged by Zhou Qingya's keen interest, Jiang Yan continued her tale with fervor, only pausing to quench her thirst with a generous gulp of water after finishing. Zhou Qingya, cradling her face in her hands, remarked, how delightful. I wish I had been there last night. Indeed, experiencing the gossip live is what makes it thrilling, Jiang Yan replied, fully aware of this truth. Unfortunately, when searching for news through the Fox window, one typically finds only past gossip, with scant information about future happenings. Random gossip primarily consists of real-time updates, with only a smattering of historical tidbits. Thus, being close to the epicenter of gossip provides a feast for the eyes, while being distant means arriving just as the excitement dissipates. Ultimately, it seemed that the gossip catalog left much to be desired. With an air of disdain towards the catalog, Jiang Yan was nonetheless decisive in her actions. She opened the random gossip feature, and upon a mere glance, her eyes widened in astonishment. What? Last night, someone in the girls' dormitory was listening to a radio drama about a car. She had her headphones on but forgot to plug them in, and the entire room heard it. Her roommates were dumbfounded yet exhilarated, too terrified to make a sound, remaining as quiet as the dead, and no one dared to alert the girl. It was utterly mortifying. It wasn't until she was about to sleep that she realized her headphones weren't plugged in. In a panic, she looked at her roommates, found them all asleep, and timidly lay down, covering herself. In reality, none had been asleep. This morning, when they met, no one dared to show a hint of embarrassment. Only after the girl left did they exchange glances and begin discussing the radio drama. Why am I only hearing about such delightful news today? I want to hear it too. I've heard that foreign radio dramas can be quite thrilling. Huh. A chorus of coughs erupted, with Jiang Yan glancing around, thinking, classmates, focus on your water. Everyone was surprised that the stern headmaster, who could frighten a child to tears, turned out to be henpecked truly. One should not judge a book by its cover. This was a profound revelation for all. Jiang Yan, still pondering the gossip, looked up to see a beautiful girl entering the classroom and couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, this class is filled with so many handsome boys and beautiful girls. This girl is stunning. I wonder what her name is? Wow, she even sits right in front of Zhou Qingya, so close. Up close, she is even more beautiful. Everyone turned their gaze towards Jiang Yan, who maintained a serene smile, showing no signs of discomfort despite their attention. Instead, she felt a bit exasperated by Jiang Yan's remarks. Had she truly never noticed her presence as her desk neighbor? Let us check with the fox window, Jiang Yan mused, gesturing animatedly. Ah, her name is Jiang Yu, and a lovely name indeed. However, the gossip about her is rather mundane. Apparently, as a child, she dreamed of being a fairy and once draped herself in a bedsheet, mimicking what she saw in a drama. Countless children have done the same. I have too. Nothing particularly intriguing. Jiang Yan dismissed the anecdote, but Jiang Yuan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. It's all right, Yuan, I've done that too, several female classmates chimed in, which made Jiang Yuan's burning cheeks cool down. Once, Jiang Yan accidentally soaked her father's documents and, in a fit of panic, she blamed it on her brother, claiming he had done it. How adorable. Out of curiosity regarding her mother's cosmetics, she once snuck some while her mother was away, only to turn herself into a gorilla, resulting in her entire family catching her in the act, and a historic photograph was snapped that remains in their album to this day. Huh. I imagine many have done similar things. Well, I haven't. Jiang Yan buried her head in her hands, covering her face. Please stop, she implored. She now truly understood the feelings of her classmates from earlier. Jiang Yan smiled at Jiang Yan before continuing to scroll. Upon glimpsing Jiang Yan's future, her smile faded. Huh. I had suspected as much. This class's aura is quite unfortunate. Such a beautiful girl like Jiang Yan, why must her family endure such an unmerited disaster? Jiang Yan's embarrassment dissipated completely, and she gripped the strap of her backpack tightly, biting her lower lip as she cast a timid glance at Jiang Yan. The weight of the unforeseen calamity loomed over her heart like a mountain. Their neighbor, a notorious miser, refused to pay wages owed to an honest man who depended on that income to support his ailing wife. The neighbor consistently mocked the honest man's pleas for payment. One day, needing something from Jiang Yan's father, the neighbor entered their home, leading the honest man to mistakenly believe he had arrived at the neighbor's place. That afternoon, he slipped into their home, armed with his wife's remaining sleeping pills, and under the cover of night, he effortlessly murdered everyone inside. Jiang Yan and her cousin, who were not at home for dinner that night, awoke to the commotion. Though the honest man realized his dreadful mistake, he was too far gone in his frenzy to regain control. When he saw Jiang Yan and her cousin, he charged at them with the intent to kill. In a moment of desperation, Jiang Yan's cousin tackled the man, sustaining multiple stab wounds while urging Jiang Yan to flee. Thus, only Jiang Yan survived. In the aftermath, although the honest man was apprehended and executed, Jiang Yan was left with an immense psychological scar from witnessing her family's demise. Their relatives, akin to wolves in sheep's clothing, sought to strip her of her inheritance. Ultimately, it was her brother's close friend, Xiao Su, who intervened, proclaiming that Jiang Yan was his fiancé, which quelled their predatory intentions as they feared the Xiao family. However, Xiao Su regarded Jiang Yan merely as a sister and intended to annul the engagement once she was capable of standing on her own. Tragically, Jiang Yan's deep-seated psychological trauma led to her untimely demise. In the end, she bequeathed all her assets to charity, leaving her ravenous relatives with nothing. Jiang Yan. Wang Nenyan tugged at Jiang Yan's arm. Since Jiang Yan was seated directly behind him, he refrained from making any overt movements. But Jiang Yan had bitten her own lower lip until it bled. He had no choice but to risk exposing their ability to hear Jiang Yan's thoughts to alert her. Though her blood ran warm, a chilling sensation engulfed her. The calamity that had befallen her family, coupled with the facade of kindness displayed by her relatives, rendered her blood ice cold. She dared not envision such a scene. Even the mere attempt sent sharp pangs through her heart. Why must her family bear the burden for the sins committed by their neighbor? The thought of the neighbor's gentle smile made her stomach churn. And the murderer? Yes. He was pitiable, but did that absolve the injustice suffered by her family? Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably, despite her wishes to remain composed. What is wrong with Jiang Yan? Jiang Yan looked at her with confusion. The dog from her family had passed away last night. Zhou Qingya, feeling nervous, hastily concocted a lie. I see. Losing a dog that has accompanied you for so long is indeed heart-wrenching. I often find myself in tears when I see videos of cats and dogs passing away on Douyin. As the round concluded, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, considering Jiang Yan's future plight, they couldn't help but feel a sense of lamentation. This was truly an unforeseen disaster. Taoism teaches us to believe in science. The relatives in their family were rather troubling. If your family possessed billions in assets and you were left all alone, it would be the same. Of course, not all relatives are like that, but I must say, a majority are. What surprised me the most was Yuren's cousin. Zhou Qingya glanced at Jiang Yan, who remained lost in her emotions, seemingly oblivious to the world around her. She had told me about her cousin, who would always compete with her over everything, often saying some gossip that made it seem like she disliked her. Yet, I never expected her cousin to choose to confront the assailant, allowing Yuren to escape, ultimately losing her own life. Although I hadn't known her cousin well, her actions spoke volumes. A typical person's instinct would be to flee. Perhaps she was just a little green tea, but not a bad person. Zhou Qingya nodded, agreeing with her classmate. Green tea or not, intelligence aside, she was still a good person. Wait, what about the timing of this incident? What about the timing? ISNT at this Friday? So soon. Closer than the time for Chuju's incident. Chuju interjected, "Are you being polite?" Gao Yuhua added, "It's just that feeling of being repeatedly caught off guard." But Friday? Really? Is it that close? They had thought Chuju's next week was already near, but Jiang Yan's was even closer. At that moment, everyone felt a sense of relief for Jiang Yan. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Yan's body weakened uncontrollably. And had it not been for Wang Nian's quick reflexes to support her, she might have collapsed to the ground. The imminent approach of time struck her like a bolt from the blue. Is Jiang Yan really okay? She seems to be overwhelmed with grief. Jiang Yan remained silent. She suddenly realized she was not as strong as she had imagined. Sai, how should I convey this matter to Jiang Yan? Oh, and to Chuju as well. Jiang Yan closed the gossip guide, pondering deeply, and her eyes suddenly lit up. She thought of a brilliant idea and planned to try it tomorrow. Hopefully, Jiang Yan and Chuju could avoid these troubles. Regarding Jiang Yan's actions, Jiang Yan didn't quite understand, but surely she had her reasons. Thus, once school ended, Jiang Yan quickly departed. As for Jiang Yu, before school was out, she received a message from Jiang Yu, stating that the latter had other matters to attend to and urged her to leave without waiting. Jiang, your matter is urgent. Have you thought of anything? Class leader Jiang Zhua inquired. Jiang Yu nodded and briefly shared her thoughts with everyone. I know he is pitiable, but I cannot forgive him, even if he has not committed those acts yet. Jiang Yuan lowered her head, her hands tightly clasped. Jiang Zhua surveyed the room, noticing everyone wore expressions of agreement, and remarked, "This idea is excellent. We need not embellish it further." Chuju, what about you? Chuju also shared his thoughts. This could work. If there is sufficient evidence, we can directly send him away. Some voiced their agreement, while others hesitated. Will old Master Chu plead for leniency? Or perhaps directly prevent you from handing it over to the police? Chuju furrowed his brow at this. He had indeed overlooked old Master Chu. He was unaware of the elders' sentiments towards illegitimate children, and what had been mentioned was not impossible. I believe there is no need for you or us to worry about these matters. Just present the complete evidence to your father. He will handle it well. He might even be more ruthless. That person added inwardly. Indeed. Although we have grown up in an environment influenced by such matters, we are still too inexperienced to manage something of this magnitude. Chuju nodded. All right, let's arrange it this way. After concluding that, he brought up his birthday arrangements. So, Jiang Yan, what do you like to eat? Everyone turned their attention to Jiang Yu. Sweet and sour ribs, Jiang Yu responded without hesitation. Shall we make it a buffet style? Prepare more sweet and sour ribs? That could work. Ideally, we could eat sweet and sour ribs to our heart's content. I like that too. Will there be others? A socially anxious individual trembled while asking. No, just the people from our class and my parents. The socially anxious person's heart finally settled. Seeing everyone had settled this matter, Chuju continued, there is one more thing I would like to discuss with you all. Although Jiang Yan is unaware, we have indeed benefited from her kindness, which has given us the opportunity to alter our future. We cannot act as if we are unaware simply because Jiang Yan does not know and comfortably accept everything. Therefore, I wish to find a way to repay her kindness. What are your thoughts? Chuju paused before adding, some of you may still be uninformed about the future, but as long as we are in the same class, it's only a matter of time before you know. Some classmates who had previously harbored dissenting opinions brushed them aside upon hearing this. Jiang Yu nodded repeatedly. Jiang Yan indeed cherished money. Her ultimate dream was to become a wealthy woman with multiple small goals. But if you simply handed her money, wouldn't it come off as having ulterior motives? We could come up with a reasonable excuse for gifting her money, someone suggested. Anything else? Chu Ju asked. Being a girl, I only thought of giving bags, clothes, and jewelry. But ultimately, these things still boil down to money. Rather than buying things Jiang Yan may not like, cash seems more practical. Everyone nodded in agreement. Since everyone was on board, they decided to opt for gifting money. Chuju decisively proclaimed, as for how to present it. He rubbed his chin and suggested, I have an idea. Hear me out. We can deposit the money we plan to give Jiang Yan into a card, which Jiang Yu will keep. At the end of each year, we can place the money into a fixed deposit, allowing it to grow. Once we have the means, we will establish an investment fund exclusively for Jiang Yan and then have Jiang Yu persuade her to invest in this fund. After which we can distribute the money from the card to her in batches. That's a splendid idea. I support it. I concur. Everyone responded enthusiastically. For those who still looked hesitant, Juju understood their concerns and reassured them, once we set up the bank card, we will share the card number in the group. Each person can contribute according to their financial capacity, with no mandatory amount. This is merely a gesture of gratitude, not a compulsory requirement. Hearing this, the hesitant individuals quickly agreed. After all, not everyone in the class had ample disposable income like the wealthy second-generation students. All right, this matter is settled. Chuju turned to Jiang Yu. Shall we find a time to set up the card, or do it now? Let's do it now, Jiang Yu replied. The second heartfelt conference thus concluded, and everyone dispersed. Little did they know, Their collective decision once again astonished Tongji Academy. From a glimpse into a corner, one could faintly hear voices, although they dared not approach too closely to eavesdrop. However, from the indistinct sounds, it was clear the discussion revolved around economics. Didn't they say they were uneducated? Why are they suddenly discussing economics? Is this the difference between ordinary people and the wealthy second generation? But there are those with average financial conditions in their class as well. Other classes have wealthy second-generation students. It's not like they engage in such discussions. Perhaps Class 12 is brewing something significant? The campus forum buzzed with chatter. The diving instructors, who had yet to receive answers, began to tag the homeroom teacher of Class 12, Su Lin. He was utterly uninformed. Yet, it was undoubtedly connected to Jiang Yan. Similarly, Jiang Lian, who lurked on the forum, meticulously perused every post regarding Class 12, and upon learning of the collective incident, noted Jiang Yan's absence. A radiant smile adorned her face, akin to a flower in full bloom. Indeed, Jiang Yan had been ostracized. My efforts bore fruit. Jiang Yan, oh Jiang Yan, how long can you endure this? The taste of being isolated by the entire class must be quite unpleasant, wouldn't it? This is the consequence of opposing me. You could have simply remained peacefully in the countryside, yet you insisted on competing with me, bringing this upon yourself. Xiao Lian, let's go shopping. Zhang's mother called from the doorway. It's the new season, time to add some new clothes. Jiang Lian immediately set aside her phone, approached her mother, and affectionately linked her arm with hers, beaming, "You're the best, Mom. I love you the most." Upon hearing this, Zhang's mother's joy intensified. The two of them descended the stairs, only to find the butler bringing in a box of green grape cake. The smiles on their faces froze instantly. The butler, feeling quite aggrieved but unable to vent his frustration at the family, patiently explained, "It was sent by Mrs. Wang." "Very well," the butler replied. The nearby servants were elated, silently thanking Jiang Yan. Had it not been for her, they would have never tasted such a high-end cake costing 4 figures. However, the appearance of the green grape cake dampened the spirits of the mother and daughter, and their shopping trip lost its charm. For cakes and grapes were omnipresent in the streets. Chapter 53. Delivering a message. Meanwhile, outside Tongji Academy, a group of ruffians looked up at their leader. "Are we still waiting here? Our wages have been deposited. Let's leave. We can come back tomorrow." The gang dispersed in a raucous manner. At that moment, an individual darted out to grab the gang leader, pointing at the ground. "You dropped your key." "What did you say?" The gang leader glared fiercely, spitting in disdain. "Who the hell are you cursing? Who's dying?" "Right here, you dropped your key." The person pointed emphatically at the ground. The gang leader finally followed the direction of his finger and let out a hearty laugh. "I dropped my key? Is that so?" "Yes, my key." The gang members exchanged bewildered glances before bursting into laughter. "Why are you all laughing?" the gang leader asked, puzzled. "Just laughing, that's all," someone muttered. The laughter grew louder, and even the kind-hearted individual joined in. Passers-by, intrigued by the spectacle, gathered to uncover the source of their amusement, leading to a growing crowd. Though they were unaware of the joke, they laughed along. While passing by, Jiang Yu, having just completed her card application, noticed the throng of laughter and found it utterly perplexing, hastily departing. One student among the crowd observed the ruffians and clenched his fists, grinding his teeth in frustration. "I knew cheap goods are never good. A bunch of fools." If it weren't for the fact that these ruffians were the cheapest within a 100-mile radius, I wouldn't have hired them. They've been here 2 days and still haven't found the target. Utterly useless. Yet, he truly could not afford to hire a more expensive group. Should I contact the support team for assistance? The student pondered as he swiftly left the scene, fearing that if he lingered any longer, he would be unable to restrain himself from cursing them out and firing them. If the support team was willing to help, he would dismiss them immediately. On the other side, at the Jiang household, Jiang Yuan stepped out of the car, casting a cold glance at the nearby residence before entering. As she stepped inside, Wei Yan approached her. "Sister, I heard you were unwell this morning. Are you feeling better now?" It's not because I played games with Brother Xiaosu yesterday that you're upset and got sick, is it? Wei Yan clung to Jiang Yuan's arm, looking pitiful. Sister, if you don't like it, I won't play games with Brother Xiaosu anymore. As long as you're happy and don't fall ill again, I can forego the joy of gaming. Jiang Yuan gazed at her cousin, who had transformed into a pitiful creature, her eyes slightly reddening. Who could have expected this cousin, who always viewed her as a rival for Brother Xiaosu's affections, would choose to save her and take several stabs from the assailant herself? She could not fathom the pain Wei Yan must have endured. Even a minor scratch would have her in tears. Have you been sneaking cakes again? Jiang Yuan, setting aside her previous disregard for Wei Yan's foolishness, reached out to wipe the cream from Wei Yan's mouth. Your body fat percentage has exceeded the healthy range. For the sake of your health, you can't eat any more cake. Wei Yan was taken aback by Jiang Yuan's sudden affection, standing frozen in place. As long as your body fat stays within a healthy limit, you can eat as many cakes as you like. How about we go to your favorite place, Yulan? Really? Wei Yan asked, dazed. Jiang Yuan smiled gently, ruffling her hair. Yes, really. Wei Yan remained in a daze. Okay, fine. It wasn't until Jiang Yuan went upstairs that Wei Yan processed what had just happened, her mind swirling. What's going on with Jiang Yuan? How does she know my favorite cake shop? She just... Her face flushed a deep crimson, embarrassment causing her to turn away. Clutching her warm cheeks and stomping her feet. How could she do that? Wiping the cream from my mouth? Is she starting to like me? What to do? I like Brother Xiaosu. Wouldn't that make her sad? But we share a blood bond. How troublesome. Hearing her muttering, Jiang Yuan's sister, Jiang Yuan, inquired. What are you going on about today? The next day, having adjusted her mood, Jiang Yuan arrived at the classroom. As she prepared to stow her backpack in her desk, she discovered an envelope inside. Puzzled, she pulled it out, revealing a few ugly, crooked characters scrawled on it, for classmate Jiang Yuan. Could it be a love letter? Zhou Qingya exclaimed upon witnessing this. What? A love letter? Ears perked up, the nearby students turned in unison to gaze at Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yan interjected. It's not a love letter. Don't tarnish my reputation. Her sharp cry reverberated in their ears as the crowd looked around in confusion. What? Jiang Yan sent this? Why? This is my clever method. I wrote everything in the letter to inform them. To write this letter, I even practiced writing with my left hand. So no one would discover I was the author. Hehe, am I clever? Hearing her thoughts, the crowd collectively turned their gaze toward the camera in the corner. It had captured everything. Jiang Yu quickly rose to leave, followed by Jiang Zhua. Jiang Yan, absorbed in her thoughts about Jiang Yuan, failed to notice them, contemplating. I took the risk of coming in the dark to leave this letter. I hope you all won't waste my effort. Believe the content of the letter. Or at least keep an eye out. A moment too late, Chuju also discovered the letter in the desk, exchanging a knowing glance with Jiang Yuan. Both silently smiling, vowing in their hearts that should Jiang Yan ever need them in the future, they would go to great lengths to assist her. Other classmates were equally touched. From now on, if anyone bullies Jiang Yan, I won't let them off the hook. Count me in. From today onward. Jiang Yan is like my reborn parent. Although I hold no power or influence and come from an ordinary family, I will do everything I can for Jiang Yan. Me too. We might as well rename ourselves the Jiang Yan Support Group. Those quick to act had already changed the name. Speedy thumbs up. By the way, I have some insider information. What news? Spill. Not gossip. It seems someone is plotting against Jiang Yan. Who? Fury surged within me, my blade thirsting for vengeance. It was Jiang Lian, the devoted admirer, who sought retribution against Jiang Yan, though the method remained a mystery to me. I urge you to investigate swiftly. Fellow students residing on campus, please keep an eye out. Recently, Jiang Yu has been closely following Jiang Yan. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Yu hesitated, torn between words. Shouldn't the concern lie more with those plotting against Jiang Yan rather than Jiang Yan herself? After all, Jiang Yan is trained in self-defense techniques. Despite this, Jiang Yu would undoubtedly stay close to Jiang Yan, for a pair of fists cannot contend with multiple adversaries, especially if they abandon the code of honor. Wait. Jiang Yan's shriek pierced the air, causing discomfort to everyone's ears. The group cast resentful glances at Jiang Yan, rubbing their ears in resignation. Yet curiosity lingered regarding the cause of her agitation. There's a camera in the classroom. We're doomed, Jiang Yan exclaimed, her panic evident as she stared at the surveillance camera in the corner. The realization struck her that even her small-town high school had installed cameras. It was unreasonable to think that a prestigious institution like Twinge Academy would not have done the same. With a nervous heart, she scanned the room and finally spotted the camera she had overlooked several times. Oh no, they will definitely review the footage to identify the culprit, Jiang Yan lamented, feeling despondent. Will I be dragged off for dissection? I do not wish to be sliced into pieces. Two classmates exchanged glances, a shared understanding sparking between them. Jiang Yan stood up, frowning. This is not a love letter. It contains inappropriate content that I cannot share with everyone. However, I am curious about its contents. So I wish to check the surveillance footage to uncover who placed it. I will accompany you. Chuchu also rose, stating, I too have a letter. Not a love letter, but its content concerns me. Jiang Yu interjected, there's no need to go. We just discovered that the surveillance camera seems to be malfunctioning. We checked the monitoring room, and indeed, it has been out of order for a week. Jiang Zhua added, let it remain that way. It matters not whether our class is under surveillance. The others nodded in agreement. Jiang Yan sighed in relief. Goodness, you nearly frightened me to death. A few gossip articles will surely soothe my anxious heart. However, a notion troubled the group. But if the cameras are broken, what if someone comes to our class to steal? Would we be unable to uncover it? A student hesitantly posed the question. What if, akin to a novel, someone steals and plants the money in another student's bag to frame them? Another chimed in. Indeed, in my future, Jiang Lian engaged in such deceit against me. Perhaps we should have someone repair the cameras, Jiang Yu pondered. It seems I must find a different way to communicate. Chapter 54, Waiting for a rabbit to fall into the trap on Friday. To avoid any unforeseen events, Jiang Yan decided to take the day off and remain at home. As the time of the impending incident drew closer, her anxiety grew, her heart racing uncontrollably, echoing a sense of trepidation. She pulled out a tissue to wipe the sweat from her brow, fanning herself with a book. Despite the weather beginning to cool, she felt as if she were engulfed in flames. The sound of a car horn broke the silence. Jiang Yan quickly glanced outside, spotting her neighbor's vehicle, causing her heart to race. She scanned the surroundings, but failed to see any suspicious figures. Be patient, she reassured herself internally. Time dragged on until evening finally arrived. When the butler announced dinner was ready, Jiang Yan hurried downstairs. Her parents and brother were already seated at the table. Approaching the table but not sitting down, her family looked at her in confusion. Father, let us take samples of these dishes to test, Jiang Yan suggested. I thought I saw someone lurking outside our kitchen. By the time I decided to call someone to check, they had vanished. I'm worried. Did you see who it was? What if it was someone from the household? Her father queried. No, I didn't see anything, she replied, keeping her eyes peeled for the culprit. However, Jiang Yan's intuition was indeed correct. The neighbor had visited their home today. Therefore, the assailant must have acted. After a moment of contemplation, her father instructed the butler to gather all the staff, including the cook, to inquire if anyone had been near the kitchen. The answer was a resounding no. Chef's son, were you in the kitchen the entire time? Her father inquired. The kitchen staff exchanged glances and shook their heads. No, we were there when a stray cat entered. We had to catch it to prevent fur from contaminating the food. We were gone for just a moment. Butler, bring one of the rabbits here. The butler nodded and left. The other staff members appeared anxious. Soon, the butler returned with a rabbit. With the help of the staff, he fed each dish to the rabbit. Give it more of the rib soup, Jiang Yan added. It was presumed that the sleeping pills had been placed in the rib soup. The butler poured a generous bowl of rib soup for the rabbit, and everyone watched intently. The rabbit showed no signs of distress and remained lively. A wave of relief washed over the group. Their work was secure, devoid of any foreign substances in the food. Yet, Jiang Yan clenched her fists, pondering whether the dosage was inadequate or if the poison lay elsewhere. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the energetic rabbit collapsed, falling asleep. "What's wrong?" Jiang's mother inquired. "Madam, the rabbit has fallen asleep," the butler reported. Jiang Yan stepped forward, tugging at the rabbit's ears. But it remained deeply asleep, showing no signs of awakening. "What's going on?" Jiang Yan furrowed her brow. Jiang's father's expression darkened as he commanded, "Butler, take samples of all the dishes, especially the rib soup." The butler complied, along with the staff, preserving the samples. "I'll step out for a moment." "You all stay safe at home," Jiang's father instructed, casting a glance at Jiang Yan, emphasizing the need to protect his sister and mother. "All right," Jiang Yan nodded. "Father, when will the results be available?" Jiang Yan asked, concern etched on her face. "What if the results don't come until tomorrow?" "That would be dire." She let out a sigh of relief. "Be careful, father." Jiang's father waved goodbye as he left, determined to avoid alarming anyone while ensuring the trusted staff kept a close watch on the servants to prevent any leaks. The three of them sat anxiously in the living room. However, it was not long before the bodyguards disguised as domestic help arrived. Jiang's mother and the lead guard exchanged pleasantries, alleviating her worries. "Auntie, were you waiting for me?" Wei Yan said, her eyes brimming with tears, touched by their concern. "I'm so sorry. I insisted on attending a gathering, thinking it would be fun." "You wouldn't blame me, would you?" "Of course not," Jiang Yan smiled gently. "At your age, isn't it natural to want to have fun? Did you enjoy yourself today? Do you have enough money? If not, I can transfer some to you. Buy more beautiful clothes and accessories. You've grown taller and your clothes are getting tight." Wei Yan watched Jiang Yan closely, wondering, could it be that my sister truly cares for me? Why am I so charming? Does brother Xiaosu like me too? But my sister likes me, so she can't possibly like brother Xiaosu. Wei Yan's eyes widened as realization dawned upon her. My sister must be jealous of brother Xiaosu. Thus, her anger towards our relationship stemmed not from her affection for brother Xiaosu, but rather from her feelings for me. Wei Yan experienced a moment of clarity. Her gaze towards Jiang Yan tinged with a hint of shyness. Oh dear, while she harbors feelings for brother Xiaosu, she does not wish to see her sister in distress. What should she do? A monogamous relationship? No, that would be impossible, given our blood ties. Alas, what a vexing dilemma. Observing Wei Yan's state, everyone was accustomed to her occasional whimsy. However, Zhang's mother, Jiang Yan, was taken aback by Jiang Yan's sudden change in demeanor towards Wei Yan. The transformation was quite remarkable. It is worth noting that Jiang Yan had previously held a neutral stance towards Wei Yan, neither particularly fond nor loathing her, often disregarding her antics. This amiable interaction marked a first. Jiang Yan was well aware of her mother and brother's astonishment, yet she refrained from divulging future events to them, allowing their imaginations to run wild. In any case, she had resolved to treat Wei Yan with more kindness. Such occurrences would not be infrequent, and they ought to acclimate to it sooner rather than later. At that moment, Zhang's father called, informing Zhang's mother of the test results. Both Jiang Yan and Jiang Yan turned their attention to Zhang's mother, while Wei Yan remained lost in her shy turmoil, oblivious to their peculiar behavior. Zhang's mother wasted no time, stating plainly, the rib soup contained a sedative, but the other dishes were untainted. Upon hearing this, Wei Yan finally comprehended the situation. Her expression one of disbelief. What sedative? Jiang Yan briefly clarified the matter to Wei Yan, who gasped in shock. Is someone trying to harm our family? She exclaimed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Having lost her parents, her aunt's home was her only sanctuary, and the thought of someone attempting to destroy it filled her with rage and sorrow, her fists clenched in frustration, though her sweet face lacked any semblance of menace. appearing rather endearing instead. Your father intends to report this to the police, Jiang's mother announced. Mother, I have an idea. Once everything settles, she could execute her plan. All eyes turned towards her. Lurking in ambush, she merely uttered this idiom, and Jiang's mother, Jiang Yoshi, immediately understood. Only Wei Yan appeared perplexed. Huh? The others regarded her with affectionate indulgence before proceeding to arrange the matter. Of course, Jiang Yan did not forget to update her eagerly awaiting classmates about the events unfolding here. Chapter 55. 1,000 gold coins arrive via Alipay that night. An unfamiliar set of footsteps echoed within the Jiang family villa. The footsteps, somewhat erratic, wandered about the living room, seemingly in hesitation. However, after a few minutes, they ascended the staircase. Perhaps in a state of panic, the intruders stumbled on the stairs and fell. Silence engulfed the space. Noticing the eerie stillness of the villa, the intruder let out a sigh of relief. Clutching a butcher's knife, gritting his teeth, his eyes filled with malice, yet his face betrayed his anxiety. He pried open the bedroom door and stepped inside. Don't move. The lights flickered on, illuminating the entire darkened room. Plainclothes police officers, who had long been lying in wait, swiftly subdued the intruder. Stunned, he took a moment to comprehend the unfolding situation. His face flushed with rage, he bellowed, Luo Hao, may you meet a miserable end. Apologies. But my surname is Jiang, not Luo, Jiang's father replied coldly, locking eyes with the intruder. Luo Hao's residence is not far from mine. The intruder, aghast, surveyed Jiang's father, then glanced at Jiang Yan and the others, who were shielded by bodyguards, before collapsing in a heap, trembling uncontrollably. It dawned on him that he had targeted the wrong person. The mere thought of potentially killing the wrong individual sent waves of nausea through him. Jiang Yan observed the scene, her anxious heart finally settling. Their family's future had shifted, hadn't it? Eager for confirmation, she quickly relayed the developments to the group chat. Everyone awaited her updates, remaining awake in anticipation. Upon reading her account, they flooded her with congratulations. Yet, Jiang Yan still felt a tinge of unease. The following day, she threw open the window, a gentle breeze caressing her face. Gazing into the distance, she saw the sun rising gradually. Looking down, she noticed the servants tidying the courtyard. She hurriedly donned her clothes and descended the stairs, finally feeling a sense of comfort as she observed her family laughing and chatting in the dining room. In her heart, she knew her dismal future had indeed transformed. Her family was still alive, and she was not left alone. Hearing Jiang's father and mother discussing last night's events, Wei Yan pouted in displeasure. Why was the sentence so lenient? Just the thought that had Jiang Yan not noticed the lurking figure. Their entire family could have been in peril, left Wei Yan seething with anger and sadness. Tears had streamed down her face all night, and her eyes were still puffy. Unable to bear it, Jiang Yan took some ice, wrapped it in a soft towel, and gently applied it to Wei Yan's eyes. Upon witnessing this, Wei Yan stiffened like a statue. Seeing the concern in Jiang Yan's eyes, she could only think one thing. Indeed, my sister truly cares for me. I must be such a beautiful disaster. As Jiang Yan tended to Wei Yan, her mind drifted back to yesterday's plan. It was quite simple, really. Let the perpetrator administer the drug, and then she would step forward, claiming to have seen the suspicious figure, insisting on inspecting the food for issues. Once the problem was identified, she could proceed with the crucial next step, what she referred to as lying in wait. To avoid alarming the culprit, plainclothes police officers would also infiltrate their home, patiently waiting for the perpetrator to fall into their trap. However, this posed a challenge. The sentence for the culprit would likely not be severe. This was a point of dissatisfaction for Jiang Yan. Yet, she could not simply wait for the perpetrator to harm her family before calling the police. Nor could she mislead them, after all. Their family was the one being targeted. Ultimately, she wanted the perpetrator to believe they were not enemies, that it was the neighbors who were. However, Jiang Yan could not bear the weight of 2 lives on her conscience. Thus, she could predict the outcome of the trial, and so was not surprised. The specifics would depend on the court's ruling, but that no longer concerned her. Her family was safe, and that was enough. Perhaps she should transfer some money to Jiang Yan's account, Jiang Yan mused. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan awoke and spent half an hour in bed before heading to the bathroom to freshen up. While brushing her teeth, she casually opened the gossip almanac. Snap! Her toothbrush clattered to the floor. She trembled uncontrollably, her fingers shaking as they pointed at the invisible, transparent screen. After a moment, Jiang Yan rubbed her eyes vigorously and glanced back at the screen, only to find herself staring blankly at her reflection in the mirror. Her mind replaying a single phrase, 10,000 gold coins deposited into Alpay. Indeed. The first thing she saw upon opening the gossip almanac was the notification of a 10,000 gold coin deposit. Was I still dreaming? Jiang Yan blinked, burrowed back under the covers, and covered her head until she could hardly breathe, before emerging, bewildered, to sit on the edge of her bed and mutter in a dazed voice, "It's real. 10,000 gold coins. Did I rob the Jiang family tomb?" Jiang Yan was completely baffled, struggling to comprehend why such a substantial sum had been credited. Could it be that the gossip almanac had malfunctioned? Anxiety washed over her. After all, the almanac was crucial to her future quality of life and emotional well-being. Despite her constant complaints, she truly valued the gossip almanac. After ruminating for a while, she could not pinpoint any action that might have warranted such a reward. Reluctantly, she decided to set the matter aside, chalking it up to a glitch in the system. She finished her preparations and joined Jiang Yu, who was waiting for her outside the dormitory for lunch. As they walked, Jiang Yan checked the time on her phone. It was 11:45. Their scheduled cycling outing was at 2, allowing them enough time for lunch and a nap afterward. Jiang Yan was just about to turn off her screen when a WeChat message popped up. She casually clicked on it, discovering that Song Chung-o and Su Xingji were asking her what snacks she liked in the group chat, as they were currently at the supermarket. They seemed to be having a splendid time. Jiang Yuan had sent a message. If it weren't for the fear of being too abrupt, she would have tagged Jiang Yan directly. Similarly cautious of appearing too forward, she refrained from mentioning that she also wanted to join. As she was not well acquainted with Jiang Yu's small circle, she was only familiar with Shou Qingya, who had been called along. No rush. There was still more than a year to get to know them better, she softly reassured herself. Meanwhile, upon seeing Jiang Yuan's message, Jiang Yan paused her typing, her eyes widening in surprise. She suddenly recalled her recent special actions, writing letters to Jiang Yu and Chuju to inform them of the dangers that lay ahead. According to the predictions from the divination chart, at this very moment, aside from Jiang Yuan, no one in the Jiang family was spared. Yet here was Jiang Yuan, casually chatting in the group. Surely, their family had avoided a calamity? Thus, the reward of 10,000 gold coins must have been due to her informing Jiang Yuan about the impending events, which Jiang Yuan had heeded and prepared for, thereby altering their family's fate. But then again, Jiang Yan furrowed her brow. Previously, she had changed the future of a little girl who could have been hit by a car, yet received no reward for it. Jiang Yan scratched her head, still baffled. She decided to wait and see. If Chuju, who also received the letter, had taken her words to heart and made preparations, and if his future had changed, she would then receive another sum of gold coins, this time as a reward for altering Jiang Yuan's destiny. As for why there had been no reward for changing the little girl's fate, she would eventually figure it out. At 16, she still had a long life ahead of her with ample time to understand. Once she sorted through her thoughts, Jiang Yan cast aside her worries and cheerfully sent her favorite snacks to Song Chungzhou. Chapter 56. You treat him as a brother. He seeks to be your brother-in-law at 2 in the afternoon. 10 individuals, including Jiang Yan, congregated at the school. Lacking a bicycle, Jiang Yan relied on Jiang Yu, who owned 2 bikes stored at Su Xingji's place, and requested Su Xingji to bring them along. With everything prepared, the group set off along their planned route. Though the weather was gradually turning colder, the sun shone brightly today, making the ride quite comfortable as the warmth enveloped them. After more than 2 hours, they reached their destination. Jiang Yu and several boys glanced at the lively Jiang Yan, then at the exhausted Zhou Qingya and Li Shiyao, exchanging looks before shrugging. They were to blame for not considering individual differences on their first outing with girls. Zhou Qingya and Li Shiyao clearly did not exercise often, so it was only natural they would be worn out after biking for over 2 hours. They had shown remarkable endurance by not voicing their fatigue along the way. Jiang Yan, who was even less fond of exercise than Zhou Qingya, found the 2 hours utterly exhausting. Shuiji decided to convey this harsh truth to her deskmate. Upon hearing this, Li Shiyao felt a profound sense of hopelessness. Zhou Qingya was not in a much better state either, exuding an aura of dejection. It was the same for everyone. Tomorrow, their muscles would undoubtedly ache, and not only would biking be a challenge, but even walking might prove difficult. Li Shiyao and Zhou Qingya readily agreed, without stubbornly insisting otherwise. Let's go. Su Xingji pointed toward the farmhouse ahead. We've made reservations. For safety. The 3 of you girls will stay in one large room, and we will be in the adjacent rooms. If anything arises, just call for us. Would you like to rest now, or shall we go fishing together? They had a fish pond here, and any catch could be grilled for dinner. Rest. Li Shiyao and Zhou Qingya chimed in unison. Although Jiang Yan was not particularly fond of fishing, she didn't want to remain idle. Considering that the boys had gone fishing, leaving the delicate Li Shiyao and Zhou Qingya alone felt unsafe, so she decided to stay as well. They temporarily split up. Jiang Yan did not disturb the 2 resting on the bed, instead sitting in the courtyard and casually opening the divination chart, her bright eyes scanning each passerby. Scoundrel. His wife is at home, heavily pregnant, yet he brings his mistress to flirt. Haha. Little does he know that his mistress often complains about his shortcomings in front of her friends. Li Shiyao and Zhou Qingya, still in a drowsy state, felt as if a cold drop of water had splashed onto their brains, instantly waking them. They exchanged glances and quickly sat up, fearing that if they remained lying down, they might succumb to sleep and miss the delight of gossip. Ha ha ha, this young lady went to her boss's house to pick up documents, then got a stomachache and ended up clogging the toilet. Oh my, how socially mortifying. They silently mourned for the nameless young lady. The world was vast, and if one place was uninhabitable, there were always others to explore. Later, when the young lady sought a new job and was asked why she left her previous position, she replied, "I clogged my boss's toilet. I couldn't bear to stay." As long as she was happy, the 2 felt somewhat helpless. Her father was oblivious, puffing along, leaving him sitting on the ground, dumbfounded, watching his father's retreating figure. The funniest part was when a motorcycle with passengers passed by, and both of them laughed heartily, only for one of the passengers to tumble off, while the motorcycle driver sped away, leaving them exchanging bewildered looks. Ha ha ha. The one doubled over with laughter was none other than Li Shiyao's deskmate, Shuiji. Jiang Yan looked at Shuiji with curiosity, unsure of what Jiang Yu's friend found so amusing. This inquiry successfully diverted Jiang Yan's attention. Luck was on my side. I caught something right away, Su Xingji said, shaking the bucket in his hand. Jiang Yan stretched her neck to peer inside, spotting 2 sizable grass carp. Is this enough for all of us? Li Shiyao asked, her cheeks flushing. Being somewhat socially anxious and introverted, she easily turned red in front of those she wasn't particularly familiar with. Absolutely. There are other dishes as well. Xu Yan has provided plenty of ingredients, all of which have already been delivered, Song Chengzhou replied. The usually taciturn Qin Xiuyan nodded in agreement. Everyone was eager to join Jiang Yan in enjoying the gossip, so their desire to explore elsewhere faded away. Thus, they settled in the courtyard, ordered drinks and snacks, and began playing cards. The 3 girls who weren't playing munched on food and fiddled with their phones, but these were mere distractions. Their primary focus was on the gossip. As Jiang Yan shared juicy tidbits, everyone felt quite satisfied. Then she remarked, "Let me see what other stories the little fish's companions have. I've already heard from Zhongli Jiaja. Now, who else is worth mentioning?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingya, Li Shiyao, Zhongli Jiaja, and Jiang Yu all turned their eager gazes towards Su Xingji, Song Chengzhou, Shui Ji, Qin Xuan, and Gu Hichi. The five being scrutinized fidgeted uncomfortably. Shui Ji even attempted to hide behind Qin Xuan, which caught Jiang Yan's attention. That's him. Shui Ji, right? Shui Ji thought to himself, if I had known, I wouldn't have moved. The others, who were not called out, breathed a sigh of relief and cast sympathetic looks at Shui Ji. Misery loves company. What? Jiang Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. She abruptly turned to Shui Ji, scrutinizing him up and down before casting a perplexed glance at Jiang Yu. Little fish, do you know what kind of brother you've made? Jiang Yu frowned, unable to comprehend Jiang Yan's complex tone. Wasn't Shui Ji just fine? You consider him a brother, yet he wishes to be your brother-in-law. Pfft. Zhongli Jiaja, who was drinking water, sputtered and sprayed it everywhere. However, no one paid it any mind, as they all stared incredulously at Shui Ji. His face turned as red as a shrimp, trembling as he hid behind Qin Xuan, unwilling to show his face or utter a word. Seeing him like this, how could they not realize that Jiang Yan spoke the truth? Which one? You can't possibly have feelings for Jiangshen, right? Heed my advice. Do not fall into the abyss. Jiang Yu frantically tagged Shui Ji in their group chat. In Chapter 57, the boomerang has returned. I never expected that Shui Ji was the little child whom my second brother had once asked about while learning to mimic a cat. When my second brother stopped visiting, he foolishly waited there for a year. What a naive child. Upon hearing this, Shui Ji instinctively gripped his thigh. Jiang Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. So, it was the second brother. Oh, how could that be anything but troublesome? The second brother, being emotionally detached and cold in nature, was as appealing as a piece of wood. Jiang Yu hesitated to speak, but ultimately let out a long sigh. Let it be. Everyone has their own fate. Meanwhile, Zhou Qingya glanced between Shui Ji and Jiang Yan, her fingers itching to share this gossip, though she was conflicted about whether to do so. She sought assistance from Li Shiyao, who was gazing at Shui Ji with sparkling eyes, displaying an inexplicable smile that seemed like the infamous anti-smile mentioned online. Reluctantly, she turned to her companion Song Chengzhou and whispered, "Should I post this in the group?" After Song Chengzhou replied, he silently apologized to Shui Ji in his heart. My apologies, but this is for the greater good. The Jiang fans in the class were utterly astonished. Who would have thought Shui Ji was also a fan of their beloved Sege? It was completely inconceivable. As for marrying Jiang Se, I have dreamt of that too. I also wish to be Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu's sister-in-law. Oh wait, that's second sister-in-law. Dreams encompass everything. Little did I expect that Shui Ji was that little boy. Segu indeed was stunning from childhood, captivating young Shui Ji who waited for a year at their chance meeting. Shipping anything will only lead to your own demise. Jiang Yu glanced at the group and noticed that no one expressed vehement opinions about Shui Ji's infatuation with Jiang Se, feeling secretly relieved. He did not wish for his friend to be hurt by this. Shui Ji had waited a year without seeing the second brother, falling sick from sadness. Just when he thought he would never see him again, he spotted him on television a few years later. At that time, the second brother had just debuted, portraying insignificant supporting roles, which left Shui Ji feeling despondent. He even contemplated supporting the second brother, hoping to provide him with resources. Ha ha. You actually thought of supporting the second brother? Are you hoping he dies more slowly? Shui Ji covered his burning face, feeling intensely embarrassed. He was merely young and naive, not thinking too deeply. He just wanted to give Jiang Se the best he could. His good friends teased him mercilessly. If Shui Ji were a king, he would surely be a foolish monarch led astray by beauty. Indeed, everyone chimed in. Their class group also buzzed with fervent discussions. Thankfully, Shui Ji didn't pursue this course of action. Otherwise, wouldn't Sege be drowned in a sea of spittle? The celebrated film emperor almost became the sugar baby of an elementary school student. Was this a decline of morals or a distortion of humanity? The evil rich. I too wish to be wealthy enough to shower my idol with resources. Just thinking about how Sega nearly fell prey to a sugar baby is amusing. However, if it were Sega, he would certainly refuse and encourage the other to focus on their studies. Exactly. At that moment, Jiang Yan spotted something and began to chuckle ominously. Shuiji initially befriended Xiaoyu because he felt Xiaoyu resembled Jiang Se, finding him endearing. They thought that Xiaoyu and the second brother looked alike, but never realized they were actually brothers. How silly and adorable. Jiang Yu's piercing gaze fell upon Shuiji, his fingers flying rapidly across his phone. I regarded you as a brother, yet you wished to become my sister-in-law and even viewed me as a substitute. Under Jiang Yu's scrutinizing gaze, Shuiji could no longer ignore his phone. It wasn't like that. I initially became friends with you because you bore a slight resemblance to Jiang Se, but later, I genuinely considered you a friend. After sending the message, Shuiji anxiously watched Jiang Yu, fearful that he would misinterpret his sincere friendship. Song Chunzhou, Su Xingji, and Qin Xuan recognized that Jiang Yu was not angry and said nothing more, merely watching them with amused smiles. Oh, except for Qin Xuan, who hardly smiled and maintained a cool demeanor. Fine, for now, I will trust you. However, do not presume that just because you revealed yourself as a fan of the second brother, you can ask me about the second brother's dimensions and private life. Shuiji's ears turned crimson. I don't want to know. Huh, your blushing lacks any persuasive power. Shuiji admitted. All right, I am a bit curious. Just a tiny bit. The teasing made Shuiji feel utterly humiliated. Would he still be able to attend school on Monday? Surely, he wouldn't be called Ying by everyone, would he? Jiang Yu, unable to reach Shuiji's shoulder from across the table, resorted to nudging Shuiji's foot for consolation. Next time, I will get your second brother's autograph for you. Shuiji felt immensely touched by Jiang Yu's private message. What a good brother. Jiang Yu waved it off, saying it was a small gesture as long as Shuiji did not inquire about the second brother's private matters. The Jiang fans in the class began tagging Shuiji, promising to inform him about any upcoming events concerning Jiang Se, ensuring he would not sulk and cry anymore. Shuiji, with tears in his eyes, expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Truly, thank you all. Let's not speak of crying. We are still good classmates. Wow, he truly loves the second brother. Even amidst rumors of the second brother's involvement in someone else's marriage, complete with photos and videos, he steadfastly believes in him and searches for evidence, ignoring his family's objections. What an admirable fan. Thankfully, his conviction was correct. However, regrettably, the second brother withdrew from the industry afterward. He even contemplated taking over his family's entertainment company to sign Jiang Se and make him famous. I am devastated. He truly loves the second brother. But sadly, he was kidnapped and subsequently silenced. Huh? Wait, this version sounds somewhat familiar? In Chapter 58, nothing remains of his undergarments. Isn't the second brother's future intertwined with a fan who was kidnapped and silenced? Surely not. Could it be the same person? Jiang Yan hastily skimmed through Shuiji's entire future, feeling rather conflicted. Yet Shuiji himself showed no signs of surprise. When Jiang Yu relayed Jiang Yan's sentiments, he had already realized that the deceased fan in Jiang Se's future was indeed him. Because, oh my, it really is him. He poured all his thoughts and love for Jiang Se into a diary, carrying it with him and keeping it closest to his heart. Jiang Yan said, glancing at Shuiji's chest, which indeed appeared slightly bulging. Everyone present turned their gaze there as well. Shuiji felt uncomfortable under their scrutiny and turned slightly. His clothing was tailored with pockets capable of accommodating a diary. I long to see it. The entire class nodded in agreement, silently wishing to take a look. Shuiji instantly became alert, covering his chest. How could he share such a private item with others? Although Jiang Se had seen it in the future, and it seemed he had been reborn without concrete evidence of Jiang Se's rebirth, he could still pretend that Jiang Se was unaware. Alas, it is wrong to take someone else's belongings without permission. Why can't I just be a villain? Yes, why couldn't they be the bad ones? Everyone lamented, shaking their heads in regret. Hearing this, Shuiji finally felt relieved. Yet, the thought that everyone knew he had penned his feelings for Jiang Say in a diary made him blush. After all, who still writes diaries in this day and age? Alas, what a foolish boy. Jiang Yan gazed at Shui with a look of compassion, picking a piece of candy from the fruit platter and placing it before her. Please have it. Shui held it in her hand, feeling the warmth, her heart suspended by her words and gaze. Others began to sense the oddity of the situation, and the group erupted in chatter. Here it comes, the familiar scent once again. If it were merely a case of abduction followed by a tragic end, Jiang Yan had already concluded that Shui was the fan who would meet such a fate in the future. She ought not to react this way. After all, one would be surprised upon first hearing the news, yet the second time should not evoke such astonishment. You're right, it's making me quite anxious, someone remarked. Silly child. Don't trust your brother so blindly. He merely sees you as an obstacle to his inheritance and parental affection, and under the influence of your dramatic sister-in-law, he wishes you would vanish. Indeed, in that shared space, one could hardly avoid two types of people. Shuiji's shyness dissipated entirely, leaving her feeling cold. While Shou Qingya might not comprehend the situation, Shuiji's deskmate, Li Shiyao, and Jiang Yu were acutely aware of the tension. Shuiji's elder brother harbored a distinct dislike for him. The implications of Jiang Yan's words sent a chill through their veins as they pondered the possibilities. Don't press your warm face against your brother's cold shoulder. He despises you, to the point of wishing you didn't exist. When the call from the kidnappers came, he feigned ignorance, but do you truly believe he was unaware? Your whereabouts and identity were exposed because your sister-in-law communicated them to your brother, who then relayed the information to the abductors. Crash. Shuiji's hand brushed against a glass, sending it shattering to the floor, mirroring the state of his heart at that moment. Memories flooded his mind like a film reel, revealing the disdain and hatred he had intentionally overlooked. The piercing gaze of his brother akin to that of an enemy. His heart ached painfully. He had believed that with a little more effort, obedience, and enthusiasm, he could thaw his brother's heart and earn a glance of acknowledgement. Alas, it was merely self-deception. His brother's coldness was reserved solely for him. Shuiji lowered his head and closed his eyes, refusing to let the scalding tears fall. He would not shed tears for someone unworthy. Even so, his face remained damp. Here, Qin Xuan offered him 2 tissues from beneath the table. It's like rain falling on your face. His tone was calm, as if speaking of something entirely mundane. Shuiji hastily wiped his face with the tissue and murmured, "Thank you, Xian." He then reassured their small group, "Don't worry about me. I'm just feeling a bit down at the moment. I won't allow myself to be saddened by those unworthy of my tears again. After all, they are just brothers. With so many of us around, you can all call anyone brother." Shuiji couldn't help but chuckle through his tears. "You all want to take advantage of me, don't you? I'm older than you all." Removing Xiaoyu and Xuyan from the equation, he noted that he, Xingji, Hiqi, and Jia Zhe were all of the same age, and they could call him brother. Don't make it sound as though I am desperately seeking younger brothers. I am the older one. He shot a glare at Song Chengzhou and the others. Seeing this, they finally felt reassured. The fact that he still had the energy to glare suggested that he was indeed fine. Shuiji has his own interests, particularly in female characters. I'm rather curious about what they are, but this insufferable gossip source 1T reveal his circle name. How am I supposed to find them and enjoy them? At this moment, Shuiji was genuinely no longer heartbroken. He hid behind Qin Xuyan, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment, as if he could fry an egg on them. Ah, my second great secret has been exposed. His first secret was, of course, his affection for Jiang Say, while the second pertained to his interests. When he heard Jiang Yan reveal that Li Kenan also had a liking, he felt a tremor of fear, not daring to approach Jiang Yan, lest his own secrets be disclosed. Had it not been for the prearranged cycling trip, he would have certainly refrained from attending. And now he found himself completely exposed. Shiryao. What is the matter? Zhou Qingya, unfamiliar with the context, was merely surprised and shocked to discover that Shuiji had an interest in cross-dressing, but held no further thoughts. However, she noticed Li Xiao staring intently at Shuiji, her eyes gleaming with astonishment, prompting her to speak up. After a moment of contemplation, she turned to Jiang Yu, who shared the same interests, seeking assistance. Jiang Yu, however, shook his head decisively. He had no clue either. He was unaware that Shuiji was also an enthusiast of the second dimension, just as he was oblivious to Shuiji's affections for Jiangse. It was evident that Shuiji was simply exceptionally good at concealing his interests. Regrettably, the gossip source did not disclose Shuiji's circle name, or they could have witnessed his talents. I wonder if Shuiji has ever encountered Li Qinan at a convention? The group turned their gazes toward Shuiji, scrutinizing his expression for any clues. Shuiji promptly covered his face, denying them any insight. "Come on, aren't we brothers?" Su Xingji whispered. "Let us not bring this up. We're still good brothers." As Shuiji spoke, he recalled an instance at a convention where he had indeed spotted Li Qinan and his family. However, fearing exposure, he had fled the scene and had not encountered them since. Meanwhile, someone in the group had tagged Li Qinan. "I haven't seen him. Typically, he wears heavy makeup. If you're not familiar with him, you might not recognize him." I really want to know which teacher Shuiji is. A female character? Ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. Alright, here comes that ka-ching fan again. You're definitely up to something. The group redirected their banter toward the ka-ching enthusiast once more. Li Qinan, too, felt a stirring desire to inquire about which teacher Shuiji was and hoped to attend conventions together. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's laughter, the group quickly composed themselves, exchanging glances and revealing faint smiles, while Shuiji's mind went blank. The inevitable had finally arrived. Chapter 59. Do not play jokes with those who do not understand the jokes. Once, Shuiji attended a banquet and, from afar, spotted someone who resembled Jiangse. His eyes lit up with excitement as he rushed over. However, as he drew closer, he realized the person bore no resemblance to Jiangse at all. Just as he turned to leave, the individual coldly remarked, "I have someone I like." Shuiji, taken aback, quickly responded, "I am sorry, but I also have someone I like." "I thought you looked like him, but you don't resemble him at all. He is 10 times more attractive than you." With that, he turned on his heel, leaving the scowling individual behind. That person was Jiang Shen. "Ha, well done, cutie. You brought this upon yourself with your arrogance." Hearing this, Jiang Yu silently gave Shuiji a thumbs up, signaling his approval. However, Shuiji felt utterly dejected. How could he have mistaken his affection for someone else? Such a thing should never happen. But from a distance, that person truly did resemble Jiangse. Yet, they were merely brothers. It was only natural for them to share some similarities. Although, upon closer inspection, they did not look alike at all. Still, he had confronted Jiangse's elder brother. Would he be disliked by Jiangse for that? Shuiji was consumed with worry. Haha, once, Xiaoyu and the others gathered at an arcade, and later, Shuiji and Su Xingji found themselves lost. Shuiji approached a girl and asked, "Sorry to bother you." Before he could finish, the girl interrupted, "Sorry. I already have a boyfriend." Shuiji and Su Xingji exchanged glances, thinking she was joking, so Shuiji replied, "So do I." Su Xingji stepped forward, asking, "What's going on, babe?" The girl stared in shock and quickly said, "I'm sorry, I was just about to." Before she could finish, Su Xingji interrupted, "Sorry, but he already has a boyfriend." Then, Shuiji said, "Forget it, let's go." The two turned and left, with Shuiji adding, "I'm sorry." Su Xingji replied, "It's all right. Who told you to be so handsome?" Subsequently, Su Xingji playfully slapped Shuiji's backside, to which Shuiji squeaked, "Hey, what are you doing?" Just then, the girl's boyfriend arrived, asking what was wrong. The girl exclaimed, "I encountered some really bold male classmates. It's them," pointing at Shuiji and Su Xingji. The two turned pale at this revelation, dared not linger, and hastily departed, never to return to that arcade again. Ha ha. It turns out that one should not engage in jokes with those who are unaware of the context. It can be quite embarrassing. My goodness, even just reading the description. I can feel their embarrassment and social demise, but it's truly hilarious. Susingji's smile froze on his face. Memories he wished to forget began to resurface. Why was it Shuiji's situation, yet he felt the embarrassment? No wonder both of you seemed so strange that day, refusing to explain when asked. Now it makes sense. Song Changzhou remarked with a chuckle, such a delightful incident, yet you didn't share it. Shuiji buried his head even lower. Indeed. A moment of extroversion had led to a lifetime of introversion. Yet, at that moment, they truly believed they were just joking. Little did they know the girl was genuinely self-absorbed. Help, can we please stop discussing this? It's mortifying. Furthermore, Shuiji privately indulged in Japanese-style games featuring beautiful girls. One day, while at his father's company, he accidentally used his own computer instead of his father's, and as soon as it booted up, the antivirus software activated, revealing several files containing the aforementioned games. The incomplete file names displayed were enough to cause a scene. The atmosphere was deafeningly silent. Shuiji hurriedly shut down the computer. Flustered and stammered to his father, "It's just not that kind of thing," while his father regarded him with a look of exasperation. From that day forth, he never used a computer for gaming again, opting instead for a console. Oh, my old habit of feeling second-hand embarrassment has resurfaced. Shuiji, in sheer humiliation, was fidgeting with his toes, nearly eroding the floor beneath him. How mortifying! Thankfully, it was only his father present. Had there been others, he might have booked a one-way ticket to Mars. This reminds me of a story shared by a friend, relayed from her older sister at university. During a group project presentation, a boy took the stage with his laptop, only to experience a similar fate as Shuiji. The difference was that the antivirus software revealed inappropriate content. I can hardly imagine the scene, but I suspect that boy has since fled the planet. What else more? I have an even more shocking gossip relayed to me by someone I know. During a quiet study session, a student received a video from someone and, without a second thought, clicked on it. The volume was not muted, and the classroom erupted with inappropriate sounds. The student was taken aback and frantically attempted to close it. But in such moments, panic leads to mistakes. Ultimately, he forced his phone to shut down. However, it was too late. All eyes were on him, filled with a mix of intrigue and judgment. He wished he could vanish into thin air, feeling the urge to ascend into the heavens out of sheer embarrassment, while simultaneously seeking the sender of the video, only to discover that the sender claimed their account had been hacked. He was left in a state of suppressed frustration. Oh, how tragic. Ha ha. Suddenly, I'm relieved that I usually keep my phone on silent. Even if a similar incident occurred, it wouldn't lead to such social ruination. Though both of these individuals faced unfortunate situations, I can't help but find it amusing. Ha ha. In comparison, Shuiji's incident seems rather mild. Yes, indeed. Are there more similar tales? I wish to hear. My goodness, what were they thinking? Living on the first floor without curtains? Perhaps they found it thrilling? Maybe they believed they couldn't be seen from outside, opting for one-way glass. How mortifying. May I inquire, are they still residing there? No, after that incident. They moved out within a week. Shuiji glanced at the messages in the group chat, his embarrassment gradually receding. His situation truly wasn't particularly shameful, after all. He was playing a legitimate game, and compared to those individuals, he was far better off. Indeed, without comparison, there is no pain. Thanks to all my classmates for the juicy revelations, I'm feeling much better now. All right, next. Upon hearing this, Shuiji perked up. As long as it wasn't about him, he was all ears. Thus, he joined the gathering of listeners, while the remaining few remained apprehensive. That's him. I wanted to see him before, I just forgot. Guhichi, Xiaoyu's roommate, deskmate, and close friend. Guhichi tightened his grip on his thigh. His lips pressed into a thin line. The trio of Song Chengzhou, Su Xingji, and Qin Shuyan, who had not been named, felt relieved and turned their curious gazes toward Gu Hichi. Jiang Yu noticed Gu Hichi's tension and placed a hand over his, saying, "Don't feel pressured. It will be over quickly. Look, Shuiji has already joined the audience." Gu Hichi remained silent, merely lowering his head. This individual appears in the future among many. He is undoubtedly a significant figure among future leaders. Let me see what gossip you hold. Jiang Yan observed the search results, remaining silent for a long while. Everyone exchanged puzzled glances. What could have caused this? Was Gu Hichi's gossip or future too explosive? Jiang Yu pressed Gu Hichi's hand a bit harder, whispering reassurance. "Don't worry. Whatever shocking gossip it is, I won't laugh at you." Gu Hichi still did not respond, only bowing his head further. This piqued Jiang Yu's curiosity about what future gossip could be so significant. Jiang Yan's reaction was equally perplexing. "Xiao Yu, oh Xiao Yu." Jiang Yan looked at Jiang Yu with a complex expression, letting out a long sigh. "Look at the friends you've chosen." "Huh? The last one. You regarded him as a brother, but he wishes to be your sister-in-law. And this one, you see him as a brother, yet he desires to pursue you." Chapter 60. Why am I the one getting hurt? Huh? What? Pursue? As in the verb? Jiang Yu was completely taken aback. The others present stared wide-eyed and gaping. Struggling to digest this revelation, their gazes toward Gu Hichi filled with shock. Only Li Shirao remained composed, adjusting her glasses without a trace of surprise. The group chat exploded with excitement over the news. More. I adore this kind of gossip. Hey, I knew something was up between them. They're always so clingy. In honor of the homeroom teacher's hair, let us mourn. Not only do we need to prevent heterosexual relationships, but we must also address same-sex ones. Honestly, I secretly ship them. After each confession, I regretted my actions, and now you tell me they might be real? All my daily regrets have gone to waste. The poor dog has done nothing wrong. Please don't feed it everything. In contrast to the excitement in the group chat, Jiang Yu felt quite complicated inside. Gu Hichi. He likes me? Surely, there must be a mistake? How could that be? Jiang Yu glanced at his hand, still gripping Gu Hichi's, feeling conflicted. Should he let go? He feared hurting Gu Hichi. But if he didn't, he felt uncomfortable himself. Jiang Yu momentarily regretted why he had grabbed Gu Hichi's hand earlier. Perhaps sensing his hesitation and discomfort, Gu Hichi took the initiative to remove Jiang Yu's hand. Jiang Yu looked at him, but he kept his head down, nearly burying himself beneath the table. Jiang Yu felt a pang of discomfort. At that moment, his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he saw a message from Su Xingji, little fish. See? I told you so. If Hichi were a girl, your meticulous care would have made her fall head over heels for you. Now, even if he isn't a girl, he still loves you to the core. How is this still my fault? Jiang Yu was at a loss for words. He had merely looked after Gu Hichi a little more due to his concern as a roommate and classmate, noticing his delicate and petite nature. Had he truly done something wrong? Yet, recalling Gu Hichi's affection for him, he couldn't help but waver. Was it really his fault? Jiang Yan. Oblivious to Jiang Yu's inner turmoil, mused to himself. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu quickly turned his gaze to Gu Hichi. He remained in the same posture, resembling a curled-up, fluffy creature. Jiang Yu found this adorably endearing, only to hastily cast aside the thought. He believed he was losing his mind. Otherwise, how could he entertain such notions? It must have been the influence of Jiang Yan's sentiments. Realizing this, Jiang Yu shot them a fierce glare. After all, they were friends. And it would be unfortunate if this matter caused a rift between them. Once, while little fish was napping on the desk, Gu Hichi found it so adorable that he wanted to draw it. However, his artistic skills were so lacking that he could only manage to depict a face with eyes and a nose. In frustration, Gu Hichi decided to learn to draw. Perhaps his talent was truly inadequate, for he never managed to improve. Nevertheless, he did not give up and repeatedly practiced sketching little fish's face from his phone. Thus, day after day, he eventually managed to bring the image of little fish to life on paper, albeit only little fish. While this was quite touching, One could question why he didn't simply take a photograph, which would capture every angle seamlessly.
Oh,
It turns out he was too shy to photograph little fish, fearing that his feelings might be discovered. Ah, the plight of a secret admirer. Why don't you just give in? Su Xingji suggested. Indeed. Hachi has a profound affection for you. I can draw, but I only know how to draw you. How romantic, Shui Ji added. I support your decision. Qin Xuan chimed in. Early romance is inadvisable. Be cautious, future educators, Zhong Li Jiaja advised. While I do find your situation rather intriguing, ultimately, it is your own choice. Do not let us sway you, Song Changzhou remarked, proving to be surprisingly reliable at critical moments. Jiang Yu observed the messages from everyone, feeling a mix of emotions, and shot a glare at Su Xingji. Su Xingji's comments were akin to someone speaking without understanding the pain involved. Meanwhile, Zhou Qingya acted as an unfeeling relay, recapping Jiang Yan's thoughts to the eager classmates. As for Li Shiyao, she wore a knowing smile, clearly shipping Jiang Yu and Gu Hichi. After the college entrance examination, Gu Hichi felt a deep sorrow at the thought of parting from Little Fish. When Little Fish inquired about his mood, asking if he was reluctant to say goodbye, Gu Hichi admitted he was, yet he was too timid to express his feelings. Little Fish comforted him, saying, "It's all right, we will meet again, and staying in touch via phone is quite convenient." Gu Hichi remained silent, clutching one of Little Fish's jackets, reluctant to return it. Jiang Yu, thinking Gu Hichi had a crush, gifted it to him. This bittersweet, unrequited love resonated deeply with him. Oh, you have a secret crush too? Care to share? Someone teased, noting that if he didn't speak now, Jiang Yan would eventually reveal it. Why not just confess if you like someone? You have a mouth for a reason. Another chimed in. Clearly, you have never been in love. When one genuinely cares for someone, they often hesitate. Of course, not everyone is like that, but a significant number are, someone remarked. As for Gu Hichi's introverted nature, would he even dare to confess? Ugh, I just started shipping them, and it seems to already have an ending. Shouldn't you all take a moment to calm down? That is the future you're talking about. Futures can change. Oh, does that mean there's still hope for me? What do you think, Jiang Yu? What can I think? My mind is a jumble, and I have no coherent thoughts. However, listening to Jiang Yan's sentiments about Gu Hichi, he felt a twinge of pity. Moreover, the fact that Gu Hichi carried around his clothing, associating it with memories of him, was rather embarrassing. Jiang Yu's ears, peeking through his hair, gradually turned crimson. How infuriating! Why was it he who felt hurt when it was Gu Hichi's secret? Jiang Yu couldn't fathom it, so he glared at Gu Hichi, who was huddled up like a timid quail. Huh, you think you can approach him? At this rate, I might as well be the one pursuing you. Jiang Yu scorned internally. Realizing his thoughts, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. What nonsense was he thinking? This was all Gu Hichi and Jiang Yan's fault for leading his thoughts astray. After the college entrance exams, Little Fish went abroad for studies. Gu Hichi would secretly visit Little Fish each semester, yet he never dared to let Little Fish know. Seeing how you adore Little Fish, I almost feel guilty for wanting to play the role of the overprotective sister, Jiang Yan noted with a shake of his head. What do you mean, obstructing love? There's barely anything to start with. Jiang Yu retorted, exasperated by the absurdity. Wow, you truly love Little Fish. Jiang Yan confessed, green with envy. Gu Hichi will establish Gu Yuan Company because he wants to ensure that if he ever ends up with Little Fish, she Wen-Ti have to suffer alongside him. Jiang Yu was taken aback, completely unaware that Gu Hichi's future business endeavors were tied to him. A tumult of complex emotions swirled within him. How frustrating! Jiang Yu raked his fingers through his hair, wishing to cease all contemplation. So that's it, I understand now. Huh? What have you come to understand? Jiang Yu, intrigued by the group chat, wondered what revelation his classmate had. The name of Gu Hichi's company. I understand too. How romantic. I'm crying. He really loves him. What is the matter? What is so special about the name Gu Yuan? Jiang Yu scratched his head, eager for the others to clarify. You've all been told to read more, and now you regret not doing so. Huh? It's because of this saying Chiyu Sigua Yuan. Chapter 61. A mind full of nonsense. Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat, his pulse echoing in his ears like a drum. Chiyu Sigua Yuan. Jiang Yu buried his face in his hands. The name of his online persona, Chi Zhongyu, had been inspired by this very line of poetry. He had shared this connection with Gu Hichi. A meeting of minds. How delightful! Afterwards, he did not bury Little Fish's body, but instead kept it frozen in the refrigerator. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu felt a pang of discomfort and wondered what Gu Hichi intended to do with it. His friends and classmates shared his confusion. Surely, he wouldn't engage in any macabre activities, would he? It seemed unlikely that he would be that twisted. Who could know? As the saying goes, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. Besides, they hardly knew Gu Hichi well. As Mr. Lu Sun once stated, either one explodes in silence or becomes twisted in silence. I never said that. Lu Sun interjected. The classroom fell silent. For Gu Hichi had always been somewhat of a wallflower. If not for his friendship with Jiang Yu, no one would have noticed him. Among them were those with less than innocent minds, who began to conjure up inappropriate thoughts, casting suggestive glances at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu found their ideas utterly ridiculous. They were a bunch of individuals with minds full of nonsense. Gu Hichi was not that kind of person. Even if he harbored feelings for him, he would never engage in such behavior. Jiang Yan, whose mind was also clouded with inappropriate thoughts, expressed his shock, questioning whether Gu Hichi would engage in some peculiar actions with the corpse of Xiao Yu, perhaps something inappropriate. At that moment, Gu Hichi, who had been silent, turned to Jiang Yu and earnestly declared, I would never do such a thing. I certainly believe you, Jiang Yu quickly affirmed. Following this, Jiang Yan's inner thoughts resurfaced. All right. It seems I am the one being indecent. Gu Hichi merely speaks to Xiao Yu's corpse about recent events, sharing amusing stories, discussing games, anime, and novels that she enjoyed. Naturally, he also touches upon the dismal state of the Jiang family. As for those inappropriate thoughts, I apologize. Gu Hichi believes that to perform such acts on Xiao Yu's remains would be a desecration. Oh, Xiao Yu, he truly loves you dearly. Xiao Yu, however, wished for Jiang Yan to cease his musings, as her emotions were quite conflicted. How could she face Gu Hichi after this? She regarded him as a dear friend. Yet he harbored feelings for her, and the most troubling part was that they shared a dormitory. Should she request a single room upon returning? But would that hurt Hichi? Jiang Yu's thoughts were clouded by her own indecisiveness. Her turbulent musings were abruptly interrupted by Jiang Yan's exuberant exclamation. Benefactor, you are the savior of both Xiao Yu and me. Although I merely bask in Xiao Yu's glory, one could say that Gu Hichi has avenged me. This revelation elicited no surprise among the group, as Jiang Yan had previously mentioned that Gu Hichi would recount the Jiang family's misfortunes to Jiang Yu's remains, presumably as a form of retribution against them. Jiang Yu's heart was in turmoil. It was impossible to deny any feelings for her family. Yet the knowledge that both she and Jiang Yan were victims of their actions rendered her sentiments rather ironic. Overall, her emotions were akin to a tangled ball of yarn. Gu Hichi initially intended to resolve their fate swiftly, but he realized that death was merely an escape, while living would be the true torment. How intriguing! This thought mirrors that of my second brother. Indeed, as he had predicted, the Jiang family, accustomed to a life of luxury and wealth, found themselves unable to adapt to their sudden fall to societal lows. They bickered incessantly over trivial matters, and due to Gu Hichi's relentless suppression, their attempts to rise again seemed insurmountable. Daily, they struggled for mere sustenance, and Jiang Lian, having lived a life of ease, could not endure such hardship and sought shortcuts. Gu Hichi, willing to grant her desires, ultimately led her to be ruthlessly abandoned and left to face claims for compensation. Jiang Lian, burdened with despair, contemplated death. But a person like her would never truly take that step. Thus, she continued to modify her body, only to find herself laden with debt. Undoubtedly, Gu Hichi orchestrated these events, determined to ensure their suffering was profound, forcing them to live in perpetual agony. Jiang Lian's husband, unable to tolerate her infidelities, sought divorce, attributing all his misfortunes to her. Alas, her husband's identity remains unknown to Gu Hichi, who pays him no heed. This chaotic saga persisted for nearly 5 years. And as Gu Hichi's patience waned, the family erupted into a significant conflict. Jiang Lian and her husband had another fierce argument, leading to her accidentally killing him. In a panic, she sought the counsel of the Jiang family, who, unwilling to endure a life of turmoil, urged her to turn herself in. Upon hearing their advice, old grievances resurfaced, and she harbored a profound hatred for her family. While outwardly agreeing, she secretly poisoned them and fled. However, she was soon apprehended and sentenced to death. Upon learning of this outcome, Gu Hichi, who had long resigned himself to his fate, could no longer bear it. He swiftly arranged all matters, including those concerning Zhongli Jiaza. His previous assistance to Zhongli Jiaza stemmed from their mutual friendship with Xiao Yu, and he entrusted the company to him, knowing that revenge would require financial and political power. With everything settled, Gu Hichi took Xiao Yu's remains out to sea, ultimately binding them together and sinking into the depths. Upon hearing this, Su Xingji and the others exchanged glances. When they learned of Gu Hichi's impending demise from Jiaza's future, they had speculated on the cause, considering cancer or an accident, but never imagined it would be a tragic love story. They found it difficult to assess the nature of this relationship. As mutual friends, they could jest and tease, but intervening in their feelings was out of the question. It was best to let things unfold naturally. They silently conveyed this sentiment to one another. He actually committed to such an extreme act? Was it worth it for someone whose feelings remain uncertain? The worthiness of such a sacrifice seemed secondary. What mattered was Gu Hichi's perspective. Indeed, I am beginning to believe in love once more. One could not help but acknowledge the intensity of Gu Hichi's emotions, which were entirely unexpected given his previously inconspicuous nature. This affirmed an old adage, do not provoke the seemingly innocent. Jiang Lian's fate turned out to be tragic, prompting Gao Yuhua to reflect, I feel like crying for her. She did nothing wrong by merely liking Jiang Lian. Yet, upon discovering the connection between their deaths and Jiang Lian, he felt a shift within himself. Oh! Let us not burden our classmate Gao Yuhua. The impact of a first love is profound. Even a tragic end cannot erase the pure memory of her. Akin to the moonlight. Your love for her is evident. I am moved to tears. I once believed that Zhou Qingya was the epitome of infatuation. Yet it appears that Gao Yuhua has surpassed all others, claiming the title of foremost romantic. Zhou Qingya, acting merely as an emotionless conduit, acknowledged Gao Yuhua's triumph. Wang Jiji. I am truly overwhelmed. Your passionate explanation is immensely appreciated. Gao Yuhua wore a face of sorrow. Chapter 62. What is this secret admiration? Jiang Yu, the subject of this intricate situation, cast a complex look at Gu Hichi. There is no need for this. Truly, it is unnecessary. Are you out of your mind? Jiang, you prodded Gu Hichi's arm. Yet, Gu Hichi quietly replied, without you, this world is utterly bleak. Jiang Yu was rendered speechless, hesitating for a moment before stammering. Your thoughts are misguided. Gu Hichi fell silent once more, leaving Jiang Yu feeling helpless. The weight of Gu Hichi's emotions pressed heavily upon her heart, leaving her uncertain of how to respond. Should she feign ignorance? That would be a profound disrespect towards Gu Hichi's feelings. It was also vexing. Jiang Yu glared at Su Xingji and the others, who seemed to be ignoring the gravity of the situation. Feeling wronged, they understood that it was not their place to interfere in the relationship between the two. At that moment, Jiang Yan's inner voice chimed in once more. In light of your status as my benefactor, I shall ensure Xiao Yu is sent directly to your bed. Jiang Yu immediately turned to Jiang Yan, glaring at her in disbelief. What did you just say? Jiang Yan, noticing Jiang Yu's gaze, pondered, why is Xiao Yu looking at me like that? The others remained silent, amused by the exchange. Gu Hichi's fingers twitched involuntarily. Perhaps it is best to let matters of the heart unfold naturally. However, Gu Hichi remains oblivious to the nature of his secret affection. Hearing this, the group thought it not so severe, after all. It was perfectly normal for someone to admire Xiaoyu, given her beauty and charming personality. Jiang Yu, the person involved, also felt that Jiang Yan's words were somewhat excessive. Did you not see that Gu Hichi was almost curling up into a ball? Soon after, they heard Jiang Yan say, "If you take off your glasses, toss your hair, and present your stunning beauty before Xiaoyu, just as I do, that aesthetic connoisseur Xiaoyu will surely be completely enchanted by you. There would be no need for you to engage in any secret admiration." What did you say? Jiang Yu's face flushed with embarrassment. What does it mean to be an aesthetic connoisseur? I am not one, he rebutted inwardly, pondering. Stunning beauty? Is Hichi really that attractive? Jiang Yu glanced at Gu Hichi. And others were looking as well. If it weren't for the rudeness, they would truly want to tousle Gu Hichi's hair to take a peek. Jiang Yan, oblivious to their thoughts, gasped in shock. What? Gu Hichi has always felt inferior due to his short stature? Inferior? Are you kidding? You're just slow to develop, not undeveloped. To feel inferior over that? You're going to grow to 190 centimeters. Should those below 190 consider jumping off a building instead? What? Gu Hichi will reach 190 centimeters in the future? This is no joke? Everyone turned to look at Gu Hichi, who was significantly shorter than them, finding it hard to imagine him at 190 centimeters. I envy him to death. We envy him as well. After graduating high school, Gu Hichi underwent a transformation as if he had taken hormones, growing a significant amount each year, and by the time he graduated from university, he was a towering 190 centimeters. This was also the reason why Xiaoyu failed to notice the changes during his visits every semester. After all, someone once familiar had become unrecognizable. Jiang Yu, upon hearing this, remained utterly incredulous. Imagining Gu Hichi at 190 centimeters with stunning beauty was beyond his comprehension. Not just Jiang Yu. Even Gu Hichi himself could not envision such a version of himself. Among those present, only Li Shiyao was silently cheering in her heart, "My no reverse, my no reverse. A magnificent 190 centimeters, I stand on the right side." Meanwhile, the group chat erupted. What? 190 centimeters? Is that even possible? It's hard to imagine such a diminutive person growing to 190 centimeters. Surely no magic is at play? How frustrating. I wish I could grow to 190 centimeters too. Yet no one seemed curious about what it truly means to be called stunningly beautiful. I desperately want to know. Is there a brave soul willing to part his hair and take a look? Jiang Yu mentioned to everyone present. Perhaps we shouldn't. While I also wish to know. It would be too impolite. How I wish I weren't a person of good manners. The mystery of Gu Hichi's appearance was making my heart itch. We can't tousle his hair, but surely we can check his ID? His ID must be on him. There must be records at school. That's a valid point. Jiang Yu observed the discussions and felt a growing impatience, but being a person of decency, he could only glance repeatedly at Gu Hichi. Gu Hichi noticed Jiang Yu's gaze and looked up, even without seeing his eyes hidden beneath his hair. Jiang Yu felt as if he had been caught in the act of peeking, prompting him to pretend to take a sip of water. Wow! Gu Hichi's first romantic interest is Xiaoyu. Jiang Yu sputtered, spraying water across the table. Opposite him, Zhongli Jiaza was splattered all over. Zhongli Jiaza looked at Jiang Yu in dismay. Jiang Yu, however, was too flustered to pay any attention to him, his face burning with embarrassment. Wishing he could retreat like a turtle. Awkward. So awkward. Too awkward. Why was I the one feeling embarrassed when we were discussing Hichi? Especially with Su Xingji and the others' piercing gazes fixed upon him, he felt utterly restless. What's wrong with Xiaoyu? Did he choke? Jiang Yan asked, puzzled, looking at him. Your face is so red. Are you hot? Suddenly, Jiang Yan's eyes glimmered with suspicion. Could Xiaoyu possibly hear my thoughts? After all, we are twins. What if there is some sort of connection? Jiang Yu, disregarding his embarrassment, quickly devised a plan. Xiaoyu, what are you doing? You just sprayed Jiaza with water. Song Changzhou handed over a tissue to Zhongli Jiaza, who accepted it with gratitude. Jiang Yu secretly sighed with relief, still blushing as he said, in the game group. Someone shared some inappropriate videos. Really? Jiang Yan exclaimed excitedly. Jiang Yu regretted bringing up that excuse, while Su Xingji and the others contemplated whether to share an inappropriate video in return, which could easily lead to social embarrassment. Uh-huh. Jiang Yu nodded stiffly. What are we waiting for? Let us report and blacklist it all. Jiang Yan declared indignantly, there might be many children in your game group. This is leading them astray. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu felt his anxieties ease, hurriedly operating his phone. All right, I've done it as you said. Jiang Yan nodded, then shot Jiang Yu a sidelong glance, thinking, I didn't expect Xiao Yu to be so shy. Even a bit of inappropriate content makes him blush. If only he knew he often appeared in his roommate's dreams, he would surely be mortified. Jiang Yu rubbed his burning ears, casting a disdainful glare at his observing friends, lowering his head. Now you see? I feel as though I could explode from embarrassment. Not always, just occasionally. Gu Hichi felt the need to clarify himself, lest Jiang Yu misunderstand him as excessively enthusiastic. Jiang Yu shot him a glare. Are you lacking in common sense? You are. Yes, I am. Jiang Yu turned his head away, unwilling to engage further. TSK, every time Xiao Yu sleeps so defenselessly, Gu Hichi can't help but want to kiss him. But he feels that stealing a kiss would be disrespectful, so he always holds back, just staring at Xiao Yu's sleeping face. When Xiao Yu drools in his sleep, he even wipes it away, thinking it's adorable. I don't quite understand your romantic mindset. Enough. Stop. Jiang, you couldn't take it any longer. What do you mean drooling? Is my sleeping posture that terrible? I asked you to spill Gu Hichi's secrets, not mine. And wiping his drool? That must not happen again. Jiang Yu furiously typed away. Oh, anyone could tell from that he was unwilling. Do you know what your behavior is called? Perverted. I am perverted. Gu Hichi genuinely believed that he was always lurking in the shadows, observing Jiang Yu's every move, not unlike those deviants. There's no need to label yourself in such a way. Jiang Yu felt helpless, as if striking a punch into cotton. All right, next, whose turn is it? Su Xingji, Song Chozhou's smiles froze, and Qin Shuyan also tensed his back. Jiang Yu sighed deeply. Finally, it was time for the next person. Chapter 63. Silence is the Cambridgeshire of tonight. Song Chengzhou coughed into his hand and said, It's getting late. Should we relocate and start the barbecue? Hearing this, Jiang Yan patted his soft belly, realizing he was indeed a bit hungry. Although they had snacked on plenty, those were merely appetizers, insufficient to satisfy hunger. Song Chengzhou, Su Xingji, and Qin Xian all sighed in relief upon this, with Su Xingji giving Song Chengzhou a silent thumbs up, silently praising, well done. Song Chengzhou smiled in acknowledgement, conveying, It's just average. The group arrived at the barbecue area, where the staff was bringing over their pre-ordered ingredients, including some additional items requested by Qin Shuyan that were not available there. The 2 fish they had caught were already cleaned and prominently displayed for all to see. Since this was not their first visit, they rolled up their sleeves and got to work immediately. The 3 girls seated nearby, seeing no opportunity to assist, engaged in conversation. Let's talk. Li Shiyao hesitated before saying, I have something to share with you all. This matter has been weighing on my heart, and I long to confide in someone. Jiang Yan instantly perked up, her gossip radar activated, her gaze fixed intently on Li Shiyao. Under her penetrating stare, Li Shiyao felt her cheeks flush, her voice dropping to a whisper. Incestuous relationships? That is simply unacceptable now, Zhou Qingya interjected. Yet Jiang Yan, with the wisdom of experience, countered, it cannot be that straightforward. Can it? Li Shiyao admired Jiang Yan, thinking to herself, truly, she is a connoisseur of juicy gossip. Indeed, that's correct. Both siblings are married, and the children are not theirs, but from their respective spouses. The most bizarre part is that the spouses were originally a couple. Ah? Zhou Qingya's mind momentarily blinked. Each word was comprehensible, yet together they created a dizzying effect. The implication was that after eloping for love, the sister cheated with a man, while the brother strayed with a woman who happened to be the man's wife. Ah? Jiang finally grasped the situation, her expression one of astonishment. How could they possibly coexist peacefully now? The incredulity was palpable. That's why I call them peculiar, Li Shirao remarked, shaking her head. Although she was unaware of the initial revelation's chaos, it surely must have been explosive. Too bad we cannot witness it firsthand, Jiang Yan lamented. Do you have any interesting gossip to share? Li Shirao inquired, directing her question primarily at Jiang Yan, who undoubtedly held a wealth of juicy tidbits. Jiang Yan's spirit soared. With that question, I am no longer sleepy. Yes, indeed. There are plenty. She relished their eagerness, taking a bite of the delectably crispy grilled meat, and continued. It's about a couple from the neighboring community where I used to live. After they divorced, the house was left to the woman as she had custody of their daughter. As the daughter grew older, the mother attempted to arrange a marriage for her. However, the daughter was not pleased with the suitor and refused. The mother insisted that he was perfect and pressured her daughter into dating him. Eventually, after much deliberation, the daughter conceded, found the suitor acceptable, and they wed. Subsequently, the daughter divorced and severed ties with her mother. The scene back then was nothing short of spectacular. The moment I heard the gossip, I rushed to the neighboring community and was fortunate enough to witness the drama unfold firsthand. I was thoroughly satisfied. Wow, what an explosive story! Li Shirao exclaimed. Jiang was left utterly speechless. Shielded by her parents, she had seldom encountered such shattered moralities. She was only aware that some within her circle led extravagant lives, and the stories Jiang Yan shared had already stretched her understanding. She never anticipated such a shocking tale that would leave her grappling for a response, simply staring at Jiang Yan in disbelief. On the other hand, the boys accepted the revelations rather well, for they were already acquainted with numerous scandalous rumors who was involved with whom, brothers entangled with sisters-in-law, and the likes. I believe that when the mother praised the suitor, the daughter should have said, "Since you think so highly of him, why don't you marry him instead? It would spare me from these tribulations," Song Chengzhou remarked. As soon as they learned the gossip pertained to their circle, everyone sat up, intrigued. After all, the tales from their immediate circle resonated more closely. Rest assured. My lips are sealed tighter than a clam's, Su Xingji declared, mimicking a zipping motion over his mouth. Others nodded in agreement. You must be familiar with the Hangzhou Group. The real estate company? Jiang Yan queried, raising her eyebrows. Yes, we know, they replied, their expressions shifting subtly. You should all be acquainted with Jiang Lian, the daughter of the Hangzhou Group, as you all belong to the same circle, despite her being from the previous generation. Yes, they responded, nodding, unfazed by the tension. Jiang Yan lowered her voice conspiratorially. Jiang Lian's husband, despite appearing to be a devoted family man, is still entangled with his first love. And they have a son older than Jiang Lian's child. The atmosphere grew increasingly somber. Jiang Yan sensed something was amiss and looked around, puzzled. What's wrong? Yan, do you know the name of Jiang Lian's husband? Zhou Qingya asked, her expression pained. Su Jinghuan, Jiang Yan answered. And do you know his son's name? Let me think. Jiang Yan stroked her chin, her eyes lighting up. Su Xingji. Huh? Wait, that name sounds familiar. Now do you understand why we fell silent? Zhou Qingya's statement was decisive. Jiang Yan turned to Su Xingji, who had stopped in his tracks, seemingly lost in thought. This silence is akin to the tranquility of the evening at Cambridge, Jiang Yan remarked awkwardly, wishing she could disappear. Chapter 64. Authentic gossip. Well, I assure you, my gossip is genuine. His first love and son reside in the very community I once called home. Jiang Yan expressed her relief, grateful that her source of information remained intact. In the future, she would have to be cautious to ensure the gossip did not pertain to her classmates. Don't be too disheartened. Recognizing Su Jingchuan's true nature sooner rather than later will spare you from being blindsided in the future, Su Xingji nodded. In truth, the previous encounter with Bai Lu had already sounded a warning bell. Even if he did not believe Su Jingduan could be like Bai Lu's father, he still scrutinized him closely upon their meeting. Once the rose-tinted glasses were removed, many issues became apparent. For instance, Su Jingduan's gaze towards him and his mother lacked any affection. He had witnessed the love emanating from Jia's parents and Chengzhou's parents when they looked at their children. Thus, he steeled himself for the possibility that Su Jingduan might resemble Bai Lu's father, so Jiang Yan's revelation did not come as a surprise, though it still saddened him. Perhaps the only solace was that his mother was no parasitic flower like Bai Lu's. She was a capable woman managing the Hangzhou group. Even if Jiang Lian discovered Su Jingduan's true nature, while she would certainly be upset, she would also take decisive action. Su Xingji's thoughts eased as he reflected on this. Since Jiang Yan had openly shared the gossip, they felt no need to hide behind pretense and readily offered their assistance. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask, they urged. Indeed, you are Xiaoyu's brother, thus my brother as well. I would gladly come to your aid, Jiang Yan affirmed, knowing she could provide substantial help. Thank you, Su Xingji expressed his gratitude sincerely. Brothers do not need such formalities, Song Chengzhou patted his arm. Indeed, Su Xingji replied, only to hear Jiang Yan exclaim. Su Jingduan is the ultimate scoundrel, even worse than Bai Lu's father. In the group chat, someone had tagged Tangji, the wealthy woman who had previously funded Li Keenan's entire high school meals. Do keep an eye on this as well. Your family situation is analogous, someone noted. Tangzi, the one tagged, sighed with mixed feelings. Her family's circumstances were already laid bare, but it was not due to infidelity. Rather, they simply did not love one another. Perhaps it was fortunate that they did not harbor love for each other. But they were still quite indulgent towards her, not in the sense of raising a spoiled child like Bai Lu. She could not quite comprehend why her parents remained together despite their lack of affection, given their disparate statuses. Her family background was a union of a wealthy heiress and a poor boy. Thus, her confusion deepened. What could possibly unite her parents? She had inquired with them. Yet both merely offered bittersweet smiles without divulging any truths. She hoped to glean insights into their grievances through Jiang Yan's heartfelt reflections. She wished for her parents to experience joy, for the cold, silent atmosphere at home was suffocating her. Jiang Yan's thoughts continued to flow. He reminisced about his clandestine romance with Bai Yueguang, where both harbored ulterior motives, leading to a secret affair. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Lian was captivated by Su Jingduan and eagerly pursued him. Su Jingduan, feeling secure in his allure, pretended to reject her, believing that once he was won over, she would take him for granted. Notably, at that juncture, he had yet to part ways with Bai Yueguang. Disgusting. Upon reflection, Bai Yueguang was equally unworthy. Though the story's conclusion remained unclear, it was evident to me that Su Jingduan was indeed more despicable than Zhou Ru. Undoubtedly, Zhou Ru maintained his single status, unlike Su Jingduan, who feasted at one table while gazing longingly at another. Su Xingji glanced at the phone lying beside him, observing the collective outrage of his companions. His emotions a complex blend akin to spilled spices. He numbly brushed sauce onto the meat. The Su Jingduan from Jiang Yan's thoughts seemed a world apart from the Su Jingduan he knew. One could only marvel at the extraordinary performances of both Zhou Ru and Su Jingduan. In this era, one must possess a modicum of theatrical skill, it seems. Jiang Lian, utterly enthralled, perceived Su Jingduan as refreshingly genuine, unlike other suitors, and thus her affection intensified, leading to a more fervent pursuit. Su Jingduan, sensing the moment was ripe, consented to be with Jiang Lian. Meanwhile, Bai Yueguang had ensnared a wealthy heir and was contemplating how to conclude her relationship with Su Jingduan. Upon learning of Su Jingduan's new commitment to Jiang Lian, she felt both joy and discomfort. Consequently, Bai Yueguang deliberately awaited Su Jingduan to initiate their breakup, feigning vulnerability and sorrow, hoping to evoke guilt within him. Yet, for the sake of her own opulence, he callously abandoned Bai Yueguang. Subsequently, Su Jingduan and Jiang Lian naturally progressed to marriage. Upon hearing this, Su Xingji felt an urge to exclaim, "Despicable man and woman, may they be eternally locked away. Keep away from my mother." Truly, they were a perfect match. Clearing his throat, he acknowledged, "I understand your sorrow. I shouldn't voice such sentiments now. But please don't take it out on the meat. That fine steak, can it still be savored? Isn't it distressing?" Jiang Yan's gaze held a hint of sorrow. Su Xingji looked down, realizing he had coated the steak excessively in salt. Bewildered, he turned to his brothers. Hadn't he just applied sauce? I took the sauce earlier," Shui Ji whispered. "No worries, it can be washed off," Zhong Li Jiaja remarked, taking the overly salted steak to rinse it. "Perhaps you should take a break?" Song Chengzhou suggested, eyeing Su Xingji. This proposal was well received. Jiang Yan did not want Su Xingji to remain distracted and waste food, so he enthusiastically agreed. Su Xingji, seeing their support, conceded, "All right." Although Su Jingtuan pursued the wealth and power of the Jin family, he found himself genuinely attracted to the fervent Jin Liangyu. At this juncture, Bai Yueguang was cast aside by her capricious wealthy heir, leading her to reminisce about Su Jingtuan. Realizing he was thriving, she sought him out and staged a dramatic rescue. Having spent many years with Su Jingtuan, she understood his character well, and through her act of heroism, she swiftly ensnared his heart, dismantling any affection he held for Jin Liangyu. Consumed by guilt over the abandonment of Bai Yueguang for material gain, Su Jingtuan's love for her intensified. Furthermore, he would never admit that his motives were driven by greed. He shifted the blame entirely onto Jin Liangyu, claiming she had intruded upon their relationship. Fearing retribution for rejecting Jin Liangyu, he agreed to part ways with Bai Yueguang and be with Jin Liangyu. Bai Yueguang, fully aware of the dynamics, played along, directing the blame at Jin Liangyu. Some individuals never seek to introspect, but instead cast blame onto others. It was infuriating enough to want to strike them. Jin Liangyu's mother had indeed drawn an unfortunate lot in this man. One could only conclude that her initial attraction to Su Jingtuan was a grave misjudgment. However, one must consider that Su Jingtuan's faade was so convincing that it obscured Jin Liangyu's mother's vision. Indeed, our class is replete with affluent heirs. Both male and female classmates should remain vigilant. Please. Like that despicable Qizhong and his Bai Yueguang, may Su Jingwan and his moonlight be locked away too. Zhou Qingya exclaimed. Why are you tagging her? Her fiancé is far superior. Can these scoundrels compare? Su Xingji, overwhelmed with questions, glanced incredulously at his brothers, who nodded in understanding. Su Xingji felt utterly defeated. Did his father, Su Jingwan, suffer from some grave affliction? He abandoned Bai Yueguang for wealth and then placed the blame on his mother? What manner of person is he? Chapter 65. Entangled with such a cad to be with such a man, you and your mother are truly unfortunate, Jiang Yan remarked compassionately at Su Xingji. Following that, the two maintained a secretive correspondence. Su Jingtuan, cunning enough to avoid detection by Bai Yueguang, purchased a modest apartment for her in a small city. For the Jin family, such an expenditure was negligible. Days passed, and Bai Yueguang's son grew alongside them. Their lives, filled with abundance, began to breed discontent. They aspired to ascend to higher social echelons. Thus, they began to influence Su Jingwan, who, having wrongly blamed Jin Liangyu, felt no affection for her. Consequently, he could not bear to see Bai Yueguang and her son living in obscurity. They conspired to eliminate Jin Liangyu and framed Su Xingji for rape, leading to his incarceration. It is well known that prisons have a hierarchy and rapists occupy the lowest rung. Su Xingji's existence within the prison walls can only be imagined. Even as hatred filled him, he ultimately succumbed to despair. Meanwhile, Su Jingwan and his Bai Yueguang, along with their illegitimate child, resided in comfort, utilizing their funds and controlling their company. Living a life of ease. Sigh. Su Xingji had anticipated the outcome of death. However, he never envisioned such a demise, nor that his mother would perish, especially at Su Jingtuan's hands. As Jiang Yan asserted, Su Jingtuan was indeed more despicable than Zhou Ru. At least Zhou Ru had never contemplated harming Bai Lu and her mother. Yet Su Jinghuan, for the sake of Bai Yueguang and her child, sought to annihilate his own wife and son. After all those years together, could there truly have been no shred of affection? Su Xingji felt a profound sorrow as he quietly messaged his brothers. When I first heard about Jiaja, I suspected my fate might mirror his. Otherwise, we wouldn't be so unhelpful. It seems my mother and I encountered misfortune before Jiaja. Indeed, I too suspect my fate is sealed, replied Song Cheng'o. Same here, added Qin Xuan. I share that sentiment. I too have met my end, Shui Ji confirmed. Upon reading this, the group exchanged solemn glances, each letting out a resigned sigh. 7 individuals, and only Zhongli Jiaja remains as the sole survivor. Perhaps it is indeed as Jiang Yan suggested, their class lacks favorable fortune. Now that Su Xingji has come to understand her father's true nature as a scoundrel, her future may take a different turn. With this knowledge, she needn't exert herself to convey these matters to him any longer. Regrettably, this remains an isolated incident. The futures of others still require careful navigation. Relaying information at the appropriate moments without revealing one's identity. Jiang Yan contemplated, flipping back through Su Xingji's search page, a smile soon gracing her features. On one occasion, Su Xingji had accompanied Qin Shiyuan to view a newly released film. Afterward, while engrossed in her phone, she animatedly critiqued the movie, lamenting its poor quality and the protagonist's lackluster acting. She rambled on until they reached a traffic light. Turning her head, she realized she had been addressing a stranger clad in a hat, sunglasses, and a mask, while Qin Shiyuan stood a mere 3 paces away. Mortified, Su Xingji apologized for her error, only for the fully disguised stranger to remove his sunglasses and mask, revealing himself to be none other than the very leading man she had been disparaging. How utterly embarrassing! She felt a pang of sympathy for him as he graciously declared he would humbly consider her feedback to improve his craft. Su Xingji awkwardly responded, and once he departed, she turned to Qin Shiyuan to inquire why he hadn't alerted her. He replied, "Seeing you so invested, I couldn't bear to interrupt." Su Xingji, now composed, relished the irony. The greatest taboo, after all, is to speak ill of someone only to have them overhear. Heaven knows how mortified she had felt, wishing to vanish into the ground. As she recounted the tale, she dashed out of the restroom, only to hear the voices of nearby women exclaiming, "Young man, you're in the wrong restroom." In truth, she wasn't mistaken. The ladies had simply opted for the unoccupied men's restroom due to overcrowding in the women's. Jiang Yu and her companions beamed at Su Xingji. "When did you return from Thailand with such a changed demeanor?" Song Chengzhou quipped. Su Xingji rolled her eyes at them, exasperated. Did they truly comprehend the extent of her humiliation? Fearing that a single misstep would tarnish her reputation, branding her as the notorious pervert who intruded upon the women's restroom. Was the girl who was rumored to have entered the men's restroom you? If no one else made the mistake, then it must have been me. Oh my, I was in the restroom too, but thankfully in a stall. Otherwise, my innocence would have been compromised. The female classmate's remark made Su Xingji realize that the outcry wasn't directed at her, and she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, hastening her steps to appear nonchalant. Jiang Yan's laughter abruptly ceased. How infuriating! This is hardly amusing. I've had my share of such experiences. The group yearned to chuckle, but found it challenging to muster a smile, for they too had endured similar trials. The most frustrating part was that, even after such incidents, one could still fall victim to similar situations. With a sigh, Jiang Yan resumed her exploration of the gossip compendium. Qin Shiyuan, his name exudes the aura of a domineering CEO. I wonder what juicy gossip surrounds him? Who would have thought the stoic cool guy had once run away from home? Chapter 66, The Template of a Dominant CEO. Run away from home? Jiang Yu and her friends paused, momentarily stunned, struggling to associate that phrase with Qin Shiyuan. Could it possibly be a jest? They glanced at him, who remained as impassive as ever, his expression unchanged. Jiang Yan aptly described him as the epitome of a cool, detached figure. Qin Shuan, unable to bear the oppressive academic pressure, once decided to run away from home. He wandered in a remote area for some time, growing increasingly famished, and ended up trading a $1 million watch for a starch sausage from a street vendor. Alas, just as he obtained the sausage, a stray dog snatched it away. How tragic! Yet, it's undeniably hilarious. The vendor of the starch sausage exclaimed, "Do you know the most expensive starch sausage I've ever sold?" "How much?" "In the million range." "You must be joking." Sigh, I knew no one would believe me. At that moment, one could almost envision the vendor having struck gold. How absurd. Was this truly Qin Shuan? If anyone in our class embodied the essence of a powerful CEO, it would undeniably be him. Yet we learned that our designated CEO once sacrificed a $1 million watch for a mere starch sausage, though I have never run away from home. I have certainly engaged in a fit of defiance by refusing to eat. Late at night, when hunger struck, I would stealthily raid the refrigerator, only to be caught red-handed by my parents. Now, whenever our family gathers, they inevitably bring up that incident, leaving me utterly mortified. Indeed, each of us in this class possesses remarkable stories. Now, you're responsible for roasting the sausage. Song Chengzhou handed a sausage to Qin Shuan. Jiang Yu added, "You're in charge, so we can eat with peace of mind." Qin Shuan cast a calm glance at them, unfazed as he took the sausage, peeling off the skin and placing it on the grill, applying oil and turning it slowly. Observing him, Jiang Yu exchanged glances with her companions, shrugging in resignation. They had hoped to witness a change in Qin Shiyuan's demeanor, rather than his perpetually stoic expression. The outcome of Qin Shiyuan's escapade was, predictably, that he was found and subsequently chastised by his mother, who locked him away. What? Jiang Yan's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly unable to fathom what she had just read. She rubbed her eyes vigorously before returning her gaze to the gossip compendium. This revelation stirred a sense of unease among Jiang Yu and her friends, wondering what further events had transpired. Stealing glances at Qin Shuan, who remained unperturbed as he flipped the sausages, they were left uncertain about what might follow. His mother actually locked him in a dark room? Is this some kind of joke? How old was Qin Shuan at that time? An 8-year-old child running away from home is wrong. But to reprimand him by confining him for 3 days? What kind of logic is that? Though it may sound impolite, are you out of your mind? Is your brain functioning properly? Locking an adult in a dark room is one thing. You can't possibly do that to an 8-year-old child for 3 days. Is that humane? Damn, Su Xingji muttered under her breath. Sensing Jiang Yan's puzzled gaze, she quickly added, "I got pinched." "Be careful," Jiang Yan advised. "Don't let your scoundrel father get you down. He's not worth it." Su Xingji could only acquiesce, replying, "I will." Meanwhile, Qin Shuan remained unflappable, as if Jiang Yan's words pertained to someone else entirely. "If your mother dares to lock you away again, just send us a message," Song Chengzhou declared, throwing his arm around Qin Shuan's shoulder, giving him a hearty squeeze. "We'll come to your house and rescue you." "Absolutely." Shui Ji waved the tongs in her hand. Zhongli Jiaja and Gu Hichi nodded in agreement. "Here, have this." Jiang Yu offered her roasted sausage to Qin Shuan. Upon receiving it, Qin Shuan's mood shifted subtly, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly as he accepted the sausage. "Thank you. We're all brothers. Why bother with the pleasantries?" Song Chengzhou released his grip, opting to pat Qin Shuan's arm instead. "Finish your sausage quickly. We all want to savor the sausages grilled by the esteemed Qin Xiao today." Qin Shuyan's eyes glimmered with a hint of mirth as he nodded lightly, agreeing. Although he had long since ceased to care about the past, the genuine concern shown to him warmed his heart. Upon hearing Zhou Qingya's recounting, the classmates expressed their indignation over Qin Shuyan's past experiences. Is this really a mother? How outrageous! Locking him in a small dark room? Who would even think of such a thing? What does his father say about this? Qin Shuyan's father is a notorious playboy, always out and about. How could he possibly have the time to care for his child? With such a mother, it's a miracle that Qin Shuyan grew up healthy. In truth, Qin Shuyan's mother was also pitiable, believing she had found true love, only to end up amidst chaos. Old habits are hard to break. While Qin Shuyan's mother was indeed unfortunate, does that absolve Qin Shuyan of his own suffering? At merely 8 years old, he faced the abyss of darkness alone. How fearful and desperate he must have felt. It was a stroke of luck that his mental state remained intact. Indeed, Zhou Qingya chimed in, listening intently to Jiang Yan's sentiments while continuing to relay the story. After being locked away for 3 days in that small dark room, Qin Shuyan developed a severe fear of darkness to the point where he couldn't sleep without a light on. Once, when the nanny turned off his room light, his condition worsened, leading him to faint. Jiang Yu and the others showed little reaction as they were already aware of Qin Shuyan's phobia of darkness, but they were astonished to learn the cause. They felt an overwhelming urge to curse, feeling an injustice that had lingered for decades. Although it seemed inappropriate, someone commented that Qin Shuyan was increasingly resembling a domineering protagonist from a novel. I feel the same way. Will Qin Shuyan meet a girl who can alleviate his symptoms in the dark simply by being with him? After some twists and turns, he would pursue her while she evades him. However, I must mention that Qin Shuyan has a fiancé. Doesn't that make him even more like a domineering character from a story? Is this really an appropriate topic for such a serious moment? That's why I said it was inappropriate. Jiang Yu and the others felt a sense of helplessness as they observed the discussion in the group chat. It was a jumble of thoughts, yet they couldn't help but find some logic in it. Could Qin Shuyan's future truly unfold like this? They envisioned Qin Shuyan as a tyrannical CEO, obsessed with love, and shivered at the thought. Wait, isn't this the very template for a domineering CEO from a novel? Jiang Yan recognized this as well, casting a scrutinizing glance at Qin Shuyan. Could Qin Shuyan's future genuinely follow the path of a domineering CEO? Chapter 67. He did not become a domineering CEO. At that time, he had just entered middle school. Due to certain circumstances, his mother caused a scene at school, leading his classmates to avoid him to steer clear of trouble. He had always endured this without caring. Until one day, feeling unwell and weary, Qin Shuyan fell asleep in the classroom and did not awaken until dismissal. Out of fear of his mother's wrath, no one dared to wake him. It was winter, and darkness fell early. Upon waking, he found himself enveloped in darkness, triggering his fear of the dark. Just as he was on the verge of suffocating, the classroom lights flickered on. While I cannot ascertain Qin Shuyan's feelings at that moment, if I were in his shoes, having someone appear and assist me during my most helpless and desperate time would be an unforgettable experience. This incident naturally drew the three of them together, leading to their friendship. For me, it was the same. Qin Shuyan silently resonated with Jiang Yan's words. To him, the appearance of Xiaoyu and Xingji in the classroom was akin to a prince from a fairy tale, illuminating his fears and despair completely. He thought that even if one day he were to be buried in the ground, the memory of that day would remain vivid. Honestly, that day truly startled me. Jiang Yu lowered her voice, ensuring only their small gathering could hear. As you all know, I am terrified of ghosts. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked Xingji to accompany me. Walking along the dimly lit corridor, with strange noises echoing, I was already on edge. Upon finally reaching the classroom and turning on the light, I saw someone curled up in the corner, nearly causing my heart to stop. You understand, right? It's that sudden jolt when someone unexpectedly appears. I understand. I also fear ghosts, Zhongli Jiaza nodded vigorously. Qin Shuyan rarely smiled, but he turned to Jiang Yu and said, I apologize for frightening you. Everyone gawked at his smile, as though they had seen a ghost. Jiang Yu, after a moment's hesitation, said, I can now add a line to my resume. I made the young master of the Qin family smile. Just think about how many people that could overshadow. That would surely eliminate the competition, Song Chengzhou chimed in. Sitting with the girls, Su Xingji observed the murmuring group, feeling an insatiable itch to join them. However, Jiang Yan seemed to be keeping an eye on him due to his lingering thoughts about Su Jingwan, occasionally shooting him glances that prevented him from approaching the grilling area. So, it's all Su Jingchuan's fault. After becoming friends with Xiao Yu and Su Xingji, they frequently invited Qin Shuyan to try various activities. For others, childhood may have ended, but for Qin Shuyan, his childhood was just beginning. Each time Xiao Yu and the others took him to the amusement arcade, he played with an expressionless seriousness, as if he were not playing games but negotiating billion-dollar contracts. This led Xiao Yu and Su Xingji to mistakenly believe he did not enjoy it, thinking he played so seriously merely because they brought him along. In truth, he loved it dearly. Is that so? Jiang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as she exchanged glances with Su Xingji, both astonished. Each time they went out to play, Qin Shuyan maintained his stoic demeanor, leading them to think he found such frivolities uninteresting. Thus, they often hesitated to invite him, concerned he might be bored. Yet, leaving him alone at home seemed pitiful. Who would have thought he truly enjoyed it? Jiang Yu and Su Xingji felt exasperated. If you like it, you should express it more openly. In the future, show your enjoyment more obviously. If you keep that stoic face, what if you really become expressionless? Jiang Yu whispered. The others nodded in agreement, saying, exactly. If you enjoy something, play happily, smile while playing. That will bring greater joy. I'll do my best, Qin Shuyan humbly accepted. Suddenly, he began to understand why domineering characters in novels were often attracted to ordinary girls, as Jiang Yan put it, for these characters. Their childhood only truly began after meeting the female lead. However, to be honest, Jiang Yu and Su Xingji were incredibly down-to-earth. Despite being privileged, they engaged in the same pastimes as everyone else, while those of us without such means could only dream of joining. Once, Xiao Yu and Su Xingji took Qin Shuyan hiking and camping. Upon reaching the summit, they shouted into the mountains, urging Qin Shuyan to join, claiming it would feel liberating. However, Qin Shuyan declined, and seeing this, Xiao Yu and the others did not insist, opting instead to select a suitable spot for camping. Understanding what Jiang Yan was about to say, Qin Shuyan remained expressionless, yet his ears began to flush. Jiang Yu and Su Xingji instantly perked up. Was there something about that hike they were unaware of? Why did I only meet you all in high school? It feels like I missed out on a fortune, Song Chengzhou lamented with a sigh. Indeed, we met too late. Gu Hiqi mused, glancing at Jiang Yu. Zhongli Jiaza and Shui Ji also nodded in agreement. Before they became acquainted with Jiang Yu and Su Xingji, they seldom ventured out for leisure. However, after meeting them, their outings became frequent, whether it was hiking, cycling, fishing, or playing ball. In short, their lives blossomed with vibrancy. Upon finding a suitable camping spot, Xiao Yu and Su Xingji set up the tent, while Qin Shuyan excused himself to use the restroom and wandered off to a secluded area away from the campsite, imitating the shouts of Xiao Yu and Su Xingji. His loud yells startled a pair of wild mandarin ducks. At that time, he was merely in middle school, innocent and naive, completely unaware of the commotion he had caused. When he approached to investigate, he found himself locking eyes with the two unclad individuals. They were the first to falter, utterly embarrassed, hastily scrambling to retrieve their clothes and flee. After their departure, Qin Shuyan, blushing fiercely, crouched down, feeling shy and small. How adorable was that? The female classmates who understood Jiang Yan's excitement clutched their hearts in unison. Indeed, it was utterly charming. This exemplified the power of contrast. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu and Su Xingji exchanged bewildered glances. Did such an event truly transpire? Out of consideration for Qin Shuyan's dignity, neither of them uttered a word about it. Qin Shuyan turned to Jiang Yu, who let out a dry laugh and turned away. He then glanced at Su Xingji, who evaded his gaze, rubbing his nose. Observing this, Qin Shuyan's face flushed with heat. He had thought he was concealing his discomfort well, only to realize that he was fidgeting uncomfortably, as if he were about to unearth a hidden villa. Fast forward to the future, Qin Shuyan's future, he mused. What? He didn't become a domineering CEO. Chapter 68, An Overview of Criminal Law? Jiang Yan suppressed his shock and skimmed through the text. What he had presumed to be a certainty turned out not to be the case. Others who believed Qin Xuan had secured the role of a CEO were equally astonished. Could it truly be otherwise? After rapidly perusing the document, his gaze fell upon Qin Xuan, filled with both pity and sympathy, followed by a resigned sigh and a shake of his head. Qin Xuan's future is quite grim. How vexing. At times like these, I wish they could read minds, so I wouldn't have to rack my brain to inform them of certain events in their future. If they could hear me, it would spell disaster for the entire class. Altering destinies based on my thoughts. The group exchanged glances and shared an exasperated smile. They could indeed hear him, but dared not speak it aloud. Jiang Yan was truly a good person. As this sentiment echoed in the group chat, it wasn't long before Jiang Yan found himself inundated with goodwill cards he was entirely oblivious to. Sigh, he sighed deeply. Qin Xuan did not become a domineering CEO, but rather a darkened villain. The attendees exchanged incredulous looks. A villain? Was it the same villain they envisioned? Why would he turn dark? It surely had to do with Jiang Yan's earlier mention of a tragic fate. The person in question, Qin Xuan, felt little connection to the notion of becoming a villain. He was merely surprised, devoid of any deeper emotions. Since Jiang Yan had already revealed this, whatever challenges lay ahead would undoubtedly be resolved. The original future would no longer manifest. Not long after university commenced, Qin Xuan was struck by a car while saving his fiancée, resulting in a disability in both legs. The very fiancée he saved promptly came to annul the engagement, claiming she never asked him to rescue her, and departed to be with that illegitimate child. Damn, Su Xingji muttered silently, his fingers flying over his phone as he typed furiously. Annul the engagement. Immediately sever ties with that woman. How infuriating. He was livid. You saved her, and she had the audacity to say she never called for your help? This time, don't come to her aid. Let her suffer. Now, while there was still time before events unfolded, they needed to annul the engagement to avoid any tarnish to their reputation once the fallout occurred. Su Xingji was right. What kind of person was this ex-fiancée? And what of her father? They were utterly detestable. Drawing a circle to curse them, they believed Qin Xuan's tragic future was undoubtedly tied to them, particularly the illegitimate child. Even if the future were to change, they could not simply let it be. Once they discovered his whereabouts, they would ensnare him. Qin Xuan watched as his friends seethed with indignation, unsure of what to say. Listening to Jiang Yan's thoughts felt akin to hearing a tale from a familiar stranger. He felt no excess emotion, while Su Xingji and the others appeared deeply invested. For a moment, he felt a sense of helplessness, but more so, an indescribable warmth. Regarding their plans to ensnare the illegitimate child, he could supply them with the bags. Although he harbored no anger, he wouldn't dampen their spirits, as they were irate on his behalf. Qin Xuan's mother was profoundly affected by this incident, suffering a mental breakdown and subsequently being sent to a nursing home by his father for oversight. During this time, Xiao Yu and the others attempted to visit him, but he rejected them. Later, when Qin Xuan was discharged, his father sent him abroad for treatment. They couldn't reach Qin Xuan by phone, and had no choice but to trust the situation. In reality, Qin Xuan was abandoned by his father in a remote villa, left to fend for himself, with no further care. The caretaker, under the illegitimate child's directives, treated him with indifference, enjoying fine meals while serving Qin Xuan only scraps, sometimes neglecting to feed him at all, even confining him to a storage room. Qin Xuan had a phobia of darkness. To be tossed into a storage room was indeed a cruel fate, akin to a fallen tiger being bullied by every stray animal. One bag was insufficient. They needed to ensnare him 10 times over, visiting regularly to do so. Jiang Yu's teeth ground in frustration. I know precisely where it hurts the most without leaving a trace, declared Song Chenzhou, clenching his fist. No wonder he's the heir to a hospital. Shui Ji gave him a thumbs up. I'll rally for you, exclaimed Zhong Li Jiaja. While I am unfamiliar with the illegitimate child, I suspect he is a spiteful individual, likely responsible for many misdeeds. We could conduct a discreet investigation and expose him. If we cannot find anything, we could reveal his identity as an illegitimate child. Society generally harbors disdain for those who intrude upon others' relationships. Everyone turned their gaze toward Gu Hichi. He looked puzzled. What is the matter? Nothing. They all shook their heads in unison. The illegitimate child, to prevent anyone from aiding Qin Shuyan, cut all communication signals to that villa, isolating him completely. To utterly extinguish Qin Shuyan's hope, he even managed to persuade Qin's father to declare him dead. Upon learning this news, Xiao Yu and the others could hardly believe it. So they sought out Qin's father, who insisted that Qin Shuyan had perished, even presenting them with Qin Shuyan's ashes, claiming he had succumbed to despair over his disability. Initially skeptical, they were compelled to believe when Qin's father cancelled Qin Shuyan's household registration. Thus, Qin Shuyan was imprisoned in that lightless villa, living as a ghost. Consequently, his inner world underwent a drastic transformation, leading to his descent into darkness. Let the darkness descend, Qin the young master. The darkened Qin young master would kick the illegitimate child, strike his former fiancé and trample upon his father, ensuring that all who had wronged him faced the retribution they deserved. The 3-year period had elapsed. The darkened Qin young master was reclaiming his place. Though it felt inappropriate to voice such sentiments at this moment, they couldn't resist the urge to indulge in mischief. Laughter filled the class group chat. However, their mirth quickly faded upon seeing Zhou Qingyao's trembling recounting of events. As long as he is found, he would either break one of the illegitimate child's fingers, slice off a piece of flesh, or even rip a patch of hair from the illegitimate child's scalp. Jiang Yan rubbed his arms and cast a reverent glance at Qin Shuyan. The darkened Qin Shuyan was truly terrifying. Not only Jiang Yan, but several classmates trembled with fear. Although Qin Shuyan had indeed suffered greatly, he was undeniably formidable. At this moment, the group chat was eerily silent. No one dared to utter a word. Merely listening to Jiang Yan's vivid descriptions made them feel phantom pains. Just the thought of having a few strands of hair yanked out was painful. How excruciating would it be to have one's scalp torn off? Breaking fingers one by one was devilish, wasn't it? Even if the future were to change, they vowed never to provoke Qin Shuyan. They certainly did not wish to find themselves one day playing a game of hide and seek with Qin Shuyan, only to be skinned and have their fingers broken upon being discovered. Jiang Yu and the others exchanged blank expressions for a moment before they shared knowing glances and nodded. Turning to Qin Shuyan, they said, "Regardless of the circumstances, you will always be our good brother. However, are you interested in learning about criminal law? We mean no harm. We understand your desire for vengeance after being so humiliated and bullied. We support that, but as you are aware, that future may not come to pass. So do not let it affect you." Qin Shuyan replied in a calm tone, "Yes. I believe it is indeed necessary to familiarize myself with the criminal laws of our country. Perhaps I might discover some loopholes. What do you think?" Jiang Yu and the others widened their eyes in alarm and quickly interjected, "That cursed future will no longer occur. Engaging in unlawful activities is not an option. We still have a brighter tomorrow ahead. If you do not feel avenged, we can confront the illegitimate child and your father daily and stuff them in sacks." Qin Shuyan smiled faintly. Damn, he was doing this on purpose. Upon seeing this, Song Chengzhou immediately grasped Qin Shuyan's intent and glared at him, exclaiming, "Jiang Yan is right. You are quite the schemer." Jiang Yu and the others understood as well, indignantly declaring their intent to prepare the spiciest shrimp for Qin Shuyan. Qin Shuyan merely watched them with a light smile, remaining silent. Chapter 69. Engaging in online romance. The secluded place selected by the illegitimate child for Qin Shuyan's imprisonment had also become his burial ground. With a single fire, everything was burned to the ground. Jiang Yan couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. The isolated location chosen by the illegitimate child, hidden deep within the mountains and on the Qin family's territory, meant that no one was around. Thus, no one would know if such an event were to transpire. Later, Qin Shuyan left the place that had imprisoned him for years. He sought out Song Chengzhou and Shui Ji, only to discover that they too had perished. Ultimately, he went to find Zhongli Jiaza and Gu Hichi, where he finally learned that Zhongli Jiaza was still alive. Through Jiaza, he uncovered the truth of what had transpired in recent years amidst the information blackout. After comprehending everything, he bid farewell to Jiaza, who informed him about the miraculous sister, but Qin Shuyan had already lost interest. After avenging himself and his friends, he chose to end his own life by jumping into the sea. Sighing, Jiang Yan reflected that despite Qin Shuyan's transformation into a demon, there remained a soft spot within him, filled with cherished memories of time spent with his dear friends. It was a challenging assessment, although the future Qin Shuyan was fearsome. Witnessing him leave the place of his long imprisonment only to find that his friends were all gone, but one was heart-wrenching. One could hardly imagine the depths of his sorrow and despair at that moment. It was all the fault of those wretched individuals, wasn't it? They had driven a person to become a monster. Who would have thought that in the end? It was you who avenged me. Su Xingji felt a tumult of emotions. He had thought that Su Jingwan and his white moonlight, along with the illegitimate child, would live carefree lives. Qin Shuyan's actions concerning his future self were not surprising. Every individual possesses a softness and a vulnerable spot that must not be touched. For him, his friends represented that vulnerability. Even without the darkness that enveloped him, he would still seek vengeance for his friends, albeit without the extreme cruelty of his future self. You avenged me as well. I shall no longer prepare the spiciest shrimp for you. Shuiji, moved, hurriedly peeled the grilled shrimp and placed them before Qin Shuyan. He did not refuse, taking one and devouring it, only to reach for a drink in rapid succession due to the spiciness. Upon witnessing this, Shuiji was momentarily stunned before realizing that the shrimp had been coated with the spiciest sauce. Oh, I am so sorry. I completely forgot about the spice. He chuckled, hastily covering his mouth. The others couldn't help but burst into laughter. Jiang Yan and Zhou Qingya exchanged puzzled looks. Jiang Yu briefly explained the situation, and they too succumbed to laughter. We didn't prepare any spicy ones, did we? Jiang Yan asked, eyeing Shuiji and the others warily. No, just the ones that Xian likes. A few were coated with the spiciest sauce, they replied, putting his mind at ease. Best keep it that way, otherwise I shall expose your little secret and ruin your reputation. Shuiji retorted, that has already been revealed. Everyone knows. Who would have thought my demise would be connected to my cousin? After Song Chengzhou had enough laughter, he recalled the heartfelt sentiments he had heard earlier and, feeling conflicted, spoke in the brother group chat. Isn't that cousin of yours who comes by every so often, with his parents wanting him to stay over at your house? Yes. I am curious how he harmed you, yet is still unharmed. Did Xuan deal with him? Heqi's analysis was astute, suggesting that there were others who aimed to harm Chengzhou, and his cousin merely pointed the way. What could his motive be? Zhongli Jiaza pondered. Jealousy over Qingzhou's status, or perhaps his identity, could be a reason, Song Chengzhou replied, contemplating the conversation. His relatives on his mother's side were generally pleasant, but his cousin's family was less agreeable. Su Xingji's family was a union of a wealthy heiress and a poor boy, while his own was a combination of a wealthy young master and an ordinary girl. However, his mother was not an ordinary woman. She was a renowned doctor specializing in cardiology. Jiang Yan cast a curious glance at Song Chengzhou and began to search for information about him. To his surprise, he discovered that Song Chengzhou had secretly engaged in online romance, fearing ridicule from his friends and thus avoiding revealing it. He even kept his online relationship account on a separate phone at home, terrified of mistakenly exposing it while with his friends. Jiang Yu and the others looked at Song Chengzhou with complex expressions. You are actually engaging in online romance? Do you even know if the person on the other side is human or a dog? Jiang Yu chastised him. Given your circumstances, do you even need an online romance? This is early dating. I'll report you. Let the disciplinary principal take care of you. Shuiji expressed indignation, noting that he and Heqi were still struggling with their secret crushes, while Song Chengzhou was already in a relationship. Be careful. The person on the other end might be a foot-picking brute. Nowadays, even foot-picking brutes can easily adopt a lowly voice, a mature voice, or a young girl's voice. Ji proceeded to demonstrate a lowly voice, performing so convincingly that one might mistake it for a genuine lowly without seeing her face. How did you acquire that skill? Jiang Yu scrutinized Ji skeptically. You play and even modulate your voice? Ji, fearing others would misconstrue his peculiar interests, quickly clarified, don't get the wrong idea. I didn't change my voice for online romance. I just wanted to say a few lines and mimic the character's speech, and before I knew it, I had picked it up. Oh, I see. A bit of Chinibu, right? Jiang Yu expressed understanding. Chinibu or not, it's certainly better than being seen as having some peculiar fetish, Ji retorted. Listening to their conversation, Song Chungo, despite wanting to interject with witty remarks, felt a sense of dread at his public shaming. He kept his gaze lowered, distractedly grilling meat. Given that they could hear his thoughts, he had anticipated this moment. And indeed, it had arrived. He hoped the person he was speaking with was not a foot-picking uncle. Her voice was simply too melodious. Yes, he was indeed someone who was captivated by voices. The initial intersection with Jiang Yu and others stemmed not only from their proximity in seating, but also from the melodious quality of their voices. The revelation that the account indeed belonged to a girl brought a sigh of relief from Song Chungjo. It was splendid news. She was not a scruffy uncle, but a sweet-voiced girl. However, the unfortunate reality soon emerged. Although the account belonged to a girl, she had been relying on her brother for assistance in leveling up. The first time he played with Song Chungjo, it was indeed her sister, but thereafter, it was her brother. Thus, the one who confirmed a romantic relationship with Song Chungjo was her brother. Chapter 70. Caution in online romance, do not be disheartened. You have bread, and love will come your way too. At least he is not a scruffy giant, someone remarked. Does it truly matter if he is not a scruffy giant? He is still a male. Song Chungjo felt a wave of melancholy wash over him, mourning his lost affection. Have you two not conversed since then? He was asked. Gazing wistfully at the sky at a 45-degree angle, he replied, no. After our first game, she ceased communication. Did you not harbor any doubts? I assumed she was simply shy. And her skills? If she needed her brother's help, surely her skills were lacking? It was different. I thought perhaps she had an epiphany or practiced secretly. Well, that is understandable. You are usually quite astute, yet in this instance, you seem rather naive. It is just that her voice was truly enchanting. Sweet as candy. Were you swindled? Zheng Li Jiaza inquired cautiously. Not exactly. I did treat her to some milk tea, and she reciprocated with milk tea and little cakes. At this point, Song Chungjo pondered, could he have been mistaken for a girl himself? Milk tea and cakes are typically favored by girls, perhaps it was plausible. The class group was also advising caution. Exercise prudence in online romances, comrades. If your online partner asks for money, think twice. Do you need to tell us? We will break up soon. Song Chungjo felt increasingly despondent. This was, after all, his first love. Let me see if there are any developments on their end. How could there be? Song Chungjo shot a sidelong glance at the exuberant Jiang Yan. Unaware of Song Chungjo's sentiments, Jiang Yan quickly zeroed in on the keywords related to online romance, soon discovering that, although she felt sympathy for him, she could not suppress her laughter. We want to laugh too, Jiang Yu chimed in. If you wish to laugh, go ahead, just don't choke on it. Song Chungjo replied helplessly. Laughter erupted among the group. What is happening? Jiang Yan suddenly turned her attention to Jiang Yu and the others, pondering if there was something delectable to uncover. Nothing much, just sharing a joke, Ji said with a smile. What joke? Jiang Yan inquired curiously. Do you know what Mondstadt and Sumero have in common? Ji asked. After pondering, Jiang Yan shook her head. Both Mondstadt and Sumero have the grand windmills. Ji chuckled. The group burst into laughter, their attention drawn to the source of the merriment. Oh, it's Zhou Qingya, then it's no big deal. Jiang Yu expressed her disbelief. This joke would have been better left untold. Do you know why we hang Barbara from the ceiling at night? Jiang Yan looked at Ji. Why? Because Barbara can light up. Zhou Qingya and Ji burst into laughter simultaneously. Jiang Yan rolled his eyes. The humor is rather juvenile. Zhou Qingya, Shui Ji. I've been through that too. I just want to say, Auntie, don't be so hasty. I was in a similar situation when the cleaning lady suddenly opened the door and nonchalantly took the garbage bag. Who understands my embarrassment? Who understands? You are a girl. The aunt is also a woman. It's not a big deal. I'm a man. The aunt just opened the door and took the garbage bag, telling me to remember to flush the toilet. It was so awkward. Are all aunties in such a hurry? There are indeed people like that. I've encountered a similar situation. Initially, I didn't pay attention, thinking she was just going to the restroom. But then I heard her opening the doors one by one and thought she was a peeping Tom. When she opened the door to my stall, I accidentally jabbed her with my new toilet plunger and ended up paying 1,000. That shows some safety awareness. Can only say well done, Song Chungzhou sighed, covering his face. Such embarrassing matters need not be discussed. Moreover, I had desperately attempted to stop the aunt from entering, preserving my innocence. Song Chungzhou once mistakenly boarded the wrong vehicle, thinking it was his own. He smoothly opened the door, sat down, and began using his phone, even instructing the driver on where to go. The vehicle was silent, and he remained oblivious to the oddity. After a while, his family driver called, asking when he would leave school. Aren't I on the car? He replied. The driver was puzzled, asking which car he was on. It was only then that Song Chungzhou realized something was amiss. Surveying the interior, he discovered unfamiliar faces, and the classmate sitting next to him was also a stranger. The classmate, upon being discovered, reassured him, no worries, will arrive shortly. At that moment, Song Chungzhou felt an overwhelming urge to leap from the vehicle. Seeing Song Chungzhou's mortified expression, Jiang Yan and the others chuckled. Oh dear, are you chatting with your online romance? So engrossed that you didn't even realize you boarded the wrong car? Upon witnessing his expression, Jiang Yan and the others realized their jest had hit home, leaving them at a loss for words. You're so well acquainted with your online partner? Or else, did you fall for her merely because of her captivating voice? I am an auditory person, not a fool, nor simply infatuated. Song Chungzhou sighed deeply. That indicates you are fond of the brother himself. There is no need for a breakup, Shui Ji remarked. I thought he was a girl. Had I known he was a boy, why would I engage in such lengthy conversations? I could just talk with you all. I hold no peculiar views on homosexuality, but I am not attracted to males. So, it's impossible. Upon hearing this, Gu Hichi glanced at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, aware of her feelings for him, wondered what his thoughts were. Would he find it difficult to face her and contemplate moving out of the dormitory? If Jiang Yan moved out, their time together would diminish even further. Contemplating these matters, Gu Hichi felt overwhelmed. Should he ask Jiang Yan? He wished to be brave for once, even if this courage led to a lifetime of solitude. He desired clarity regarding Jiang Yan's feelings for him. Could you please stop staring at me? Jiang Yan was also in a state of turmoil. She could feel Gu Hichi's gaze upon her, striving to act as though she was oblivious. No, I must find a moment to have a serious conversation with Hichi. If I don't, he might spiral into unnecessary thoughts again. Jiang Yan continued reading, her expression turning grave as she struggled to articulate the thoughts bubbling within her. Song Chungzhou need not have met such a fate. Chapter 71. A year's time. The situation began with a female patient taken under the wing of the hospital owned by his family. This patient experienced a mental crisis, and her family, adhering to superstitions, refused to take her to the hospital, opting instead for traditional remedies. The outcome was predictable. Not only did her condition worsen, but the delays caused by their misguided actions led to her missing the critical window for treatment and ultimately passing away. To seek compensation from the hospital, the patient's family shifted the blame onto the institution, exacerbating the situation by sharing their plight online and even inciting other grieving families to protest. Coincidentally, a father who had lost a son was so affected by their narrative that he stormed into the hospital wielding a knife. At that time, Song Chungzhou was in the hospital due to a cold, accompanied by his cousin. They were in the hospital lobby when the father arrived. The father sought a doctor, and thus Song Chungzhou had no part in it. However, he was inadvertently pushed by his cousin and found himself before his father, only to be stabbed, the blade striking his heart. Due to the ensuing chaos from the murder, Song Chungzo missed the crucial time for rescue and succumbed to his injuries. Surveillance footage later revealed that it was indeed his cousin's push that led to this tragedy, yet the cousin insisted it was an accident, which made it impossible to convict him. The most shameless act was when he approached Song Chungzo's parents, claiming he could become their son and fulfill his filial duties. His cousin's parents shared this delusion, wishing for their son to be adopted by Song Chungzo's family. Truly, one could say they were not of the same ilk. How utterly deranged. You have taken a life and yet seek to assume the role of a son? Are they mad or foolish to consider allowing a murderer to become their son? This incident left Song Chungzo's mother riddled with guilt, believing that it was her relatives that led to her son's demise, prompting thoughts of divorce. Thankfully, her husband dissuaded her, stating, "Do you think Chungzo would wish to see us crumble because of him? The fault lies not with you, nor with me. Do not bear the blame of others." What a good man Song Chungzo's father was. In the end, even though they were still young, they chose not to have another child. Jiang Yan took a bite of roasted corn and shook his head. Song Chungzo's fate was indeed a tragic misfortune. Under normal circumstances, given Song Chungzo's skills, he could have avoided it. However, he was unwell at that moment, his mind clouded, and caught off guard by the push, leading to that dreadful scene. Alas, fate can be cruel. At this moment, Song Chungzo felt a tumult of emotions. So that was it. He was at a loss for words regarding his cousin. He had not considered this before, but now it was apparent that his cousin and his family harbored ulterior motives. It was a relief that his parents did not divorce because of him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to rest in peace. His father was truly admirable. Yet, why did they not desire another child? They were still young, after all. Song Chungzo pondered, his eyes becoming misty. "If you wish to cry, then do so." "We shall not mock you," Jiang Yu said. "You should distance yourself from that cousin. He is utterly despicable." Shui Ji expressed indignation, which reminded him of his own brother, who he had tried so hard to please, only to wish him dead in return. "Yes, I understand," Song Chungzo replied, contemplating how to broach the subject with his parents. Even if he prevented such a future from occurring, given his cousin's family's disposition, they might create further trouble. And it would be prudent to address it sooner rather than later. Jiang Yan, having savored the gossip from Jiang Yu's brother, closed the gossip app and focused on his meal. In Jiang Yu's room, he had just entered when Gu Hichi followed closely behind. "This is not a dormitory. Your room is next door." Jiang Yu turned to face him. Gu Hichi stood awkwardly before Jiang Yu, head bowed, nervously twisting the hem of his beige jacket. "I know," he said, "I have something to discuss with you." Despite his efforts to maintain composure, the slight tremor in his voice betrayed his anxiety. Jiang Yu was about to speak, but before he could, Gu Hichi unleashed a rapid-fire confession. "Xiao Yu, I like you. I've liked you since our first conversation. I know you are aware of this, but I still want to tell you in person. I do not expect you to decide immediately, just that you give me an answer by graduation. No matter your response, I will accept it, as I will still like you. I understand you might see me as a child, immature and incapable of shouldering my feelings. I do not wish to claim how hard I will strive to grow. Words mean little, so I want to show you over the next year whether I have matured. I despise this version of myself, confessing to you yet unable to meet your gaze. So, could you give me a chance? Please do not dismiss my feelings so quickly or distance yourself from me." Gu Hichi clutched his jacket tightly, yearning silently. Jiang Yu did not harbor any dislike for Gu Hichi. In fact, he felt no aversion to being liked by him, though he could not quite categorize this affection as romantic. If pressed, he would describe it as a friendship that flirted with something deeper. Yet, he could not deny that hearing Gu Hichi's intentions stirred something within him. Thus, he was open to allowing a year to see if he might develop feelings for Gu Hichi. Did you agree?" Gu Hichi's surprise caused him to lift his head. "Yes," Jiang Yu nodded, considering his words, "although I will take a year to think it over. I hope you do not invest too much energy in me. Our primary focus must be our studies. Just in case, hypothetically speaking, if, after a year, I agree to be with you but then get accepted into my desired school and you do not end up in the same city. That would lead to a long-distance relationship, which is quite challenging. You know, I feigned poor grades, so I will definitely get into my preferred school. Then shall you. Please tutor me, Gu Hichi eagerly replied. If it's you teaching, I will surely manage. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes. Are you trying to wear me out? Helping Jiang Yan study was exhausting enough. Now I must tutor you as well? What about my personal time? I can study alongside Jiang Yan, Gu Hichi suggested. Jiang Yu stroked his chin, considering the idea. All right, I will ask Jiang Yan. It depends on her agreement. Okay. Seeing Gu Hichi's obedient demeanor, Jiang Yu found it hard to reconcile him with the dashing figure Jiang Yan had described. Yet, he remained curious about Gu Hichi's appearance. Feeling shy, Jiang Yu hesitantly rubbed the back of his neck and asked, Hichi, may I see your face? Chapter 72. I only like Xiao Yu. Is that not permissible? Jiang Yu feigned a fierce demeanor. You need to understand that you are pursuing me. Yet, you want to let me see what you look like. Are you hoping for a blind marriage? Ugh, not a blind marriage, but still, I cannot consider being with you without knowing your appearance. Gu Hichi hesitated, lowering his head. His tone filled with dejection. I am not good-looking. What? Jiang Yu exclaimed. Jiang Yan said you were stunning. How can you claim to be unattractive? A bride must face her in-laws eventually, right? You wish for me to be with you yet expect me to never see your face? Upon hearing this, Gu Hichi reflected and reluctantly agreed. He stepped forward, now a head shorter than Jiang Yu, and tilted his head back to facilitate Jiang Yu's actions. Gazing up at Jiang Yu, Gu Hichi wondered if he would grow as tall as Jiang Yan had suggested. He did not crave being taller than Jiang Yu. Merely a similar height would suffice. Seeing Gu Hichi's nervousness made Jiang Yu anxious as well. His palms began to sweat. I am about to start, Jiang Yu announced. Okay. Be gentle. Don't worry, I will be tender. Even if it gets rough, it's fine, as long as it's you. Can I hit you if you like? Jiang Yu was speechless. He had not anticipated Gu Hichi to be such a romantic. It was fortunate that Gu Hichi's affections were directed towards him. What if he had fallen for someone despicable instead? What if, after a year, he found no feelings for Gu Hichi, and Gu Hichi ended up liking someone unworthy? Would he have to agree? What's wrong? Seeing that Jiang Yu was still hesitating, Gu Hichi's grip on his jacket tightened, turning pale as he wondered if Jiang Yu was afraid of his appearance. Nothing. At that moment, he seemed to collide with a pair of eyes filled with stars. In that instant, he comprehended the essence of beauty, recognizing the allure of delicate features and radiant smiles, as lovely as a blooming lotus and as pure as congealed fat. He understood what it meant to be as charming as a peach in spring and as graceful as a chrysanthemum in autumn. In that moment, he grasped the concept that true beauty transcends time. A captivating visage is indeed rare and worthy of admiration, enchanting all who behold it. Jiang Yan's heartfelt words rang true. Jiang Yu released Gu Hichi's hair, handed him his glasses, and sat on the bed, covering his flushed cheeks. Jiang Yan was right. He was indeed infatuated with appearances. He longed to agree with Gu Hichi immediately. How vexing it was to realize he was one who judged by looks. Observing Jiang Yu's reaction, Gu Hichi assumed Jiang Yu was dismayed by his appearance, and in a flurry of uncertainty, he began to pace, fearing the end of his unrequited love. Then he heard Jiang Yu say, "From now on, you must not show your face to anyone else." After uttering such a possessive statement, he wondered if he might be disliked for it. Regret washed over him for a moment. After all, he had no true connection with Gu Hichi to make such demands. Yet the desire to shield his face from others persisted, leaving him in a state of frustration. Jiang Yu sighed internally, realizing that a lovesick mind would not harbor any resentment, but rather would be elated to comply. Gu Hichi, slow to realize, asked, "Do you like my face?" His eyes lit up, and with a gentle smile, he replied, "My face is only for you." Jiang Yu's heart raced, nearly overwhelming him, prompting him to hastily push Gu Hichi away. Yet, curiosity tugged at him, leading him to inquire, "Why do you think you're ugly?" "Everyone says so," Gu Hichi responded, adjusting his glasses and tidying his disheveled hair. Once his face was obscured again, he cheerfully added, "Only you find me attractive." Jiang Yu's jaw dropped in disbelief. How could such a face be deemed unattractive? Even he, a male, found his heart fluttering at the sight. "When you say everyone, who do you mean?" Jiang Yu asked. "My elementary school classmates," Gu Hichi replied. Jiang Yu was utterly speechless. "They say you're unattractive, and you believe them? Just because they said so. And even your grandmother agrees, you think you shouldn't show your face?" Jiang Yu began to understand. Gu Hichi's elementary school peers likely spoke out of jealousy for his good looks, while his grandmother's comments were meant to protect him from the world's harshness. "You are indeed handsome. There's no reason for you to feel inferior." "If you feel inferior, what does that say for others?" "Right," Gu Hichi, lost in his romantic thoughts, accepted Jiang Yu's words wholeheartedly. After taking a moment to collect himself, he picked up his phone to check the class group messages, his eyes widening in surprise. "I found Gu Hichi's ID photo. How beautiful is he, really? I can't even begin to describe it. You all should see for yourselves." The group chat buzzed for a moment before someone exclaimed, "Oh my god, this is real? Mom, I see an angel descended to earth." "No, a fairy." Someone else lamented. "Why am I kneeling to look at my phone?" "Because I'm angry over the injustice of how Nuwa created humans." "Am I just a leftover?" Another lamented. "This face seems to belong to another dimension. Who dares to call him ugly and hide such a striking visage among the masses?" Jiang Yu felt a whirlwind of emotions. Just as he had urged Gu Hichi to conceal his face from others, news of his ID photo had surfaced. Damn it, he cursed. But he still shared Gu Hichi's revelation with everyone. I wonder if any of those classmates think they are better looking than Gu Hichi to even dare to call him ugly. They should donate their eyes to those in need. Jiang Yu mused. It was likely that the jealous ones bullied Gu Hichi because he stood out among them. This is bullying, plain and simple. They robbed me of the chance to admire such a beauty up close, $1 billion loss. In truth, even without those classmates, Gu Hichi would likely not reveal his appearance, considering his grandmother's wishes. Indeed, Jiang Yu sighed. Being good-looking can be troublesome. There are so many weirdos nowadays. Exactly. Jiang Yu nodded in agreement, only to see a message from his friend Song Chengzhou tagging him in the group chat. Opening it, he read, with Hichi's looks. "You better act fast to secure him before the swarm of admirers sweeps him away. What will you do when he has gone? Hurry up, little fish. Don't let it be too late. Hichi is still innocent, not yet exposed to the world, and dazzled by your wildflower charm. Once he sees more, you'll just be a blade of grass. Do you even hear yourself?" Jiang Yu thought about giving Su Xingji a punch. "Little fish. You won't let this opportunity slip by, right? Enough." Gu Hichi had seen the group messages too, fearing Jiang Yu might misunderstand. He rushed to Jiang Yu's room and declared, "Little fish, don't listen to their nonsense. I want like anyone else. I only like you. You're not a wildflower or a blade of grass. You are the sun. No one else, no matter how talented or radiant, can compare to your brilliance." Jiang Yu's ears burned with embarrassment as he protested, I know, and pushed Gu Hichi out of the room. He then fell onto the bed, burying his face in the blanket, mumbling, "You say you can't express yourself? That was quite eloquent. How could you say such shy-inducing things?" Chapter 73, Competing for Business on Sunday. With time to spare before returning to school, Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu decided to explore Jiangse's villa. True to its reputation, the house was eerily empty. Had it not been for Jiangse's belongings scattered throughout, one might assume it was uninhabited. The two roamed from top to bottom, inside and out, settling on rooms on the second floor while Jiangse's room remained on the third. "We should plant some flowers in the garden," Jiang Yan suggested, gesturing in the lush green space and glancing at the neighboring garden, which was vibrant and beautifully maintained. "Sounds good. When should we go buy the seeds?" Jiang Yu checked the time, realizing they wouldn't have time to plan today. "Next Sunday," he proposed. "All right," Jiang Yan agreed, suggesting they invite their friends to help. Since we're at it, we should get more dishes. I noticed there are only a few in the cabinet, Jiang Yan noted, taking out his phone to jot down reminders. We also need to buy food. Can you cook? Jiang Yu replied, not really, but I can assist you. With that, they planned to shop on Friday afternoon, stay overnight, and buy flowers on Saturday. After finalizing their plans, Jiang Yan snapped a picture of Jiang Yu and sent it to Jiang Se before leaving the villa. Just as they reached an alley, a group of imposing figures blocked their path. Jiang Yan looked at the intimidating group, assuming they were upset with her and Jiang Yu for obstructing their way. So she pulled Jiang Yu aside. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu studied the group closely, sensing their intentions were not benign. Possibly connected to the rumors about Jiang Lian's infatuation with Jiang Yan. Assessing the physical dynamics, Jiang Yu discreetly placed his hand on his phone, ready to call for help if necessary. As Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu stepped aside, the leader of the group spoke. Come with us. Jiang Yan blinked in surprise, processing the implication of those words. Had they stumbled upon a robbery? Instead of fear, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she replied, sure. Lead the way. Upon witnessing the scene, the group exchanged doubtful glances, perplexed by the apparent fearlessness and eagerness of their target. What do we have to fear? We outnumber them, one of them declared, emboldening the others. Thus, they split into two factions, encircling Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu, leading them to a secluded area. Despite her enthusiasm, Jiang Yan was acutely aware of Jiang Yu's grave expression. She whispered reassuringly, don't worry, I can handle 10 of them. If a fight breaks out, just stay back and protect yourself. Jiang Yu had already sent their location to Su Xingji and the others and initiated a video call. They were ready to respond. So he felt no anxiety, yet he appreciated Jiang Yan's concern and nodded in acknowledgement. They soon arrived at a desolate spot where the group encircled them. We're here to give you a beating, the leader warned Jiang Yan. You'd best behave. It will spare you some pain. As for you, he directed his gaze at Jiang Yu. If you stay out of it, we won't harm you. Jiang Yan feigned fear, dramatically clutching her chest. Oh, I'm so scared, she exclaimed. There are others listening, Jiang Yu reminded her quietly. The gang paused, scrutinizing Jiang Yan with suspicion, contemplating her mental state. Regardless of her eccentricity, they were paid to do a job and would not let sympathy interfere with their reputation. The leader signaled his subordinates, who advanced while cracking their knuckles, saying, if you're scared, just close your eyes. It'll be over quickly. Instinctively, Jiang Yu stepped in front of Jiang Yan. The assailants recognized Jiang Yu's unwillingness to stand by idly and warned, if you insist on interfering, don't blame us for being rude. With that, they swung their fists toward them. Just then, another group charged in. Damn it! You're stealing our business. A voice shouted, brothers, beat these lawless scoundrels. The thugs who had been lurking outside the school rushed in, brandishing clubs. In an instant, chaos erupted as the two factions clashed. Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu were shoved aside, dumbfounded by the pandemonium, their mouths agape. How did it come to this? Jiang Yan murmured. I was just hoping to showcase my skills in front of Xiao Yu. Now it's all gone awry. Jiang Yu, hearing her mutter, sighed in exasperation. What? You want to join the fray? The police will be here any moment. Sensing Jiang Yan's eagerness to engage, Jiang Yu hurriedly spoke up. Oh! Jiang Yan replied, visibly disappointed. I'm just full of martial prowess with no opportunity to display it. Both of them were subsequently taken in. As the police apprehended the instigators and their guardians for hiring thugs, Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu were left to call their parents, exchanging glances of trepidation. Summoning Jiang father, Jiang mother, or even Jiang Shen felt like courting disaster. They feared that the three might celebrate with firecrackers, thanking the masterminds and dropping the matter entirely. Reluctantly, they decided to call Jiang Se. Although Jiang Se lived in a neighboring city, her arrival would take time, leaving them to wait. Unexpectedly, Gu Hichi appeared, panting. What are you doing here? Jiang Yu asked awkwardly. I told you I was fine, she added, recalling the live stream they had all witnessed. I couldn't relax until I saw you with my own eyes, Gu Hichi replied. Previously hesitant to reveal his feelings for Jiang Yu, he found himself emboldened now that his affections were known. He silently thanked Jiang Yan, realizing that without her candidness, he might have never confessed. Of course. Gu Hichi quickly agreed, eager to be by Jiang Yu's side, no matter the circumstances. Observing their interaction, Jiang Yan's intuition hinted at something amiss, prompting her to check Gu Hichi's profile for gossip. While she didn't uncover future events, she gleaned enough to realize, what? Xiaoyu knows Gu Hichi likes him? And he confessed last night? Her eyes widened with excitement, sparkling as she looked at the pair. I can't believe it! I missed out on a fortune. Jiang Yu shot her sister an incredulous glance, exasperated by her penchant for drama. With a beaming smile, Jiang Yan searched for Jiang Yu, noting, oh, Xiaoyu is quite the pretender, utterly captivated by Gu Hichi's looks, yet setting such a long timeline, utterly unnecessary. Feeling Gu Hichi's intense gaze, Jiang Yu wished for a way to escape. What's wrong with being a face person? She thought, annoyed. If Xiaoyu doesn't want others to see Gu Hichi's face, then she should tell him not to show it. They aren't even dating yet. And she's already controlling him. Just then, Su Xingji and Song Chengzhou arrived, halting as they sensed Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu might be bullied. Jiang Yu turned to see Su Xingji and Song Chengzhou's teasing expressions, prompting her to think, I want to escape this planet. Are you two alright? Su Xingji approached with concern. We were worried about you, added Song Chengzhou, glancing at the culprits and their families. Su Xingji's mother, Jiang Lian, and Song Chengzhou's parents joined them. As the parents of friends, they exchanged smiles before standing beside Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu, providing support. Even Su Xingji, who had previously reassured them, shot his son disapproving looks, blaming him for associating with such troublemakers. Meanwhile, the culprits trembled, initially believing the Jiang family would ignore Jiang Yan. They were stunned to see prominent figures advocating for her. Their parents attempted to intervene, but Jiang Lian and Song Chengzhou's parents were unyielding, offering only warm regards to Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu before introducing themselves. Having heard about Jiang Yan from their children, they were curious about her twin sister. Upon meeting her, they found her to be a delightful child, which eased their concerns. In the midst of this, more police officers arrived, prompting curiosity from Jiang Yan and her companions. Their classmates, Chu Ju and his father, along with Jiang Yu and her dad, appeared, also coming to support Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu. Jiang Lian and Song Chengzhou's parents were taken aback, although they had no business dealings. Their children were classmates within the same circle. Before they could exchange pleasantries, class monitor Jiang Zhua arrived with his father as well. The gathering of adults left everyone puzzled, their attention fixed on Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu. What was it about these two children that drew such a crowd? Jiang Yu, feeling the weight of their scrutiny, yearned to disappear. While Jiang Lian and Song Chengzhou's parents were indeed there for them, Chu Ju and his friends had brought their parents to bolster Jiang Yan's cause. The most troublesome part was that this situation couldn't be disclosed. Jiang Yan was equally bewildered. She had only been there for a couple of weeks. How had she garnered such goodwill? Did she inadvertently land a role as the beloved character in a story? Though uncertain, she committed their kindness to memory, vowing to inform them should any future troubles arise. Meanwhile, the culprits and their parents could hardly breathe, their son's actions shocking them to the core. They had always perceived him as silent and unassuming, but he had just orchestrated a significant upheaval. Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu were not the guardians of Jiang Lian and the others, so while they could support them to prevent bullying, they could not make decisions on their behalf. Thus, the parents settled down to chat amongst themselves, while the children conversed on the other side. Jiang Yan listened to their discussions while opening the gossip almanac. Let me see how the kind-hearted class monitor's future unfolds. Jiang Yan was no longer surprised to find glimpses of her classmates' futures. It seemed that some esoteric forces were indeed at play in this class, allowing them to glimpse their destinies. Some things defied explanation, and perhaps it was best to remain blissfully ignorant. As Jiang Yan's inner thoughts emerged, the group of chatters instinctively paused, wary of suspicion, before resuming their conversation, albeit distractedly, their minds preoccupied with Jiang Yan's musings. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhua, the subject of these revelations, felt both anxious and concerned about any embarrassing secrets that might be revealed. He remarked that Jiang Yan's gossip almanac should simply be renamed the compilation of embarrassments, as it seemed to expose everyone's awkward moments. Puff, the star of Xinghui Entertainment, is actually terrified of older women. Is this a moral decline or a distortion of humanity? Let us venture into the world of the pampered heir of Xinghui Entertainment. Jiang Zhua exclaimed, "Damn! Is this really the matter at hand?" One night, amidst the dark and windy night, the star of Xinghui Entertainment, deep in sleep, suddenly felt a weight pressing down on him. Groggily opening his eyes, he was met with a ghastly pale face, causing him to tumble off the bed in fright. The chairman of Xinghui Entertainment, awakened by his screams, rushed into his room and turned on the light, only to find a woman clad in provocative lingerie on his bed. It turned out that a woman old enough to be his mother had mistakenly entered his room while seeking to climb into his father's bed for resources, thinking he was staying elsewhere. From that day forth, the class monitor developed a fear of older aunts and sisters. Indeed, that was a lifelong shadow. Song Chengzhou commented in the class group chat. Jiang Yan sat nearby, and even though they spoke in hushed tones, she could still hear them. Thus, they resorted to communicating in the class group chat. "So, why didn't you lock the door back then?" Jiang Yu inquired curiously, glancing at Jiang Zhua. This incident underscores the importance of locking doors. Had you locked it, could she have forced her way in? Truly, they were twin souls, sharing an unspoken understanding. Jiang Zhua reflected on how he had developed a habit of leaving doors unlocked. Now, wherever he went, he would first check that doors and windows were securely locked. And even before resting, he would ensure they were safe. One could indeed be bitten by a snake and develop a lasting fear of ropes. What happened to that woman who intruded? Jiang Yan was curious about her fate, assuming Jiang Zhua's father would not let her off easily. She's in prison. I was not yet 14 at the time. My father, considering me, chose not to escalate the matter. Indeed, even if it was a mistake. She had committed an act of indecency against a minor under 14. Who was she? Someone asked, intrigued. Not a famous one, and if I tell you, you wouldn't know. While they were lost in their conversation, Chu Qianyu, who was chatting with other parents, kept a keen eye on their group, noticing the subtle changes in their expressions. Such inexplicable shifts aligned with his initial suspicions. Something had transpired among them that others could not comprehend. What could it be? Chu Qianyu was both curious and amused. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan's inner voice continued. The class monitor, due to his well-developed physique, often appeared to be a university student and was frequently approached for his WeChat. Fed up with the requests, he prepared a children's watch. Whenever someone asked for his WeChat, he would whip out the watch, discouraging them. Then one day, his father introduced him to a business associate who brought his daughter along, suggesting they exchange WeChat. He intended to use his phone, but accidentally grabbed the children's watch instead. The atmosphere was utterly silent. Jiang Zhua recalled the incident with dismay. He had harbored a fondness for that girl, only for it to be ruined by the children's watch. His father later advised him that even if he didn't like the girl, he should still maintain appearances. He felt a deep sense of frustration. Since then, he had never used the children's watch again. Let the harassment continue. Wow, that's a clever trick. I'm often asked for my WeChat too. I'll do the same next time. Jiang Zhua chuckled. I advise you against that. Trust me, it's a lesson learned from experience. Don't worry. I'll be cautious not to end up like you. Seeing he couldn't dissuade her, Jiang Zhua gave up. Only through suffering can one truly understand. Oh my. This is mortifying. The class monitor visited Xinghui Entertainment to see his father and, passing by a dance studio, ventured inside. Finding no one, He stared at his reflection in the mirror and began to pose, shouting, "Bala la energy transformation." Just then, the door swung open. A group of trainees stood at the entrance, dumbfounded. Ha 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 ha, who knew the class monitor had such a childlike spirit? Jiang Zhua, feeling utterly embarrassed, almost wanted to cover his face and flee. What a scandalous gossip almanac! It was nothing less than a grand exhibition of embarrassing moments. Please don't let these haunting memories resurface. I can't believe it! The class monitor is a true fan of the magical fairy. No, Jiang Zhua retorted. Yes, not a fan, he just acted on a whim that day. No need to feel embarrassed. After all, it's a shared childhood memory. It's really not. Jiang Zhua felt utterly helpless. His once heroic image was irrevocably tarnished. On another occasion, while strolling through the school, the class monitor spotted the director of education and noticed a leaf had fallen onto his head. In a spirit of helpfulness, he approached to remove the leaf, inadvertently pulling off the director's wig. The director, at that moment, felt a chilling breeze on his scalp. Jiang Zhua stood there, holding the wig, exchanging glances with the director. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. Jiang Zhua, I was just helping you with the leaf. Do you believe me? Director, what do you think? He was furious. Jiang Zhua, that's not true. The latter part is just her exaggeration. I calmly returned the wig to the director and left. He didn't say anything. Jiang Zhua explained. After all, the director was likely more embarrassed than he was. Have you ever been through withdrawal? How can you not laugh at this? If it were me, I'd be rolling on the floor with laughter. This is called maturity. Oh, so it's a form of maturity to perform transformation magic in an empty dance studio. After leaving there, the class monitor bumped into the principal around the corner, causing the principal's wig to fly off. The principal's face turned green. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Yan couldn't contain her laughter any longer. Her laughter prompted others to join in, filling the police station with their mirth. Everyone turned to look at them in unison. What's going on? Jiang Lian inquired, fully aware of the reason behind their laughter but unable to speak of it. So do I. Everyone shifted the blame onto Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, all right. It was indeed me who couldn't hold back the laughter. What was so funny? Can you share it with Uncle? Chu Qianyu asked with a smile. Jiang Yan quickly thought of an amusing anecdote. Of course. In the neighborhood where I used to live, there was a child whose parents were particularly strict, forbidding him from eating ice cream and similar treats. One time, he secretly bought a chocolate-flavored ice cream, and just as he took a bite, his mother appeared. In a moment of quick thinking, he stuffed the ice cream into his underwear to avoid being caught. As he let out a sigh of relief, his younger brother pointed at him, clapping and laughing uproariously, exclaiming that his elder brother had soiled his pants. Just as their mother, hearing the commotion, was about to investigate, he had a sudden flash of inspiration. He quickly reached into his trousers and stuffed the melted, gooey ice cream into his brother's mouth. The younger sibling was left dumbfounded, crying and shouting, "Mom, my brother just fed me poop. This poop tastes so good. I want to eat my brother's poop again." Consequently, the whole neighborhood became aware that the eldest son had soiled his trousers, and the youngest son had a peculiar fondness for his brother's excrement. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. Jiang Yan blinked and inquired, "Isn't that funny?" Ha 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 ha. The crowd turned their attention to the one laughing heartily. It was the orchestrating classmate. Noticing everyone was looking at them, the couple hastily pinched their belly-laughing son, causing the mastermind to finally cease his laughter, though his shoulders still shook with suppressed mirth, indicating he was struggling to contain himself. Chu Qianyu lightly coughed and remarked, "It is quite humorous." The parents nodded in agreement. However, beyond the question of humor, they were more concerned about whether this family could continue living in the neighborhood. Would others approach them, asking if their younger son truly enjoyed his elder brother's feces? Or would they whisper, "Isn't that the family where the older son soiled his pants, and the younger son likes to eat his brother's poop?" Would they not feel embarrassed enough to want to flee? Meanwhile, they pondered whether they should be more lenient with their own children. occasionally allowing them to indulge in their favorite junk food to avoid such mortifying situations. As these thoughts crossed Chu Qianyu's mind, he recalled the uniquely scented tea from when Chu Ju brewed it, shaking his head in mild exasperation. That was likely just a coincidence of little Ju's secret snacking mishap. Forgotten cleanup. Seeing that the parents had shifted their focus, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Yan touched his nose, thinking to himself, I truly am a clever little rascal. Apologies, dear neighbors in the same community, for borrowing your incident. Rest assured, they do not know you. And even if they meet you someday, they will not recognize you. Jiang Yu and others exchanged glances, surprised to discover that this was a true story. How outrageous! They initially thought Jiang Yan had merely fabricated it. The world indeed is vast, full of unexpected tales. Wow! The class monitor's family has such explosive gossip. A single exclamation ignited everyone's eagerness to delve deeper. The classmates, too, began to prod for more details. The last piece of gossip Jiang Yan had labeled as explosive was still fresh in their minds. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhua pondered if there was any scandalous news regarding his family. If it pertained to the entertainment industry, those in the know would understand. Were his parents concealing some shocking truth from him? As he contemplated this, Jiang Zhua subtly glanced at his father. Then he heard Jiang Yan say, the class monitor's father's good friend is enamored with him, while the class monitor's mother's closest confidant has feelings for her. The friend enamored with the class monitor's father and the confidant infatuated with the class monitor's mother have become a couple. To maintain a harmonious relationship with the class monitor's parents, they have had a daughter, hoping she would bond with the class monitor forever. However, the daughter, who was meant to form a lasting connection with the class monitor, has developed feelings for the class monitor's mother. In pursuit of her affection, the daughter of the friend and confidant decided to follow the class monitor around, aiming to win his heart and marry him, thus allowing her to be close to the class monitor's mother. Jiang Zhua, what? This convoluted web of affections is beyond my comprehension. Who likes whom? Jiang Zhua felt utterly bewildered, shocked, and speechless. Am I merely a pawn in your secret affections? A tool for your schemes? Chapter 76. Innocence at stake? Jiang Yu and her companions were equally stunned by the overwhelming information, their brains nearly short-circuiting. After painstakingly untangling the relationships, they were left agape. Is your family truly this scandalous? Everyone turned their gaze towards Jiang Zhua. Understanding their implications, Jiang Zhua was left speechless. He had only just learned of this today. Furthermore, it concerned individuals who were attracted to his family, not some illicit affair between families. How can this be labeled as his family's scandal? This is sheer slander. The class group chat buzzed with excitement. Oh my, I have tried to make sense of this so many times, but my brain can't keep up. Is there anyone who can help me out? Such a complex relationship. Uncle Jiang's good friend, Aunt Jiang's best confidant, who likes Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang, have gotten together. And in hopes of maintaining a friendly relationship with Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang, they had a daughter. They wish for her to be with the class monitor, but she has fallen for Aunt Jiang instead. To align with her parents' wishes, she has decided to pursue the class monitor, who is merely a means to fulfill her dreams. How pitiful the class monitor must be, an unwitting pawn in this chaotic endeavor. Isn't that little sister the one who has been chasing the class monitor around? Previously, she had been overly affectionate towards him, and he treated her kindly, even envying the class monitor for having such a caring little admirer. Who would have guessed it would turn out to be this outrageous? She's not a little admirer. I only see her as a sister. There's absolutely no romantic feelings involved. Jiang Zhua explained, relieved he did not harbor feelings for her, or he would have been in quite a predicament. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but glance at his father, wondering if he was aware of these matters. If it weren't for Jiang Yan's revelations, he would never have suspected they held such thoughts. And as for Sister Yuan, it made sense why she would seek affection from his mother upon visiting their home. She harbored such intentions. Jiang Zhua's emotions were akin to a spilled condiment. But why does the class monitor know about all this, and why is it appearing in his future? Indeed, why is that? Everyone was greatly intrigued. Jiang himself was also piqued with curiosity. If his parents were oblivious, how did he come to know? This leads back to Uncle Yuan, who is enamored with the class monitor's father. Uncle Yuan has a brother who is fond of handsome boys. One day, during Uncle Yuan's birthday celebration, the class monitor's father brought his family to celebrate, and Uncle Yuan's younger brother was present as well. Upon seeing the class monitor, he was instantly smitten, as the class monitor perfectly matched his preferences. But who is the class monitor? He is the son of the chairman of Xinghue Entertainment, a leading company in the industry. And thus, he felt he had neither the courage nor the means to approach him. To relieve his desires, he resorted to using several boys who resembled the class monitor. Do you think this was the end of the story? Everyone had already grasped Jiang Yan's rhetorical style and thought in unison, no. At this moment, Jiang empathized with Yang Xingqing's plight, feeling utterly exasperated. Did their families have some past feud with the Yuan family? Were they destined to be tormented by them? He, a straight man, was being toyed with by another man who sought out substitutes resembling him to satisfy his urges. No. Seeing as the class monitor would soon reach a certain age, his ideal type had become less than perfect, and thus he could no longer hold back. Ugh. What a twisted notion of perfection. A pervert. A scoundrel. A vile creature who preys on decent men. If it weren't for the fact that consensual relations are not considered illegal for those over 14, I would have reported him and had him jailed. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a sense of regret. After listening to Jiang Yan, they were inclined to have Yi investigate this perverse scoundrel. Yet they were astonished to learn that those boys had consented. They could not comprehend this, but a pent-up frustration bubbled within them. Could those boys truly have consented? Were there no unwilling participants? It was likely they were offered generous hush money, and a boy who had been violated would probably feel too ashamed to stand up and accuse such a perverse individual. That, too, was a possibility. Like many girls who have been violated, a significant number are unwilling to speak out. Alas, shall we allow such a scoundrel to continue his carefree existence? The individuals he has assaulted cannot all be willing participants. A thorough investigation should be able to uncover the truth. Yi remarked, although we cannot charge him with rape, he can certainly be held accountable for offenses such as molestation and assault. Of course, this hinges on whether anyone is willing to come forward to testify against him. Jiang Yan, equally indignant, took a moment to calm himself before continuing to read. Unable to hold back, the perverse Yuan found the daughter of the Yuan family, Yuan Mimi, and told her that if she could lure the class leader to the hot spring resort, he would help her be with the class leader and his mother. Yuan Mimi, a true ingrate, upon hearing such a tempting offer, immediately agreed without a second thought. She actually agreed. Both Jiang and the other classmates widened their eyes in disbelief. Did she not know what the pervert intended to do? Was it merely for an illusory promise? Jiang felt a whirlwind of complex emotions. Though Yuan Mimi was not his biological sister, and he had no paternal feelings for her, he genuinely cared for her as if she were family. The fact that she agreed so readily, even with a moment's hesitation, would have been more palatable. It was profoundly disheartening. Jiang felt as though his sincere affection had been cast aside. No, it was as if his sincerity had been thrown to the dogs. And the dogs didn't even wag their tails in gratitude. Yuan Mimi was indeed lower than a pig or a dog. Yuan Mimi approached the class leader, expressing a desire to visit the hot spring resort, but claiming to be too frightened to go alone. The class leader, treating her like a little sister, readily agreed. Thus, on that day, the class leader accompanied Yuan Mimi to the resort, while Yuan the pervert had already made all the necessary preparations, simply awaiting the class leader's arrival. Jiang felt a wave of nausea wash over him, goosebumps prickling his skin. Was he truly destined to lose his innocence here? To a man? It would have been better to yield to that aunt, but even she was out of the question. How could he be so unfortunate? Jiang pondered whether he had been an utterly vile person in a past life. He tried to endure, for someone offered solace. Look at Yang Xingqing. Hasn't he suffered similarly? At least you can utilize your power for revenge, while Yang Xingqing can only resort to a desperate measure. Jiang Zhua, however, disagreed with this classmate's sentiments. If that pervert dared to act in such a manner, he must have had a foolproof escape plan. Perhaps he had already been sullied without even knowing who the perpetrator was. Contemplating this made Jiang Zhua feel as though all his vitality had been drained away by a malevolent spirit, leaving him listless and devoid of hope. Seeing this, Jiang Yu and the others could only gently pat his shoulder, offering him strength. The class leader was perhaps favored by fortune. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhua immediately perked up. Was it possible that his innocence still remained intact? Chapter 77, A Necessary Vow. The class leader's uncle was also at the hot spring resort conducting business when Jiang Zhua encountered him and exchanged greetings. That evening, after consuming something laced with drugs, the class leader sensed something was amiss and attempted to call his uncle, only to find that Yuan Mimi had taken his phone. At that moment, Yuan the pervert, masked and intent on foul deeds, entered his room. The class leader's uncle's business partner had a craving for barbecue at the resort, prompting the uncle to think of bringing the class leader along, and thus he headed to the class leader's room. At the time, the drug's effects had not fully taken hold, and the class leader still had some strength. Upon hearing a knock at the door, he picked up an ashtray and smashed it to the ground. Hearing the commotion, the uncle burst through the door, discovering the masked fiend attempting to assault his nephew. Enraged, he struck the pervert until he was bloodied and dazed. Subsequently, the uncle had someone keep an eye on the pervert while he took the class leader to the hospital. Along the way, he also contacted the class leader's parents, and soon they all gathered at the hospital, where the uncle's men brought the pervert. Upon realizing he was the brother of Uncle Yuan, Zhang's father wasted no time in calling Uncle Yuan. He showed no leniency towards the pervert, as he was only notifying him of the situation, particularly given that it involved his daughter. Zhang's father would certainly not allow someone who had plotted against his son, even to the extent of drugging him, to go unpunished. When Uncle Yuan's family learned of the incident, they hurried to the hospital. Uncle Yuan was deeply pained and reprimanded Yuan the pervert. Naturally displeased by the scolding, Yuan the pervert, in a fit of defiance, revealed the family's secrets. Thus, the class leader became aware of these matters. The scene must have been quite explosive. Jiang Yan lamented once more the lack of images or videos in the gossip archives. Jiang's anxious heart finally settled. Thank goodness, his innocence was preserved. Uncle, you are like a father to me. Jiang's father? Jiang Yu and the others felt relieved that Jiang Zhua had not been violated, as such an ordeal would cast a psychological shadow over anyone. It was a nerve-wracking experience, and I could barely breathe. The class leader was indeed fortunate to have encountered his uncle, who sought him out for barbecue late at night. One could only say that he was truly lucky. If it were me, I would have immediately offered up my uncle. If it were the new year, I would have to bow to my uncle a few times. Jiang Zhua considered how to approach this. Although the pervert failed in his intentions, he nonetheless inflicted severe emotional trauma on Jiang Zhua. After harboring fear of older aunts and sisters, the class leader now found himself wary of older uncles and brothers. Moreover, due to Yuan Mimi's involvement, he also felt a tinge of apprehension towards younger sisters. Jiang Yan's sympathetic gaze fell upon Jiang Hua. A faint sadness enveloped him. Would he truly remain single forever? That was the future, yet to unfold. It would not happen, so there was no need to fear older uncles or younger sisters. He would not remain single forever. Jiang Zhua cast a grateful glance at his companion, Song Chengzhou, who had offered him consolation. However, Uncle Yuan and Aunt Yuan were also to be pitied, having such a brother and daughter. Though they admired the class leader's parents, they had never intended to disrupt their family and had never overstepped boundaries in their interactions, content merely to be in their presence. Now, after Yuan the pervert's exposure, it was evidently impossible to continue their previous relationship. This matter is indeed difficult to assess. Although Uncle Yuan and Aunt Yuan had not committed any transgressions, upon learning the truth, they could not remain indifferent, as if nothing had happened. When they appeared beside the class leader's parents, Their presence would inevitably invite scrutinizing glances. Jiang understood their sentiments. Like him, after learning of the incident, he would feel uncomfortable seeing Uncle Yuan and Aunt Yuan again, even if they had done nothing wrong. Moreover, he could no longer treat Yuan Mimi as he did before. Her actions had truly left him disheartened. If not for his uncle, his innocence would have been irreparably tarnished. The mere thought of the incident sent shivers down his spine, making him feel utterly unwell. Jiang Yan, unaware of Jiang's emotional state, continued to read on. Due to the incident involving Yuan the pervert, Jiang was in a foul mood and decided to take a vacation, opting for a cruise. On board, he encountered the school bully. Engaging in conversation as fellow students, he soon discovered that the bully, though appearing fierce, was genuinely kind-hearted. This led him to wonder why the bully would engage in such bullying behavior, and he inquired, "Huh? What? Who's bullying?" That seemingly fierce yet tender-hearted plush toy enthusiast, the school bully's reputation was merely a fade orchestrated by hired hands? His classmates were equally baffled. Had they not heard Jiang Yan's heartfelt reflections, they would not have questioned the bully's actions. Upon hearing about the bully from Jiang Yan, they did not merely linger for a day but remained for several consecutive days. It was then they discovered that the bully genuinely took the time each day to feed stray cats and dogs, portraying a truly kind-hearted individual. How could one who cherishes fluffy creatures possibly be a bully? At this point, none of the students in class 22 of the second year believed that the bully could engage in such behavior. Could it be that those sycophantic followers, who presented one facade before him and another behind his back, were responsible? It was highly plausible that they were the culprits, ultimately casting the blame upon the bully. They often exploited the bully's reputation to carry out misdeeds. Were they not concerned about the repercussions from the Xia family? Hadn't it been suggested that the Xia family had ulterior motives? Jiang Yan had kept an eye on the Xia family subsequently, yet found nothing suspicious. This left everyone even more perplexed regarding the true nature of the Xia family. Including Jiang Yan, they soon found answers to their doubts about the bully's alleged bullying. At this juncture, someone approached the bully, expressing a desire to create a short film addressing bullying, and sought the bully's assistance. Having witnessed the plight of the victim online, the bully consented without hesitation. The next day, after filming, the short film was released online. However, it was far from an anti-bullying narrative and instead served as evidence of the bully's misdeeds. The student portraying the victim bore actual marks of abuse, such as bruises and burns. This evidence was damning for the bully. Despite his explanations, no one believed him, as the proof was irrefutable. Consequently, the school expelled the bully, and his family suggested he take a trip to ease his mind before sending him abroad for studies. This was how the class monitor and the bully ended up encountering each other on the cruise. Upon reading this, Jiang Yan furrowed her brow in suspicion. This doesn't add up. Everyone knows the bully is affiliated with the Xia family. How could they dare to frame him? Even if they leveraged the power of the internet, once the hype fades, who would remember who you are? Wouldn't they be inviting the Xia family's wrath upon themselves? Furthermore, the Xia family's reaction seems amiss. Surely they are aware of their child's character. Why wouldn't they seek evidence to clear the bully's name, instead opting for actions that suggest he needs to escape and study abroad, thereby solidifying the narrative of his bullying incidents? The Xia family undoubtedly harbors secrets. Jiang Yan resolved to search for the bully's future, hoping to unveil the true machinations of the Xia family. Jiang Yu and the others exchanged glances, gently shaking their heads. Chu remarked in their small group, "My elders have had dealings with the Xia family, but I have not. Only heard that they are rather superstitious. I do know a piece of information regarding the Xia family. It is said that the current head is not actually the son of the late Mr. Xia, as his son went missing in childhood and was never found. The current head is an adopted child." The others looked at Su Xingji, silently inquiring about the truth of this information. Su Xingji shook his head, admitting he could not vouch for its authenticity as it was merely something he had heard from his grandfather. After a while of discussion, they could not reach a consensus. Deciding that if Jiang Yan could not uncover the bully's future shortly, they would arrange for her to meet someone from the Xia family. Additionally, they made a note of the incident, intending to keep a close watch on the bully's situation following the revelation of the bullying incident, ready to extend assistance if possible. Jiang Yan shared the sentiment, swiftly jotting down notes on her phone before continuing to read. Chapter 78. The Devil Among Us. Upon learning the truth about the bullying, the class monitor grew closer to the bully. On the cruise, the two frequently engaged in playful activities. All seemed tranquil until one day, abruptly, the equipment aboard their vessel malfunctioned inexplicably. Following a tempestuous storm, their cruise ship became utterly adrift in the vast ocean. Just hearing this, everyone sensed the precariousness of their situation. While one could catch fish at sea, ensuring a steady food supply, a diet solely of meat would inevitably lead to various health issues. Moreover, remaining on the cruise would impose significant mental strain. Most critically, amidst the boundless ocean, numerous risks loomed, both from nature and humanity. This was akin to the snowstorm mode. Lee Kanan's remark left many classmates puzzled, prompting inquiries about what snowstorm mode entailed. It is a narrative device commonly employed in detective novels. Those familiar with Conan would recognize its frequent use. Snowstorm mode refers to a group of individuals trapped in a relatively enclosed space, unable to communicate with the outside world or escape, whereupon fatal incidents occur. In other words, could the class monitor and the bully potentially perish aboard the cruise? It seemed likely, among our classmates, barring a few, who had not met a tragic fate. Perhaps some were acquainted with the real-life calamity of the fishing vessel Lu Romeu 2682, which, while differing in experience from that of the class monitor, concluded in a harrowing manner. What could possibly happen? How terrifying! Class monitor, what will you do with the bully? What can be done? Until something occurs. How can one know what to do? Jiang sent a message of 6 dots to express his exasperation. Yet, he accepted the notion of his potential demise. Upon hearing the fates of his classmates, he had mentally prepared himself. Now, he was merely curious about how he would meet his end. For in such an isolated and desperate situation, human nature is most vulnerable to testing. In the beginning, everyone's emotions were relatively stable. However, as time dragged on and the equipment remained inoperative, leaving them entirely disconnected from the outside world, their feelings began to deteriorate. Panic, rage, fear, and other negative emotions enveloped the entire cruise like an impenetrable net. At this juncture, someone identified the bully as the perpetrator in the recent high-profile bullying incident circulating online, and a number of individuals turned their ire towards him. They proclaimed that he should suffer the same fate he had inflicted upon others, and violence was enacted against him. The class monitor, now aware of the bully's true character, stepped forward to intervene, only to be perceived as an accomplice and also subjected to violence. Though the class monitor and the bully attempted to resist, despite their considerable stature, they were still minors facing a throng of burly adults. Outnumbered, they found themselves overwhelmed. This was what they termed retribution, what they deemed justice. Were those people truly human? They were more demonic than the future-turned-evil Qin Shiyan. At least Qin Shiyan sought vengeance against those who had wronged him and harmed his friends, whereas these individuals were merely venting their primal rage without provocation. Jiang felt a pang of sorrow, realizing his future could be so grim. Would he be tortured to death? How pitiful the class monitor and the bully were. Truly, hell is empty and the devils walk among us. Though it was not my experience, I now find myself developing a fear of cruises. So do I. I will never embark on a cruise again. Classmates above, wake up. You lack the funds for a cruise. Thanks for the wake-up call. I'm no longer afraid of cruises. Jiang observed his peers joking, feeling slightly better. He reassured himself that this was a mutable future, and there was no need for concern. Jiang Yan's internal monologue continued. Naturally, the class monitor and the bully did not wish to endure such ruthless torment indefinitely. Thus, during one instance of suffering, they attempted to fight back, but having not eaten for an extended period, they lacked the strength to succeed. Their rebellious attitude was akin to a drop of water plunging into a pot of boiling oil, igniting a complete fury among the others, who mercilessly assaulted the class monitor and the school bully. The two were brutally beaten to death. Just thinking about it brings pain. Jiang Yan rubbed his arms, seemingly able to empathize. However, the person involved, Jiang Zhua, felt a sense of relief. He was grateful that his future self had finally met his demise. Rather than endure such inhumane torment, death seemed a more serene option. The class monitor met a tragic end. Farewell, class monitor. Sometimes, death is preferable to life. Farewell. Class monitor. Jiang Zhua, feeling at a loss, gazed at the small group in class. Is there a possibility that he is still alive, that he has not yet perished? Jiang Zhua clicked on a voice message, and to his surprise, it was the great compassion mantra. Jiang Zhua's temples throbbed as he typed with gritted teeth. Thank you very much, Wang Zhizi. I departed quite peacefully. I will come to find you tonight. No need to thank me. We are classmates, after all. Huh? You want to come find me? That doesn't seem right. My parents are home. Jiang Zhua, could it be that the class monitor wishes to transform into a vengeful spirit to confront you? Huh? Why would a vengeful spirit seek me out? I am not the one who killed the class monitor. I believe if Wang Zhiji were to meet a similar fate, it would likely be due to someone's wrath, resulting in a fatal strike. Why is that? Wang Zhiji asked, perplexed. Because you are remarkably likable. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that Wang Zhiji's antics alleviated his complicated emotions considerably. Jiang Yan glanced at Jiang Zhua, letting out a long sigh. The cruise ship incident was far from over. The deaths of the class monitor and the school bully seemed to have triggered a switch, altering the atmosphere aboard the entire vessel. A test of humanity had commenced. As is well known, human nature cannot withstand such trials. By the time this cruise ship was found, out of hundreds aboard, only a fraction remained. It was a scene of utter devastation, with blood permeating every corner of the ship. It was said that this vessel became infamous as a ghost ship, with the abandoned factory where it was docked often echoing with mournful wails. Jiang Yan shook his head in contemplation, inadvertently brushing against Jiang Yu's hand. Jiang Yu, already startled by Jiang Yan's words, clung tightly to Gu Hichi, trembling. Little fish, what troubles you? Jiang Yan inquired, puzzled, wondering if little fish was harboring feelings for Gu Hichi. Jiang Yu, I have no words for my suffering. Little fish had just encountered a ghost story, which frightened her. Gu Hichi spoke softly. I see, Jiang Yan nodded, feeling somewhat regretful that it was not little fish awakening to her feelings. Jiang Yu. The others stifled their laughter while watching them. Chapter 79. Informing the parents we should find a time to discreetly inform the class monitor and the school bully, who is quite adorable. Jiang Yan pondered while searching for the school bully, Xiaqi. Unfortunately, the results were unchanged, just as before. Jiang Zhua and the others felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed the only option was to create an opportunity for Jiang Yan to meet the Xia family. Just then, Jiang Sei and her manager Jinja entered the room. Jiang Sei scanned the area, her gaze settling on Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu, and quickly approached them. Are you hurt? Jiang Sei assessed the two. Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu stood up and replied, no. Who are they? Jiang Sei asked, glancing at the parents. They are our supportive uncles and aunts. Thank you all. I will treat you to a meal next time, Jiang Sei smiled. Engaging in casual conversation with everyone before following the police to address the situation. The remaining parents began discussing Jiang Sei, with Jiang Yu's father particularly interested. After all, his family owned an entertainment company, and he was naturally drawn to the rising star that was Jiang Sei, especially given her partnership with Xinli to establish a flourishing entertainment company that was making waves, a veritable dark horse in the industry. It was evident that Huajing Entertainment would soon claim its share of the entertainment pie. I should see if there are any opportunities for collaboration, Zhang's father mused. With Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu's guardians having arrived, there was little left for them to do, and the parents began to take their children home. On the way back, Jiang Zhuo repeatedly glanced at his father. Naturally, Jiang's father noticed, but remained calm and composed, waiting for Jiang Jue to speak up. Jiang Jue hesitated for a while before finally saying, "Dad, do you remember the younger brother from Uncle Yuan's family?" Jiang's father nodded. Jiang Jue pretended to cough and said, "I suspect he may have ulterior motives towards me." "Oh!" Jiang's father looked at Jiang Jue. "How do you know?" "How do I know?" Of course, it was Jiang Yan who heard it, but he could not disclose that. "Man," Jiang's father chuckled lightly, sizing up Jiang Jue, implying, "Are you really a man?" "What do you mean I'm not a man? You don't believe me?" Jiang Jue retorted. "I have heard that he has a penchant for underage boys, especially ones like me." "Who told you that?" "Don't worry about who told me. Just say if you believe it or not." "I do," Jiang's father replied. "You've always been truthful. When have I not believed you? You previously claimed that your mother S. Rose was trampled by a monster, and then the monster was defeated by Ultraman. Your mother, and I believe that as well." "Jiang Jue, just speak plainly without bringing up past grievances." Jiang Jue glared at Jiang's father. In another vehicle, Su Xingji hesitated to speak several times while looking at Jiang Lian. "Just say it. Is it about money? Or are you in a relationship? Or have you gotten into trouble?" Jiang Lian set down her documents and looked up at Su Xingji. Su Xingji was at a loss for words. "What kind of person do you think I am?" "Just a little rascal," Jiang Lian smiled. Su Xingji, while he remained speechless, he knew he had to address the matter at hand. Jiang Lian was curious about what Su Xingji had to say, so she instructed the driver to pull over at a nearby park. The two walked one behind the other until they reached a secluded spot, where Jiang Lian turned to Su Xingji and asked, "What is it?" "Little Fish's sister, Jiang Yan, whom you just met." Jiang Lian nodded, waiting for Su Xingji to continue. "You know about our cycling trip yesterday?" During dinner, we chatted and stumbled upon some gossip. Jiang Lian became interested, eager for the scoop, as many people enjoy such tales. The husband of the president of Hangzhou Group is still in love with his first love, who lives with their adult son in the same community where Jiang Yan used to reside. The husband frequently visits them. Su Xingji observed Jiang Lian's stunned expression, feeling a pang of sympathy but recognizing that he could not soften his stance. He needed to be clear to prevent trouble for both himself and his mother. According to that first love, they got together in college and planned to marry after establishing their careers. He didn't just make that up, Jiang Yan later corroborated it. A simple inquiry in her former community would reveal the details, and there are many versions of the story. Mom. That first love also mentioned she would be moving to the city soon. Her husband is thriving and is about to become the company president, while her son will soon be a wealthy heir. That first love and her son look down on the residents of the same community. They believe Su Jingjuan will eventually own Hangzhou Group. Her son is the young master of Hangzhou Group, and they consider themselves of a different class, often looking down on others. Her son has inherited her behavior, already displaying the airs of a young master even before officially becoming one. Mom, are you all right? Su Xingji carefully observed Jiang Lian's reaction. Although she was a strong woman, matters of the heart were never simple. Jiang Lian took a deep breath and shook her head. "I am fine. Do not worry about me. Do you know their address?" Jiang Lian's skillful expression management left Su Xingji unable to discern her true emotions, which left him feeling somewhat defeated, yet he still divulged the address to her, even if he had chosen to remain silent. Jiang Lian could have easily discovered it by inquiring within that community, as the mother and son were quite well known there. "Leave this matter to me, Mother. Whatever decision you make, I shall support you," Su Xingji said earnestly. Jiang Lian patted Su Xingji on the shoulder, only to realize, with a sense of complexity, that he had grown taller than her without her noticing. "Mother?" Su Xingji gazed at the dazed Jiang Lian, filled with concern. "I am fine," Jiang Lian smiled lightly. "I am no longer the lovesick girl I once was." Meanwhile, Song Chengzhou was discussing the issue of his cousin's family with his parents, who assured him they would handle it appropriately. On the other side, Jiang Yan and his group were nearing resolution as well. Due to the fact that the puppet master behind the scenes was a minor, they could not impose severe penalties, merely instructing the parents to exercise stricter supervision. If the parents of the class leader had not shown up, it was likely that his parents would not have taken the matter seriously, let alone strict supervision. They might not even have scolded him. Jiang Yan nodded and called for a car to take them to school. "Brother, thank you for your help this time." Jiang Yu expressed gratefully as he looked at Jiang Yan. If it were not for Jiang Yan, he and Jiang Yan would have likely faced the displeasure of their parents. "Indeed, you are the best brother in the world," Jiang Yan exclaimed, hugging Jiang Yan's arm and offering him a package of spicy strips as a treat. "Yes, yes." Both nodded in agreement. After bidding farewell to Jiang Yan, they entered the school alongside Gu Hichi. If Shuiji were to find out, he would surely regret it, Jiang Yu remarked. Indeed, Jiang Yan nodded repeatedly, then turned to Jiang Yu with curiosity. "How do you know he is a fan of Brother?" "I accidentally glimpsed his phone's album, which contained Brother's photos." Jiang Yu fibbed without a change in expression. Even if Shuiji's phone album did not contain Brother's pictures, he would ensure to solidify that notion. "I see," Jiang Yan pondered, then asked Jiang Yu, "How do you know?" Jiang Yan cleared his throat and said, "I happened to catch a glimpse of his phone yesterday. He was searching for news about Brother." "All right," Jiang Yu feigned belief. Jiang Yan let out a sigh of relief upon hearing that. Gu Hichi observed the pair spinning tails but remained silent. Chapter 80. The Theft of Clothing Monday. Despite having taken a leave today, Chuju rose early. The first thing he did upon waking was to eagerly turn on his computer and locate the surveillance footage he had quietly installed in the garage. He began rewinding the video from 6 o'clock last night. In the dead of night, an unfamiliar figure entered the surveillance range and tampered with the car they would be using that day. Even though he had anticipated such an event and installed the surveillance system to capture it, witnessing it firsthand sent chills down his spine. Had it not been for Jiang Yan's heartfelt insights, their family would have unknowingly boarded a vehicle destined for disaster. Chuju took a deep breath, saved the video, sent it to his phone, and splashed his face with water to regain his composure. After preparing himself, he made his way downstairs. Chu Qianyu did not have a habit of sleeping in, waking up early even during holidays, and was currently seated in the living room, watching the morning news. Seeing Chuju approach, Chu Qianyu was taken aback, as Chuju typically slept until noon during breaks. Even with family plans today, he would likely sleep until around 10. "Why are you up so early?" Chuju pressed his lips together and sat beside Chu Qianyu, presenting his illuminated phone. "Take a look at this." Chu Qianyu, puzzled, accepted the phone and silently watched the entire video. "You know about our classmate Jiang Yan's family situation, and I was a bit worried. So I installed some hidden cameras at home. Since we need to use the car today, I checked the footage and discovered this." Even if Jiang Yan's incident had not occurred, Chuju would have concocted another excuse for installing the hidden surveillance, but since the news was widely known, he used that rationale. Chu Qianyu nodded and sent the video to his own phone before returning it to Chuju. "I will handle this matter," he said, apologetically gazing at Chuju. "I'm afraid I cannot accompany you to play today. I'm old enough. I don't need to celebrate my birthday to feel fulfilled. If we can't go this time, we can go another time, perhaps during the winter break." Chuju wanted to suggest a cruise for the winter break, but quickly changed his mind, thinking of Jiangju's situation, and instead suggested going somewhere for a longer period during the winter break. "Last time, when you were being spoiled by your mother, why didn't you mention how grown up you are?" Chu Qianyu smiled lightly. "Dad, you have a point. It's not right to take a leave during school. So let us plan for the winter break." Chu Qianyu ruffled Chuju's hair and said, "Go have breakfast. Leave this matter to me. Do not worry. No matter which rogue wants to scheme against our family, I will catch their tail." Chuju nodded, suppressing his desire to inquire whether Chu Qianyu was aware of the old man's illegitimate child. He did not know what arrangements Chu Qianyu had in mind, but several people had come to their home, after which Chu Qianyu called a maid aside. Presumably, that maid was the one who had betrayed their family and had connections with the illegitimate child. After Fu Liyue learned the details, she was furious, but more so filled with dread. However, to avoid dampening Chuju's birthday spirit, she suppressed her anger and fear, instead shifting the conversation to tonight's class gathering to distract Chuju from these worries. Meanwhile, having clarified the situation, Chu Qianyu stared out the window, his expression icy. Why can't they live a quiet life? Why must they come prancing in front of me? This time, the old man won't be able to protect you. Hearing laughter from downstairs, Chu Qianyu glanced down. Chuju and Fu Liyue were in the yard, observing the servants arrange items for the evening's gathering. Chu Qianyu's cold demeanor softened, but the thought that if Chuju had not installed the surveillance, they might have faced dire consequences sent a chill back through him. After making a few arrangements on his phone, he put it down, composed himself, and joined Chuju and Fu Liyue for a chat. Monday afternoon. As soon as school was dismissed, the vehicle arranged to pick up the students from class 22 was already waiting at the school gate. Jiang Yan, who had been anxiously thinking about Chuju, felt a wave of relief wash over her when she saw him emerge from the gate unscathed. Chuju's future had shifted. She did not expect him to believe the contents of her letter. He truly had discernment. Jiang Yan cast an appreciative glance at Chuju before opening the gossip app, only to find that the anticipated 10,000 coins had not been credited. Must she wait until the next day? Jiang Yan closed the app, deciding to check again tomorrow to see if the coins would appear. Upon arriving at the Grand Chu residence and presenting birthday gifts to Chuju, the guests began to gather and chat over food. Naturally, Jiang Yan was with Jiang Yu and his close friends. At that moment, Shuiji was still wearing a pitiful expression, lamenting the events of the previous day, feeling regretful and heartbroken since he had learned that Jiang Sei had resolved the issue. He resented Song Cheng'o and the others for not informing him, which had caused him to miss the chance for a close encounter with Jiang Sei. Don't be upset. Aren't we going to Xiaoyu's house this weekend? Song Cheng'o said, placing his arm around Shui Ji's shoulder. That is Jiang Sei's villa, his home. Others don't have the same opportunity to visit. Shui Ji pondered for a moment and immediately felt her anger dissipate. If you go, please refrain from engaging in any peculiar behavior, Jiang Yu admonished cautiously. Jiang Yan interjected, indeed. Activities such as lounging on second brother's bed, donning his garments, or even sniffing his clothes, all those bizarre actions are absolutely out of the question. He crossed his arms, making an exaggerated gesture. Shui Ji felt a wave of indignation. What on earth do you all think of me? She retorted, feeling at a loss. Did they truly perceive her as some sort of deviant? She would never stoop to such behavior typical of infatuated fans. Clearly, you are not a serious person, Jiang Yan remarked casually. After all, what kind of earnest individual keeps a diary? Other students who overheard this burst into quiet laughter, prompting Shui Ji to feel even more aggrieved. What's wrong with writing a diary? Am I infringing upon your rice supply? Is it a crime to express my emotions through writing? She huffed. Ahem. Let us not overthink it. Keeping a diary is a form of living, Su Xingji offered gently. The others chimed in with supportive words, which eased Shui Ji's heart considerably. Wow, that mate has a crush on Chuju's father. She often finds excuses to clean his and his wife's room, sneaking into his shirts and pretending they are boyfriend shirts, then posting various photos on Weibo, crafting a persona of a pampered little wife adored by her wealthy husband. Chuju spat out his drink in shock. Who is she? Which one? Fire her immediately. How dare she attempt to disrupt my family's harmony? This is unforgivable. Chapter 81. Deceit and Affection. Following Jiang Yan's lead, Chuju directed his gaze through the fox window, identifying a particular maid. Excellent. It's you, isn't it? He took note of her appearance, planning to find a reason to dismiss her. Naturally, he had to prepare evidence to prevent her from turning the tables on him. Then there's that male servant, who frequently takes photos in a corner of the villa and posts them online, pretending to be a successful individual, deceiving countless naive young women. Chuju was beside himself. Was his home some kind of den of iniquity? First, a maid betraying them. then another with designs on his father, and now a male servant duping unsuspecting ladies? Perhaps it would be best to dismiss them all and hire a new staff altogether. However, he considered that it would be too cruel to involve innocent servants in the fallout. He noted the male servant's appearance as well, planning to address him later. Other classmates with domestic help laughed, but soon began to wonder if their own households faced similar issues, vowing to observe closely to avoid being robbed by an insider. This male servant has a crush on Chuju's mother and often steals kisses from her favorite roses when no one is watching, pretending they are her. How utterly revolting. Chuju was infuriated. This is simply outrageous. My mother cherishes her time in the rose garden, sipping afternoon tea or reading. And now I'm told someone has been stealing kisses from the roses, claiming they are her? How disgusting. He glared fiercely at the male servant captured by Jiang Yan's fox window, his teeth grinding audibly. Yang Xingqing and Li Kenan rushed to calm him down. It's your birthday. Don't let it ruin your day. Unaware of Chuju's murderous thoughts, Jiang Yan continued to scan for gossip about the servants. At that moment, someone entered her view. This classmate, Bleh I'm. Hearing his name, Bleh I'm glanced at Jiang Yan, realizing he was uncomfortably framed in her fox window. Panic surged within him. Was she about to reveal his embarrassing secrets? Though he knew this moment would come eventually, the abruptness caught him off guard. To avoid raising Jiang Yan's suspicions, Bleh I'm feigned calmness, casually glancing at her while trying to appear perplexed, as if questioning her actions. His finest acting skills were on display at that moment. I simply enjoy framing beautiful scenes. It's a personal hobby, Jiang Yan cheerfully explained, unbothered by any awkwardness. After all, she frequently utilized the fox window. If she felt embarrassed each time, would she continue using it? Bleh I'm nodded coolly before moving aside to grab a plate of watermelon, all the while keeping a watchful eye on Jiang Yan. This concerned his own affairs, and he was keenly aware of it. He still recalled the last time he appeared in Yang Xingqing's future as someone being kept by another. He was determined to discover whether his family faced ruin and who that insufferable person was. Bleh I'm. That name sounds familiar, Jiang Yan mused, deep in thought until she spotted Yang Xingqing standing next to Chuju, suddenly recalling that this classmate had appeared in Yang Xingqing's future during a banquet, delivering the tragic news of Lu Yunyun's passing to the one being kept. There's no need for such details, Bleh I'm grumbled, sensing the teasing glances directed at him. He began stabbing at the watermelon with his fork, puncturing it repeatedly. That bastard who keeps me, just wait. I won't let you off easily. He seethed inwardly. Yet, he was perplexed. Even if his family went bankrupt and he became a penniless wretch, he would never agree to being kept. Why, then, in the future, was he being kept? Bleh I'm racked his brain for an answer, but could only blame it on someone using their power to coerce him. However, this theory felt flimsy. If he were coerced, he would rather perish than submit. He would have to see what Jiang Yan had to say. What? Classmate Lu is so determined to prank his nemesis that he pretends to be a girl to initiate an online romance. Planning to reveal his true identity in person and embarrass his rival? Jiang Yan exclaimed. Is this how one conducts oneself? A scoundrel who deceives feelings. Bleh I'm was flabbergasted. When did I become a scoundrel? I'm not treating anyone like that. My nemesis is of no consequence. He scoffed. Jiang Yan simply didn't understand. That scoundrel could never treat him with respect. If, in the future, he was indeed kept, that wretched individual might come to mock him at every turn. At banquets hosted by his benefactor, that cad might even attend just to ridicule him. He resolutely rejected such a future. Classmate Bleh I'm, deceiving feelings is a sin deserving of divine retribution. Anyone who deceives others' feelings should suffer. Classmate Lu. If you deceive feelings, you wouldn't also deceive for money, would you? How absurd. Do I look like I need to con some scoundrel out of money? Even if it's my nemesis, I wouldn't stoop so low. Better to risk exposure. What do you mean by exposure? Bleh I'm asked, thoroughly confused. I knew someone with an agenda would appear. Well, readers may be slow, but they eventually catch on. Bleh I'm remained perplexed. So, this is how naive I am? My apologies. I must be less innocent. I'll catch up. Wait for me. I understood it all at once. It's so scandalous. How embarrassing. What does it even mean? Someone enlighten me. Bleh Mian was growing increasingly agitated. Are you implying that I'll be pinned down by my nemesis? Surely you jest. That scoundrel wouldn't he dare. Even if he did, I'd be the one on top. Bleh Mian was furious, nearly causing his phone to ignite from his frustration. This wasn't enough. He glared menacingly at his classmates, wishing to brand the words "you have issues" on the faces of those who dared to avert their gazes, filled with nothing but lewd thoughts. Indeed, the human mind is cluttered with trivialities, perceiving everything through a jaundiced lens. Bleh Mian, in a fit of frustration, yearned to strike his nemesis with a single, decisive blow. It was all his fault. Chapter 82. He found himself pinned against the wall by his adversary. Fortunately, Bleh Mian had devised a plan. Yet his rival completely disregarded it, treating Liu as if he were a naive, infatuated youth. He earnestly lectured Liu to focus on his studies and shun the frivolities of romance, which he deemed utterly meaningless. In this light, perhaps his nemesis was not so bad after all. Bleh Mian cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Yan, incredulous. How could Jiang fail to see the truth? That scoundrel was far from admirable. His exhortations about studying were nothing but a facade. He must have known it was me behind that account to act in such a manner. Unaware of the truth, I wish to express a sentiment. Dear Liu, might you refrain from striking or berating me? If you fear my retaliation, then perhaps you ought not to speak. Bleh Mian could easily tell this classmate had no kind words. Nevertheless, I must assert that you and your nemesis indeed have an intriguing dynamic. Does anyone know the identity of Liu's rival? Engaging in trivial pursuits will only lead to your detriment. Even if I were to favor men, he would not be among them. One should not speak so definitively, lest they be proven wrong. It is utterly impossible. Even if the heavens were to rain blades, it would not be so. Bleh Mian internally added, concluding that those who believed his nemesis, and he made a good pair, ought to reconsider their faculties. Ling Shichu, the class monitor of Class 2, though also from a wealthy background, lacked the airs of a spoiled heir and was quite amicable, well-liked among his peers. How deceptive. You have all been taken in by him. Bleh Mian typed furiously, his touchscreen mimicking the sound of a keyboard. So, it was him. Handsome. Even ranking among the school's most attractive. What animosity lies between you two? You have even manipulated his emotions. A lifelong grudge. The more Bleh Mian pondered, the angrier he became. Everyone had been fooled by Ling Shichu. How could he be amiable? He was a bully. Though it was embarrassing. He had indeed been tormented by Ling Shichu since childhood, his words sharp and venomous. The other classmates, perplexed by this, refrained from further comment. Perhaps sensing there existed a history only the two of them understood. Bleh Mian, having failed in his online romantic endeavors, believed his rival had recognized him behind the account, and in a fit of humiliation, resolved to confront him, ready to unleash his wrath, only to be interrupted. Jiang Yan suddenly turned his gaze towards the vociferous Bleh Mian. Some classmates, realizing there might be explosive news, quickly approached to restrain Liu's hands, their eyes warning him while they inquired sweetly, "What's wrong, Liu? Have you overeaten? Come, let us sit over there." As they spoke, they provided Liu no opportunity to resist, guiding him aside. Realizing he could not escape, Liu felt a chill of despair. It was over. His reputation lay in ruins. Cursed Ling Shichu. It was all his fault. Whenever anything pertained to him, misfortune was sure to follow. Seeing Bleh Mian's world crumbling, everyone grew more curious about what had transpired. Ha ha ha, he was outsmarted by his nemesis, pinned against the wall and spanked. Ha ha, this is too hilarious. His rival is truly a remarkable character. What a worthy adversary, knowing precisely how to break his opponent's defenses. Bleh Mian, his face flushed, covered his face in embarrassment. Others longed to laugh, but restrained themselves for fear of Jiang Yan's notice, hastily typing instead. Thus, the class group chat erupted with laughter. No wonder he was deemed a lifelong enemy. Who wouldn't he find themselves at odds with such a rival? Is this truly Ling Shichu? Such a refined individual would resort to spanking Lu Mian? How could anyone maintain their dignity in such a situation? They say that scoundrel is merely putting on an act. A cultured villain aptly describes him. He is truly wicked. Lu Mian felt a surge of indignation. Ling Shichu was an expert at deception. Everyone believed him to be virtuous, yet in reality, he could bully you to the point where you wouldn't dare report him. Regarding the incident of his being spanked, had it not been for Jiang Yan's revelation, Lu would have kept it a secret. Yet, had he ever bullied other classmates? Indeed, if he truly did, his popularity would not be as it is now. He would not have such a devoted following. Ling Shichu wouldn't solely target you, would he? Lu Mian? While Lu wished to argue, upon reflection, it did seem true. Why was he singled out for bullying? Though Lu was proud and somewhat akin to a wealthy heir, he was not overbearing or cruel, thus not entirely loathed, was he? Even if this assertion is flawed. I must say, he bullies you. Perhaps you ought to reflect on your own role in this. How could it be his fault? Clearly, it was Ling Shichu who first tormented him, prompting Lu's retaliation, which over time solidified their enmity. Lu Mian, feeling wronged, pouted as if he could hang a bottle of vinegar on his lip. Observing his distressed demeanor, the others cast reproachful glances at the classmate who had spoken, who quickly raised his hands in surrender. I merely jested with that remark, acknowledging its inaccuracy. Do not be upset. I did not intend to imply it was your fault. Lu Mian huffed, dismissing the matter. Unaware of the tempest brewing among his classmates, Jiang Yan continued to observe with amusement. Once, while casually wandering the streets, Lu Mian spotted his nemesis with a girl. As his rival, how could Lu stand idly by while Ling reveled in romantic success? He promptly dressed up and confronted Ling, accusing him of being duplicitous, only to lose control. Ling remained unfazed, firmly grasping the agitated Lu and directing the bewildered girl. Just walk straight ahead to reach me. The girl, stunned, thanked him and hurried away. Only then did Lu realize she was not Ling's girlfriend, but merely a stranger inquiring for directions, leaving him dumbfounded. Ling then mocked him, asking if he had just come from a performance, claiming even that character would bow to him in comparison, inquiring how much he charged for a day, suggesting a party at his home required a performing lemur. How astute! No wonder Lu Mian viewed you as an adversary, willing to risk everything for a mere pretense of romance. TSK. Upon hearing this, Lu Mian perked up, lifting his chin in defiance, signaling to his classmates. See? I told you Ling Shichu was a scoundrel. His peers were taken aback, astonished that the seemingly genteel Ling Shichu could behave in such a manner before Lu Mian. Such verbal assaults, not just Lu, but even they felt the urge to retaliate. Chapter 83, Is this slave serious? Once, Lu Mian decided to leap out and frighten his nemesis, hoping to scare him thoroughly. However, as he leaped, his clothing snagged on a hook, and he found himself exposed before Ling. Well, he certainly succeeded in startling his rival. Yet his dignity lay in tatters. Jiang Yan, glancing at the unfolding events, couldn't he help but feel sympathy for Lu Mian. His embarrassing moments seemed to consistently occur in front of his adversary, which felt rather unfortunate. Perhaps this is what they mean by the more one wishes to avoid embarrassment, the more likely it becomes. The harder Lu tried to avoid humiliation before Ling Shichu, the more it seemed to manifest. At that moment, the rival, realizing the situation, looked at him and asked if he intended to seduce someone, mocking him for his bony physique and questioning his intelligence for even considering such an endeavor. He added a final jab, implying that the rival's brain and posterior were switched, which could explain his actions. With a slight smile, he provocatively caressed the soft belly of a classmate, which infuriated the classmate to the point of irrational fury, leading him to lunge at the rival, attempting to bite his neck. The two immediately became entangled in a scuffle, only to be witnessed by a passing female student, who, blushing, hurried away. At that moment, the classmate's face turned pale, and he quickly retreated, feeling utterly embarrassed. Indeed, it was quite humiliating. Unable to win the fight, he resorted to biting. Wouldn't that lead to misunderstandings? The classmate rolled his eyes in secret, thinking that he didn't care about potential misunderstandings. However, being exposed to public scrutiny was profoundly shameful. The thought of more embarrassing incidents coming to light filled him with despair. A fellow student, who had already experienced their share of embarrassment, patted him on the shoulder, suggesting that it was just a matter of getting used to it. Life goes on, after all. They reminded him that their own scandals had amused others, and in due time, those same individuals would be the subject of laughter. It was a form of unconventional reciprocity. Indeed, he was advised not to take it too seriously. Once the public spectacle passed, they would emerge unscathed once more. The classmate felt a mix of laughter and tears, merely nodding in agreement. He could only hope. Has the classmate engaged in any other childish antics? Jiang Yan asked with a smile. At a banquet, the classmate once put mustard in his rival's cake and, oblivious to the consequences, ended up eating it himself, choking in front of his rival and shedding tears. The rival even captured that embarrassing moment and turned it into a poster, showcasing it daily to the classmate. Truly a heart-wrenching betrayal. Classmate, perhaps you should consider finding a new rival? It seems you are entirely outmatched. How dare you say I can't compete with him? My true potential has yet to be revealed, he retorted. All previous mishaps were mere accidents. Perhaps it's our fates that clash every time I encounter him. Misfortune befalls me, and my well-laid plans always unravel. The classmate pondered this notion, finding it quite believable. Others chimed in, encouraging him to reconsider his antagonistic stance, noting that he always seemed to falter against his rival. They warned that continuing down this path could lead to his own downfall. What do you mean by downfall? He exclaimed, bewildered. Like being thoroughly humiliated? Ah, he bellowed in frustration. Enough, you lot, with your incessant chatter. Stop filling your heads with nonsense. I would never develop feelings for him. Even if I were to leap off a bridge, I would never harbor affection for him. He typed with fervor, his fingers beginning to ache. Nevertheless, one might feel that you could be proven wrong, someone teased. If that were the case, I would publicly bark like a dog. He replied nonchalantly, even intending to mock. What if, hypothetically, it were Lin Shirchu who would support you in the future? I would rather be struck by a car than agree to be supported by a scoundrel. He had never entertained such a possibility. Being supported by Lin Shirchu was out of the question unless he had lost his sanity. All right, classmate, I was merely jesting, came the response. Yes, everyone was just making light of the situation. Don't take it to heart. Indeed, classmate. You all are insufferable. Stop calling me classmate. It lacks any sense of authority. I haven't taken your words seriously. Very well, classmate, they echoed, their mocking tone evident. You're all truly detestable, yet somehow endearing, he muttered. The classmate once learned of his rival's fear of caterpillars and decided to collect a multitude of them, stealthily placing them in his rival's backpack. As anticipated, the rival was terrified. The classmate laughed heartily at the sight. Yet, the joy would soon turn to sorrow. The rival, suppressing his disgust, donned gloves and seized the caterpillars, threatening to feed them to the classmate. Unable to resist, the classmate burst into tears, pleading for mercy. The rival relented but demanded that the classmate reenact his earlier pleading, knowing full well that the classmate, unable to stand against him, could only agree through tears. This scene was captured on video, which the rival used to blackmail him into becoming his servant for a week. To avoid the humiliation of the video being shared, the classmate begrudgingly consented. How dare you not voice the terms of being a servant? Jiang Yan exclaimed in exasperation. The gossip is utterly lacking. Such critical moments should be revealed. I want to see them. We want to see too. They all thought in unison, tagging the parties involved in the chat. Do not remain silent. Share your story, a classmate urged, poking the classmate's arm. How did Lin Shirchu make you a servant? He wanted to shout. What kind of servant would that be? Were the circumstances appropriate? He might have erupted in anger. What kind of servant would not be legitimate? Sensing his frustration, another student chimed in. What if that servant was tasked with some rather embarrassing duties? His mind nearly exploded. Everyone seemed to have the same lewd thoughts. You should all be reported to the authorities for your indecent imaginations. He fumed. Stop thinking about such vulgar matters. Reluctantly, he divulged the truth to quell the rumors. It's merely serving tea and running errands. Nothing scandalous at all. Is that all? How disappointing, they all echoed in unison. Indeed, quite disappointing. The gossip is lacking. How disappointing. Enough. Let the world come to an end. Chapter 84. I have not used it. I see that the classmate once pulled out his rival's chair, intending for him to fall and fail, which ultimately resulted in the rival suffering a fracture. The classmate's parents took him to apologize, and the rival agreed to forgive him, but only on the condition that the classmate care for him until he recovered. Without hesitation, the classmate's parents agreed, completely disregarding his wishes. It was evident that the rival knew how to manipulate others, knowing exactly how to inflict maximum discomfort. Everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was quite so. They looked at the classmate with a mix of sympathy and incredulity. The classmate was clearly at the mercy of his rival, completely ensnared. However, this did alter some perceptions of Lin Shichu among those who knew him. The demeanor he displayed towards the classmate was entirely different from how he presented himself to others. In public, Lin Shichu was always genteel and amicable, never toying with or belittling anyone. Yet, in the presence of the classmate, he seemed to embody a contrasting persona. As if he harbored a dark essence. Under the pressure from his parents, the classmate was forced to care for his rival, thus becoming his errand boy. This rival truly was a master manipulator. If he were in Europe, he would undoubtedly be the quintessential aristocrat, adeptly exploiting his subordinates. Indeed, he is utterly despicable. The incessant troubles brought upon him by the capitalists seemed unending, as they relentlessly exploited him. Yet, within his heart, Lu Chu Mian silently agreed and cast an appreciative gaze towards Jiang Yan, thinking that Zhang's eyes had finally regained their clarity. His nemesis had coerced classmate Lu Chu to prepare a meal for him. As a spoiled rich kid, Lu Chu was hardly adept at cooking. However, his adversary did not care about his culinary skills. He simply demanded a meal prepared by Lu Chu, believing that his foe would not witness the preparation. Lu Chu enlisted the help of a chef to make a porridge to deliver to the hospital. Surprisingly, his nemesis insisted on filming him cooking, stating that it must be unedited. Ultimately, the adversary did not consume the meal Lu Chu made, but opted for the chef's earlier creation, leaving Lu Chu to endure the excessively salty porridge. Thus, that day's victory belonged to the nemesis, while Lu Chu faced defeat. Cursed be those forgotten days. Suppressed by his adversary, Jiang Yan's reminder had rekindled those memories. When his nemesis had recovered, Lu Chu had joyously purchased firecrackers to celebrate, only to be fined for it. Reflecting on that time, he felt utterly miserable. Was he not being thoroughly dominated? It felt as if he had no means to retaliate. A classmate suggested that perhaps he should concede defeat or find a different rival. Absolutely not. There was no way he would concede to Lin Shichu. That would render him a coward. Lu Chu was resolute in his determination to confront Lin Shichu head-on. The others exchanged glances, shrugging their shoulders in resigned acknowledgement. The matter of nursing a fracture had further implications, and did Lu Chu have the right to witness it? Oh, how embarrassing! The group brightened at this notion, invigorated by the prospect of gossip. Lu Chu instantly grasped Jiang Yan's intent, his face flushed with heat, nearly combusting. No, this couldn't be spoken of. Classmate Lu Chu, despite being commanded by his adversary and unable to express his anger, could only endure. As time passed, he thought, aren't you the one who requires my care? Very well. I shall showcase my impeccable service. With this thought in mind, he closely monitored his nemesis. Upon seeing him heading to the restroom, Lu Chu rushed to assist him. When his nemesis glanced over, Lu Chu feigned innocence, saying, Did you not request my assistance? Naturally, I must help you with your restroom needs. Without allowing his foe a chance to refuse, he ushered him toward the restroom, pretending to assist with his trousers. Of course, the nemesis resisted, demanding that Lu Chu leave. Observing his adversary's reaction, Lu Chu realized he had gambled correctly and exclaimed, What? Is it not merely a trip to the restroom? I would even wipe for you if necessary and assist with bathing. Seeing Lu Chu's smug expression, his nemesis quickly grasped that Lu Chu intended to embarrass him. Thus, he released Lu Chu's grip, unceremoniously lowered his trousers, and commanded Lu Chu to assist him in the restroom. Lu Chu was left utterly speechless. With a smile, his nemesis inquired, "Did you not offer to help me? Hurry along, I need to go." Overcome with humiliation, Lu Chu fled in disgrace. How brazen! Classmate Lu Chu, you are utterly outmatched. Unless you can outwit him, you shall forever remain at a disadvantage. The group listened in astonishment, marveling at the transformation of the seemingly demure Ling Shichu. How could Lu Chu possibly compete with such audacity? Perhaps it would be best for him to concede defeat. Lu Chu, now flushed with embarrassment, shielded his face with his jacket. Such matters should remain unspoken. This was truly mortifying. He now loathed his former self for fleeing in shame. Ling Shichu possessed attributes he too had. Why should he feel embarrassed? He should have been the one to assist. To see who would feel more awkward. Jiang Yan was indeed correct. He needed to outdo Ling Shichu in audacity to triumph over him. Regrettably, it remained a mere thought. He truly could not match Ling Shichu's level of shamelessness. Lu Chu despised his need for dignity and his own shyness. Would he forever be tormented by that scoundrel Ling Shichu? Thus, he wondered, was he truly that insignificant? Upon unlocking his phone, Lu Chu was met with a message from a classmate that made him wish to gouge his eyes out. What? Hadn't he seen it before? What was there to see about a toothpick? In a fit of anger, Lu Chu spread rumors, declaring that Ling Shichu's anatomy resembled a toothpick. The conversation continued to spiral out of control, and Lu Chu's face reddened with indignation as he gripped his thigh, nearly wanting to flee rather than endure this public execution, facing the mocking gazes of his peers. Meanwhile, those who had previously been exposed, like Chu Ju and Yang Xingqing, sat leisurely, munching on snacks while quietly discussing Jiang Yan's sentiments. For those yet to be exposed, the situation was inconsequential until the moment the bullet struck them. The most pressing matter was to enjoy the spectacle of Lu Chu, now the target of ridicule. Lu Chu's family, once prosperous, faced ruin. His parents, overwhelmed by despair, had taken their own lives. Yet, Lu Chu sensed that there was more to this than met the eye. Despite their financial collapse, his parents had maintained a positive mindset, strategizing to recover and repay their debts. Yet, within a mere fortnight, they had succumbed to despair. Lu Chu had anticipated the possibility of bankruptcy, but had not foreseen their tragic end. Even if they had lost everything overnight, they were not weak individuals. From Jiang Yan's insights, it seemed their initial optimism had shifted dramatically. What had caused such a swift transformation in their outlook that led to their demise? Lu Chu pondered, his eyes growing misty. Their family had not enjoyed generational wealth like the Chus or the Lings. It was built from their own efforts, leveraging their exceptional abilities and the advantages of their time to amass a fortune within decades and ascend into high society. Therefore, why had they fallen into bankruptcy? Similarly, their abilities are commendable. Even if they cannot reclaim their former heights, once their debts are settled, they can still achieve a life free from financial worry. Given this, why would they resort to suicide? There must be some hidden intricacies at play. Lu Mian reaches an understanding with his future self. His classmates cautiously observe Lu Mian, noticing that he does not exhibit the same agitation he displayed when discussing Ling Shichu, but rather seems profoundly saddened, which brings them some relief. Sadness is understandable after all. They are his parents. The facts are clear. His parents are the ones who jumped from the building. Though Lu Mian cannot demand others to share his disbelief, he resolves to investigate the matter himself. However, with their passing, the immense debts have been thrust upon him. In his quest to repay these debts, he finds himself repeatedly rebuffed in his job search. It soon dawns on him that someone is orchestrating these obstacles. Initially, he suspects a rival, only to discover that it is another group of individuals he had previously offended. Lu Mian feels helpless. He wishes to clear the debts and uncover the truth behind his parents' demise, yet he is financially stranded. At this juncture, his adversary approaches him, offering to pay off his debts, But in return, Lucas Mian must become his lover. Prior to his parents' tragic leap, they seem to have discovered something and expressed the intention to seek out a certain individual within their circle. Lucas Mian's sorrow dissipates, replaced by a sharp realization. How could the one who is to support him be Ling Chu? It makes sense now. Ling Chu, that scoundrel, would seize this opportunity to humiliate him. Lucas Mian, devoid of hope, murmurs to himself about the tragic fate that awaits his future. Being supported by Ling Chu, he cannot fathom the depths of humiliation that await him. Why must his future be so bleak? Lucas Mian sighs deeply. In stark contrast to Lucas Mian's sorrow, his classmates are animated. Where are the applause? Please, from now on, refer to me as the Great Oracle, thank you. It is indeed Ling Chu. How fantastical yet entirely plausible. Oh, my poor classmate Lucas Mian, who knows how he will be tormented by Ling Chu in the future. Undoubtedly. He will be mercilessly bullied, perhaps even subjected to the humiliation of being kicked in the rear by Ling Chu's foot. Previously, they played the role of master and servant. Now he has become a true servant. How skillfully Ling Chu plays. I ask, does no one feel pity for the nearly broken Lucas Mian? Oh dear, I do sympathize with him. But I find myself more intrigued by his life as Ling Chu's lover. Lucas Mian laments that he had no choice at that time. In pursuit of the truth behind his parents' death, he had to compromise and rely on Ling Chu's connections and wealth. Had it not been for the situation, he would never have consented to become Ling Chu's lover. After being taken in by his rival, Lucas Mian was housed in a villa owned by this adversary. To humiliate him, his rival purchased clothes from his favorite brand, prepared his preferred meals, and gifted him his dream car, leaving him alone in the villa. Huh? Wait a moment. Jiang Yan stares intently at the gossip chart, scrutinizing the text from every angle, yet fails to discern any aspect of humiliation within it. Providing you with everything you desire, is this humiliation? Apologies, have I fallen out of touch with the times? Why have I suddenly lost the meaning of humiliation? It is not your fault. We too have lost our understanding of humiliation. To treat Lucas Mian so well cannot be labeled as humiliation. May I ask what Ling Chu's hobbies are? If possible, I would like to volunteer myself. The same goes for me. If this is humiliation, then please, let Ling Chu humiliate me as well. I am the type who revels in such degradation. Showering you with gifts, providing you with money, and not requiring you to serve? I would gladly accept a dozen such benefactors. Lucas Mian, perhaps you are not well acquainted with the term humiliation. How can this not be humiliation? The gifts he provides me with, I could purchase myself, yet due to impending bankruptcy, I can only watch longingly while he effortlessly gifts them to me. This is a form of ostentation, a psychological humiliation. The crowd exchanges glances. Can it be understood in this manner? However, upon reflection, it seems plausible. I am somewhat persuaded by Lucas Mian's argument. Yet, Ling Chu has indeed not required Lucas Mian to serve him. The term lover conveys a shared understanding. Lucas Mian grinds his teeth in indignation as he types. He wants me to be his lover, yet he leaves me unattended in the villa. Do you believe he is a good person? He merely wants me to take the initiative to please him. I know him best. Chapter 86. To humiliate him thus. Shyness? Is that so? The others are bewildered. After all, Jiang Yan's perception of Ling Chu differs from the one they know, making it difficult for them to form a judgment. Yet, Lucas Mian remains resolute in his assessment. In any case, I will regard everything my rival does as humiliation. Jiang Yan concedes. Lucas Mian mutters, it is indeed humiliation. However, it must be said that Lucas Mian's thoughts align remarkably well with those of his future self. As Jiang Yan notes, in the month since Lucas Mian has been supported by his rival, apart from purchasing various items for him, his rival has not set foot in the villa. Lucas Mian finds this to be a source of scorn. Fully aware that this is a deliberate tactic to humiliate him, waiting for him to approach and seek favor. How does the physical relationship develop? Do elaborate. Jiang Yan shakes his head in disbelief while gazing at the gossip chart, sighing repeatedly. The gossip chart reads, I am merely a source of gossip. I am not a literary website, thank you. It is astonishing to discover that Ling Chu is truly this type of person. Poor Lucas Mian has already suffered so much. To further humiliate him into seeking his rival's approval is beyond my expectations. I would like to punch the version of myself from a few minutes ago. I ship these two, and I truly regret it. Do not be too quick to judge. After all, this is Lucas Mian's perspective. What if Ling Chu's viewpoint differs? That is a valid point. Meanwhile, Lucas Mian has buried his face in shame, turning crimson from head to toe. He never envisioned that he would engage in such a relationship with Ling Chu. And now the entire class is aware of their future entanglements. Lucas Mian feels utterly embarrassed and wishes to disappear, his sense of shame threatening to engulf him. Jiang Yan surveys the room, shaking his head in regret. Why is Ling Chu not a classmate of theirs? Jiang Yan's internal voice serves as a reminder to the others, and suddenly, their eyes brighten as they turn their attention to the gathering's main focus, Juju. The eager looks directed at him instill a sense of pressure. Though I am acquainted with Ling Chu, we are not particularly close. I am unsure if I can invite him. Please, just give it a try. Must you be so insistent? It would be quite awkward for him to come here. This is entirely a gathering of our classmates. Some of us also suffer from social anxiety, Jiang Yan's internal voice reflects. Hearing this, Lucas Mian sets aside his embarrassment and quickly intervenes. The presence of the other party at this time would only serve to humiliate me further, as they would wish to inherit my vast fortune. Though I may be socially anxious if Ling Chu were to attend, I would make an exception for the sake of gossip. Lucas Mian retorts, at such a time, please maintain your social anxiety, my fellow classmate. In short, it is not permissible. If he were to appear here, it would be far too embarrassing. Lucas Mian, have you forgotten one crucial detail? Only we can hear him. He cannot hear us. Thus, even if we do not learn of his future, we can still gather gossip about him. He remains unaware, yet you can know. This is your chance to retaliate. Indeed, Lucas Mian, armed with his gossip, he will be at your mercy. Lucas Mian comes to a sudden realization. Yes! Ling Chu was unable to hear Jiang Yan's innermost thoughts, so Jiang Yan took the opportunity to divulge some of his embarrassing secrets, thereby gaining leverage over him. Go ahead. Call him, Lucas Mian urged eagerly. But we are not close enough for me to invite him to a birthday party. If I call him, would he actually come? Lucas Mian lacked the confidence to summon his rival, especially to join a birthday celebration meant for other students. Why not give it a try? It won't cost you anything. While true, the risk of being ridiculed by him loomed large in her mind. The prospect of such ridicule transformed Lucas Mian's eagerness into hesitation. Observing her indecision, Juju took the initiative to message Ling Chu on WeChat, almost instinctively adding that Lucas Mian would also be present. I've called him. After all, it's my birthday, so it feels more appropriate for me to invite him. He agreed and would arrive shortly. Lucas Mian breathed a sigh of relief and looked forward to Ling Chu's arrival. The mere thought of having something to hold over him made her almost laugh out loud. Meanwhile, the others continued to quietly enjoy the unfolding drama. Oh my! Lucas Mian's cohabitation with her nemesis is indeed colorful and fulfilling, Jiang Yan exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he occasionally glanced at Lucas Mian, clearly astonished. This piqued the curiosity of others, who longed to catch a glimpse of the juicy gossip. Yet, Lucas Mian felt a sense of foreboding and unease. To humiliate Lucas Mian, her adversary bought a bunny girl costume for her to wear and dance in. How playful of him! Jiang Yan mused, imagining Lucas Mian in such an outfit, and he touched his nose, relieved that he was not bleeding. She was indeed a proper girl. Little did anyone expect that someone as refined as Ling Chu could engage in such antics. Those who knew him, and even those who had only heard his name, were taken aback by Jiang Yan's revelations. All eyes converged on Lucas Mian. Those lacking imagination could not picture Lucas Mian in a bunny girl outfit, while the imaginative ones stifled their laughter, unable to suppress their smirks. Their eyes sparkled with mischief, and the intensity of their gazes made Lucas Mian feel as though she were sitting on a bed of nails. What is a bunny girl outfit? The innocent Luke Mian inquired, bewildered. A bunny girl. No need to thank me. Upon seeing the image of the bunny girl, Luke Mian's eyes widened in shock. The heat that had just dissipated surged back through her, accompanied by a profound sense of shame. That scoundrel, Ling Shichu, dares to humiliate me like this. How infuriating. It's all his fault. Luke Mian found herself unable to look around, shrinking her neck, lowering her head, gripping her phone tightly, and her toes twitching nervously against the ground. Yet, Jiang Yan's thoughts were far from over. In addition to the bunny girl outfit, they also engaged in role-playing. Luke Mian portrayed a student while her rival assumed the role of a tutor. He made her do homework, punishing her harshly for any mistakes. How did he punish her? Care to elaborate? If the gossip encyclopedia had consciousness, it would undoubtedly express its exasperation. I reiterate, I am not a gossip site. Chapter 87. Do I actually like him? Luke Mian felt as if her entire body was ablaze. Why must this be revealed? It was too embarrassing. How could Ling Shichu play with her like this? Was it solely for the purpose of humiliation? It was utterly excessive. She wished she could vanish from Earth at that moment. The classmates, having devoured such delightful gossip, wore satisfied smiles. Was this truly humiliation rather than mere flirtation? Was this the nature of rivals in the city? What a revelation! No, not all city rivals behaved this way. Luke Mian and Ling Shichu's relationship was a rarity. Why doesn't the gossip encyclopedia elaborate further? We are not outsiders. What is there to hide? Could you please reconsider what you are saying? Please stop. Can't you see Luke Mian is about to combust? Is she really burning up? It's fine. Ling Shichu will arrive shortly to stoke the flames. Damn. You are incorrigible. Luke Mian could no longer bear to look at the messages in the group chat, decisively turning off her screen, closing her eyes, and emptying her mind. As long as she pretended not to hear, it would have nothing to do with her. Of course, they were not solely engaged in frivolity. Luke Mian's initial agreement to be kept was never forgotten. After their first physical encounter, she requested Ling Shichu's assistance, to which he consented. Subsequently, he provided her with substantial investigative resources, significantly narrowing her search and saving her considerable effort, even amidst her overwhelming embarrassment. Luke Mian found herself revitalized by the gravity of the situation, which concerned her parents' lives. The playful banter of her classmates subsided. They understood when it was time to jest and when to take matters seriously. If someone is indeed scheming against us, we will ensure they face the consequences. They say 3 heads are better than 1. No matter how clever their machinations, they cannot outnumber our collective strength. We will not allow them the opportunity to harm our elders. Prompted by her classmates, Luke Mian reopened her phone and was moved to tears. Thank you all. No need for gratitude. We are all in this together. Regardless of the outcome, I truly appreciate your support. Luke Mian replied sincerely, recognizing the importance of gratitude. Class monitor Jiang Yan surveyed the room, noting the smiles on every face. The atmosphere in their class had shifted, largely due to Jiang Yan's obliviousness to the change.